You, a Tsinghua student who delivers takeout, but ends up in ancient times living as a poor household. It's common to not have enough to eat, but luckily you have a good older brother who uses his craftsmanship to ensure you have enough to eat, and you manage to grow up to 19 years old smoothly. To avoid adding burden to your older brother, you decide to enlist in the military, become a soldier, and make a name for yourself. However, your brother is worried about the dangers of the battlefield and wants to find you a good wife to settle down in the village. You understand the intentions of the eldest brother, and you smile brightly at him. Since childhood, the younger brother has been toughening his body and practicing martial arts diligently. He will surely achieve great things when he joins the army, so you don't need to worry. The recruiting officials for soldiers have said that as long as one is selected as a soldier, the military fortress will provide land, houses, and women for free. The younger brother naturally wants to go. The older brother looks at you excitedly, shakes his head helplessly, and lets out a long sigh. The sister-in-law, upon hearing this, happily advised, it's not inappropriate for the younger brother to join the army. Instead of idling at home, it's better to seek a future in the military. The younger brother is blessed, and the head of the household doesn't need to worry too much. You glanced at the sister-in-law. The parents at home had passed away long ago, and the money was only enough for the eldest brother to start a family. You didn't inherit any land or property, so you could only live with your brother. Although your brother inherited a few acres of barren land, he could barely make ends meet all year round. This year is even worse, with a scarcity of food. You are young and strong, eating a lot, and the sister-in-law looks even more unhappy. Now the government forcibly conscripts households, and young people in the village are avoiding it one after another. But you have volunteered. As a man, how can I live under others' control for a long time? The sky has reached the hour of the snake. The men in the village are carrying their bundles. Under the urging of the officials of the inspectorate, they bid farewell to their families with tears. But your mood is exceptionally good. Just because your golden finger has arrived, you have obtained the keen eye and the wise wife assistance system. You can see anyone or anything that is valuable to you, and you may also discover danger and hostility. The higher the value, the brighter the light around the target, but it only appears once. Once you have obtained this person or thing, the light will disappear. You nod in satisfaction. This ability is very good. And the wise wife assistance system is that for each wife you marry, or have a real husband and wife relationship, you can receive a corresponding ability enhancement reward. The higher the appearance, status, and class of the wife you marry, the stronger the enhancement given. Enhanced abilities include your combat power, strategy, and luck. You seem to be thinking about this. It's almost forcing me to live off you. Although it is not difficult to marry a wife in times of war, it is more difficult to find one with high appearance, status, and class. Soon, you new recruits were sent to the governor's mansion for selection, and the qualified recruits were then assigned to various military forts as soldiers. In the training ground of the governor's mansion, there were about 300 people standing, including not only disabled individuals but also some gray-haired fellows. You shook your head at the sight. What are these people here for? How can they be considered combat ready? Suddenly, a drumbeat sounded, and everyone looked towards the sound. An official walked up to the platform and shouted, "By order of the governor's office, the selection of soldiers in Qingyuan County is now beginning. Selection criteria: height of 7 feet or above, sharp hearing and clear vision, strong and powerful limbs, able to lift a 200 gene stone lock, can be selected as a soldier. Those who do not meet the above criteria, but are over 6 feet tall, can lift a 100 gene stone lock, and have no disabilities, can be selected as an auxiliary soldier." This standard is not difficult for men who have been farming for years. Many of them are illiterate farmers and do not quite understand the meaning of soldier and auxiliary soldier, so they start asking around. At this moment, a middle-aged man said to everyone, "Everyone, I do know a little something. If you want to hear about it, I can talk about it. This Zhengding is the so-called main force in battle, which can be understood as the main force in combat. This footing means auxiliary troops, responsible for miscellaneous tasks in the army on ordinary days, and responsible for covering the main force in combat during wartime. As for those who join the army, what they are aiming for is to get land, houses, and women. Do you know where the land, houses, and women distributed by the governor's office come from?" The crowd looked at each other when they heard this. The middle-aged man sighed. Where else could they come from? Of course, they come from the families of the soldiers who died in the Chishui River battle. According to the laws of the Dalian army, the soldiers' properties and wives and daughters belong to the governor's mansion. If a soldier dies, his wife and daughters will be allocated to a new soldier by the governor's mansion. He sighed again. When you become a soldier, you must understand that this is the fate of a soldier. These men who were forcibly conscripted fell silent instantly. It sounds good to be a soldier, but in reality, It is a conscription system. The Great Liang has been in constant turmoil for years, lacking in military resources, unable to recruit enough soldiers, and had to resort to the soldier household system. Households are both civilians and soldiers. During peacetime, they work in military forts and barracks, and during wartime, they bring their own weapons and provisions to fight the enemy. The advantage of households is that they can be allocated land and property. A household head can receive 2 rooms, half an acre of vegetable fields, and 20 acres of arable land, as well as an official wife and a maid, which is considered a good treatment. An assistant household head can receive 1 room, 2 portions of vegetable fields, 10 acres of arable land, and an official concubine. However, the soldiers usually do not receive any military pay, and you have to support your wife and maidservants with your own means. Therefore, when not at war, the military government does not strictly control the soldiers, but during wartime, the soldiers must prepare their own provisions for battle, and those who violate orders will be punished by military law. The place where the soldiers are not good is the unpredictable life and death on the battlefield. Half a year ago, in the Great Battle of Chishui River between Dalian and the Tiela people, there were several hundred soldiers killed in action in Xingyuan County alone. It is said that several of the military forts in this county are nearly every household is draped in sackcloth and mourning. There is also the point that the wives and daughters of military families are not free agents. If a military household is killed in action or dies of an illness, the wives and daughters of the family are permitted to observe mourning for 6 months. However, a new husband must be arranged by the governor's office to enter the household afterwards. It's also called selecting a Dingtao household. In the vernacular, it means that the men in your family died in battle. The governor's office then gave the family reassigned a man to take up the military service in place of the war dead. At the same time, this man is the new husband of the woman of this household. In this process, the women must be completely obedient to the viceroy's assignments. There was no resistance. This is because women in the military household system do not own any land per se. Women are dependent on men to farm and do labor to support them. There were more women than men in the Long War, and even more so at the military fort. If a woman has no man to want and no one to provide for her, she is doomed to a miserable fate. The end result was that they were sold by the governor's office to the northern wasteland and used to trade horses with the barbarians. Because of the strange shortage of war horses in Diliang, the court repeatedly exchanged women for war horses during the northern wasteland exchange. The average war horse is worth 2 women, and a fine northern wasteland war horse can even be traded for as many as 5 young women. And the women who were bought by the barbarians of the northern wasteland could be said to have a miserable end. It's basically a slave to life and death. So these soldier women are not too resistant to being assigned new husbands, because it's better than being sent to the northern wastes as a slave to the barbarians. Being at this time, the war drums sounded again on the high platform of the schoolyard. The selection of soldiers and households for the governor's office has officially begun. Chapter 3, Winning the Chosen Ahead. Under the whipping and drinking of the officials of the governor's office, these hundreds of recently recruited men were lined up in rows in the schoolyard. In front of each row there were several lieutenants in charge of the examination. The most important thing in the selection of soldiers is to test their strength. This is also very reasonable. When the soldiers always have to kill the enemy, the strength of the small wheel cannot afford the knife and gun cannot be. At the front of each row, several stone locks of varying weights were placed. It ranges from 100 to 300 pounds. If a male can lift a stone lock of 100 pounds, he is considered qualified and can become a soldier's household auxiliary. If you can lift 200 pounds, it is considered top grade, and you can be selected as a regular soldier. And with 300 pounds of stone locks, very few people can usually lift them. But if someone could really lift a 300-pound stone lock, according to the rules of selecting soldiers in the military governor's office, not only will he be rewarded, but he can also be directly promoted to be the head of the soldier's household. At the time of the division of the household, there was even the right of preference for field and housewives and daughters, for croppers who work hard in the fields all year round. Lifting 100 pounds of stone locks isn't too hard. The 200 pounds of stone locks to lift up, it is necessary to be strong, but also have a certain kung fu base to become. To lift a stone lock of 300 pounds, it could only be said that the person was born with divine strength. Li Yuan's row, the dozen or so men in front of him, were mostly just lifting 100 pounds of stone locks. There were only 3 men who could lift 200 pounds of stone locks. The officials of the governor's office on the side were frowning. I thought to myself that this group of males is really out of shape. It's amazing that there are only so few people who can become a shodan, but you can't blame the men for that. It's a barren year. It's that time of year again when the green and yellow don't come together. Almost every family is short of food. These men and women had to live on wild vegetables and rice bran on weekdays. Can't get enough to eat at all. Even the best physical foundation can't have enough stamina without food in the stomach. However, it was good that when Li Yuan set out from Li Jia village, His elder brother had stuffed a number of miscellaneous grain biscuits into his baggage. He was at least able to eat. This gives a physical advantage over others. It was Li Yuan's turn to take the test. He didn't even bother to look at the 100 pounds of stone locks. Instead, he walked right up to the 200-pound stone lock. Both hands grabbed the handles of the stone locks with a force. The stone locks were then lifted steadily by him. It even took a dozen steps in place. The officials of the governor's office on the side couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile when they saw the scene. Finally, another soldier's household positive din was selected. Putting down the stone lock, Li Yuan was a bit unimpressed. Reaching out again, he grabbed a 300-pound stone lock off to the side. The men and officials around them were stunned. Could it be that this teenager was trying out the 300 pounds of stone locks? Today's selection of the ding. So far, no one has dared to challenge the challenge of lifting 300 pounds of stone locks. Is he trying to be the first? They thought right. Only Li Yuan stood firm on two bowed feet and gave a shout. With the force of his arms, the 300 pounds of stone locks steadily left the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Yuan slowly raised the stone lock above his head, then actually took a few more steps. The official supervising from the sidelines instantly showed a look of surprise. His own team was able to select a soldier household that was born with godly strength, according to the rules that was also rewarded. This is truly a blessing from the heavens. And the Lord Captain of the governor's office, who was on the high platform overseeing the selection of the soldiers, also looking this way with a surprised face. A Rex actually appeared in today's election. That's a good thing to celebrate. Li Yuan held on for a while longer, then slowly lowered the stone lock. Immediately a boy from the captain's side ran over and shouted to him, "You're coming with me, and the Lord Captain is going to quiz you personally." Hearing that the governor's captain lord was going to personally test this man, the surrounding crowd gave him sideways glances. Li Yuan did not shy away from the stage, patted the dust on his body a few times, then walked with the boy toward the high platform of the schoolyard. The lieutenant was a tall, middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as a torch. Li Yuan came forward without being humble and bowed his hand. Li Yuan of Qingyuan village. Greetings to Lord Shangguan. The captain's eyes scanned back and forth over Li Yuan, as if trying to get under the skin of the young man, for this man was quite different in temperament from the ordinary crop duster who had been drafted. That kind of high and confident demeanor can't be suppressed. The lieutenant asked suddenly, with a twitch in his heart. "Do you, by any chance, read books?" Li Yuan replied archly. "Yes, I had a few days of private school since I was young." The capital nodded his head in disbelief. No wonder it looks like he has a good temperament. So he is someone who has read books. In fact, Li Yuan's original owner's family was poor and did not formally study, but the current Li Yuan was a proper university graduate. If the standards of the Great Liang dynasty were changed, it could definitely be considered well-read. Li Yuan was already being self-effacing when he said he had attended private school for a few days. What's more, it's not like anyone will actually look into such things. So just say it. The lieutenant asked again. "I see you have a lot of strength. Have you practiced any other martial arts?" For the capital, it is of course good that the soldiers have read and can write, but more importantly, they must be able to go into battle and kill the enemy. Li Yuan replied archly. "I have practiced sword, shield and lance since I was young, and I also know the art of bow shooting." The capital's eyes visibly lit up. He turned to the boy behind him and shouted, "Go, fetch him a lance." Not long after, Li Yuan received a long spear from the boy. Then he practiced a bit of hexagonal spear in front of this lieutenant. This shooting skill is what Li Yuan, the original owner, is capable of. This Li Yuan from Li's village has been strong since childhood, and has loved to dance with guns and sticks since he was a child. When he was 9 years old, he practiced martial arts for a while with an old pawn in his village who had retired from the army. The old soldier had been an instructor who taught his soldiers martial arts in the border army. With no children at his knees, Li Yuan worshipped this old pawn as his teacher. The old pawn saw that he was intelligent and understanding, and was extremely filial to him. Then he taught all his skills. He taught Li Yuan the 36 hexagonal spears, as well as the skills of sword, shield, bow and arrow. When Li Yuan struck, he just danced a few gunflints. The capital then couldn't help but voice his admiration. This young man's gun skills had definitely been instructed by someone high up. There are no flowery punches in the big shots routine. They are all wide-open techniques suitable for use on the battlefield. Li Yuan is young and strong again. A big gun in the hands of a tiger dance. After practicing the big gun, the boy fetched the bow and arrow. Li Yuan fired 3 arrows in a row at 50 paces, all hitting the vital points of the grass target. The watching lieutenant couldn't help but nod his head. In the afternoon at Shenzhen, the governor's military households have finished selecting their daughters. In this election, 53 regulars and 270 auxiliaries were elected. That 300-pound stone lock, after Li Yuan lifted it, there were others who wanted to come and try. However, there was not a single one that could be lifted up like Li Yuan, and in terms of martial arts alone, Li Yuan was also the leader of the group. Unsurprisingly, Li Yuan became the head of the first place in the selection of dingbats. According to the rules of the governor's office, Li Yuan was directly promoted to the rank of Hayadu Wuwei. The lieutenant brought an ebony waistplate and handed it to Li Yuan. It reads, West River Fort, East Countryside, Chief of Military Soldiers, Li Yuan. Thus Li Yuan, from an ordinary farmer, was enrolled as a soldier in Diliang and became a soldier's captain. Chapter 4, The Way of the Soldier's Household. In addition to being a captain of the army, Li Yuan had another good thing going for him, because Li Yuan lifted the 300-pound stone lock, or the head of the A for this election. According to the rules, he got a full 10 taels of bounty. It was the envy of the other soldier households. Because of the ordinary soldier's household proper, the settlement money from the governor's office was only 500 won, or half a guan. The auxiliaries were even less, a paltry 200 won, and 10 taels of silver, exchanged for Daliang's Jianqing Tongbao, is a full 10 guan, or 10,000 coins, 20 times as much as anyone else. Can one not be envious? If you save some of your spending money, this is enough to feed an average family for most of the year. But although these soldier households were envious and even a little jealous, that couldn't be helped. Who made them incapable of lifting that 300-pound stone lock? After the selection of the soldiers was completed, the governor's office issued rough wooden belt tags to all the new soldier households. Since then, they have been separated from the civil registry into the military registry of the military households. It was already Shenzhen time in the afternoon. It is too late today to send these military families to their respective military forts. The governor's office then ordered that these soldier households be allowed to spend the night in the haylofts around the schoolyard first. Early tomorrow morning, an official will send them to their respective military fortresses. The governor's office was also not restrained from them, and the superior officer authorized them to be allowed to walk about the county. These soldiers have now been naturalized, and not afraid of their escape. Anyway, ran to their homes, and the claim is, at that point, it will not be a military household but a military slave. These new military households, knowing that tomorrow they can go to the military fortress to share the fields and houses and wives, where will they run? A lot of people have been single their whole lives and haven't touched a woman, now dreaming of having a daughter-in-law. At this moment, some soldier households surrounded a middle-aged man, all playfully asking for things. Li Yuan looked. This middle-aged man was the one who had just explained the military household system to a few people in the neighborhood. Around his waist now, he also wore a rough wooden belt tag of an auxiliary soldier. It looked as if he was about to leave the schoolyard to go within the county. At that moment someone stopped him and said, Uncle Fu, don't get busy yet. You've got 200 bucks under your belt. So what are you going to do in the county? Mo is not in a hurry to go to a greenhouse to sleep with a young lady. You'll start by telling a few of the brothers about this bent of being a soldier's household. How about everyone chipping in some coppers so you can find a half-covered door tonight? After saying that, this group of newcomers' soldier households, there was a burst of vulgar laughter. This one called Uncle Fu could only shake his head helplessly and said, well, you guys can ask whatever you want. We'll all be Hyudo robes from now on. I'll tell everyone what I know. Naturally, it took Li Yuan and the people around him some inquiries to find out. This Uncle Fook, it is said, has applied for recruitment 3 times before and after, but because he is slightly older, he was not successful in the previous 2 times. This time, the governor's office turned a blind eye to the selection of soldier households because of the excessive casualties. Any adult male without a disability was recruited. That's why Uncle Fook also became an auxiliary soldier this time. He was more or less acquainted with the officials of the governor's office because of the number of times he had been recruited, knew more than the average person about the rules and inner workings of a soldier's household. At this time, a ham-faced man, smiling playfully, asked Uncle Fu, what our brethren want to know most is how the mother-in-law is doing under this military fort. I also heard today that the women in the fields that are divided are also divided into upper and lower households. How does that figure in? Uncle Fu, quickly tell us, brothers. The cadre of men around them were nodding their heads individually. Everyone had a look of anticipation on their faces. Uncle Fu could only shake his head and laugh when he saw that they all looked impatient and said, there's nothing hard to understand. If you are selected as a regular soldier household member, you can enter the upper household as the head of the household. The so-called upper household indicates that in this household, there is at least one young and well-bred woman. The family mansion will also be larger, and at least half of the portion of the mouth fields will be upper fields with fertile land. All the people listened with a look of longing. A few of the men who had already gotten their Shodin belt tags just hemmed and hawed and giggled. The heart was naturally overjoyed. Uncle Fu continued, and with this next household, there's a lot more going on. The mansions that were divided were usually a little more dilapidated and the land was mostly downland with poor access to water. Don't count on the looks of the women who are assigned to you, only make sure that they can give you babies. Actually, that's not the worst of it. The worst part is when you enter the house and see that not only is your daughter-in-law ugly, but there are a couple of edible half-grown children for you to feed. By then you will be screaming for your life. The Hans around him laughed at that. Uncle Fu sighed. The selection of households is all decided by lottery, which is pretty fair. The so-called selection of a man to top the household means that the man is able to top the gateway for life, to be able to feed the women in this household, the waifs, to be able to earn food for them. It's your own luck to pick good and bad. You can't blame anyone else. We have the best luck here with this little brother. Uncle Fu pointed to Li Yuan who was standing aside listening carefully. People are the head of the A. They have the right to choose their households when they enter the fort. Look at any woman in the mansion. The others, even if they are proper dingbats, can only draw lots and are left to their fate. The others naturally looked at Li Yuan with even more envy. Li Yuan looked at the crowd looking at him. Then he walked up to Uncle Fu and asked, "This brother, seeing as you were just about to rush off to the city, could it be that you're picking up something? Isn't it true that we need to prepare something even if we go to head a household tomorrow?" The crowd nodded their heads individually as well. Li Yuan has a point. You can't go empty-handed when you go to the top house to be the head of the household. Definitely something to prepare for as well. Uncle Fu also said with a slight smile, "This brother is really thoughtful. Good. That's exactly what I'm going into the city to pick up some things. The reason? It's also very simple. When you enter the village tomorrow, the woman you have chosen is to prepare a table to welcome her husband. Also as a rule, the village Hayadu Hayakuniga and the village elders are to come to welcome the new households. And it's only when the new recruiting households give people 3 toasts. But think about it, these women are the relatives of the soldiers' families who died in the war. And because of the mourning, they have lost their men to support their families for half a year already. Although the governor's office, every month, sends them some rice and grain relief. But what can that do? They can only survive these 6 months by selling their family's assets and working hard. At this time these women, surely, have no food in their homes and are poor as well. This organizes a welcome feast for the husband. And again there must be wine and meat to be considered honorable. With this 200 money for my settlement, I am going to go to the market in the city to buy some coarse wine, meat and food, so that I can bring it directly there tomorrow, so as not to give my future mother-in-law a hard time. I have brought her wine and meat, and she is bound to be pleased, and will certainly be kind to me in the future." The surrounding crowd nodded as they listened. The thought crossed my mind. So that's it. Chapter 5, The Great Purchase in the City. After hearing Uncle Fu's words, the crowd was enlightened. It's a great honor to bring wine and meat to meet your own mother-in-law tomorrow. It's only natural that people are going to buy it. The crowd arched their hands and thanked Uncle Fu, and they all hurried into the city as well. So did Li Yuan. Bringing the silver money with him, he headed for the county seat of Qingyuan. This Qingyuan county town was just a small city, not really that big. Most of the stores are clustered in the cross streets of the city. At this time, many soldier households who got the silver money for settling down were shopping here. The most numerous of these were the auxiliary soldiers who carried $200 in their pockets. Fresh beef and mutton are expensive, so they naturally can't afford to buy them. The most meat the auxiliaries could afford was cheap downers. The intestines, liver and lungs of pigs and cows cost only $15 a pound. Buying a few pounds of brine down water is still affordable for these auxiliary soldiers. Wine, most people also buy crude wine, a jug worth $30. Although the flavor was bland, most people only dared to heartily buy a pot. Many of the auxiliaries who had bought alcohol and food had the shopkeeper carefully wrap them. Take it carefully with you so that you can bring it to your own mother-in-law tomorrow. What was left over? They bought almost all of it as food. And don't dare buy rice. Buy cheaper miscellaneous grains. Li Yuan could be considered one of the richest among these soldier households. In addition to the 10 taels of reward money in his arms, there was also the 150 money that his family brother had secretly slipped to him when he left the house. The money on Li Yuan's body, converted into copper coins, was exactly 150 coins. He wasn't going to just buy wine and meat, but also pick up some daily necessities. Li originally went to a fabric store, chose one end of coarse cloth and one end of fine cloth. The end is a common unit of measurement for the cloth of the beams. The length of one end is almost 2 fathoms, or 20 feet of cloth. That's enough cloth for his future daughter-in-law to be able to make a few decent clothes. After that, I picked up some oil, salt, vinegar and half a kilogram of coarse tea. The cloth and miscellaneous items together also cost less than a couple of silver. Regarding the meat, Li Yuan cut 5 pounds of good fat pork directly from the butcher store. I also bought a fat goose from the 4 fragrant house and half of a brine pig's head. The wine is also a better tasting sake. A jug is worth $50. As for grain, Li Yuan bought 1 bucket of coarse rice and 5 buckets of wheat, adding up to more than 70 pounds. Looking at the goods are quite heavy, tomorrow and have to travel far. Li Yuan simply buy a handy flat stretcher. It was a big labor saver to pick the food and various supplies up. On the way back to the schoolyard from the bazaar, he passed right through the People's Market in the South City. The so-called human market is a bazaar for the sale of slaves and human beings. This is not uncommon in this day and age. Li Yuan looked over and realized that many people were kneeling on the ground with grass markers stuck in their heads. They are mostly people who can't live and sell themselves. Now that it is a wilderness year, many people who are out of food have no choice but to sell themselves as if they were commodities in order to survive. Many of them were even poor women, children and orphans. Li Yuan let out a long sigh. Whenever the people are so difficult. Not to mention the fact that the current Dalian dynasty is still plagued by natural disasters. It was at this point that he saw a group of people crowding around a woman who was selling herself. Li Yuan couldn't help but stare. It was because his ability, Wise Eyes, actually activated at this time. There was a hidden light shining on that woman. Li Yuan knew that this was to tell him that this woman would be of great use to him. Li Yuan. Since this was the case, Li Yuan naturally wanted to go over and take a look. The woman kneeling in the field is the one who really stands out. First of all, this woman was 6 feet tall. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and because her head was lowered, she couldn't see what her features looked like. On the other hand, he was wearing a rough linen coat full of patches. The body looked broad-boned, not soft like an ordinary woman. The buttocks and legs looked more round and strong than ordinary women. On the half-foot of rough cloth in front of her, the words "sell yourself to save your father" were written crookedly. Li Yuan was a bit curious, so he asked the old man watching from the side what was going on. The old man said with a long sigh, "This girl child. It is said that the father of the family is suffering from an acute illness. Please, the medicine store of the bone setter treatment at least need 3 taels of silver. Her family is a mountain family that hunts. Where did she get the silver money?" So this girl child also had to sell herself into slavery in front of the pharmacy and give up her life to save her father. Li Yuan asked in disbelief. 3 taels of silver isn't too expensive to buy a big living man, is it? Why is no one asking for it? The old man let out another sigh. It's because she's a hillbilly. This world is full of people who are hillbillies. It is nothing else but that the fugitives from the lost lands, the slaves who have escaped from their master's house, go into the mountains to beg for their lives. These are people that can't be trusted in the city. This woman is eager to save her father. She must have taken the silver money to save her father before she will return. And who's to say that she'll actually come back if you give her silver money? Just now, the pimp of the city's greenhouse also came over to Faze. This female child is too tall, and her skin color is also dark. The men of Daliang do not like this kind of tall, and can only be bought back as a rough maid. But people aren't worth much nowadays, and it's only a silver tael and a half to buy a runaway girl as a rough maid. Li Yuan nodded. I see, that's understandable. At this point the woman was again kowtowing to the crowd. My father is very sick and my daughter had to sell herself to save her father. But for 3 taels of silver, my daughter will be an ox and a horse to serve her left and right for the rest of her life. After saying that, he kowtowed again. And when he looked up his face was already full of tears. Li Yuan took a closer look. The girl was only slightly darker in skin color, but her face was clear, definitely a small beauty. Since my own ability to recognize pearls with my own discerning eyes told Li Yuan that this girl is useful to me. So what's the hesitation? So he walked up to the girl and said, "Don't cry. I'll buy you just." The girl looked up, and standing in front of her was a handsome young man with a handsome face. Li Yuan took out 3 taels of silver and put them in front of the girl and said, "You go ahead and save your own father. When it's done, you can go to Fort Hashi and look for me in the east countryside. I'm a soldier tenant captain there. My name is Li Yuan." The girl held the silver with tears in her eyes and kowtowed to Li Yuan 3 times in a row. "Thank you, benefactor. Heal my father and I will definitely seek you out." The girl got up and was about to leave. Li Yuan, however, shouted, "You first," and slowly. The girl's gaze faltered. I thought to myself, could it be that this young master is going to back out? See yourself as too tall and ugly and don't want to buy yourself? I didn't want Li Yuan to buy a few steaming, coarse flour steamed cakes from the pastry store on the side. Said as he handed it to her wrapped in paper, "You're afraid you haven't eaten well in a long time. Take these cakes, you can fill your stomach on the way." Then he waved his hand and said, "Go now, and do not delay your father's condition." The girl was in tears by now. After kowtowing, he turned sharply away, looking at the girl's faraway back. The old man on the side shook his head and said, "You, little Lang, I'm afraid you've fallen for it. I'm afraid she won't be coming back after she gets the silver to save her father." Li Yuan smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter. It's good to save someone's life. I just want to have a clear conscience. Chapter 6 Selection of Households in Villages. The old man listened to Li Yuan's words. He could only nod his head and praise Li Yuan for his benevolence. It's rare these days to find people who can trust others so much. Seeing that the hillbilly girl had gone away, Li Yuan then got up and carried his flat burden toward the schoolyard outside the county. When he reached the vicinity of the schoolyard, Li Yuan took another look at the straw hut that the governor's office had prepared for the soldiers and households to spend the night. One could only shake his head helplessly. Those huts were originally used by the governor's office to temporarily rest their feet when drilling soldiers. There are no walls except for a straw roof around it, and it actually leaks on all sides. At this time of year, the night breeze is also cool. Even if you are fit and healthy, there is no need to risk catching a cold and sleeping here. Li Yuan could carry a lot of silver money on him now, and with a load of supplies picked up, it's even more important to look after it. After thinking about it for a while, Li Yuan sought out a dia store near the schoolyard. The so-called diyang is an inn for footmen and traders to rest their feet for the night. The conditions were also Spartan, but much better than the hayloft. Li Yuan spent $10, rented a comfortable bunk, and had a good night's rest. Early the next morning, it's just dawning. Hundreds of soldiers and households then all converged on the schoolyard. It's not too late for Levan. He saw that he wasn't the only one carrying a stretcher. Many soldier households are like Li Yuan. The purchased supplies were carried on a flat stretcher with jugs of meat and wine hanging from one end and grain from the other. Every look was joyful. Li Yuan simply nibbled on a pie for breakfast. With the sun slightly rising, several teams set off under the leadership of the officials of the governor's office. Under the Qingyuan County Governor's office, there were 5 military forts. They are the West River Fort, the Leaning Fort, the Mainstone Fort, the Clearwater Fort, and the Wusong Fort. Under each military fort, there are several soldier villages. The Qingyuan County Governor's Office would first send these selected soldier households to various military forts. Then the military fort will send out manpower to distribute them to each corresponding village. Traveling to noon, Li Yuan this way to the West River Fort. Although Fort West River was not too far from Li Yuan's home, this was his first visit. When you look up, the so-called military fortresses are actually larger towns. Unlike unusual towns, military forts are built with strong and tall walls of rammed earth. These soldier households were first taken to the town hall of the military fort, each logged in with a name military registration. After logging in is complete, just a few military fort captains in hooded armor came out and shouted, "Those going to Blackwood Village, come with me. Come to me if you're going to Lower River Village." Li Yuan found the military fort captain who led the team to the east countryside. Stand inside his group. The lieutenant was a short, stocky fat man with some squinty eyes. He asked when he saw that everyone was together, "I hear that among you, a Rex has been elected today. I wonder which one." Li Yuan was busy stepping out and arching his hand, saying, "Exactly, subordinate." The lieutenant took a look at a handsome young man, couldn't help but nod and laugh. "Not bad. We finally have another fierce warrior in West River Fort. Okay, everyone follow me. This East Country is not far from West Riverburg." The walk was only half an hour. By the early afternoon, the 15 military families who had been organized into the East Country were outside the East Country. The lieutenant said as he stood still, "There is a Rex among you today. According to the rules, he is given priority in selecting households. So this." Li Yuan was busy stepping out and bowing. "My name is Li Yuan." The lieutenant nodded. "Then you will have 2/4 of an hour to enter the village and select the households first. As long as there are lanterns hanging in front of the door in the village with the word welcome written on them, they are all the families who have chosen the top household for this selection. Wherever there is a red lantern hanging in front of the door in the village, it is the upper house. The one who hangs the green lantern is the lower household. Whichever household you choose, take the doorside household license plate of his house. Just hand it over to me to catalog the households. After you are enrolled, you, Li Yuan, will be the man of this household. Can you hear me?" Li Yuan was busy arching his hand and picking his stretcher towards the east countryside. This village, it doesn't look too big. The houses are visually estimated to be around 100. At this time at the entrance of the village, a number of villagers were raising their eyes to watch. At the head was an old man with a white beard. It is the mayor of this village, known as Uncle Gao. Beside him was another middle-aged man with a gnarled beard and pockmarked face. He is the Hayadu Hayakutan of this village, named Shui Deshang. Behind them stood several village elders of this village. Today is the big day for assigning new soldier households to the village. As the head of the East Village, they had to greet the new recruit households in front of the village entrance. When Li Yuan saw them, he was busy putting down his stretcher and took a few steps forward, removing the ebony belt tag from his waist and handing it forward. He said under his breath, "Soldier Li Yuan, by order of the governor's office, has entered the eastern countryside. Greetings to the village chief and the 100th chief." The two men saw that this handsome young man talked well, Both nodded slightly in satisfaction. At another glance, what Li Yuan handed over was actually a rare ebony waistplate. Both are veteran households. Naturally, I know that the one who takes this kind of waistplate indicates that he lifted a stone lock of 300 pounds during the selection of the ding, and is considered a famous rikishi. The village chief and the 100th chief were pleasantly surprised that my Little East village had been assigned such a character. The ebony waist has priority in selecting households. The two were naturally aware of this and didn't dare to slack off. He was busy saying to Li Yuan, since this brother is holding an ebony belt tag in his hand, he can choose his own household. Just please enter the village first. Li Yuan was not polite, and with an arch of the hand, he shouldered the flat burden and stepped into the east countryside. Walking on the dirt road through the village, Li Yuan looked around. This village looks as poor as his own village of Li. All around them were courtyards circled by short fences and low-slung earthen houses in the courtyards. The houses are basically straw-roofed and none of them are brick. Some houses have lanterns hanging in front of their doors. Green lanterns are predominant, while red lanterns are rare. This is normal. After all, there are not many upper households in the average village. As he walked, Li Yuan looked toward a courtyard with green lanterns hanging. The yard was small, and there was only one straw-roofed dirt house in it. A worn wooden table was set up in the courtyard, with some crude wine and food prepared on it, and behind the wooden table knelt a dark, thin-looking woman yawning. Li Yuan shook his head and took another dozen steps forward. Ahead was a mansion with red lanterns. Looking in through the fence wall, he saw a woman with a clean face, serving food to a table in the courtyard. Not only was there wine and meat, but there was actually a river fish. This family's earthen house, too, was much larger than the one that had just hung green lanterns. Li Yuan nodded. It seemed that there was still a big difference between the upper and lower households. Walked through a few more homes and they all looked pretty much the same. The woman had set up a welcome feast for her husband in the courtyard and was kneeling behind the tabletop waiting for her husband who had been assigned to her by the government, and this ebony waistplate in Li Yuan's hand. Instead, they have the right to prioritize the selection of housewomen in the village. Within those 2/4 of an hour, he only had to look at whichever house and woman he liked. Just desirable the household sign in front of that family's house. Handed over to the military fort captain waiting at the entrance to the village to be entered into the register. Then all the women and houses in this household will be his, Li Yuan's. Chapter 7, I am your husband. Looking at the upper households in the village with their red lanterns and the young women inside, truth be told, Li Yuan was excited in his heart. He had never even had a girlfriend in his last life, and this time it was straight to choosing a daughter-in-law. Li Yuan counted the time. It should be enough for him to walk around the village. Well, I'm going to have to pick and choose. At this time, in a family house at the east end of the village, a pair of sisters are busy at the stove. Sister looks dignified and beautiful, temperament is not bad, than the ordinary woman taller. The figure was also shapely under the rough linen clothes. The younger sister, on the other hand, has sweet features and a lithe, agile body. There's still some of the youthful girl's greenness, but at this moment, this pair of beautiful sisters, looking at the table in the courtyard, was full of sadness. There was only a plate of boiled wild vegetables and half a pot of corn porridge on the table, but nothing else. The younger sister, with a tear-stained face, said timidly, Sister, if we have such a humble husband welcoming banquet, won't this official matched husband be furious if he really comes? My sister, on the other hand, looked forlorn. Alas, it can't be helped. It's my sister's fault for being incompetent and not keeping an eye on the family's silver. Sister, don't say that. Losing silver money is a small matter. It's good that you're safe. Sister, it turns out that this pair of sisters was selected by the governor's office as the upper household, to be arranged after the matching husband. To raise money for the ingredients for the husband welcoming dinner, the sisters had to scramble to spin yarn for labor. It was hard to save up a few $100s, but I didn't want the sisters to go out and pick water yesterday. When she returns, she finds that her home has been burglarized, and not only has she lost the money for the preparation of her husband's wedding banquet, most of the corn in the family's rice vats had been stolen. It caused the sisters to cry all night. Today is the day to welcome their husbands, and the sisters have no choice but to make do with what they have. It was only then that the crude plates of food that were now on the table were pieced together. The sisters had learned by ear in the village of Hyoto that those who came to be Hyoto were all men of coarse character. All of them are short-tempered, and they either beat or scold their wives and daughters at home. The two of them only had such a crude husband welcoming party. I'm afraid the newly matched husband is bound to be cranky and furious. Let the husband be so disgraced. It's not unlikely that they'll both get a beating. Thinking about this, the sisters couldn't help but look miserable. The two are lamenting in the house. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking outside the courtyard. Both sisters were shocked. I thought to myself, is the husband of the official's match coming so soon? My sister busied herself by running to the gate of the courtyard and gently pushing open the humble wooden door. Only a man with a straight posture and a handsome face stood at the door. Under the afternoon sunlight, the man in front of him was as if he was covered with a soft halo. Just see him. His features were angular. His face was like jade, and his eyes were as bright as stars. There is a heroic air between the walk and the feet. This groom is too good looking. My little sister looked so mesmerized for a moment that she forgot to speak. It was her sister who reacted quickly, though she too was awed by the man at the door. But still, he quickly adjusted his emotions. He was busy walking over and saluting the man at the door. May I ask what this groom is knocking at the door for? The handsome man, who first sized up the two sisters in front of him, seemed satisfied, then said with a very courteous arch, "My name is Li Yuan, a soldier household allotted by the governor's office to the east countryside. From this day forward, I am your husband." Hearing this, the sisters, on the other hand, stayed in a daze. They were really a bit incredulous that their husband was such a handsome groom. The sisters have spent a lot of time in the soldier's fortress. In the past, they had seen the soldier households that had been assigned down by the governor's office. Mostly coarse farmhands, even a few green-skinned mongrels, sentenced prisoners. In their hearts, it was enough for the official husband to be a good man. Do not dare to have other extravagant demands. As long as the appearance is not too ugly, two people will be satisfied. However, I never expected that the groom standing at the door would have such an outstanding appearance and temperament. It's really hard for them to believe. It's like a dream. Li Yuan looked at the two women's reactions and shook his head with a bitter smile. Just want to walk straight into the courtyard first. My sister slowed down at this point and busied herself with the man in front of her. This groom, please wait a moment. According to the rules, may the slave girl check the waistplate of the next Langjun. Li Yuan nodded once, as it should be. When he finished speaking, he unclipped the ebony belt tag from his waist and handed it to the two sisters. My sister is very careful and meticulous in her work. She had heard that, in the old days, imposters had occurred in the process of selecting Dingtao households for soldier households. It has even happened that auxiliary soldiers who could only enter the lower households have entered the upper households under false names and taken possession of other people's wives and daughters. Once a man is in the house, a woman's chastity can't be told. Verifying the identity of the husband is a big deal for the sisters. The two women took the waistplate and realized that it was actually made of ebony, and were first stunned. They had been in the soldier's fortress for a long time, so they naturally knew that this was the waist tag of the Rex. Those who could hang this kind of waistplate were fierce warriors who could lift 300 pounds of stone blocks during the selection of the Ding. The two could not help but, again, sneak a glance at Li Yuan. This Lang Jun had handsome features, but his posture was quite robust and upright. The sisters' faces couldn't help but redden again. They are aware of the fact that the Rex with the ebony waistplate is given priority to enter the village and choose a household. That is to say, they, the sisters, were personally chosen by this pretty groom to be his daughters-in-law. And this kind of ebony waistplate, the governor's office to monitor extremely strict. Counterfeiters and abusers are court-martialed. They had also never heard that anyone dared to impersonate the Rex with the ebony belt tag. See that the waistplate is correct. The older sister tugged at her younger sister. The two of them looked at each other, nodded their heads, and both knelt on the ground to perform a great salute to Li Yuan. Sisters Chu Wanjun and Chu Xiaoshu pay their respects to their husband. Having performed the husband worship ceremony, this was the same as saying that the two sisters had already recognized this husband as the man of their own family. Li Yuan saw that the two women had recognized themselves. Naturally very happy. Busy hands virtual support. Warm voice said, "Get up, ma'am." "I don't want to." The two women did not get up. Li Yuan was a little confused and was about to ask questions. At this time, the older sister, Chu Wanjun, said with an ashamed face, "Husband, please forgive me." Li Yuan was full of questions. "What's wrong with you guys?" Sister continued. "Because of our sister's carelessness yesterday, we lost our silver money. I'm afraid that the welcome banquet is crudely organized, and I'm afraid that I've lost my husband's face. And please, husband, punish me." After saying this, my sister's body bent lower and cupped a cane high in her hands. "That means, husband, beat us up. You take out your anger." Li Yuan froze. What a mess this is. He watched as both sisters were trembling and seemed genuinely scared. Slightly puzzled in his mind, he then looked at the table behind the two women. Li Yuan probably understood what was going on. These two siblings accidentally lost the silver money they had managed to save. Failed to put together a decent table to welcome my husband. When the old Muramesa and Hyoto Hyakunaga come to the door to celebrate in a little while, the sisters couldn't get any wine or food to serve. It's bound to disgrace the husband. This was a big deal in the Hyadu village and cottage. Instead of having husband get furious when the time comes, it would be better to let husband beat him up first now to take out his anger. It's just that the sisters hadn't counted on their husband, who was actually a warrior capable of lifting 300 pounds of stone blocks. I thought to myself that the strength in my husband's hands must not be small. I don't know if the sisters will be able to carry it off when they get beat up later. That's why he was trembling with anxiety and fear in his heart. Chapter 8, Picking Up Two Yellowflower Girls. Li Yuan looked at the two women's embarrassment. The heart felt funny. Then he said in a deliberately cold voice, "You two deserve a beating for the shoddy organization of your husband's welcome feast." The two women shivered in fear, and you could tell that the muscles in their bodies were tensed. But then he heard Li Yuan say in a warm voice, "But then again, today I have important matters for you, so I'll spare you for now. I'll discipline you both tonight." Both women were relieved to hear it. Immediately afterward, Li Yuan added, "Don't worry about the wine and food. I've brought some here." After saying that, Li Yuan turned around and picked in the stretcher he had brought through the door. The two women looked up at the squishy and were a little dazed. Just see the stretcher full of all kinds of supplies hanging. Li originally took down the various types of meat hanging on the flat burden, said to his big sister Chu Wanjun, "Take these, the roast goose with the hog's head would have been cooked. Go and heat it up in the stove. Then cut the plates for the table. This piece of pork, blanched in hot water to remove the fishy odor, combined with onions and ginger cut and boiled. I'll be expecting guests later." My sister was busy getting up and responding, taking the ingredients with both hands and going to the kitchen in the house to take care of them. Li Yuan turned around and instructed his sister Xiao Zhu again, "Separate the wine I brought in bowls and set them out nicely." His younger sister, Xiao Zhu, was also busy taking over the wine pot to fill it. "Leave all the wine and meat in the hands of the sisters," Li Yuan said to them again. "Prepare yourselves well for the welcome feast of the husband. For my husband to go to the village first, to run some errands. I'll be back in a bit to catch up with you guys." After saying this, Li Yuan took the household license plate on the sister's doorstep and took a step towards the village entrance. Looking at her husband's dashing back, the sisters felt like they were really in a dream. "My sister is still in a nymphomaniacal state." My sister had responded, "Let's do what my husband tells us to do quickly. In a moment those village elders and the village chiefs will come to the house to drink a welcome feast for their husbands. Let's not disgrace our husband." My sister also slowed down and nodded her head in agreement. It was just at that moment that the fire was still warm on the stove. The two sisters were busy taking the ingredients into the kitchen. Place the pig's head and roast goose in a pot over warm heat. For a while, the kitchen was filled with the fresh smell of meat. The reason Li Yuan picked the sisters, naturally, it was still the reason for his ability to see through his eyes. Just now he walked to the east entrance of the village. A light was seen manifesting on the two women in this courtyard. Li Yuan knew that this was his own psychic ability telling him. These two women were of the highest value to him. What's more, Li Yuan took a closer look. Sister Wanjun looks warm and beautiful. Sister Xiaozhu is lively and spirited. Both sizable beauties grew on his Li Yuan's aesthetic. So what's the hesitation here? So Li Yuan knocked directly on the door. Chose these sisters for their own women. Taking the sisters' household cards, Li Yuan went to the village entrance. At that moment the short, fat military fortress lieutenant was chatting with the old village chief and the Hayadu Hayakuniga. Li Yuan came over and bowed first, then said, "Soldier household Li Yuan has chosen the village Middle East mouth, the 7th household of the award, the Chu sisters as his wife. Here's the household license. Please enter it in the register." "Your Excellency, I heard that this groom has chosen the Chu sisters at the east entrance of the village." The old Muramesa and the Momochi looked at each other. All of them were looking surprised. Muramesa twirled his beard and laughed. "Then I really congratulate this groom. You've made a fortune by choosing the Chu sisters." Li Yuan was busy bowing and saluting, slightly puzzled, and asked, "Why is this? I'd like to ask the village chief to explain it to me." The old village chief, Gao Bo, was satisfied to see that Li Yuan was very courteous. Then he said to him in a warm voice, "We, in the East Country, have elected the top family this time. Most of them are the relatives of the soldiers' families who died in battle at the Chishui River half a year ago. Most of them are widows. It's that the family has lost a man in the war and needs a new man from the official family to enter the household and live at the top. But that's not the case with the Chu sisters." Oh, Li Yuan was a bit surprised. He had thought that the Chu family sisters were in a relationship of sharing a husband, and it was only when the man died in battle that it was his turn to top the household. But now he saw that it was not the case. The old Muramesa continued, "The Chu sisters, who have not married. It was the father and brother of the family who died in battle at the Red River. Their father, I heard, used to be an official in the upper capital of Great Liang, for being too straight to offend the superior officer, involved in party disputes and implicated. The whole family this was exiled to Dingzhou to fill the military households. After a bumpy journey through exile, the only family members left to die were 4 of my father, brother and sister. When we arrived in Dingzhou, We were assigned to our village in the east, where the brother of the family was a soldier, and their father was the village scribe. With a father and brother at home to provide for them, their family has seen better days. Alas, it's just that last year, during the Great Battle of Chishui River, my father and brother marched with the Imperial Army. I don't want both father and son to die on the front lines. Having lost the patronage of their father and brother, the sisters became orphans at once. Since you are a relative of a military household, you must follow the rules of a military household. So this time, he was chosen to be the soldier's family who was to be topped off in the household. This Lang Jun. The Chu sisters are both unmarried yellow-bloomed daughters. Am I wrong when I say you took advantage of the situation? After saying that, the old village chief looked at Li Yuan with a smile on his face. I can't believe it. Li Yuan was naturally filled with surprise. Being a military household myself, I thought it would be nice to be assigned a widow. I didn't realize that I had actually picked up 2 yellow girls for nothing, and I certainly took advantage of them. Hearing these words, a group of new soldier households who were waiting for their daughter-in-laws to be distributed behind the military fortress lieutenant. Each of them showed envy and jealousy. Everyone is here to be a soldier's household. How come all the good things have gone to you, kid? The military fort captain also laughed and shook his head. With such good fortune, Li Langjun is truly envious of others. When he finished speaking, he fetched the roster of military households and wrote Li Yuan's name into the position of the head of the 7 households of the A-word at the east exit of the east countryside. He handed the household license plate back to Li Yuan and said, "Congratulations to Li Langjun. From now on, you are their husband." The village chief and the Momochi also nodded their heads in congratulations. Li Yuan hurriedly bowed and performed a looping bow to the crowd, saying politely under his breath, "I have prepared wine and meat, and will invite you all to a small talk at home in a moment." The military fortress captain, the 100th chief and the village headman were all nodding in satisfaction. The lieutenant and the village chiefs had to continue to preside over the drawing of lots for the entry of the remaining ordinary soldier households. The other soldier households saw that Li Yuan had gotten 2 yellow-blooded girls as his daughters-in-law. It has long been impatient. The capital was urged to hurry up and start drawing lots quickly. Li Yuan saw that there was nothing left for him here. Then he turned around and returned to the village. This is where he will live from now on. He's going to take a good look at this East Country village. Truth be told, in Li Yuan's opinion, this East Country location was not bad. To the south of the village is a small plain, mostly cleared for farming, with a small river running through the middle. To the north and west of the village are rolling hills. There is also a small river on the east side. But because it's the dry season, the water doesn't flow very well, and in some places it's broken. Most of the people in the village and cottage had faces of food. It's the time of year when the green and yellow is not enough, and not many people seem to be able to get enough to eat. Chapter 9, The Husband's Welcome Banquet. Li Yuan walked back to his house. Pushing the door in, he saw that the table in the courtyard had been greatly changed by now. The pig's head and roast goose had been warmed up and set on the table. It gives off a tantalizing meaty aroma. The pancetta was also cooked and sliced and placed on a plate. A dish of sauce was served on the side as a condiment. The corn porridge has been removed and has been replaced with crystallized and fragrant white rice. White rice is prized in the village and is used for hospitality. Watching the 2 daughters work around the house, Li Yuan's heart was pleased. In this day and age, I'm finally a family man. 2. At this time the village was also gradually becoming noisy. Those soldier families who drew lots to be assigned housewomen entered the village with joy. Each ran to his new home. All are anxious to see what their mother-in-law really looks like. In the village for a while, there was crying, laughing, fighting, and making a scene. It was a great mix of voices. Li Yuan felt the life in the village, and his heart was quite touched. Decided to cherish this new home of theirs. Spend a good day with your 2 daughters. Turning around, she saw that the sisters had already set up the wine and food for the husband welcoming banquet. At this point the 2 men were sitting behind the table on their knees, hands in your lap, body straight. A look of waiting for a guest to come to the door. But Li Yuan could see that his sister Chu Wanjun was okay. My sister, Ko Take, was probably hungry enough. Right in front of me is wine and food, but I can't eat it. The drooling was so gluttonous that the aggrieved look was heartbreaking. Li Yuan walked to the table and said to the 2 women with a smile, "If you are hungry, my lady, you may eat some first." My sister's eyes were delighted and she was just about to say something. Sister, on the other hand, said in a solemn voice, "Husband may not. This is a feast of hospitality. We sisters will not be allowed to eat until our husband has enjoyed it with his guests. Do not mess up the rules and make outsiders laugh." Li Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He could see that the sisters came from an official family. The rules were raised from a young age to be very much about etiquette. At this point, though, by and large, they were really hungry, and grunts came from both sisters' bellies. The 2 of them couldn't help but blush. Without saying anything, Li Yuan walked over to the squishy. From a bamboo basket on one side, he took out a greaseproof paper bag. Inside were a couple of steamed cakes that he had bought on the road and used as rations. I ate 2 for lunch myself, and now there are 3 left inside, he said as he handed the steamed cakes to the sisters. It doesn't matter that this isn't a wine dinner. You too have some to pad your bellies. If it is because of hunger, the hospitality will be lost in a moment. I will not spare you. Looking at the steamed cake in their hands, both sisters froze. Although her husband's mouth was fierce, he was overflowing with concern for the two of them. The 2 women were touched. So obediently, he picked up the steamed cake and ate it. A little food padding in the stomach, and the sisters are finally in the spirit of things. At that moment the drums and music also sounded in the street outside. Li Yuan knew that it was the old village chief and the Hyoto Hyakuniga who were going from house to house to congratulate the newcomers to the household. This time, 25 men were added to the East Country complement. Among them, there were 7 soldiers and 18 auxiliary soldiers. At this time, the old village chief and the Momochi had just walked out of an auxiliary family's home. Both came out shaking their heads helplessly. The welcome feasts for husbands in these soldier families are crude. They say it's wine and meat, but it's really mostly boiled offal down and bitter, coarse wine. The dish lacked a deodorizing seasoning and the flavor could only be described as underwhelming. Muramasa and Momochi quickly lost their appetites after eating a few. The next house. It's that Li Yuan's house, right? Muramasa asked, twirling his whiskers. It is said that there is a bounty on the ebony waistband of the Rex. One can only hope for a decent husband welcoming party at his house. Within a short time, several drummers arrived in front of Li Yuan's house. Hearing the noisy drums and music outside, Li Yuan knew that it was the village chief, Bai Chang, who had come to the door to congratulate him. Rushing to open the gate, he invited Muramasa and Momochi to enter. When the 2 entered the courtyard, they glanced at the wine and food on the Li family's table, and their eyes instantly lit up. It was a barren year, and even for the 2 of them, it was extremely difficult to see real meat. Li Yuan was busy reaching out his hand. Both of you please. The village chief and the 100 chief came to the banquet, which was actually a way for the newly arrived soldier households and the village elders to get to know each other. It's a necessary courtesy and rule. The 2 sisters offered a bowl of sake to each of Muramasa and Momochi. Another plate of chopped meat was brought in. The 2 men raised their bowls of wine and said some words of congratulations before finishing their drinks. Grabbing his chopsticks, he ate a few more pieces of the tasty meat. This was considered a symbolic banquet at Li Yuan's house, though the process is quick and eating is symbolic. But compared to the other families, the wine and meat prepared by Li Yuan's family was much more delicious. Roast goose and pig's head pork are the handiwork of the county's 4 scented houses. Even the boiled meat is marinated in a sauce. The sake is also kasuga brewed sake with a better flavor. The 2 of them, Muramasa and Momochi, ate with great satisfaction. After a few more blessed scenes, he left with his men. Seeing Muramasa and Momochi walking away, Li Yuan then closed the door to his house, smiling at the 2 sisters still kneeling on the floor. Mother, get up. The 3 of us will have a good meal. Sister Wanjun, on the other hand, said to Li Yuan, at home it should be husband who eats first. We sisters, we just have to eat some of husband's leftovers. Li Principal was shaking his head and said in a warm voice, since you recognize me as your husband, then listen to my rules. In my Li family, when my husband eats, my wife has to eat with him. Come, do as you are told, and all come and eat with your husband. Sister Wanjun could only smile bitterly when she heard Li Yuan say this. Knowing that this was her husband's heartache for the 2 sisters, she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Then he had to sit beside his husband with his sister. Take. Li Yuan placed 2 bowls of rice in front of the sisters. Again to the 2 men. How will you 2 bear me children in the future when your bodies are so thin? All come and eat more, to replenish your body. Hearing their husband's words, both of their faces reddened at once. He was busy picking up his bowl and hiding his embarrassment by eating sweet and soft rice in the mouth. The 2 sisters were so happy they almost cried. They had a very hard time before. After his father and brother were killed in battle, he could only live on the few buckets of rice bran allocated by the military fort each month. The sisters went to the mountains to dig for wild vegetables during the day and stayed up at home at night spinning and laboring. The weekdays were filled with rice bran and wild vegetables. That's how you don't starve to death. The meat on the table in front of me was unthinkable. My sister, Take, had a goose leg in her mouth. Instead, tears poured down into the bowl. Sister Wanjun was also in tears. The sisters had thought that if they couldn't make it out of the welcome banquet this time, they would inevitably receive a beating from their husband. I didn't realize that this husband not only didn't blame them. Instead, they were allowed to join them at the table for dinner. A man who treats his wife so well. This is a rare occurrence in Daliang, where men are superior to women. I had expected the governor's office to part down the man to be a coarse military man, but I didn't expect a handsome groom to come, and so caring for the sisters. What do the sisters not know? Chapter 10. One night of spring. The three of them finished their husband-welcoming dinner. It was also getting dark. The finished dishes were naturally cleaned up by the two sisters. Principal Lee was taking a closer look around his new home. The sisters lived in a two-room adobe house. This kind of house is not very high, just about 3 meters. The house is covered with a grass roof. The walls of the houses are also plain earthen walls. The doors and windows are just a few boards. The living environment here can only be described as humble when compared to the latter. Step inside the main house. There was a simple wooden bed against the wall. There is no bedding or anything. The bed was just a thick straw mattress. In one corner of the east side was the stove, and a wooden shelf held some rough pottery bowls. On the inside of the stove was the rice vat, now filled with the corn that Li Yuan had brought. The only household items left in the house were 2 simple wooden boxes and nothing else. The other room was slightly smaller than the main house, but had a similar layout. Inside the house was a poorly made spinning wheel and a pile of farm implements. Li Yuan had read it and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The sisters' lives can only be described as poor, but although the house is very rough, but it was kept very clean by the sisters. As you can see, the two sisters are very hard workers. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. By this time it was completely dark. The house was lit with oil lamps. There wasn't much nightlife after dark in this day and age. Just have to sleep with the lights off. Li Yuan entered the house and saw the sisters sitting nervously on the bed, their heads bowed with their hands gripping the corners of their clothes, both blushing. The two of them were different from the widows in the village who had married, and both of them were still virgins, although nominally she had become Li Yuan's daughter-in-law. Still, sharing a room with a man they'd only known for a day made them both very shy, even a little overwhelmed. Li Yuan said to the two with a smile, "Come here, you guys, and see what this is." Saying that, Li Yuan took out the 2 ends of cloth bought in the county town from the basket on the side of the stretcher. Both women were pleasantly surprised to see the brand new cloth. The sisters are poor and have not had new clothes for a long time. The clothes they were wearing were all washed and faded, even though they were very cleanly pulped. The two of them saw that the end cloth was very finely and tightly woven and knew that it was good material. The heart naturally loves it. Seeing that the two sisters were happy, Li Yuan said, "Use this cloth and get 2 new garments for your sisters. When my daughter-in-law goes out, she has to dress decently. You dress well so that my husband and I can look good." "Yes, husband." The sisters were blushing, but their hearts were like honey. The night is deeper. The sound of a woman's moaning and crying came faintly from the village. Li Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Needless to say, this is a soldier household that just got a handmaiden's wife and is fighting through the night. And it sounded as if the battle was still raging. Of course the sisters knew what that sound was. Just felt myself blushing. But what's coming is coming. Since I have become a daughter-in-law, it is only right that I fulfill my duty as a wife. My sister, Ko-take, took the initiative to pack up the wooden bed, spread the straw on the bed a little more loosely. Red-faced, she said to her sister. Sister and husband will take their beds in the main house. I'm going to the west room tonight. Li Yuan knew that Xiaozhu was embarrassed. According to the fact that a soldier's household is entitled to 1 wife and 1 servant girl, Sister Chu Wanjun was considered the main wife assigned to Li Yuan, while Sister Chu Xiaozhu was counted as a servant girl. Now that Li Yuan is counted as the head of the family, his sister is the main wife. This first night in the house, the main house was naturally to be given over to the head of the family and the main wife for the night. It makes sense that Ko-take would volunteer to go to the Westinghouse. Li Yuan did not force his sisters to serve themselves together this first night. After all, this is the feudal De Liang dynasty. Just go with the flow of everything. Help Ko-take lay the straw bunks on the west room floor. The sisters said a few more physical words. Sister Chu Wanjun then followed Li Yuan back to the main house with a red face. Blow out the oil lamp. Li Yuan heard Chu Wanjun say in a delicate voice. Nu came to help husband broaden his clothes. The night was naturally flavorful to say the least. Li Yuan tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and naturally tasted it. It wasn't until the second shift that the two of them drifted off to sleep. Li Yuan checked his system at this time and realized that there had been a change. Wife system activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wife, Chu Wanjun. Increase in force from 55 to 78. From humongous pawn to human. Intelligence from 50 to 72. From small intelligence to Rue Xin. Raise your chi from 53 to 62. And reach micro luck from normal. Li Yuan doesn't really understand these numbers and rank designations right now, but that's okay. Anyway, he understood that the higher the value, the higher the level, the stronger he was right. Thinking of this again, he took the delicate Chu Wanjun in his arms and slept beautifully. I don't know how long it's been. Li Yuan was asleep in a daze when he suddenly heard what appeared to be movement in the courtyard. As a person who practiced martial arts for many years, he was very alert at night. Li Yuan was busy rolling over and sitting up, gently putting on his coat. Fumbling another stick from the side and holding it in his hand, he gently pushed the door to the yard. Looking around, he was noticing a dark figure trying to climb out of the wall. Li Yuan's anger surged up at once. Coming into your own yard in the middle of the night must be either stealing or burglarizing. Li Yuan let out a roar and struck up with his stick. The man rolled off the fence wall with a scream. With a snap, a small bag fell to the ground. Li Yuan's hands are quick. Reach out and take the bag into your hands. The bag clattered with the sound of metal clashing as he weighed it in his hand. He knew it contained copper coins. As soon as the man saw that the item was taken by Li Yuan, he came over to snatch it in a hurry. But Li Yuan swung his wooden stick and beat him wailing. Scared, he jumped up and grabbed the door from the yard. Just outside the courtyard gate, not far from the dirt road, were a few people with lanterns coming this way. This is the village night watchman. Heard this sight of someone fighting, busy over to check. At this time, Li Yuan also walked out of the courtyard. Looking up, it was none other than 100 Chief Shang, patrolling the night with a few strong men from the village. The centurion asked at the duo when he saw someone fighting in the middle of the night. What's going on with you guys? Why are you fighting? The man who was chased by Li Yuan. As soon as he saw the 100th chief and the strong man who patrolled the night, it's straight up evil. Pointing at Li Yuan, he shouted, Master Baijia, this man robbed my money bag, arrest him. The 100th chief froze and looked at Li Yuan and asked, Li Yuan, what's going on? Li Yuan grunted coldly and said to the 100th chief with an arch, this man scaled the wall and entered my house in the middle of the night. Lord Hyakunaga. He came to my house to steal. The man immediately wailed on the ground at that. Master Hyakunaga, don't listen to him. Obviously I was passing by here and he jumped out and robbed me. Grabbed the money bag I was carrying. Lord Hyakunaga, you must do right by me. Shui De Shang, the Hyadu 100 chief, on the other hand, frowned. This man on the ground is called Su Senmatsi, a famous slacker in the village of Dongxiang. There's no shortage of thievery on a regular basis. It's more than likely that Li Yuan is telling the truth about this. Chapter 11, Beating the Little Thief. It's just that Li Yuan is an outsider who was just naturalized today. 100 Long Shui De Shang. Also, do not dare to believe in all. Su San, you said Li Yuan robbed your money bag. Do you have any proof? The man on the ground said as he pointed to the cloth bag in Li Yuan's hand. That's proof that it's full of my money. Momochi turned his head again and asked Li Yuan, and what do you say? Li Yuan sneered. With his right hand, he rested the money bag in his hand. It gave the surrounding crowd a good look. Then pointing to the two words on the money bag, he said to the man on the ground, you say this money bag is yours, so do you know what those two words are? Su San on the ground froze. He couldn't read a word, so of course he didn't know what it was. He didn't even know there were words on this sack. Li Yuan said to the crowd, pointing his finger at the words on the cloth bag, this has the word, Wanjun, written on it. My family's main wife's name is Chu Wanjun, and this is none other than her money bag. The 100 chief and a few of the strong men nodded their heads. Now the evidence is overwhelming. It should be Su San who entered the house and stole Chu Wanjun's money bag. When Su San on the ground heard this, he knew in his heart that it was going to be bad. Hurriedly, his eyes rolled back in his head and his heart cried out, you outsiders don't know. I was originally in love with this household's Chu Wanjun. She gave this to me. Su San's move was extremely vicious. He knew for himself that he would not be able to take this bag of money today, but in order to relieve the anger, the reputation of the Chu sisters will be tarnished. If you won't let me get the money, I'll start a rumor to keep your family from getting better. Li Yuan if one is not handled well. The rumor that Chu Wanjun was having an affair with Su San spread. Regardless of whether it is true or false, there will always be some foolish people who will use it as an after-dinner talking point, and that would be very unfair to the Chu sisters. At this moment, Su San's eyes showed a cold smile, thinking, new ragtag. I'm going to show you know what Master Su San is capable of. Bai Chang was frowning at this time. He knew Su San Lai Z this person too well. It's a dog's paw, and when it sticks, it makes a mess. However, he looked to Li Yuan to see what the young man was going to do about it. Li Yuan coldly smiled and said with his hand as he hefted the money bag, making a metallic clash sound, I'll give you a second chance. You said the money bag is yours, so can you tell how much money is in it? This one caught Su San off guard. He certainly didn't know how much money was in it, and could only go by the size of the money bag to montage it. I was in such a hurry to leave that I don't remember. About $150. No, $180. Li Yuan's face became even colder. He said as he handed the bag of money to the centurion, in this money bag, there is a total of 167 copper coins, and 2 pieces of broken silver, totaling $3. Lord Hyakunaga, please count it yourself and return my innocence. The 100 chief took the money bag and took out the copper coins and broken silver inside and carefully counted them. Sure enough, it was exactly as Li Yuan had said. The matter of the sisters losing their silver money had long been known to Li Yuan from his casual conversations with them. The amount of silver money inside has been asked for. As soon as he entered his hand just now, he knew that this money bag was the very one that the Chu sisters had been stolen from. Now, Su San on the ground couldn't say anything. Li Yuan copied the wooden stick on the side and said to Shui Bai Chang, "This man stole my family's silver and dishonored my wife, Lord Hyakunaga. I will never spare him." Stealing money and defiling a person's reputation are both very serious offenses in the village. Naturally, the centurion will not take sides. He said to Li Yuan, "You can break one of his legs, just don't kill anyone." Li Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, 100 chief, I know." After saying this, he swung his wooden stick and hit hard at Su San on the ground. Li Yuan was born with divine power and was full of anger. It's natural that the hand is not light. Su San on the ground was beaten by Li Yuan and cried and wailed. Not long before he was knocked out. Fearing that the man had been killed by Li Yuan, 100 chief had a few strong men gather around to check it out. Only Su San was beaten and bruised, and one of his legs had been broken. That was a miserable look, but it's a good thing the slob still has a breath left in him. Seeing that there was no danger to his life, 100th Shui then put his heart down. Stealing from someone and getting your legs broken for defiling their reputation is considered a very reasonable punishment in the village. No one can say anything about it. When the 100th chief saw that Li Yuan was out of breath, he said with an arch of his hand, "Li Yuan, you go home first, we'll take the Su San back first. Tomorrow he will be placed at the disposal of the criminal court of the military fort." Li Yuan was busy arching his hand and thanking him, so he turned around and went back home. Entering the courtyard, he saw the Chu sisters all holding wooden sticks to guard the door of their home. Li Yuan told them to go inside first. After closing the door to the house, he tossed the money bag in his hand to Chu Wanjun. "Let's see if it's yours." Chu Wanjun took a look at the money bag and said in surprise, "Yes, that's right, I'm the one who lost it." "Ha, strange, obviously I lost it the day before yesterday. Why did it appear at Su San's place today?" Li Yuan said with a smile as he wrapped his arms around himself. "It's not hard to understand. It should have been the day before, when Su San entered the house to steal corn, stumbled upon the family money bag. He accidentally left his money bag in a hidden corner of the wall when he went over the wall with his money bag and corn. I was about to roll over and come back for it when I was surprised by the strong men patrolling the streets. Again, you two thought the money bag had been taken long ago and did not search carefully at home. Tonight, this Su San tried to sneak back to pick up the money bag. I ended up catching it in the act." The sisters were distraught. "Luckily, we have a husband at home. If that guy has bad intentions, our sisters will really be in danger," Li Yuan said as he looked at Wanjun. "This is my home now, so don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you. That guy, Su San, has already had his leg broken by me. Tomorrow they will be sent to the penal court at the military fort." "Alright, Wanjun, you count and collect the money bag. Let's go to bed." The sisters were naturally delighted to have their money bags back. It's so nice to have a man in your home to watch over you. The night was silent until dawn. Xiaozhu got up early to make breakfast. In the morning, Chu Wanjun, a first-time woman, waited for Li Yuan to get up and wash. Breakfast was a bowl of corn porridge for each person, with the leftover meat from last night's husband welcoming feast. The food was also very tasty. Just after breakfast, 100 Chief Shui and the old village chief sent someone to inform them. In the morning at 6 o'clock, the newly naturalized soldier households were to gather at the threshing floor at the entrance of the village. The village clerk and the village headman will confirm the mouth of the field to everyone. It's a big deal to divide up the fields. You can't be sloppy. Finish your breakfast. Li Yuan then took the Chu sisters out to rush to the village entrance. It was just after the hour, but the soldiers were eager to see where their fields were. "It's almost all here." At 6 o'clock in the morning, the clerk and the village chief also came. The clerk was a middle-aged man with thin eyebrows and small eyes and a short, fat body, talking nose to the grindstone, bossing people around, and having a big frame of mind. Because of his surname Go, the villagers also privately called him Go Scholar. Li Yuan was very displeased with this man, but the soldiers were anxious to confirm their own fields, and everyone treated him with respect. No one dared to disobey him. Chapter 12, The Land Division Fiasco. The Go clerk pretended to rest for a while. Then he went with a group of people to the field outside the village. The old village chief and a few township elders confirmed the acreage book with the clerk. Then they began to distribute fields to the newly naturalized soldier households. Fields near the creek on the southeast side are generally counted as upper fields due to the ease of irrigation, and the field on the northwest side near the foot of the hill, far from water, inconvenient for watering and with poor soil quality, is the lower field. These new military households received fields. In fact, it's the field of their top family, the last soldier's family who died in battle. This is already an agreed rule among the soldiers' villages and cottages. Instead of dividing the land, they came over to recognize the land they had inherited. The process of dividing the fields was a single finger of the clerk on the acreage book. Then the township veteran is taking the new tenant around the acreage. Soldiers and tenants even know which land they are in. Then the soldier household sign and sealed on the Tamu book. Even if the land is transferred. If you can't write, then take a handprint. Most of these soldier households are big old men who don't know how to read at all. The size of the fields was also estimated empirically. There are huge loopholes here. Li Yuan followed the crowd, and after looking around for a while he realized that most of the land in the Hyadu territory was insufficient. It is written in the booklet that the auxiliary ding is to be divided into 10 acres, but I am afraid that what is divided into the hands of the soldier households is only 8 acres or so. But he didn't say anything. The water in this matter of dividing up the fields was very deep, and even if he could see it, he didn't want to get involved. Soon the fields of those auxiliary soldiers were all divided up, and it was the turn of the village's soldiers to be regular soldiers. The fields of the Jingdin were usually 10 acres of upper and 10 acres of lower fields. These lands were cut into many pieces, large and small, in the bookkeeper's acreage book. Anyway, a proper dink, just get you enough for 20 acres. The result is that a person may well have 3 fields by the river and 4 at the bottom of the hill. It adds up to 20 acres, but it's a long way away. It's a pain in the ass to plow, but it can't be helped. It's been that way for how many years? Before long, it was Li Yuan's turn to divide the fields. That Go scholar pointed to the 2 pieces of land by the river, and the 4 pieces of land at the foot of the mountain, then said to Li Yuan, right, these are your fields, hurry up and draw a pledge, don't delay me. The principal of Li was silent, raising his eyes and eyeballing the area, then calculating the area in his mind. He smiled and said to the clerk, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Sir, I have the wrong acreage. In fact, Li Yuan's attitude towards Go clerks was already very good. But this scribe apparently thinks otherwise. With a glare, he looked at Li Yuan with an angry expression. Nonsense. What do you know? You little soldier. How could I have miscalculated? Li's principle was a sneer. With his finger, he pointed to the acreage book, the plots of land that had been assigned to him, and accounted for them one by one. The 2 upper fields by the river are 3 and 4 acres, and 4 acres and 1 minute. The 4 lower fields on the side of the hill are 2 acres and 1 minute, 2 acres and 4 minutes. 3 acres and 7 minutes and 1 acre and 7 minutes. You gave me a division of 7 acres and 4 cents for the upper field and 9 acres and 9 cents for the lower field. These combined add up to but 17 and 3/4 acres, which can be far short of the 20 acres required for a regular soldier's family. The hoard of grain I have to pay to the military fort in the fall is to be counted at 20 acres. This gentleman, would you like to be checking? After saying that, Li Yuan's gaze coldly looked at the clerk. It didn't even occur to the Go clerk that someone among the soldiers would see through his trick. The heart was not a little disturbed. The village's former old scribe, the father of the Chu sisters, was killed in action at Shishui River, and this scribe was newly sent from the military fort this year, a relative of one of the captains in the military fort, who was usually greedy. He saw that most of the new soldier households in the east countryside were illiterate and unlikely to know how to calculate acres of land. Then they took advantage of the time when the new military households were being naturalized to make the register of acres of land incredibly complicated, with the aim of tampering with the acres of land, moving dozens of acres of fields from these recruiting households for their own use. Not only did these fields not have to pay grain, but they were all upper fields by the river. When the time comes for the clerks to tenant out all these fields, they will be beautifully unproductive. Those mudbloods in the village naturally don't understand this. The old village chief could actually see some clues, but he, an old man, didn't dare offend the relatives of the military fort captain. It's also just a matter of turning a blind eye. I don't want this, Li Yuan, but it is directly to the Go clerk lifted the old bottom. The clerk was furious in his heart, and he felt that his authority had been challenged, so he pointed at Li Yuan and yelled, You little ragtag soldier, how dare you make a fool of yourself in front of me? You are falsely accusing this scribe. I have no field for you here. If you don't like it, go to the military fort and appeal to the superior officer yourself if you have the guts. Ordinary soldiers and households, where dare to find any superior officer to make representations by him this scare, has long been scared and do not know what to do. Immediately, he will be soft and obedient and let him have his way. But this Li Yuan is an exception. Li Yuan originally laughed coldly, and then stared dead in the eyes of the clerk, slowly said, This gentleman, if I go to the military fort and complain, I will not be the only one to say that my number of acres is insufficient. I'm a man with no other skills. but I'm quite proficient in arithmetic. And just now I've been helping you estimate the number of acres of fields to be distributed to the soldier households. Unluckily, the number of acres of fields you have just distributed down to the soldier households is insufficient in almost every case. For one of the auxiliaries you have given at most 8 acres, while for one of the regulars you have given but 17 acres. Do you want me to talk this over with the soldier households in the village? Moreover, this register of fields and acres has already been drawn up, and the superior officer only needs to send someone to check it, and one check will be accurate. What do you think the military fort's superior officer will do to you, the scribe, when he finds out about this? Hearing Li Yuan's words, this short and fat Go clerk could not help but tremble. Lord Lin, the guardian of the military fortress, is a man of great integrity and hates greed and ink on weekdays. If this is known by the Shangwan, I'm afraid that my own life will be in jeopardy. You. Go clerk pointed at Li Yuan but couldn't say anything. Principal Li was whispering. I don't care about other people's fields, but not a single point less for my Li Yuan's 20 acres. The Go clerk glared angrily at Li Yuan. The heart, on the other hand, was resentful. He was carefully calculating in his mind, but he was thinking, how to victimize this hateful soldier. The Go clerk's eyes rolled. A sinister idea quickly came to mind. The expression on his face changed sharply, suddenly changing from one of immense anger to one of gentleness. This little brother. It could really be that I miscalculated. Tell you what, I'll make it up to 20 acres. What do you think of this land? After saying that, the Go clerk scratched another field for Li Yuan from the field book. Li Yuan came over to take a look and realized that the bookkeeper had replenished him with a piece of barren land under the mountain. The land is as large as 7 acres, yet it is far from water and has very poor soil, although it is also counted as a field in the field book. But no one ever wanted to cultivate it, because even if you planted grain, you wouldn't be able to get back much of a crop in the fall. With the added effort of loosening the soil and weeding, planting this land simply doesn't pay for itself. That's why the land has been lying fallow in the village. I didn't expect this insidious scribe to replenish this land to Li Yuan. Li Yuan couldn't help but frown. This scribe is so calculating. If it is a case of denouncing a bookkeeper for insufficient acres of land, the reason is justified. Enough to get this scribe rolling. But now the number of acres of one's own fields is as much as 25 acres on the books. Only the ratio of upper to lower fields is not correct. There were many ways in which the clerks could excuse themselves, such as saying that the shortage of upper fields had to be supplemented by lower fields. Even if he sued the military fort, the superior officer would not pay any attention to him and would probably think he was being nosy. They will say that you already have as much as 25 acres, and even if the land is almost as good, you are taking advantage of it. However, this field could not grow any food at all, but after the fall harvest, they still had to submit grain hoards to the military fort according to the number of 7 acres of lower fields. It can be said that whoever took this field was out of luck. Li Yuan said in his heart, this Go scholar is really sinister. Chapter 13, There's a treasure beneath the wasteland. Li Yuan raised his head and glanced at the wasteland in the distance, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Turning back, he glanced again at the Go clerk, who was not far away. Realizing that at this moment, the Go clerk was also staring at him, with a conspiratorial expression in his eyes. The look seemed to say, kid, you actually dare to fight me? Let's see how I'll toss you. Li Yuan's eyes rolled back in his head, and he was also a drama queen, pretending to stare at the Go clerk with a very angry and chagrined expression. Go clerk looked at Li Yuan's unwilling expression and was even more pleased in his heart. Li Yuan walked over in the direction of the Go clerk with indignation in his eyes. That Go clerk took a step back in fear and asked Li Yuan drily, you, what are you doing? The principal Li was reaching out to the Go clerk. Deed. This gentleman, is it alright to give me a deed to a soldier's house? The land of a soldier's household, by nature, belonged to the military fort, and the soldier's household actually only had the right to cultivate it. But according to the rules of the military fort, as long as the land is divided, it is possible to give a land deed as proof. It's just that the average soldier household, many of them, don't know that there are so-called land deeds. The Go clerk's eyes rolled. He couldn't figure out what Li Yuan wanted the land deed for, but it doesn't matter. The wasteland is already set aside for you in the field book anyway. In the fall, you'll have to pay an extra hoard of grain to the army fort. Fine. One for you then. Go clerk felt that his treacherous plan had succeeded, and was very quick to issue Li Yuan a deed of land for a military household. Li Yuan tucked the land deed away, and although his face still had an expression of having suffered a loss, in his heart he was sneering. Scribe Go, you want to undermine me? Then we'll see. Solve this trouble with Li Yuan. The division of the fields behind the Go clerks went much smoother. Those illiterate mudbloods can't see Go Shuji's tactics. By midday, The fields of the 25 newly naturalized military families in the eastern countryside were then all divided up. The soldiers were all happy with their new land, and many of them did not leave after they had finished dividing the fields. Instead, they squatted down to view the land, mentally planning how to plow it. Go clerk, on the other hand, looked in Li Yuan's direction and snorted coldly. Then shaking his robes, he turned to the river to check the upper fields that had been secretly switched to his name. The old village chief glanced at Li Yuan, shook his head and sighed. He had watched the argument between Li Yuan and the clerk just now. He also knew that the scribe was taking revenge on Li Yuan by intentionally dividing up that barren land. Although the old village chief also felt some injustice at what happened to Li Yuan. However, he was just a small village chief, and did not dare to offend the military fortress captain behind the scribe, so he could only shake his head and sigh. Li Yuan had no expression of loss even though he had been divided up into barren lands. Instead, he turned back to his woman. Come on, let's go over and look at that field. So Li Yuan took the Chu sisters and walked towards the piece of wasteland at the foot of the mountain. Walking on the road, Chu Wanjun had a sad face and an uneasy expression. Husband, this piece of barren land, no one within the village is even willing to take it. No one has planted it in years. Husband, we can't have this land. Why don't you go beg the scribe again? Li Yuan smiled faintly and comforted Chu Wanjun. Don't worry, ma'am, I have my own way. The three of them came to this wasteland at the foot of the mountain, and Li Yuan looked around. The land was really barren enough, and the ground was covered with dry, barren grass. Li Yuan squatted down and broke a piece of soil with his hand and pinched it open. The soil was found to be sloughed and it contained saline grains. Li Yuan shook his head. Anyone can see that the land is simply not farmable. At this time, I heard that the piece of barren land had been forcibly divided among Li Yuan by the Go clerks. Many of the idle men of the village who had nothing to do ran over to watch. They stood on the outskirts of the wasteland pointing at the Li Yuan couple. From time to time there were whispers. This one called Li Yuan is really unlucky. It's not good to offend anyone but that scribe. This man is vindictive. Now that's getting screwed. Not only can you not grow food on such a large plot of land, and in the fall 7 acres of hoarded grain will be turned over to the military fort. I'll see what he does. Li Yuan didn't care about the onlookers. Instead, he said to Kotek, who was following him, Bamboo, go home and fetch me a shovel. Kotek froze, but said nothing and ran toward home. It didn't take long to bring back a shovel. Li Yuan took the shovel and started digging on the wasteland. The loafers on the sidelines were curious. I wonder what Li Yuan is doing. From time to time, someone asked, has this Li Yuan been angered out of his mind by the clerk? It's not even planting season yet. What's he digging around in the ground for? As people talked, more people came over to watch. They all wanted to see Li Yuan's joke. Many of the soldier households were actually filled with jealousy towards Li Yuan. We are all here to be soldier households. Why do you get a share of the bounty and 2 yellow daughters as daughters-in-law? These people all surged with gloating expressions when they saw Li Yuan get defeated on the subland. From time to time, people spoke out in mockery. Chief Li Wu, stop digging. You won't be able to plant this land even if you dig until next year. That is, instead of digging up the ground, you should have begged that scribe properly. Keep him high. Digging this ground is a waste of effort. Li Yuan didn't pay any attention to the taunts of the idle men. Instead, he had been concentrating on digging. It wasn't long before a bang was heard. Li Yuan's shovel, which was digging, seemed to have touched something. Li Yuan used a shovel to clear away the dirt around him, found an aged earthen urn in the pit he had dug out. The people around him, seeing Li Yuan digging out an earthen urn, they were all whispering and pointing curiously. 2. Li Yuan dug a few more shovels and completely dug the earthen urn out of the pit. Then greeting the Chu sisters over, the three of them carefully opened the earthen urn seal. Only a flash of copper was instantly revealed inside. This time the surrounding idlers who had gathered around instantly exploded. It's money. This guy Li Yuan actually dug up money in the wasteland. Li Yuan poured out all the copper coins inside the earthen urn and roughly counted them with his hands. It was found to be fully 3 kanji, or more than 3,000 coins. That's a lot of money in this rural part of the East Country. This time, the idle men on the sidelines, changing from their earlier gloating, all revealed envious gazes. There was a lot of talk about Li Yuan's good fortune. Because of this pot of money alone, Li Yuan's piece of wasteland didn't need to be planted this year, and the money for the grain hoard that needed to be turned in came out, and there's still a lot left over. Actually, just now, Li Yuan looked at the wasteland from a distance. A few pillars of light were seen looming over the wasteland. Li Yuan knew that this was his ability to recognize pearls with his own discerning eyes unleashed. It means that there must be something buried underneath this wasteland that is beneficial to you. He came over and dug along the column of light, and sure enough, he unearthed an urn of copper coins. As for the source of the copper, Li Yuan picked one up in his hand and looked at it carefully. It says Jian De Tong Bao. Another glance at the twine showed that it was long since rotten. Jianda was the year name of the last emperor of Diliang. It means that this earthen urn has been buried here for decades at least. At this time, the Go clerk did not go far. I heard that Li Yuan dug up copper coins from that wasteland. Rush over. Looking far away, I saw Li Yuan and his two daughters-in-law was carrying a jar of copper toward the house. Seeing the people you want to pit against actually digging up treasure from the wasteland, Go clerk was furious and stomped his foot hard. It has long been agreed in the village that what is dug out of anyone's land is by default theirs, and no one else can compete for it. Everyone has nothing but envy, and it doesn't end there. The next day, the villagers again saw Li Yuan's family going to the wasteland to dig. More people went to the huddle this time. There was even a sneer. This guy, Li Yuan, is he crazy about money? Just because you can dig up money on the first day doesn't mean you can dig up money every day. But no one expected the news to come before noon. Li Yuan and his two daughters-in-law actually dug up another urn of copper coins in that wasteland. This time there was even more to dig up. A full 5 grand. As soon as the news broke, the village immediately exploded again. The villagers who went to watch came back with a colorful story. And all sorts of rumors about that wasteland have popped up in the village folk in the past 2 days. Some say there must be heavy treasure buried under that wasteland. Others say that the land used to be the residence of a rich man, and that the money must have been stashed away by that rich man. There are even people who say that that wasteland is a god's money-raising land that grows money on its own. Go clerks naturally disbelieved such rumors, but ghostly as it was, he was in no hurry to hand over to the military fort the deeds and acreage clerical books that had been divided up in the eastern countryside. He was also curious about the barren land where he could dig up money and wanted to observe it for a while. Confirm that you are not really setting aside a piece of treasure for Li Yuan. Chapter 14, The Money-Seeing Clerk Go. The result was to wait until the third day. More explosive news came. That Li Yuan fellow actually dug out 2 larger earthen urns directly from the wasteland. This time, as many as 15 coins were found. 15 can. That's a lot of money in the East Country. Until this point, Go Clerk was really unable to sit still. Of course he didn't believe in the ridiculous claim that this wasteland was some kind of fairy's money-raising ground. But he was certain that underneath that wasteland, there should be a cellar of copper coins of a certain wealthy owner from the previous dynasty buried. And judging by the fact that Li Yuan was able to find the earthen urn containing the money with a casual dig, the amount of copper coins cellared under that wasteland shouldn't be small. Go Clerk watched Li Yuan digging for money in the past 2 days. Even more difficult than losing money himself. He secretly regretted in his heart if he had set aside this piece of land in his name earlier. Then wouldn't all that money be his Go Clerk's? Now everyone in the village knows that the land belongs to Li Yuan. His eyes rolled back in his head as he thought about how he was going to make this wasteland his own. There was some dark difficulty in the Go Clerk's mind. Regretted giving Li Yuan that deed. If there is no land deed in Li Yuan's hand, Go Clerk simply changed the acreage book and filed it with the Department of Household Records at the military fort before submitting it to the military fort. It would be possible to make the wasteland your own, but now it's a lot more trouble. Go Clerk reluctantly turned around the room a few times. His eyes rolled again, and his heart was hardened. He pulled out the book of acreage papers that he hadn't yet given away, and picked out a couple of fields up by the river that he wanted to keep. Another deed was rewritten for Li Yuan. On this new land deed, Li Yuan's piece of barren land was exchanged by Go Shuji for several pieces of fertile riverside upper fields. Then Go Clerk changed the name of the cultivator of that wasteland to himself in the register of fields and acres. After carefully looking at it and seeing that there were no breaks, he immediately sent his men and sent the acreage book to the military fort for filing. This field and acreage book into the military fort's household register division. That is, no one can change. Now if you look at the paperwork from the military fort, this wasteland is his Go Clerk's. But there's one more thing that's troubling at the moment. It was the Go Clerk who had to exchange that land deed in Li Yuan's hands. Otherwise, if Li Yuan took the land deed to the military fort and complained, he would also be in trouble. But he was confident that he could exchange this new land deed in his hand for the old one in Li Yuan's hand. He is replacing all 7 acres of barren land with 7 acres of good river top land. If Li Yuan knows what he's doing, he'd better see it through. After doing so, Go Clerk came to Li Yuan with the new land deed. At this time, Li Yuan was still digging around in the wasteland. But today he was apparently not having much luck, and hadn't dug up anything since the morning. The crowd of onlookers not far away saw Go Clerks walking over. He walked over to Li Yuan and took out a piece of paper and argued with him. The idlers gathered around looked at each other, and one asked, "What is this Go Clerk doing here? What else could it be? Naturally it's here to rob the land." He must have seen that Li Yuan could dig up copper coins in this wasteland every day and couldn't resist. Another Hyodo picked up the conversation. "This Go Clerk is also too shameless. It's clear that he was the one who was given the wasteland to harm Li Yuan. And now that he's found out that there might be copper coins buried in the wasteland, he wants to snatch it back. The others said. When has this Go scholar ever wanted a face? Relying on the relatives of the military fort lieutenant in this village who has not bullied. At that moment a long-faced soldier tenant narrowed his eyes and said, "You guys say, will this Li Yuan obediently give up his land?" Several of the soldier households looked at each other. A tall soldier tenant said, "Who's going to be good enough to give it up? And who knows how much more copper there is under that wasteland? I think Li Yuan is a Rex at the time of the election of the Ding anyhow, so he shouldn't be obedient." Those villagers on the sidelines had thought that Li Yuan would not easily give in. The Go clerks were robbing in the open, and they thought that Li Yuan would surely fight to keep this piece of treasure. However, I didn't expect that Li Yuan just argued with the Go clerk for a few moments, and then took the new land deed and obediently left. This was a bit of a disappointment to the loafers who wanted to see what was going on. Looking at the departing Li Yuan, the Go clerk was now all smug. Luckily, I delivered the field book a few days late. That's what gave us the opportunity to temporarily change the field book and take this gem of land. Li Yuan had just argued that the money-earned cellar under the wasteland had been dug up, and he wasn't going to believe such shenanigans. He thinks that what Li Yuan dug up is just a drop in the bucket. Nor was it out of the goodness of his heart that Clerk Go wanted to exchange Li Yuan's 7 acres of barren land for good fields. The purpose was to gag Li Yuan so that he could not sue, because it wouldn't do Li Yuan any good to sue, and if he did, the copper coins he had dug up a few days before would be forcibly recovered by the military fort. After all, nominally speaking, the land belonged to the military fort, and the copper coins dug up belonged to the military fort. What about now? The scribe exchanged the barren land for good fields for him, and Li Yuan dug for 3 days and got tens of kanji. He has already taken enough benefits, and going to the court will only end up with the clerk, which is not worth the loss. In fact, at this time, Li Yuan, on the surface, seemed to be disgruntled at being robbed of the barren land by the Go clerks, but in actuality he was happy in his heart. He knew exactly what else was underneath that land. The money earns that could be dug up. Li Yuan, with the guidance of the Pillar of Light, had already dug them up long ago. He was digging there today, just for show. In the past few days, after observing Li Yuan, he realized that Go Shuji was very concerned about this piece of land. With this scribe's greedy character, he himself kept digging out urns of copper coins from the wasteland. He certainly can't sit still. There must be a way to take back the field. He had the land deed in his own hand, on which the number of acres of land was written, and the bookkeeper could not rob him hard. He can only replace it with the same number of acres, and it's a safe bet that you'll be exchanging it for a good field in order not to piss yourself off. As Li Yuan expected, this Go scholar directly exchanged the 7 acres of barren land with 7 acres of riverside fields. Such a good thing. Of course Li Yuan would not refuse. He could only pretend to be aggrieved and reluctantly accept the new land deed. The fact that Go Shulin had robbed Li Yuan's precious land soon spread in the village. This got the villagers talking. Lots of people pointing fingers at the scribe behind his back. Many people say that the clerks act in a domineering and unreasonable manner. However, at this time, Go clerk has already been mesmerized by the money and could not care less about his reputation in the village. With a few of his men, he circled the wasteland with a rope and set up a wooden sign. The words, "Outsiders are not allowed to enter the excavation," were written on it. Then this Go scholar took a shovel and a few of his men and dug frantically in the wasteland. People in the village who had nothing to do were gathered around the edge of the wasteland. They wanted to see if the Go clerk was also like Li Yuan. Dig with your hands and you'll come up with a pot of money. It turned out to be a full day of digging. From morning to sunset, Go clerks led the men to dig numerous pits on the wasteland, but they did not see a single earthen urn containing money. At this time, the Go clerk was already tired and trembling. In his heart, he was even cursing. Is it really as that kid Li Yuan said? Has it all been dug up underneath this wasteland by him? The Go clerk was being filled with anxiety. Suddenly, there was a bang from the wasteland. The clerk turned his head in a hurry. It was the shovels of his own men that seemed to have dug up something. It sounded like an earthen urn. The scribe was busy leading his men to struggle to dig open the midden. And sure enough, he saw that there was really a half-buried earthen urn underneath. And this earthen urn, it looked bigger than the several earthen urns that Li Yuan had dug out a few days ago. According to the volume of this earthen urn, it is possible to contain even 100 kanji of copper coins inside. Go clerk's heart was happy. This time he was going to be rich, and it's making a fortune. He hastily called out to several of his men to join their efforts and dig out the entirety of this earthen urn. Then couldn't wait to open it. Chapter 15, Who made you so greedy? Go clerk looked into the urn with anticipation. He let out a scream of terror and fell straight to the ground. The surrounding villagers who had gathered around didn't know what had happened. Why is this scholar Sama scared like this just by looking into the urn? Soon there were a few villagers who were bold enough to walk up to the earthen urn and look in. As a result, they were surprised to find that there was a white bone in this earthen urn. This caused the villagers who had gathered around to back away in fear as well. That's when a few of the townspeople recognized it as well. It turns out that this earthen urn, not a seller money urn, but a corpse bone urn for burial. It's likely that this wasteland used to be someone's burial mound. But in country customs, digging up such bone urns is a very unlucky thing to do. There was a lot of chatter around the room. Ugh, you guys, weird or not, the same piece of ground that Lee originally dug is full of urns of copper. But this lord scribe to dig is a dead bone in a jar. An old townsman said with a twinkle in his eye. Can't you guys see it here? This is the wrath of God. The fact that people like Li Yuan can dig out copper coins on the first try is a reward from God. This Go scholar can only dig up dead people's bones. And that's God's way of punishing him. He has taken another man's land. And this is the wrath of God. Listen to the villagers' conversation. The Go clerk, who had just slowed down, was also inwardly terrified. Thinking to myself that I have not really offended God. How can this be? When he looked up, he was seeing the old village square not far away. The old village chief, Uncle Gao, was highly respected in the village. When the village encounters anything they can't understand, they naturally look to the old village chief for advice. At this point, the Go clerk could only seek the help of the old village chief. He got up busily, walked over to the village chief, and asked archly, Uncle Gao, I accidentally dug out the bone urn. What should I do? The old village chief glanced at the clerk. In fact, in his heart he looked down on this Go clerk. Not only is his ability far inferior to the previous scribe, but his character is even more greedy. The old Miramesa decided to make this greedy scribe suffer a bit as well, just twirling his mustache languidly. Mr. Scribe, truth be told, in our countryside, digging up a bone urn is indeed unlucky. If you don't handle it properly and anger the mountain gods and devils, you will bring disaster upon yourself. When Go clerk heard this, he was even more frightened and full of tension. He was busy arching his hand again and asked the village chief, This is how it should be. Old village chief, do you have any solution to this? The old village chief thought for a moment and said with another sigh, This is the only way. You take this corpse and find a coffin for a good burial. After erecting a monument to his grave and repairing it, and then after hiring someone to do a 3-day puja to appease the departed soul. If you do that, you should be able to defuse the plague. When Go clerk heard this, a difficult expression immediately appeared on his face. If we really do what the old village orthodox teaches, then I'm afraid he's going to have to put up a lot of money. Look at the bone urn you just dug up. Clerk Go was really full of remorse. He himself forced the exchange of the wasteland from Li Yuan. A whole day of digging. Calluses are worn on my hands. As a result, not only did he not dig up a penny, but he also dug up a corpse from nowhere. This is a real steal. This land grab is a real loss for myself. Thinking about this Lord Clerk really became more and more aggrieved. Surprisingly, he sat on the floor and whimpered. The villagers looked at him in such a bad way, and they all looked at him with disgusted contempt. Regardless of the Go clerk's chagrin, at this time Li Yuan has gone home and 2 daughters-in-law to count the money. This time, from the wasteland, about 23 coins were dug out. Although the twine used to thread the copper was rotten, but the copper still shines. These range from coins from previous dynasties hundreds of years ago, to decades old. Though I don't know who buried the coins, but now it all goes to him. Li Yuan. Having gotten a windfall, Li Yuan was in a good mood. This way some of your own plans to get money have a start-up capital. His heart was being pleased, but when he looked up, he saw his daughter-in-law, Chu Wanjun, with a worried look on her face. Li Yuan asked with some confusion, What's wrong, ma'am? I see a lot of sadness on your face. Ha, why aren't we happy when we get paid? Chu Wanjun said carefully after thinking for a moment. Husband, I think this foreign fortune is both a blessing and a curse. Our family is naturally happy to get money, but it will also be envied by the village people. The world does not suffer from poverty, but from inequality, not to mention the fools in this village. What Chu Wanjun said made sense to Li Yuan. Having gained such a large amount of foreign wealth for himself, there were bound to be many envious and even jealous people in the village. Without realizing it, you may have made enemies with a lot of people. Although Li Yuan didn't really care, he was now just settling into the East Country himself. The heel didn't stand still. Chu Wanjun's worries were not without reason. Li Yuan nodded. Wanjun, you're right. So, what do you think I should do? Li Yuan actually had a plan in mind. It was just that he wanted to see if the daughter-in-law he had chosen was what he thought she was. Chu Wanjun said after thinking for a moment. Nu thinks that husband can distribute 30% of this copper money to the Dongshan villagers. It's the time of the year when there is not enough green, and many of the lower households in the village are starving. Sending them some money at this time would be a blessing in disguise. husband will be able to gather the hearts and minds of this eastern countryside. Li Yuan was very satisfied in his heart that this wife of his was thinking the same as he was, with a long-term vision and not being confused by small gains. You have really got yourself a good wife. Good. Then I will follow what Wanjun said. Tomorrow I will go to the village and divide the money. It was getting dark at this point. Instead, there was a call from outside the courtyard. All three people in the room froze. Xu Xiaozhu was busy going out to see who it was. Push open the courtyard door and take a look. But outside the door, there stood a tall girl. Looking at the features was very clean, just a slightly darker complexion. He was wearing a somewhat worn-out linen garment full of patches, and was carrying a large bundle behind him. She asked cautiously when she saw someone open the door. Excuse me, but the owner of this place is Li Yuan. Kotek looked a little confused at the girl in front of him. At this time, Li Yuan also walked out of the house and looked up. It turned out to be the maidservant who sold herself to save her father's life that she had spent 3 taels of silver on at the People's Market in Qingyuan County. At that time, Li Yuan told her the address of the soldier's household on his waistband. Let her heal her father and come back to herself. It's been 4 days since this happened, and Li Yuan has somewhat forgotten about it. I didn't expect that this tall girl would actually find her way here on her own. The tall girl outside the door saw Li Yuan who walked out of the house. She immediately recognized it at a glance. Being that this Lang Jun had offered 3 taels of silver to buy himself that day, enabled himself to have the money to hire a bone setter to save his father. The girl immediately walked through the courtyard door and plopped down on her knees in the middle of the courtyard. Giving Li Yuan a kowtow, he said under his breath, "Slave servant Xia, greetings to master." Chapter 16, The Handmaiden Xiaoxia. Li Yuan came over and said in a warm voice, "Your name is Xia, isn't it? Get up and talk." Then reached down and helped the girl up. At this moment, the Chu family sisters were all looking at Li Yuan. They were curious about this girl's identity. Li Yuan knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he would inevitably make the Chu sisters misunderstand. So he told the sisters how he bought Xia in the county. So it is. When Chu Wanjun heard that this girl was selling her body to save her father, she immediately became more favorable to her. After all, someone who honors his father so much must also be someone who will be grateful. On the sidelines, Xiaozhu was also touched. Xia is also very good at reading people. She quickly judged that Chu Wanjun should be Li Yuan's main wife. He was busy bowing and paying his respects to his lord mother. Afterward, he saluted Kotek. The sisters were busy pulling her up. At this point, Li Yuan asked Xia, "Is your father cured?" Xiaoxia saw Li Yuan, first asked about his family father's condition, and was a little touched inwardly. So she said, "My father's health is much better, thanks to the silver money given by the master. The bone setter prescribed a few pairs of medicines, and after father took them, his body is no longer in trouble." Li Yuan nodded. "That's good. Xiaoxia, you've come at the right time. Come over and eat together." Xia said busily. The slave girl wouldn't dare. "Master has leftovers, just give me some." In Daliang, a slave girl in the family cannot eat at the same table as her master, even as a mountain folk. Xia knew the rule. Li Yuan smiled. "Since you recognize me as your master, you must listen to me. The rule in my house is to eat together. Come on over." Dinner at Li Yuan's house was a pot of vegetable soup and 2 plates of pickles, as well as a large pot of cornbread rice. Xia was slightly nervous as she sat on the sidelines. Chu Wanjun gave Xiao a bowl full of corn rice. Another vegetable soup and pickles were poured over the rice. "Xia, eat." Xia was busy nodding. "Thank you, master." The sweet corn rice went into her mouth and Xia was very satisfied. Myself and my father were often hungry in the mountains, and often starved. She didn't realize that the Lord's family was so good to her, giving her fragrant corn rice to eat before she even worked for them. After dinner, Xia brought over a rough package from outside. It was opened and a pair of fur-stitched leather boots were pulled out of it. Xia handed her leather boots over to Li Yuan. "I sewed this for you. Try it on to see if it still fits." "Master." Li Yuan's eyes just lit up when he took a look at the leather boots sewn by Xia. After he came to the Daliang dynasty, he usually wore grass shoes, also known as straw shoes. These straw shoes can be very abrasive when worn for a long time, and it doesn't last long, it breaks easily. These leather boots are so soft to the touch, although not as delicate as latter-day leather boots. They are made of real materials and sewn with dense stitches. Li Yuan put his boots on and took 2 steps through the house, feeling very comfortable. Li Yuan's heart was happy and he said to Xia, "Not bad. Xia, you have a heart. I'm very pleased." Seeing that his master liked it, Xia also rejoiced in his heart. After dinner, it was dark. Chu Wanjun was just about to arrange a place for Xia to stay. Xia, on the other hand, said, "Master and mistress, I am in good health. In the mountains, wild caves have been slept in. I'll just stay in the woodshed in the yard," said he was carrying some hay to the woodshed. Li's principle is not allowed. You're a woman. And you might not be afraid of a little wind and cold now that you're young. But when you get older your body gets sick. Tonight you'll stay in the west room with Kotake for now. Listen. Seeing his master about to get angry, Xia also obediently moved to the west house. After lights out at night, Xia uneasy because of a new place in the heart, some uneasiness. Always tossing and turning, how can not sleep? On the side, Kotake teased her and said, Xia, what are you doing? Could it be that you're listening to the sounds of the east room? Xia asked with wide, confused eyes. Yes, what are master and mistress doing? Having been brought up by her father since she was a child, she really didn't understand the affairs of men and women. Kotake was stunned at first, but then she was smiling cheekily. She was going to flirt with the new little servant girl. So she said, you silly ninny, you don't even know that. I see you have a good body for birth. 2. My groom bought you, and sooner or later you'll have to share a room with him. When the time comes, you'll have to branch out more for Lang. Hearing this, Xia finally caught on and her face brushed red. Her mother died early and she has been living with her father in the mountains. Raised as a boy. I don't understand a lot of things. Now that the joke was on him, Xia didn't dare to ask questions. Early the next morning, Li Yuan just got up. There was a banging sound in the yard. Pushing the window open, it turned out to be Xia chopping wood in the yard. In this era of Daliang, heating and burning fires depended on wood. Daily demand is high, but chopping wood is another heavy labor. When the Chu sisters were not married to Li Yuan, they had a hard time chopping wood daily with a broken wood chopper. The days of the marriage were all chopped up by Li Yuan. Today's firewood splitter has become the maidservant Xiaoxia. Li Yuan looked down at Xiaoxia who wielded the axe. His strength was great, not losing to men, and he soon split enough firewood for 2 or 3 days. After chopping the firewood, Xiaoxia picked up the wooden bucket with the stretcher again and went out to pick up water. Make a few trips back and forth until you fill the water tank in the yard. Looking at Xia, who had gotten up early in the morning and was hard at work in the courtyard, Li Yuan nodded with great satisfaction. Such a hard-working servant girl. 3 taels of silver is really worth buying. Had breakfast. Li Yuan called over Xia and asked her to go with him to the county seat of Qingyuan. I discussed it with Chu Wanjun last night. Instead of distributing copper coins to the villagers, but it is better to distribute food to them. It's a barren year, and food is more likely to be appreciated by the villagers. In addition, now that Xiaoxia is here and the population is larger, it's even more important to stock up on food at home. That's why we're going into the city today to buy food. Li Yuan and Xiaoxia each carried a bamboo basket. Li Yuan brought enough 10 guan of money this time, and consistent copper coins weigh almost 10 pounds, and the 10 coins would weigh 100 pounds. If Xia hadn't followed, the money would have been quite difficult to carry. No words on the way. The 2 people's footsteps are not slow. Before lunchtime arrived in the county, he showed the soldier's belt tag to the guard at the gate, and paid 2 copper plates each for entering the city. Then he went into the county with Xia. The main purpose of this visit was to buy grain. Li Yuan naturally went to the county's South City grain market first. There's a whole street full of grain houses and rice stores. As far as the eye can see, the streets are full of mule and horse carriages, most of which are stacked with bulging grain bags. Li Yuan walked through a few stores, first taking a cursory look at the price of food here. It's a barren year in green, and truth be told the price of grain in Green Plains County is not low. Among them, rice is the most expensive. A stone of rice, that is, 120 pounds, asking for 2 guan money. Even if the brown rice is also consistent 5. Wheat is a bit cheaper, around $700 to $800 a stone, and corn and other miscellaneous grains are around $500 to $600. Chapter 17, Buying Food in the City. After walking around, Li Yuan sought out a grain store with a small store and walked in. The shopkeeper of this store was an extremely competent woman, looks 28 or 99 years old. It's not surprising that there are more women than men in the current De Liang dynasty. Many of the positions that should be held by men are now filled by women. The female shopkeeper, seeing that the one who came in was a handsome young gentleman, her eyes lit up. It's already a trifle good. After inquiring about the price of grain, Li Yuan negotiated with the shopkeeper. Finally, he bought 12 stones of corn for 490 cents a stone. After paying a consistent deposit, Li Yuan asked the grain store to make preparations first, and he himself had to go around the city, and it was set to come over and pick up the grain at Shenzhen, or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This entry into the city was naturally more than just buying grain. Li Yuan also had to see if there were any other ways to earn money in the city. After all, only relying on the 24 acres of fields divided among the military fort, removing the hoarded grain given to the military fort, would not be enough to allow him to feed his 3 daughters. They've followed me, Li Yuan. I can't let them starve after me. Not to mention the fact that you need to take more wives in order to boost your system rewards. In addition to this, As a military household you have to provide your own weapons and armor to cope with going out to war. This all requires large sums of silver, so Li Yuan had to find a camp and try to earn money as soon as possible. Taking a turn around the tiny county of Greenbrier, Li Yuan also had some general ideas in his mind. He naturally did not dare to move the Sultan iron that had the greatest interest in the city. This is a government franchise. If you move it, you'll be killed. The rest is a variety of daily necessities, and Li Yuan's main concern is the wine, because in his previous life, Li Yuan Holiday had worked at a small brewery in his hometown. Li Yuan is no stranger to brewing wine. Originally in the Liang dynasty, according to the regulations of the wine is also the government monopoly, but that is in the southern hinterland. The Dingzhou prefecture is located at the border, and the regulation of alcohol here is not too strict. Brewing moonshine is not uncommon in Green Plains County either. Li Yuan observes a bit and finds that in the county, there are 7 or 8 restaurants. There are also dozens of eateries and liquor stores that also sell alcohol on some street corners. It's safe to say the demand is high, but although the price of wine in the city is now high, the supply is insufficient. The reason is also simple, it is a barren year and food prices remain high, and brewing requires a lot of grain. There is one government-run brewery in the city, and 3 private ones. None of them are large, and more wine is still sold by merchants who bring it in from outside the country. So as long as you can make the wine, selling it isn't a problem. But to be in the wine business, you have to find grain at a low enough price to make it work. Now Li Yuan has no clue and can only calculate again. After taking another turn around the city, he looked up to see that it was already noon. Then he pointed to a food store on the side of the road and said to Xia, "Come on, let's eat." "Well, thank you master." Li Yuan shook his head and said, "You don't have to call me master from now on. You'll follow the Chu sisters in calling the Sangha." Xia's face brushed red. When Li Yuan said that, it was the same as telling her. Li was originally prepared to take her into his room. Xiao Xia's heart was bursting with surprise and a little shyness. He was busy nodding his head in agreement. Feet are getting lighter. Every now and then he even stole a few glances at the handsome Li Yuan. Then a blush rose to his face. Walking into the food store, Li Yuan knew that Xia had been hungry for a long time and had a large appetite. So he just ordered 2 plates of steamed cakes and 2 plates of sauced pork, plus a jug of cloudy wine. Looking at the sizzling sauce meat on the plate, Xia's eyes were full of surprise. Principal Li said to her from the sidelines, "I still need you to pick up the goods back to the village this afternoon and give me a good meal." "Yes, master." "Ah no, Sagittarius." Xia couldn't hold back any longer at the sight of the fragrant, saucy meat and steamed pancakes. Chunks of the saucy meat were sandwiched between the patties and gobbled up. As I ate, I couldn't hold back the tears. It's been a long time since I've had something this good for myself. Sangha is so good to herself. Seeing Xiao Xia eating sweetly, Li Yuan shook his head and smiled. Solely, he ordered a few more plates of food for drinks and climbed into a conversation with the shopkeeper of the food store. Asked about some more wine-related things. The shopkeeper saw this guest's generosity and knew what he was talking about. The various types of wines popular in the city were introduced to Li Yuan. This gave Li Yuan a better understanding of the various kinds of wine in the Liang dynasty. Had lunch. Li Yuan took Xiaoxia to the county's east market and picked up many more daily necessities, like iron pots, barrels, bacon and wine, especially wine. All kinds of wine sold in the city. Li Yuan bought some more or less. There were also several bedding beds. Li turned out to be a big bean these days, are sleeping on a straw bunk. Every morning, I wake up with some grass foam on my body and feel itchy all over. Li Yuan missed the feeling of sleeping on a futon in his last life. So when I saw a futon seller in town, I hurriedly bought a few beds. The bedding and various sundries were picked by Xia. A well-fed and well-drunk Xia is no less strong than a man. Li Yuan exchanged all the remaining coins at the money changer for silver to take with him. This will save you the trouble of carrying copper. When he came to the grain store, the shopkeeper had already prepared 12 stones of corn. 12 stones of grain amounted to thousands of kilograms, and Li Yuan and Xia could not transport it back to the eastern countryside by themselves. So Li Yuan asked the shopkeeper to help him and called for 3 unicycles that specialized in the delivery business. After some haggling, we finally agreed on $40 for a unicycle to be shipped from the county to the east country. It wasn't an expensive price, so Li Yuan agreed, paid the grain store the balance of the purchase price of the grain. Li Yuan then set off with Xia and 3 unicycles. One of these unicycles can hold 500 pounds of grain. The drivers of the carts were all strong and powerful. It's not exactly slow. There were no words along the way, and at 5 p.m., Li Yuan returned to the east countryside. When they first arrived at the entrance of the village, many idle men and women in the village were watching. They looked at the various supplies on Xia's shoulder stretcher. There were also 3 unicycles with bulging bags of grain on them. All of them showed envy and jealousy. From time to time there were also whispers. This Li Lang is really lucky. Yes, and when you get the money you buy so much food. Can he really eat it all? Alas, my family has been without food for days. God is so unfair that he has so much food. You say I go to borrow food. Will he lend it? Nice try. Food is life now. Will you lend your life? The crowd at the entrance of the village was talking about everything. Li Principal is a smile. To the villagers an arch of the hand said in a loud voice. Fellow townspeople, a few days ago, I, Li Yuan, had the honor of digging up some silver money. It's God's reward. But I don't dare keep it to myself. Just bought some grain and rice today. As long as it's East Country folks, I, Li Yuan, will send a bucket of all of them. Everyone go home and wait for food. I'll deliver it in a moment. The crowd froze. What did Li Yuan just say? It says they're going to distribute food to everyone. Really? I can't believe there's such a good thing. There were also those who reacted quickly and were busy arching their hands at Li Yuan in gratitude. Many thanks to brother Li Yuan. We'll go home now and wait. The people were naturally happy to hear that they had food to receive. They went home and waited for Li Yuan to distribute the grain. Chapter 18, Distributing Food in the Village. Li Yuan and Xia first brought the grain cart into their own yard. Another $120 in fare was settled for the 3 carters. The 3 of them carted off happily. Took a breath. Li Yuan and Xia then loaded grain bags on their backs and began to distribute grain from house to house. The distribution of food naturally begins with the left and right neighbors of the family. The one who lives on the left side of Li Yuan's house is an honest man. No one remembers the big name, because the person looks black, but also surnamed Lu. Other people call him Lu Haitu. When Li Yuan knocked on his door, he found him cooking with his own mother-in-law. Lu Haitu's wife is not too old, but she is very thin. Her face is waxy, obviously malnourished, and the 2 of them were surprised by the meal that Li Yuan was served. It was a kind of yellowish-brown powdered flour in a rag bag. This stuff Li Yuan is aware of. This is the powder ground from the bark of the elm tree. Bark flour was a ration in the countryside during the famine. Bark powder is awful and merely able to renew your life. It looks like this Lu Haitu's family is already short of food. Lu Haitu looked up to see that it was Li Yuan, somewhat surprised. He asked with a busy smile. Leroy, what can I do for you? Li Yuan stepped forward and reached over to hand over a grain sack. Brother Lu, didn't I get some silver money a few days ago? I don't dare to keep it to myself, so I bought some food for everyone to share. This is a bucket of corn. Brother Lu, don't be polite. Lu Haitu's expression was somewhat unbelievable. Li Lang, you mean to give me grain? Li Yuan nodded. Exactly. Lu Haitu rubbed his hands together with some excitement. In this year, Brother Li actually gave me grain. Again, a little embarrassed. But this, unmerited favor. This, how is this good? At this time, his mother-in-law took the grain bag and said with another dissatisfied glance at Lu Haitu, You're not a sharp hombre. My baby hasn't eaten proper grain for days. Since Brother Li gave the grain, take it. To repay, do some work for Brother Li. Li Yuan nodded and said, Sister-in-law is right. I'm in the middle of something and I want to ask Brother Lu for a favor. Lu Haitu was happy when he got the grain. Then he patted his chest. Brother Li, if there's something you want to say, just say so. I'll definitely contribute what I can. Li said with a smile on his face, not a big deal. I want to distribute grain to everyone in the village, and I'm a little short on manpower. Would Brother Li be willing to help? When Lu Haitu heard this, he just asked himself to put in some effort and help distribute the grain. It was too easy and said, Brother Li, no problem. I'll come and help. Turning his head, he shouted again to his mother-in-law. Home, smother me with corn. I'll be back later for corn and rice. The Lu family's daughter-in-law blankly glanced at Lu Haitu and muttered under her breath. Just a little bit of grain and you're getting carried away. Still, obediently, she went to the kitchen with her grain sack to make cornmeal. The 2 skinny children at home heard that there will be corn rice to eat. Do not have to drink those unpalatable bark paste. All of them were happy to run playfully and merrily around their mother. The Lu family's daughter-in-law also revealed a rare smile. With Lu Haitu's help, Li Yuan and Xia saved a lot of effort. Living to the right of the Li Yuan family was a family of artisans. Li Yuan slapped open the door after. The grandparents and grandchildren were found to be the only ones in the house. The old craftsman was in his 50s this year, but looked very old in the face. Wrinkled furrows crept across his face, and he looked like he was in his 60s or 70s. The family's youngest grandson is 7 or 8 years old, but because of the constant lack of food, his body is thin and weak. Li Yuan looked at the grandparents' meals. It's a simmering pot of rice bran. The so-called rice bran is the bran hulls left over from grain milling. Rice bran has a lot of impurities in it and doesn't taste good. The grandparents and grandchildren, however, were eating sweetly. The skinny grandson even carefully licked the bowl clean, and a look of fondness Li Yuan watched with a pang of sadness. Likewise, a bucket of corn was given to the grandparents and grandchildren. This thrilled the old craftsman, who thanked him profusely. A bucket of corn has about 12 pounds. The grandparents and grandchildren save a little to eat, enough to be able to eat for 7 or 8 days. Li Yuan looked at the grandparents and grandchildren eating rice bran heart, then asked, "Where can I buy this rice bran and how much is it per stone?" The old man replied, "It's available at the army fort or the county grain store. It's not worth much, and a stone of rice bran is only $80. In the good old days, when the year was good, the rice bran was reserved for the big animals to use as cattle and horse feed. But it's a wilderness year, and people don't have enough to eat. So this rice bran has also become a ration for many poor people." In his previous life, Li Yuan knew a method to make wine from rice bran. Although the yield is a bit lower than grain, the cost is much lower than using grain. Rice bran brewing locals have tried it. It's just a lot of impurities and poor flavor, and it doesn't sell well. But what Li Yuan was going to do was distill spirits, so that wasn't a problem. Farewell to the old smith. Li Yuan took Xiaoxia and Lu Haitu and started delivering grain from house to house in the village. When the village people received the grain sent by Li Yuan, they all thanked each other. These days the jealousy of Li Yuan's gaining foreign wealth was almost swept away. Everywhere there were voices praising Li Lang's benevolence and righteousness. Taking advantage of the grain delivery, Li Yuan also had a general understanding of the eastern countryside. East Country, with 112 families. Most of them are poor underclassmen. There are even some homes where there are only lone women. Although the governor's office sent 25 male allotments a few days ago, but there are still about 24 widowed households with only women in the village. Most of them were orphan girls and widows who were thin and unattractive. These people are pathetic. Many of the orphan girls have long since run out of food and struggle on the brink of starvation by relying on wild vegetables and tree bark to feed them daily. When Li Yuan delivered the grain, many women even kneeled down and cried in thanks. Although the food Li Yuan sent was not much, it would allow them to live longer. The orphans were in a miserable state, and it was a saddening sight for Li Yuan to see. A sigh of relief that the world is hard. The last place Li Yuan went to was the home of the old village chief and Su Baichang. Coincidentally, he arrives at the old Muramesa's house and finds the Muramesa and the Momochi drinking together. This saved Li Yuan the effort of having to run another one. These two are the village's real power and elders. What Li Yuan gave them was naturally different. Presented to the village chief and the Momochi, each with a jug of wine and an end of fabric. This made both of them happy and immediately invited Li Yuan to join them in the table to share a drink. Li Yuan also wanted to get closer to the village head honcho, so he didn't be polite. A few drinks with 2 village elders, and the atmosphere came alive. During the banquet, the village chief and the 100 chief praised Li Yuan. After all, not many people were willing to share their silver money with their neighbors when they got it. It also shows that Li Yuan is a righteous person and worth deep friendship. Li Yuan also sighs at the hard life the village people are leading, especially the lonely women. Their days are really heartbreaking. The old village chief said as he took a sip of his wine, "I see Li Lang, youthful and strong. Of those orphan girls, if you have a favorite you can take it into your room, whether they are slaves or maidservants. To give them a mouthful of food to eat is to save their lives." Su Baichang also sighed. "Yeah, it's the year of the great drought. Almost every family in the lower part of the village is starving without food. Those orphan girls don't have men at home to work and earn food, so I'm afraid a lot of them will starve to death this year. It's pathetic." Chapter 19, Visiting a Mountain Village. 100 Chief Shui and the old village chief both shook their heads and sighed. Li Yuan took a sip of his wine. After thinking for a moment, he said to the old village chief and Su Baichang, "I am interested in running a workshop in the village. Collect some orphan girls to work. This way they can also earn some food to survive. I just don't know how I'm going to do it." Hearing that Li Yuan wanted to run a workshop in the village, both Su Baichang and the old village chief became interested. Shui Baichang said first, "It's not hard for us soldier households to run a workshop. We just need to go to the military fortress town hall and ask for a business sticker. If you want to run a workshop in the village, both the old village chief and I can vouch for you. All that's left is to pay a monthly commercial tax to the military fort." The old village chief then asked, "I don't know what kind of workshop Brother Li wants to run." Li Yuan didn't hide anything and said directly, "I'm not hiding anything from you too. I want to open a brewery in the village." The two men froze, then looked at each other. They actually laughed together, but under their breath they said, "Coincidence, coincidence." Li Yuan looked at the expressions of the two men, a little puzzled, and asked busily, "I don't know. You too, why are you laughing?" Instead, Su Baichang said, "Li Langjun doesn't know. I happen to have a winery in this east countryside. Some time ago, because the price of food was too high, it was idle and stopped working. If Langley wants to run a winery, you give 5 guan of money and I'll let you have the winery." Really? Li Yuan was delighted. It would be so convenient if there was a ready-made brewery in this east countryside. And it's not really that expensive for Su Baichang to ask for 5 guan. Although the brewing utensils inside the brewery were not worth a few dollars. But the 5 guilders money included the brewery merchant's subsidy and the money for the land. This saved Li Yuan a lot of trouble and allowed him to get right to work. The 3 of them talked the brewery over. Drink more painfully. Seeing that the time was approaching the hour of midnight. It was getting late. Li Yuan then got up to take his leave. Shui Baichang said to him, "There's one more thing you should remember. Li Yuan. The day after tomorrow, which is the 10th day of the year that you new households of recruits will enter the village. I am going to take you, the new soldier households, to Fort West River to receive your weapons and armaments. Don't be late then. Receiving weapons and equipment. That's a big deal." Li Yuan was busy nodding his head in agreement. When they returned home, the Chu sisters were waiting in the house. Seeing Li Yuan return safely, this then put down his heart. Li Yuan called several women over. The rough thin quilts bought today were divided into a set for each of the 3 women. It was a pleasant surprise for the girls. That's a lot more comfortable than sleeping on a straw bed under a quilt. Li Yuan walked for a whole day today. In the afternoon, he went from house to distribute food, but he was really tired. Straight away, he pulled Chu Wanjun into the east room and went to sleep. And Xia and Xiaozhu still live in the west house. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning. In the morning, Li Yuan hadn't gotten up yet. Xia then came to the east room and tapped on the door. Li Yuan was busy opening the door and asked what had happened. Xia said she was supposed to chop wood in the morning. As a result, a woman came, put down 2 bundles of firewood and left. She said that she was thankful for the food that Li Yuan gave her yesterday, and that she had nothing to show for it. The firewood is the acknowledgement. A little curious, Li Yuan was busy pushing open the gate, only to see the back of a thin woman disappearing around the corner of the dirt road. Chu Wanjun walked out and said with a faraway look, "Sagittarius. That person's name is Tsuing Yang. Husband's family was also killed in battle at the Red River last year. Nowadays he makes his own living by fetching firewood. And a poor one, too." Li Yuan froze and asked busily, "Such a skinny woman actually earns her living by fetching firewood?" Chu Wanjun nodded. Li Yuan was a bit emotional. Firewood collection is very hard work, and the average man can't carry it off. A woman actually ate this hardship. Li Yuan was a bit impressed. What's more, it's rare for a person to be so knowledgeable. Li Yuan then made a secret note of this woman. Had breakfast. Li Yuan asked Chu Wanjun to prepare a gift. There were 2 jars of wine, 2 strips of bacon, a roll of cloth as well as a packet of coarse tea. These were picked up in the county yesterday. He let Xia pick these gifts and headed out the door. Walking down the road, Xia asked suspiciously, "Sunga, where are these things going to be sent?" Principal Li was grinning. "Xia, you might as well guess where we're going today?" Xia shook her head with a puzzled look on her face. So many gifts. Could it be that the Sagittarius is going to meet the great officer of the military fort today? Li Yuan shook his head and smiled at Xia. "We're going to see your father today." Xia let out an ah. "Sagi, Sunga is going to my house?" Li Yuan nodded and said, "Little Xia, it's been 3 days since you joined my family. It just so happens that I have nothing to do today, so I thought I'd bring some gifts to see uncle." Hearing Li Yuan's words, Xia was inwardly moved. Bowing his head and squirming a bit, he said, "I'm a slave girl. How can I trouble you to be so concerned?" The principal Li said in a warm voice, "Xia, I have never treated you as a slave girl. Now that you're in my house, we're family. Your father to me is an uncle who needs to be honored. Uncle's body has just recovered from a major illness, so it's only right that I visit." Li Yuan's few words moved Xia to tears. Li Yuan patted her on the shoulder. "Xia, hurry up and lead the way. I don't recognize the way to your house." "Aha." Xia nodded and led the way. Li Yuan's words touched Xia's heart. She was also now eager to take Li Yuan to meet her father. Father should like it if his own husband is so courteous. Xiaoxia and her father had previously lived in the middle of the North Song Mountain, half a day's journey from the east countryside. From the east countryside, it took less than an hour to enter the jungle. The hills are difficult and easy to get lost. If Xia hadn't led the way, Li Yuan would never be able to find his way into the mountains, weaving in and out of the mountains until midday. Only then did they come to a village in the middle of a mountain. This village wasn't big, and from a distance, it looked like a dozen or so families. The houses are also mostly log cabins made from local materials and logs. In front of the house, there are animal furs and dried animal meat and fruits hanging in the back of the house. It seems that most of the villagers here make their living as hunters and harvesters. Li Yuan and Xia entered the village. Many people looked up and saw Xia and greeted her warmly. When they saw Li Yuan following behind Xia, they watched with great curiosity. It looks like this is the village where Xia used to live. Xia pointed to a wooden house in the middle of the village and said to Li Yuan, Sagittarius, it's my house then. You wait until I go and call for father. But before Xia could walk over, a barrel was thrown out of that room. With a thump, the barrel hit the stone in the doorway and jumped. It made a loud noise, giving the village crowd a fright. Immediately afterward, a man's roar came from inside. That asshole girl Xia. I can't believe he ran away without saying a word. Still think I'm a father or not? What a woman. When I find her, I'll break her legs for sure. The angry roar of the man in the house was heard. Xia shrank her neck in shocked excitement. Chapter 20, Xiaoxia's father. Look at Xia's expression. Li Yuan didn't need to guess to know that the one who was fuming in the house should be Xiaoxia's father. Looking at Xiaoxia, who looked pitiful and bitter, not daring to lean forward, Li Yuan could only walk to the door of the house alone and said aloud to the house, my son-in-law, Li Yuan, pays his respects to uncle. Ha! A puzzled sound came from the cabin. With that the curtains were raised. A middle-aged man strides out from the house. This person is tall with darker skin color, but his face is a bit thin. Square face with broad-sword eyebrows and sharp eyes. There is a scar on the side of his face and his hair and beard are gray. Li Yuan's eyelids jumped. Xiaoxia's father looked like a bad master. He stepped out of the house and the first thing he saw first was Li Yuan. The middle-aged man looked a little puzzled. This young groom was not known to himself. When he looked up again, he saw Xia, who was hiding behind Li Yuan like a quail. Anger instantly crawled across the middle-aged man's face, and he roared in Xiaoxia's direction. You ninny, get your ass over here. Xia was busy deflating her mouth and lowering her head as she obediently walked over. Then with a plop, he dropped to his knees and trembled. Father, Xiaoxia is back. The middle-aged man had an angry face. Stinky girl, you actually know to come back. Then he turned his gaze back to Li Yuan and raised his hand. Xia, who is this man you brought back? Natsu deflated and whispered back. It's my Sagittarius. What? The middle-aged man was unsurprisingly angry. Then he turned around to go to the cabin to find a guy to beat up. Good, you ungrateful daughter. Marrying yourself without asking my father. Do you even take me seriously as a father? As he spoke, the middle-aged man came out of the house carrying a wooden stick as thick as his arm and ran towards Xia. A dramatic scene ensued in the village, with Xiaoxia running ahead and pleading while the middle-aged man chased after him menacingly. Every now and then there were cries of pain from Xia as she was being punched. This picture of a father educating an unfilial daughter is really miserable, giving Li Yuan a black line all over his face and the corners of his mouth. He could only shout in haste as well. Uncle, don't be angry. Take care of your body. Xia also shouted as she ran. Father, don't fight. Don't let my husband make a joke. The middle-aged man finally stopped. Maybe it was a big illness. Huffing and puffing on his stick, his gaze went back to Li Yuan. After half a day of looking with scrutinizing eyes, he opened his mouth with a grimace and asked, where does your boy live? What do you do? Li Yuan was busy bowing and saluting. In reply to uncle, I am the head of the military household in the eastern countryside. Oh, Natsu interjected from the sidelines. Father, that's an ebony waistband my Sagittarius carries around his waist. When the soldiers took their exams, he was a forceful man who could lift 300 pounds of stone blocks. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Walking up to Li Yuan, he carefully sized him up again. Kid, take your ebony belt tag and show it to me. Hearing this, Li Yuan also had no choice but to unclasp his waist tag and hand it to the middle-aged man. Xia's father took the waist plate and looked at it carefully, and rubbed his hand over it. Then nodded. Not bad, kid. You've got some skills. So what's your business this time? Li Yuan was too busy to say with a straight face. I heard from Xia that uncle was sick a few days ago. This time it is to bring some wine and food to visit uncle. Saying that, he asked Xia to pick the stretcher over. The middle-aged man's nose twitched a few times. Ha! That smell. Could there be alcohol? He walked over to the squishy and took a closer look. Sure enough, I found 2 jugs of wine hanging from the stretcher. And looking at the style of the jug, it's still the county's Spring River brew. Seeing that there was wine, the middle-aged man's eyes glowed, and his face instantly became much kinder. He nodded at Li Yuan and said, not bad, kid, you've got a heart. Come, sit down in the house. Li Yuan looked at the middle-aged man holding the wine pot with a happy face. In his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. If I had known, I would have brought out the wine earlier and Xia could have been spared a beating. Li Yuan entered the cabin and took a look. The house wasn't that big, just about 24 square feet. A fire pit was built in the center of the cabin with a few rocks. The fire was lit right in the center of the fire pit, and a rough earthenware pot was set up above it. The middle-aged man tapped the side of the fire pit and said to Li Yuan, since you boys are here, you should accompany me for a few drinks. You're welcome. Find your own spot. Li Yuan also had to smile and sit down. It was at this moment that footsteps came from outside the cabin. 2 more middle-aged men walked in. Uncle Jiang, you have wine here. Why didn't you say so? Yeah, our brothers happened to shoot 2 hares today. Come to add to your diet. Having said that, it was very familiar to sit on one side of the fire as well. They first glanced at the handsome-faced Li Yuan, then to Xia's father. He asked, "And this is?" Xia's father said with a bitter smile. "You two are laughing at the boy Xia brought back. Count me in as a son-in-law." Both of them first showed a surprised expression, and then both of them were smiling as they arched their hands at Li Yuan. Li Yuan could only get up and return the salute. Xia's real name is Jiang Xiaoxia. Naturally, her father's name was also Jiang. That's why the people in the village call him Uncle Jiang, because of Jiang Bo's heroic behavior. He is mostly embraced by the mountain people here, and he is also considered the leader of this village of mountain people. A few people were seated and Xia went to the kitchen to get busy. In no time at all, a couple of specialty dishes were brought up using the bacon that had been brought in and the ingredients in the house. The wine that had been brought was also poured into rough earthenware bowls and set on the table. Mountain folk don't have any rules. Seeing that there is wine and meat are not polite. Holding bowls of wine and eating meat. A few glasses of wine and everyone warmed up. It was only after gingerbread's introduction that Li Yuan realized. These 2 rather self-conscious middle-aged men were also the leaders of the hunters in the mountains. The darker man was called Wangshi, and the stronger one was called Zhang Taibao. They were all close friends of gingerbread. Xia called them Uncle Stone and Uncle Panther. The 2 are both bold people. Some exchanges with Li Yuan is very close. Li Yuan was also interested in making friends, so he climbed into conversation with them. The topic was nothing more than life in the mountains. Speaking of the current situation in the mountains, both mountain people chiefs were pouring out their grievances. Those who came to be mountain people were mostly peasants who had lost their land, runaway slaves, and folk who were oppressed by the government and gentry. They had to hunt and pick for a living in the mountains, though it's a bit more of a free-for-all than a farmer tied to the land. But the mountains are clean and hard. Not only was there a lack of food and clothing, but there were also no doctors to treat the sick. And the mountains are often infested with fierce beasts that hurt people. Speaking of pain, several people wailed and sighed. Uncle Ginger took a sip of his wine and shook his head. After all is said and done, it's really the mountains that are poor. There's not much of a way to earn money, so we're all just struggling to make ends meet. Li Yuan took a sip of wine, his mind pondering. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said to the 3, "A couple of uncles, I do have a way to earn some money. Do you guys want to hear about it?" Several people froze and became interested. Uncle Stone said as he patted Li Yuan's shoulder. "What kind of doorway? You kid, tell me about it," Li Yuan asked, pointing to a black stone in the corner of the house. Several uncles, "Are there many of these black stones in the mountains?" "Oh, you mean charcoal?" Uncle Stone was the first to react. Much. There is a cave in the back of our village cottage. There's plenty of this kind of charcoal in there. The charcoal Uncle Stone is talking about is actually coal. After coming to the De Liang dynasty for so many days, Li Yuan did not find the locals using coal on a large scale, on a daily basis, whether for heating, as fuel or for making iron. It seems that wood and charcoal are being used predominantly. At first Li originally thought it was because coal was not produced locally, but I didn't expect to go into the mountains, at Xia's house, but I found that there was actually charcoal in the stones used to build the walls in the house. Uncle Stone said when he saw Li Yuan looking at the stone charcoal with a happy face. "This black stone, if you like it, kid, I'll take you to dig it up. Take as much as you want." Li Yuan thought for a moment and asked again to Uncle Stone, "If someone picks this stone charcoal to the east countryside, I'll pay 20 cents a quart. Do we have anyone here who is willing to do it?" Uncle Stone's eyes lit up as he busily asked, "Kid, are you serious about this?" Chapter 21, Admitting Xiaoxia to the room. Li Yuan nodded to Uncle Stone and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Stone. Of course I'm as good as my word. I can leave $100 up front. Uncle Stone may first send me 5 quarts of stone charcoal tomorrow." Uncle Stone was busy waving his hand in excitement. No, your boy is Xiaoxia's man. I trust you. I'll take my boys and pick over a few loads for you tomorrow. Uncle Stone was happy to have a way to earn money. This black charcoal is plentiful in the stone caves at the back of the village cottage. As long as you deliver it to this Li Langjun, you'll get money. Then this young groom could be his own nobleman. $20 a quart may not be worth much in the county, but $20 is a pretty good income in these mountains. Li Yuan was also happy. Coal burns with a higher calorific value and durability than wood. Whether it's brewing wine, making glass or forging iron yourself, there are great uses. If the mountain can steadily supply itself with coal, then the workshop's fuel problem is solved. At that moment, Xia brought up another plate of mixed fruits from the mountains. "Give a few people in the house a drink." There were all kinds of mountain apricots and plums, and some fruits that Li Yuan didn't even recognize. Li Yuan picked up one and took a bite. It was a bit sour but refreshing. See these fruits, Li Yuan? However, his eyes lit up. These fruits are rich in sugar. Don't they also make wine? He then asked. This mountain fruit, is it plentiful in our mountains? Uncle Panther stared for a moment, then returned. Quite a few of them. There are a couple of wild fruit groves on the north slopes, and the fruit is plentiful at this time of year. If our village is short of food, we sometimes rely on these mountain fruits to renew our lives. It's just that too much of these fruits makes your stomach upset and doesn't fill you up. So usually you pick something sweet to eat, and then anything more. It's dried fruit that will last longer, Li Yuan said after some thought. Then this mountain fruit, if it can be transported to the East Country, I'll give $20 a quart for the same. Can anyone be willing to do it? Uncle Panther heard this and then laughed out loud. That's what I'll do. I'll send you a couple quarts tomorrow. Li Yuan nodded. He wanted to try brewing wine with these mountain fruits. There was no harm in failing, after all. These mountain fruits could be much cheaper than food. Uncle Stone and Uncle Panther both got work from Li Yuan. Naturally, the heart is happy. Altogether they bragged that Uncle Kong had given birth to a good daughter. I can't believe I brought back such a good husband. This caused Xia, who was cooking in the kitchen, to turn red. Uncle Jiang is also in a happy mood today, although his own daughter married without his permission. But the good thing is, the man my daughter brought home is capable. It made him look good. Seeing that Li Yuan had also brought himself a lot of cloth and coarse tea this time, Jiang Bo then called for a few more village women from outside. Let them take the cloth and make a pair of pants for each of the village waifs, lest those boys' asses are exposed. This caused a few people to laugh. Uncle Jiang was so happy that he drank a few more cups and was already slightly drunk. Seeing this, both Uncle Stone and Uncle Panther took their leave first. One of them was going to the back of the mountain to dig for charcoal, and the other was going to the north slope to gather mountain fruit. Send off the two uncles. Xiaoxia then helped Uncle Jiang to rest in the inner room. Principal Li takes a walk through the village. Uncle Jiang gave the villagers a share of the cloth that Li Yuan had brought, and everyone benefited. They all nodded and smiled when they saw Li Yuan as well. The mouths all shouted auntie. Li Yuan also smiled and nodded in return. Walked around the village. Li Yuan found the scenery here in Baitsong Mountain beautiful. What a great place. Xia settled down with her father. Then he went out of the house. It was a good time to go home. And Xia showed her face. With such a good groom. It was the envy of everyone in the mountain village. Even those with daughters at home were moved. Li Yuan was equally rewarding. He realized that this piece of North Sangshan Mountain was really a treasure mountain. There are countless mineral specialties of all kinds. Owners should come back more often in the future. Xiaoxia took out a bundle of good animal skins from Jiang Bo's house. She said it was from her father and asked her to take it back to sew some sturdy leather clothes for her husband. Soldier households always go to war. It's always safer to wear leather than ordinary rough clothing. Li Yuan's heart was also touched for a moment. It seemed that he had already gained the approval of Xiaoxia's father. After all, it's starting to care about Li Yuan's safety now. 2. The two of them bid farewell to Uncle Jiang, and then they had to rush down the mountain before dark. It was a pretty good ride. By the time the night was at 5 p.m., the two of them had also finally returned to the east countryside. When they returned home, the Chu sisters were already waiting at home with lights on. Seeing that Xiang Gong and Xiao Xia returned safely, Xu Wanjun then put her heart down. Just as she was about to enter the house, Xu Wanjun said to Li Yuan, Sagittarius, I want to catch up with the Xiaozhu sisters, so I'll sleep in the west room first. Tonight, Sagittarius can stay in the east room with Xia. After saying that, he took Xiaozhu's hand and went into the west room. Li Yuan froze. It was obvious that Li Yuan had taken Xia into his room. During these 2 days together, Xiao Xia gave the Chu sisters a very good impression. She is hardworking and loyal to her own husband. I will be a great help to my husband in the future. In that case, might as well go with the flow and make good things happen. Things having come to this, Li Yuan naturally did not make any pretense, pulling a red-faced Xia into the east room. A night of fighting. Li Yuan checked his system again. Wife system activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a concubine, Zhang Xiaoxia. Increase in force from 78 to 101. From human to fierce general. Intelligence increased from 72 to 80. From wise heart to many strategies. Chi luck increased from 62 to 70. From micro luck to small luck. Li Yuan was a bit surprised that Xia made his force value surge, elevated from the so-called human to the fierce general, whereas the intellectual and chi enhancements are limited. It seems that the system gives you a lot of power boosts and the potential of your wives and concubines. Xia is strong and surprisingly fit despite being a woman, so one's force value increases a lot. Looking at the girl beside him, exhausted and sound asleep, Li Yuan smiled and tucked the covers over her. There was no talk all night. The next day dawned and Xiaozhu got up early to make breakfast. Xia also got up early. The first-time woman was red-faced and ready to fetch water. There's just something weird about the way it walks. Seems to be a little leggy. Behind her, Xiaozhu was full of playfulness and asked with a teasing smile at Xia, "Was the Sagittarius brave last night?" Frightened, Xia panicked and rushed out the door with the bucket. Looking at Xia's back, Xiaozhu was actually more or less aggrieved in her heart. Obviously he entered first. Why did my sister give Xia the opportunity to share a room first? Sister's reasoning was that Xiaozhu's body was too thin and weak. It needs a few more days of conditioning. When your body is more plump, you'll be able to bear your husband's reign. Li Yuan didn't care about the small minds of the several women at home. He had important things to do today. That was to make an agreement with Su Baichang to take over his wine shop in the village. After breakfast, Li Yuan went out the door. Shui Baichang's brewery was in the north of the village, a large independent compound. Inside, there are 3 dirt huts and a hayloft. There are several earthen stoves in the yard and various pots and jars for brewing are kept in the house. In a nearby storeroom, hundreds of empty wine jars were still piled up. What surprised Li Yuan the most was that there was actually a water well in the courtyard. Li Yuan brought up a bucket of water and looked carefully. Although the amount of water is not large but the water quality is good, enough for brewing, Li Yuan was satisfied that this winery could be started as soon as grain and fuel were brought in and a few more men were added. Chapter 22 Receiving Arms. Gave Shui Baichang 5 guan of money. Li Yuan got the deed to the brewery and the business sticker. Since then, this brewery in the east countryside has been owned by Li Yuan. The brewery was not too far from Li Yuan's house, and it was only a few minutes' walk. All 3 women in the family were mobilized to clean the brewery inside and out. All utensils are carefully cleaned with water. By noon, Uncle Stone and Uncle Panther came in company with a few mountain men carrying flat burdens. They brought to Li Yuan 5 quintals of stone charcoal and 5 quintals of mountain fruit. Li Yuan cheerfully paid $200 to the 2 uncles. The mountain people were each happy to see that there was really money to be had. Uncle Stone patted his chest and said to Li Yuan, "Shinip you as long as you still need it, let Xia go and pass a message. How much I will send you." Sent off a few uncles and hillbillies. Li Yuan then began to experiment with brewing wine with these mountain fruits. The process is not really complicated. It's all about cleaning, peeling, slicing and mashing these mountain fruits, because in the De Liang dynasty, Li Yuan did not find icing sugar or white sugar, so you can only try adding pre-boiled maltose. The pulp is sealed and fermented before being poured into scrubbed clay pots. This process then takes several days. Li Yuan didn't dare to guarantee that it would work all at once, so it was filled in batches. Each batch uses a slightly different ratio of bilberries to maltose. It was just a busy day. The 500 to 600 pounds of mountain fruit sent by the mountain people ended up filling more than 100 jars. As for what kind of wine can be made, ultimately it will have to be left to time. After settling down in the brewery, Li Yuan rested at home for another day. That day would be the day to go to the military fort with 100 Chief Shui to collect the martial equipment. Although the court's requirement for military households was to provide their own weapons for the expedition, but it was also clear in the minds of the various superiors of the governor's office and the military fort. It is impossible for these newly naturalized soldiers to buy weapons when their families now have no money left and they have problems eating for themselves. Therefore, the military fortresses would all send down some necessary armaments to the soldier households first, lest they really go to war. The soldier households are empty-handed. At the hour of the morning, 25 newly enrolled military families from the east countryside assembled in the threshing floor at the entrance of the village. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Baichang led the group to West River Fort. East Country is not far from West Riverburg. No words on the way. In less than half an hour, he walked to the West River Fort. The last time Li Yuan and these soldiers went to the West River Fort, they just wrote their names at the town guard's yamen in the fort. It was then sent to the East Country. Did not enter the fort to take a closer look around. There was much more time to pick up martial arts equipment this time around. Li Yuan decided to take a good look at this military fort. Su Baichang took the military households to the town hall first. The town guard of West River Fort is called Lin Wanshan. It's a tall, well-built man. This man is also a rare military officer in the army with an upright character. This time, the military households that came to receive their military equipment were not only from the east countryside. Recruit households from the villages and hamlets under the jurisdiction of the West River Fort all came, and there were as many as hundreds of people on the schoolyard. Lin Wanshan first consoled the soldier households, then let the military fort lieutenant take each village soldier household to the military fort's barracks to receive the military equipment. This military room is the department in the military fort that manages the weapons. Li Yuan and a group of soldier households lined up in front of the soldier room door. Then they entered in turn, wrote their names in the clerical book and received their arms and equipment. It wasn't long before it was Li Yuan's turn. When the distributed armaments arrived, Li Yuan took a closer look at them and couldn't help but shake his head. In Li Yuan's opinion, the weapons issued to these soldier households were really very rudimentary. Each man was issued a somewhat rusty iron spearhead and was to go back and find himself a suitable wooden pole to mount it on. In addition, each person had an old, worn-out iron knife. Li Yuan pulled it out and looked at it. The blade was likewise a bit rusty, the sheath was broken, and the blade had a number of openings. The knife was obviously an old one that had been used. According to the rumors of the people in the fort, these weapons were all picked up from the battlefield. What good would be a weapon that could be issued to a Hyudo? After handing out weapons, it was time to hand out defense gear to the soldier households. There is absolutely nothing about armor or anything. Even within the military fortress, it was only the rank of captains that could have a pair of short-za armors to protect their bodies. As for the bottom soldier households like Li Yuan, each was given a felt hat with a red tassel, and a bugle coat sewn from thick linen. The good thing is that these felt hats and hemp clothes are of pretty good quality, so at least they can keep out the wind and the cold. In addition to that, it's just handing down some belts and water bags and flint and other miscellaneous stuff. The soldiers put on their hats on the spot and tightened their belts to put their iron swords on their hips. Standing there, he looked more or less like a Diliang soldier. Today, in addition to receiving military equipment, I am familiarizing myself with the military and household ordinances, as required by the military law of Diliang. 4 days a month, the soldier households were required to assemble at the military fort to drill for battle. And of course you have to bring your own dry food for those 4 days. This naturally caused a cadre of recruit households to scream. But since he was a soldier household in this case, he also had to obey the orders of the military fort. If 3 times the point school is not available, according to military law, you'll be killed. The other thing is, in the event of an invasion of northern barbarians, the military fort was lit up with wolf smoke, or the military order arrived. Each village soldiers and households must be fully dressed within half a day. Bring their own rations to the military fort to gather. Those who fail to do so are still chopped. There are also a number of similar provisions. It was a sad sight to hear for all these new military households. Soldier households are different from civilian households. The government gives houses and fields and women, and all it wants is for you to fight for your life on the battlefield. Surely the government stuff is not something to be taken lightly. This time, Reason Li was the leader of the wood, and was also assigned 4 men. One of them is a regular dinky war soldier and 3 are auxiliary soldiers. Of the 4, 2 of them were pairs of brothers. My brother is a war soldier named Shui Yong, a tall man with a simple expression. The younger brother is an auxiliary soldier, called Shui Ping, not tall and somewhat thin, but very resourceful. The other 2 auxiliary soldiers were actually acquaintances of Li Yuan. One is Lu Haizi who lives next door to him. The other is Uncle Fu, whom I met when I was recruited. From now on, all 4 will be under Li Yuan's management. They were also to be under the command of Li Yuan when they went out on the battlefield. After receiving the armaments and explaining the military laws of the military households, everyone dismissed themselves. Some people are going to be picking up supplies at the military fort and want to stay longer, and some of them had to rush back to the village to work, so they left first. Principal Li was trying to make a good connection with his 4 men, so Li Yuan was the host and took the 4 men to a wine shop in the military fortress for a drink. When the 4 heard that Li Yuan, the captain of the army, was treating them, each of them rejoiced. Entering the liquor store, Li Yuan's few people chartered a table. Then he asked the owner to serve food and wine. Within a short time, the stewed fish from the West River and the whole roasted goose were served on the table with 2 jars of rice wine. This kind of wine and meat is not something that they, the bottom soldiers, can eat on a regular basis. It made a few of the henchmen eat with great gusto. Li Yuan had collected the loyalty of 4 of his men in one meal. After eating the wine, the 4 of them sat on their swords and followed behind Li Yuan, each with a look of loyalty. Li originally went to the grain and rice store at the military fort. The price of food here is 1 or 2% more expensive than in Xingyuan County. However, Li Yuan found that the price of rice bran is a little cheaper than the county, 80 money per stone. This stuff was usually used as rations for the big animals in the fort. That's why there's a lot of rice bran hoarded in grain and rice stores. Li Yuan spent 800 money to buy 10 stones of rice bran and another 2 stones of mixed grains. 3 more unicycle drivers were called to deliver rice bran and miscellaneous grains to the east countryside. Because of the close proximity, it's only $20 per driver. Li Yuan asked Lu Haizi to escort the car and send the bought rice bran to his own wine shop. Lu Haizi busily promised and went. Chapter 23 Recruitment of Female Workers. Left the grain and rice store. Li Yuan went back to the weapon store in the military fort. In addition to the weapons issued by the military fortress, the wealthier soldier families had to provide their own weapons, especially armor, which is something that can save your life on the battlefield. And these armaments are usually picked up in a weapon store. Li turns out to be the crossroads of the military fort. There are not a few stores selling weapons and armor here. Walking into a random one, he picked up the store's martial equipment and looked at it. Sure enough, the weapons sold in the weapon store were much better than the ones issued from the military room. The spears and swords were polished and sharp. The various bows and shields are also fairly well made. In addition is all kinds of gauntlet armor. There were polished iron helmets. There are also armor leaves braided with dense and sturdy iron armor. And of course the price is very touching. An ordinary iron helmet would cost 3 guan, and a pair of half armors would cost 7 guan. A better full-body iron armor would cost 15 can. This is nothing less than an astronomical price for a newly naturalized soldier household. Several people looked staggered. Li Yuan also vowed in his heart to hurry up and earn money. Get yourself some armor early so you can save your life on the battlefield. Bought some more daily groceries. The four of them then followed Li Yuan back to the eastern countryside. Li Yuan gave each person a few more buckets of mixed grains, and they left with 1,000 thanks. A few people even left words, Li Yuan, but there is something. Greeted them immediately rushed to. The hearts and minds of the four henchmen were sort of enlisted by Li Yuan. Back to the brewery. Li Yuan saw Chu Wanjun and Xiao Xia. Several people were still busy. The 10 stones of rice bran that had been shipped were first sent to the distillery's storehouse. A few women wondered what Li Yuan was buying all this rice bran for. They were under the impression that rice bran could not be brewed, and even if it did taste bitter and hard to drink, but since Sajuri bought it, it's bound to be useful. We can only wait for Li Yuan to return and make arrangements. When Li Yuan returned, he first called Chu Wanjun and instructed, the brewery needs men now. Wanjun, go to the village and select 4 women to help out at the wine shop. You want the ones who are poor, work well, and know what they're doing. Make a deal with them to work at the brewery for $10 a day. But I'll take care of 2 meals. Can you recruit? Chu Wanjun smiled sweetly. Sagami Mo said he still has to pay 10 won a day for labor, even if it's just 2 meals a day. I'm afraid the house will be crowded with those women. Li Yuan nodded. Then you will find 4 familiar ones and start tomorrow morning at the hour of the hour. Got it, Sunga. After saying that, Chu Wanjun went out. Chu Wanjun will be back before dinner. By the look of that, I think the women workers are all found. Li Yuan did not ask in detail. He believed that Chu Wanjun would find the right person. Had dinner. Li Yuan realized that standing in front of the door of the east room today was the shy and timid Xiaozhu. Chu Wanjun had already pulled Xiao Xia to the west room. They were all his women. So naturally Li Yuan would not be polite. Then he pulled Kotek into the east room. Xiaozhu looked at her husband with a shy and nervous face. Principal Li took him into his arms compassionately. After a long time, Li Yuan checked his system. Wife's system activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a concubine, Shu Shu Chu. Increase in force from 101 to 112. From Fierce General to Tiger General. Intelligence increased from 80 to 90. From Many Strategies to Smart Strategies. Raise your chi from 70 to 81. And from Small Luck to Medium Luck. Early the next morning, Takashi got up a little later than usual. After all, her delicate body had taken so much last night. Breakfast was made by Xia. Today it's Xia's turn to flirt with Xiaozhu. She flirted in the tone of Kotek's voice from yesterday. Was your husband brave last night? Kotek gave Xia a blank look. It's not like you don't know. The two of them were playing around in the courtyard for a while longer. Had breakfast. Li Yuan then came to the wine shop. By now there were already 4 women standing in front of the wine shop. When they saw Li Yuan and Chu Wanjun arrive, they all hurriedly saluted. Li Yuan looked at the 4 women. 2 of them he remembered somewhat. One of them was the daughter-in-law of Lu Haita next door, a dry and thin woman. She usually befriended Chu Wanjun, and it wasn't a surprise that she brought her here. The other is Tsuing Yang, who carries a few bundles of firewood to thank Li Yuan for delivering the food. Last time I only saw her back. This time I finally saw the front face. Tsuing Yang does not look very old. Her features are very clear, is considered a beautiful woman. Just a little thin body, dressed in a patched, coarse linen outfit. His hands were folded and his head was bowed nervously. The other 2 women were slightly older. All look loyal and honest too. Just all skinny. Li Yuan nodded. He was still satisfied with Chu Wanjun's ability to recognize people. Push open the door of the wine shop. Let everyone in first. Li Yuan then began to organize today's work. Brewing wine with rice bran was something that Li Yuan had read in a book in his previous life. The method isn't too difficult. Start by stirring together rice bran and a small amount of rice hulls with warm water. Let it sit for an hour. Then steam it in a retort for an hour. After pouring the steamed rice bran on a mat to cool down, sprinkle it with the prepared wine curds. After that it's time to start the piles and leave them for a day or so to ferment and saccharify the liquor for a day. Then the liquor is put into the tank and sealed. Fermented for about 7 days. Then it can be released for distillation. The brewing process is not complicated. but the control of temperature and time is very strict. It's a good thing that Li Yuan has a very good memory. The women worked all morning under his direction. All 4 of the newly recruited women worked very hard. By noon, Kotek had simmered an entire pot of corn and rice in a large pot. Another jar of pickles was brought in. This was the working meal that Li Yuan had arranged for the female workers of the brewery. Each of the 4 women was issued a rough earthenware bowl. Kotek gave them both a bowl full of corn rice and a spoonful of pickles to snap on. Their hands were shaking as they took the bowls. How long has it been since I've had a full meal? Smelling the sizzling corn rice brought tears to my eyes. The 4 women immediately found their own places to eat. Here in Li Yuan, corn rice is the way to go. Li Yuan plainly believes that as long as the person who works for him, it is a must to give enough food. As long as there was rice in the pot, Li Yuan let them eat whatever they wanted. In the end, even looking at the skinniest Suenyang ate 3 bowls. The 4 women, who had eaten well in the afternoon, worked with more vigor than in the morning. Li Yuan estimated. At this rate of efficiency, it would only take 3 days for the 10 stones of rice bran that had been bought to be used up. By then one will need to get in another batch of rice bran. Toward the end of the evening, Li Yuan managed another cornucopia of rice for the 4 men. They were paid 10 cents each for their work as agreed. The 4 women held the money in their hands gratefully, even to the point of kneeling down to pay their respects. Looking at the humble 4 women, Li Yuan's heart felt bad. These women work for him, actually he takes advantage of them. He also felt that giving only 10 cents each was a bit low. It's just a matter of getting into the country and doing as the Romans do. For now. Chapter 24, Successful Brewing. A few days after that, the 4 girls have then been helping out in the brewery, and the work continues to be very hard. 3 days later, Li Yuan bought in another 10 stone of rice bran. Since the brewery was open, Li Yuan simply let it keep running. On this day, the mountain fruit wine that Li Yuan had brewed earlier also arrived at the day of opening. Carry these wine jars into the yard. Li Yuan carefully opened the mountain fruit wine altars one by one. The results were better than he expected. Of the 100 or so jars of mountain fruit wine, 2 dozen failed to ferment. The rest, however, were successfully fermented into wine syrup. Li Yuan's next step is to distill. In fact, this is where Li Yuan dares to open a wine shop in Diliang. Nowadays, the so-called wines in Diliang are basically cloudy wines with very low degrees. There are a lot of impurities in the wine. It's also a bit tart to drink. But distilled spirits are different, more mellow and better tasting. In the past few days Li Yuan had built a simple distillation equipment. It's actually a distillate that is extracted by heating the pulp to boiling and passing it through a section of condenser tubing. These distillates are actually liquors. However, if you are distilling a fruit wine with a lower alcohol content, then you will need to distill it several times to reach a higher degree. Li Yuan had enough charcoal in his hands, and with enough fuel, multiple distillations were naturally not a problem. In the end, after 3 distillations, Li Yuan obtained a wine syrup with a degree of about 30 degrees and a slightly fruity and sweet flavor, and 500 pounds of mountain fruit ended up brewing about 100 pounds of liquor. Since the mountain fruit winemaking was successful, Li Yuan decided to give this wine a name. Thinking about it, this liquor with a slight fragrance of mountain fruits will be called 100 Flowers Brew. A few more days passed. It was time to open the first batch of fermented rice bran wine. The fermented slurry was similarly subjected to secondary distillation. In the end 10 stones of grain Li Yuan obtained about 84 pounds, about 50 degrees of high liquor. Li Yuan took a taste. Although the flavor is not a small difference from the white wine of the latter days, but it can be said that there is no pressure to crush the local turbid wine of Diliang. Then this strong-flavored rice bran wine, Li Yuan named it, Green Original Syrup. This time Li Yuan wanted to go high-end. Packaging is naturally very important if the goods are to fetch a high price. Li Yuan customized several hundred half-caddy white porcelain wine bottles from the pottery workshop. These bottles alone cost 5 grand. Can the 100 Flowers Brew and the Green Original Syrup into separate bottles. Seal it with a clay seal and let it mellow out in storage for a few days. The first batch of the Li family winery will be ready for sale. At this time, Li Yuan had 150 bottles of 100 Flowers Brew and 168 bottles of Green Original Syrup in his hands. With a product you have to find customers. The best place to sell these wines is, naturally, the county seat of Green Plains. Li Yuan called up 4 of his men and brought along freshly brewed wine in preparation for a walk to the county seat. The time is noon. Cross Street, Qingyuan County, Drunken Fragrance Restaurant. This was the largest restaurant in the city, with 3 floors above and below. The elegant seats and loose tables are all available. It was now mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. The lobby was already full of diners. On the first floor, off to the west, sat a table of guests. He was dressed like a soldier from the countryside. The restaurant's fellows had already served the 7 or 8 dishes ordered by the guests. Another jar of good cloudy wine was sent up. One of the guests, a large, well-built man, picked up his bowl and took the first sip of the cloudy wine, but with a disgruntled frown, he spat out the wine. "You shopkeeper, why is this wine so bland?" The running mate was stunned and said with a busy smile, "Guest, you're joking. Isn't this the flavor of all the wine in our Qingyuan county?" The big man said with displeasure. "Who said that? I'll give you a long look." At this moment, many of the guests in the restaurant were attracted by the clamor over here. Heads have been turned around to watch. After the big man finished speaking, he took out a delicate white porcelain wine bottle from his arms. Tap the bottle with your hand to break off the clay seal. Instantly a sweet aroma of wine wafted through the first floor lobby. Many of the onlooker drinkers couldn't help but light up. The burly man poured the wine slurry from the bottle into the bowl, with a bright, clear wine overflowing. The smell of wine in the hall got stronger. The burly man cupped the bowl and gulped down the wine. The expression that was on his face was one of enjoyment. This action of his caused many of the drinkers around him to gulp dry saliva. People were talking. Is this wine in his hand really so good? At that moment a man stood up at the neighboring table. It was a tall, strong, long-faced man. The man wore a short coat and carried a long sword at his waist, and appeared to be a guard for a merchant caravan going about its business. The long-faced man asked, arching his hand at the big man who was drinking, "This brother, I wonder what kind of wine you're drinking. May I, too? Let me taste it." The big man looked at the long-faced man, thought for a moment, and said with some heartache, "There's no harm in letting you have a taste, but it's an expensive wine. You'll have to drink carefully." The long-faced man was called Zhang Chuan, nicknamed Drunken Sangwan, and he loved to drink on weekdays. He could earn quite a bit of silver for a trip outside his mouth as a merchant escort, but most of it he spent on alcohol as well. Today Zhang Chuan has just escorted a batch of goods to Qingyuan County. The proprietor gave the guards their silver settlements. Zhang Chuan then had a few free money in his hand, ready to go to the drunken fragrance house to drink him a good meal. Just a few sips of the wine he'd ordered came from behind him before he'd even taken a few sips. He lifted his nose to smell it, and the flavor was mellow and sweet, far superior to the cloudy wine in his own hands. Zhang Chuan is a lover of wine. He knew it was a bit of a step down to ask someone for a drink at a hotel, but the flavor of this wine really made it hard for him to leave, so it was cheeky to strike up a conversation with the burly man. The burly man was also quite generous, and when he heard that Zhang Chuan also wanted to taste it, he brought over an empty bowl. He also poured half a bowl of wine syrup for Zhang Chuan and handed it over. Zhang Chuan took the bowl of wine and first lifted his nose to smell it. The bowl was full of wine, far better than the cloudy wine he was drinking, and the wine is clarified without any impurities. Zhang Chuan couldn't hold back any longer at this point, tilting his neck and swallowing the wine in the bowl in one gulp. An instant rush of spice straight down the throat, followed by a fruity aftertaste. A warm current rose from his throat to his belly. The mouth savored the flavor of the wine between his teeth. Zhang Chuan was a face of intoxication, his mouth unable to stop praising. "Well, good wine, really good wine." This drunken three-guan Zhang Chuan is quite famous in the drunkard community of this Qingyuan County. People who often come to Drunken Fragrance House know that Zhang Chuan is the most picky about wine. To be able to make Zhang Chuan shout out a good wine meant that the wine should indeed have some reputation. With him taking the lead like that, the surrounding drinkers gathered around in curiosity, and others wanted to beg for some wine to savor. For a while, the first floor lobby of the Drunken Immortal residence was a bit chaotic. It was at this moment that a running boy squeezed in, arching his hand at the big man. He said, "This guest, our proprietor, has an invitation on the third floor." The big man froze, and then used his eyes to look at the handsome man at the side. That person was none other than Li Yuan. This farce in the lobby was of course deliberately arranged by Li Yuan, and that big man was Cui Yong, a soldier under him. Li Yuan did this, of course, to get the store's attention. By the way, it makes a name for itself as a wine. At this moment, the proprietor of the restaurant had an invitation. It was natural for Cui Yong to look at Li Yuan and ask how he should respond. Li Yuan looked up at the upstairs. Then he got up and said to the boy, "I'm their proprietor. I'll go with you." Chapter 25, Zhonyang and Old Qin. Li Yuan followed the tavern fellow toward the upper floor. Going up to the third floor of the Drunken Fragrance House, he raised his eyes and looked around. It's all one single elegant room with partitions. The fellow led the way in front, taking Li Yuan to one of the innermost compartments. The fellow reached out and picked open the curtain and made a gesture of invitation inward. Li Yuan didn't say anything, lifted his leg and walked in. This cubicle is decorated in a fresh and elegant way. The walls are hung with paintings and calligraphy by famous artists, and there are some beads and jade ornaments on the Baobao pavilion. There was a faint scent of flowers in the room. In the center of the compartment stood a very elaborate square table of sandalwood. One person sits to the left and right of the square table. Li Yuan looked at the two but was a little surprised in his heart. The one on the left-hand side is a woman in purple with an enchanting figure and beautiful appearance. That temperament was 7 parts graceful, 2 parts dusty, and 1 part dainty. Eyes like autumn water swirling waves, said inexhaustible tenderness. As long as a man will be attracted to it. The one on the right-hand side was an old man in green with a full head of white hair. His face was kind, but he was full of smiles when he looked at Li Yuan, who walked into the cubicle. After Li Yuan came in, these two just kept sizing up Li Yuan, and no one spoke. After a long time, the enchanting and beautiful woman opened her mouth first. Where is this little groom from? What audacity to borrow my drunken fragrance residence's territory to make a name for your wine. You don't even ask around. The Zhonyang of the drunken fragrance house is not something to be coaxed. Li Yuan looked at the demonic purple-clothed woman. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a smile that was not condescending. This lady, I came to the drunken fragrance house to eat wine, but I paid my silver. Not a penny is owed to the proprietor here. You summoned the boy to call me over. There is no seat, and no tea is served. So neglectful of me. Is this how you treat your guests in this drunken fragrance house? The demonic woman froze. The heart is even more furious. I have not yet pursued you for using my territory to promote wine. Now I'm actually talking about what I'm not. This little groom is so eloquent. Before she could utter a retort, the white-bearded old man on the side, on the other hand, was already holding his belly and laughing. Then he said to the sultry woman next to him, Nin Yang, Nin Yang, this young groom is very interesting. What people say is also reasonable. How can you be so slack when you summon them here? After all, this drunken fragrance house of yours is also open for business. The bewitching woman grunted in dissatisfaction. Clapping his hands, a boy came in and brought over a chair for Li Yuan. Li Yuan was naturally nonchalant. Sit down firmly. There was another boy, who brought a bowl of tea soup and placed it in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan held the tea soup in his hand, which made him nod in satisfaction. The demonic woman said to the old man, Elder Qin, see if this is always okay. The old man named Qin Lao nodded, then looked at Li Yuan again and said, don't be offended by this Lang. Zhonyang is the proprietor of this drunken fragrance house, and saw you causing strife with wine in the lobby. The heart is naturally displeased. If there is any disrespect, please bear with me. Lang. When Li Yuan saw that the old man was gentle and courteous, he naturally responded with courtesy. I have been abrupt in my actions, and I also ask for the 9 Yang Qin elders' forgiveness. The old man waved his hand. That's just it. It's all trivial. If Lang is here, he must have good wine in his hands. Could you let the two of us taste it? Just now, Qin Lao and Zhonyang were discussing business in the elegant room on the 3rd floor when they suddenly heard the clamor in the lobby on the 1st floor. When I sent someone to find out, it turned out that someone was deliberately selling good wine. It caused chaos at the restaurant. For the acts and purposes of Li Yuan, both Zhonyang and Qin Lao knew it by heart. What surprised them, however, was that Zhang Xuan, the drinker who had always been known to be picky. I can't believe I'm raving about the wine the group brought. This surprised the duo a bit, and sprung a bit of interest. So he asked the boy to summon the leader of the group. Li Yuan saw the old man open the door. Then he said with an arch, I still don't know the old man's name. Before the old man could reply, Nin Yang, who was on the side, said, this is the head of the guild of my liquor store in Green Plains County, Mr. Qin Hongbai. You can also address Elder Qin. Li Yuan immediately got up and saluted first. There's a reason he's doing this. To sell one's wine in Green Plains County, one naturally has to get through to all parties. This Elder Qin was the head of the Wine Shops Association, which could be considered a very crucial part. A million things are not to be offended. Elder Qin then nodded and said, that's just it. Let me see your bar first. Li Yuan wasn't pretentious either. Reaching into his arms, he pulled out 2 porcelain wine bottles, 1 bottle of Bakufu Brewing and 1 bottle of green original syrup. That Zhonyang looked at Li Yuan but smiled cheekily. Flirting. You, little groom, still say you're not borrowing my tavern to make a name for yourself. All with booze on them, that's what I caught. Between the words winks, a million tantalizing. Principal Li just nodded and smiled, saying nothing. Elder Qin, on the other hand, first took the bottle and carefully viewed it first, then skillfully tapped away the ceiling clay. In an instant, the scent of wine was overflowing in the tiny cubicle. Both of them froze, then looked at each other. The look was full of surprise. The boy had already placed a delicate white porcelain bowl in front of each of the two. Qin Lao directly poured out the wine syrup and filled the porcelain bowl in front of him. The aroma of wine in the house intensified. Qin Lao's eyes brightened as he looked at the clear wine syrup, and the Zhonyang on the side was no longer full of concern as she was a moment ago. The two men looked at each other. Each took a delicate sip from their bowls. The liquor hits the throat and starts with a strong spice. This is followed by a slight fruity aftertaste on the tongue. Such a peculiar flavor was the first time both of them had tasted it. Cannot help but nod frequently. Heart praise is good wine. The first thing they tasted was the 30-degree brew. After that, Qin Lao opened another bottle of green original syrup. The aroma of this bottle is even stronger. Elder Qin carefully poured the liquor into the bowl. Smell it through your nose first. Strong and mellow. The aroma is even better than that of the 100 Flowers brew. Smelling the tantalizing aroma of the wine, Qin Lao cupped the bowl and gulped a mouthful of spirits into his throat. In just an instant, Elder Qin felt like he had swallowed into a blazing fire. All the organs felt like they were on fire. The wine churned through his body like a fiery horse galloping or waves lapping at the shore. Qin Lao seldom gets drunk on his regular drinking. But today, drinking the green pulp is a different feeling. I only felt slightly drunk, and my body felt as if I were stepping on a cloud. Elder Qin adjusted his breath and barely managed to press the wine down before letting out a long breath. This bowl of green original syrup is incomparable to the cloudy wine I usually drink. It also made this old Qin, who didn't know how many years he had spent in the sea of wine, blush. Not bad, really good wine. Compared to this wine, the turbid wine he usually drank could only be considered sour rice soup. Li Yuan didn't say anything, just looked at the two people in front of him and smiled. The wine has been tasted. Now it's time to talk about the price. Elder Qin and Jionyang first looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with shock. Once this kind of wine from Li Yuan was on the market, it could definitely crush the ordinary turbid wine on the market. As for the price, both of them were a bit uncertain in their minds. At that moment Ninyang opened her mouth first. Junior Lang Jun, I'll offer 100 can. How about you sell this wine recipe to me? Li Yuan had a smile on his face, but was shaking his head frequently. The heart said, sell you a recipe? No way. Cootie. Only then will I sell it. Chapter 26, 100 guan a day. Li Yuan bowed to Junyang. This lady, you are joking. This wine recipe is related to the livelihood of hundreds of soldiers and households in our military fort. How dare I sell it? The two people on the opposite side of the room asked with a puzzled look on their faces. Oh, you're soldiers. Li Yuan nodded, then began to tell the story he had made up long ago. Alas, both of you, truth be told, my name is Li Yuan. I am the commander of the soldiers' household at West River Fort. After the Battle of Chishui River, we soldiers and households of West River Fort suffered heavy losses. The armory of the military room is poorly clothed, and the swords and spears are broken. Men suffered heavy casualties and women were widowed in countless numbers. The relief rations and rice distributed by the superiors are again pitifully small. Women and children often die of starvation in the village. Speaking emotionally, Li Yuan even wiped the corners of his eyes. Wipe away the tears that don't exist. As a last resort, I had to organize my folks to open a brewery to try to earn some silver and rice, to relieve the relatives of those soldiers in the countryside. Do not ask for huge profits from merchants and businessmen, but ask for food and clothing for the townspeople. This wine formula is the lifeblood of us soldiers. Whoever misses him and cuts off our livelihood, 100 or 10 men in the countryside will fight him. In this last sentence, Li Yuan had deliberately aggravated his tone. There was some hidden murderous intent. Jionyang swallowed a little. She had actually moved more or less something else in her heart just now, thinking about whether to find some city foxes and rats to rob this wine formula. Li Yuan's words dissuaded her from that idea. Those green-skinned gangsters in the city may not be a match for these soldier households. If he really pissed off the other side, and 100 or 10 soldier households came to his door, he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. Li Yuan continued again. I have this wine, which is extremely difficult to make and carefully made with materials. A lot of it comes from years of experience. It doesn't produce much wine in a month. The meaning of this statement is clear. The first is that even if you take a wine recipe, no one knows how to make it. The second is that my wine production is limited and I will not massively hit the market and make it difficult for your other wineries. When Elder Qin heard this, he nodded and asked, then, Mr. Li Lang, this wine of yours, what price do you want to sell it for? Li Yuan's demeanor was naturally composed. Tapping the two porcelain vases with his hand, he said, I'm pricing this 100 Flowers brew at $300 a bottle, and the green original syrup is $400 a bottle. Upon hearing this price, both Jionyang and Elder Qin sucked in a breath of cool air. This price is more than 7 or 8 times more expensive than the price of wine on the market today. But once Qin Lao and Jionyang thought about it, both wines are really much better than the average wine on the market. Those regular drinkers are definitely willing to spend that money. Figuring this out, both of them nodded slightly. Okay, for that price, it's up to the youngest Lang. But, we still have a request. Li Yuan immediately reached out his hand and stopped them from continuing. Of course Li Yuan knew what they were going to say. Naturally it was the exclusive monopoly of this wine. He wasn't about to give up his monopoly so easily, but he couldn't not give face to Qin Lao. So he said, "My winery gives priority to supplying Drunken Fragrance House with 200 bottles each of 100 flower brew and green original syrup every month. In addition, I do the same at Elder Qin's place. My newly brewed wine will be sent to Elder Qin's wine shop first. My winery has a limited production and that's all it can do at the moment. What do you two think?" Li Yuan's wine is offered to the duo on a priority basis. It's already considered a big concession. Elder Qin and Zhonyang looked at each other and found it acceptable. The deal was quickly concluded, with Li Yuan bringing 150 bottles of 100 Flowers Brew and 168 bottles of green original syrup. All of them were traded to Zhonyang of the Drunken Fragrance House and Old Qin's wine shop. As for how they split it, Li Yuan didn't care. In this transaction, Li Yuan got a full 112 kanji. The profit after costs can be as much as 100 guilders. It's a proper windfall. Looking away from Li Yuan, Zhonyang and Qin Hongbai glanced at each other. "Elder Qin, how are we going to split this wine?" Elder Qin twirled his beard a bit and said, "I like this green original syrup. It's like swallowing fire in the mouth. It's very comfortable to drink. So share some more of this with me." Ninyang nodded. "Good thing too. I really like this 100 Flowers Brew. It has a fruity flavor when I drink it. Couldn't it really be brewed with 100 flowers? Then I'll take more of the 100 Flower Brew." Not to mention how these two split the wine. Li Yuan left the Drunken Fragrance House with 4 of his men. After leaving the restaurant, Li originally went to the carriage house in Qingyuan County. Long-term supply agreements were reached with Zhonyang and Qin Lao. This later to the county to send wine to buy food. Inevitably need transportation. You can't hire a carny every time. So getting a wagon is now a necessity. When I arrived at the carriage house, I found that carriages and horses were sold separately. A horse can be anything from a bad one with a dozen can to a good one with 70 or 80 can, depending on its quality. And a carriage with sturdy workmanship would cost more than 8 or 9 kanji apiece. In the end, Li Yuan spent 20 guan on a worn-out horse and another 10 guan on a cart. The final total was 30 guan, which made up a wagon. The driver was good. The Jiangping and Uncle Fu under him could drive the car. That saves a lot of trouble. After buying the wagon, I went to the grain and rice store. This time Li Yuan is buying sorghum. If you say what grain is best for brewing, with the experience of later life, Li Yuan knows that it is of course sorghum. Asked a few grain stores, the price of sorghum in Qingyuan County is slightly lower than rice, is considered a kind of mixed grain. So Li Yuan bought 6 stone of sorghum and another 3 stone of corn. It wasn't that Li Yuan didn't want to buy more grain, but the load limit of the newly purchased wagon was about 1,000 pounds. That was about 9 stone of grain, and he didn't want to wear out his horse at once yet. Picked up a few more groceries in town. Li Yuan then took a few of his men and drove the carriage back to the eastern countryside. Back at the brewery, each of his men was given 2 buckets of corn each and 100 wenzi as payment for today's hard work. All 4 of them went home happily, carrying grain bags and carrying copper coins. Li Yuan was originally arranging things in the brewery. Now that he has enough money on hand, he is going to switch to sorghum from tomorrow and brew a batch of higher quality wine. Arrangements were also made for Xia to notify his 2 uncles in the mountains. Mountain fruits and stone charcoal continue to be delivered to the brewery. The one sleeping in the east room tonight is Chu Wanjun. The 2 of them took a good inventory of the brewery's accounts. Chu Wanjun's eyes widened in excitement. My own husband is so good at what he does. A small village wine shop was even run by the Sangha with a daily income of 100 kilos. After a careful reckoning between the 2, both thought it best to buy the 2 unoccupied empty houses to the right and left of the brewery as well. Triple the size of the brewery and recruit some people to expand production. And those leftover leaves from brewing are best not wasted. It would be a good idea to fix up a pigsty in the neighborhood and raise some hogs. The 2 spent the evening discussing it for a long time. It was only then that he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, before Li Yuan had gotten up, Xiao Zhu and Xiao Xia came knocking on the door of the east room. Li Yuan asked as he pushed open the door to the house. "What's wrong? What happened?" The 2 of them, on the other hand, had a look of meaninglessness on their faces as they pointed outside the courtyard gate and said to Li Yuan, "Sagittarius, just go out and look." Li Yuan originally went to the courtyard door and opened the door just to look at it, only to see a dozen women kneeling in front of their house. Their thin bodies shivered in the cold wind of an April morning. When Li Yuan took a look, these women were all orphans and widows in the eastern countryside. Li Yuan hurriedly asked, "Sisters, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling here? But looking for me, Li Yuan?" The women saw that it was Li Yuan who pushed the door out. All of their eyes lit up and they kowtowed in a panic, saying, "Li Jiao Langjun, please reward us with a way out. Let us also enter the brewery as laborers." Chapter 27, The Poor Orphans. Looking at the dozen or so poor orphan girls kneeling in front of him, Li Yuan also let out a sigh. They were all thin and withered. wrapped only in a thin hemp garment. He shivered in the cold morning wind. This time the orphan girls came en masse to kneel at the door of Li Yuan's house. There's really no way around it, either. No one can bear the taste of starvation. The 4 women, Suing Yang, were working as laborers in the Li Yuan brewery to eat food. In a place as small as the East Country, it soon spread to every household. At first the other orphan girls didn't care. Orphan girls like them went to work in the workshops, and because of their weakness, it wouldn't take long for them to be thrown out by their master's family. It was not uncommon for workers to be denied rations and wages, or even to be bullied and humiliated. But those sisters who were familiar with a few of the women quickly realized something was wrong. Suing Yang, a few people, were usually so hungry that they wobbled when they walked, but since going to work as a laborer at Li Yuan's brewery, they seemed like different people. The color of the flesh is getting better. It didn't take long for all these orphan girls to find out. In Li Yuan's brewery, not only could he eat all the corn rice he wanted, but he was also paid 10 won per day for his work. This isn't a wine shop. It's clearly a goodwill center. This is a dream come true. It is human nature not to suffer from a lack of equality. I'm starving to death, yet you get fed and paid every day. Who can stand this? Once these remaining orphan girls in the village discussed it. If there's no food, it won't take long for everyone to starve to death. Instead of waiting to be starved to death, why don't you go and kneel at the door for that Li Langjun? Beg him to take himself to work in the brewery as well. Ask for a way to live for yourself. Li Yuan was also a bit headstrong right now. One does want to expand the brewery and recruit more women as laborers. But if all the dozen or so orphan girls in this village come over, apparently there's nowhere to arrange that either. But he couldn't bear to turn these poor women away. They are also just trying to survive. The mind is in a bit of a quandary. Behind him, Chu Wanjun walked over and whispered in Li Yuan's ear, "Husband, just leave this matter to me." It dawned on Li Yuan that when dealing with women, of course women were the best. "Okay, Wanjun, I'll leave it to you then. Treat these poor people well." Looking at the rosy-cheeked Chu Wanjun in front of him, there was some envy in the hearts of these women. The Chu sisters were just like them most of a month ago. There is no food in the house and they are starving. But other sisters are lucky. There came a Li Langjun, who entered the household and became the head of the family. Not only do the sisters have a man, but a man with great skills. Since then, the sisters' lives have been worlds apart from other orphan girls. People's male friends, share the upper fields, dig money urns, and open wine shops. The family grew richer and richer. Looking at the new clothes on the 2 Chu sisters, it really made these women more and more red in the eyes. The envious eyes of those orphan girls. Chu Wanjun saw it all. There was also a hint of smugness in his heart. But she was kind-hearted. After all, I can't see these orphan girls suffering in the cold. Sisters, get up. You are kneeling in front of my house. For those who don't know, what did my Sangha do to you? It wouldn't be good for any gossip to get out. My Sagittarius has the best face. Whoever defiles his name to do the work, he will not accept it. The women rushed to their feet at that. If he really upset Li Yuan and lost the work of the brewery, he would lose a lot of money. Chu Wanjun turned her head again and shouted to the house, "Xiaozhu, Xiaoxia, boil a pot of hot congee. Warm up the sisters who are guests." When Chu Wanjun said this, the woman in front of the door was a bit embarrassed. Where they were guests, they were kneeling at the door in a somewhat semi-coercive manner. Not only did their masters not scold them, but they also gave them hot porridge to drink. They also began to wonder if they had been a bit abrupt in what they were doing. Some of the thin-skinned ones were so shy they wanted to leave, but couldn't spare the hot porridge simmering inside. After all, a lot of orphan girls nowadays rely on wild greens for their food. It's been a long time since I've seen grain. It didn't take long for the hot porridge on the stove in the house to simmer. Xia held out a stack of rough pottery bowls. Chu Wanjun told these orphan girls to come over and eat the corn porridge. Hold the hot porridge. Many of the women actually whimpered. Sizzling hot porridge in your mouth. Each ate very sweetly. At this time Chu Wanjun said, "My husband also wants to expand the brewery to use more people. It's just going to take some time yet. Sisters, wait a few days. These days if can't stay up, just meet me at the wine shop. I can still afford a bowl of hot porridge." Chu Wanjun's words were very well thought out. Another bowl of hot porridge was sent to warm his body. Each of these orphan girls was thankful. Drinking hot porridge and getting the promise of preferred employment at the Li Yuan brewery, the orphan girls then dispersed. Looking at those waning backs, Li Yuan felt his heart heavy. He turned back to Chu Wanjun. The world is a tough place, so if I, Li Yuan, can help one, it's one. In a while I'm going to go to the county and looking for ways to make money. Chu Wanjun also sighed and said, "I've heard that banditry has been unrelenting lately, and the roads are uneasy. You must be very careful when you go out." Sangha had breakfast. Li Yuan summoned 4 of his men. Each of the 4 of them was beaming with joy. There's no other reason. since I've been with Captain Li Yuan, it goes without saying that if you go out with them, you will get money. In the old days, each of the in-laws back home had a cold look in their eyes. Since following the chief of the wood, every day you can bring back grain, rice and coins. Sometimes you can bring back some sauces and meat. Being able to have enough to eat, their own in-laws are all smiles these days. I'm a lot more obedient with my daughter-in-law about doing things at night. The women in the family even instructed that they could hold on to the thigh of Li Yuan. Don't upset Li Langjun. Li Yuan took stock of the silver money he was holding, leaving the silver money needed for the operation of the brewery. There was still about 50 can to be utilized. This time he then took them all with him. Uncle Fu drove the car and the four followed. Li Yuan's first stop went to the West River Fort. Chu Wanjuan's words reminded him. Today, Qingyuan County is not a peaceful place, and it can be said to be plagued by banditry. The reason was also simple. The court of Diliang had lost the war and was said to be sending a large amount of annual coins to appease the northern barbarians. This age-old money naturally comes out of the people as well. The government exploited the people at all levels, and the people at the bottom could not live. So many places rose up. I heard that there are no less than a dozen famous mountains near this Qingyuan County. There are even more of those half-civilian, half-bandit gangs. Nowadays, Li Yuan is also considered a small fortune. It wouldn't be a surprise to be targeted by someone with an axe to grind. That's why he has to prepare early. The first thing to do, naturally, was to strengthen his own and a few of his men's armaments. Civilians holding military equipment can be considered a big taboo in the Diliang dynasty. The exception to this is the soldier household group. This is because once a war is fought, the court will need to compulsorily conscript military households to go to war. Soldiers are even required to provide their own weapons, so naturally they have the right to carry them. And no matter whether it is a sword, spear, armor or a strong bow and crossbow, as long as you have the money and can afford it yourself, you can use it to carry it. Li Yuan decided to use this loophole to properly arm himself and his men. Chapter 28, The Su Family Iron Shop. Less than an hour. Li Yuan and 4 of his men then arrived at West River Fort first. The soldiers guarding the gate inspected the waist tags of several people, and they let them into the fort. The first stop was naturally the weapon store. There were quite a few weapon stores on the cross street. Li Yuan picked one at random and walked in. There wasn't really much of a crowd at the arms store in the morning. There was only one not-so-old fellow looking after the store. When the 4 came in, this little dude didn't make much of a dent. Looking at the dress of these 4 men, they were all newly naturalized soldier households. And they definitely didn't have a few dollars on them. They couldn't afford the weapons here. And the fellow didn't want to bother with these poor guys. The 4 Li Yuan didn't care and went around the store. Picking up a long knife and glancing at it, Li Yuan asked the fellow, "How much is this?" Consistently 5. The fellow didn't even raise his head and replied breathlessly, "What about this helmet?" 3 slams for those who have a retainer. 2 for those who don't. Li Yuan nodded and took up another lance. "What about this?" Dude was a little annoyed. Consistently 1. "Ugh, you poor people, don't buy it or don't touch it. I have to clean up later." Li Yuan coldly glanced at the fellow. The stern gaze made him shiver in fear. Immediately afterward, the little fellow muttered, "Go, go, go. I'm most annoyed with you poor soldiers. Can't afford to buy anything and they're all mean." Seeing that this fellow was rude, Li Yuan did not get angry. Such little people weren't worth his anger. Anyway, there are several weapon stores on this street. I'll go to someone else's house if you don't have a good attitude. Li Yuan took his men and went out for a few more strolls. The prices are pretty much the same. The quality of the weapons, while somewhat better than those of the soldiers' room, was uneven. There's quite a bit of catfighting involved. For example, some stores sell swords and knives that look shiny and new on the outside, but are actually poorly processed at the time of forging, leaving dark lines. Once it's hard enough during a fight, it breaks. For Li Yuan and the others, martial arts preparation, this is something that concerns their lives. Do not dare to have a trace of sloppiness. After exiting another store, Li Yuan stood at the street corner a bit hesitant. Hesitate on which one to go to for weapons. It was at this moment that a brittle female voice rang in his ears. "This Lang Jun, but you want to buy martial weapons for defense. If you have time, visit my home." Li Yuan turned his head and realized that it was a woman in rough linen clothes. The face was a bit tanned, but the features were pretty good looking. "It's a purchase anyway, so go wherever you want." Li Yuan then said to her, "Good, then you'll show me the way." At that moment the little fellow from the first store happened to come out to pour water. Seeing this scene was a snarky shout. "Little black ninny of the Su family, you're out cheating again. What man dares to buy that martial equipment of your house? Don't waste your breath." The woman's face warmed with anger as she listened. "Jiang Xiaoer, don't chew the cud and insult people's reputation. My store is much better stocked than yours." "Guest, don't believe him, please follow me." Li Yuan was indifferent. Anyway, let's see. So followed the woman into the back alley. This store is obviously not on Main Street. The fellow from the store on the front street, for some reason, had followed him with a bucket of water. It seemed like nothing was going on. To come over and check out the action. Followed the lead woman a dozen steps or so and turned toward the back street. Sure enough, I saw a store. The signboard at the entrance read, Su Family Iron Shop, a few words. Li Yuan raised his eyes. This is a front store and back workshop. At this moment, one could faintly hear the sound of iron smithing in the workshop behind him. Unlike the several large stores on Main Street that specialized in weapons, there were also a lot of iron farming tools at the entrance of the Su family's iron workshop. Apparently they were selling both farming tools and weapons. Li Yuan was a bit lost in his mind. Because there is actually a big difference in principle between building weapons and building farming tools. Compared to weapons, agricultural tools do not require a high level of skill. An old country blacksmith will do the job. For example, the old craftsman in his own neighborhood used to live by helping the villagers build some farming tools. However, since Li Yuan was here, he simply went in to take a look. Step into the front of the store. The hemp-clothed woman was busy greeting and introducing people left and right, even a little overzealous. Li Yuan casually picked up a standardized long sword of the Deliang soldier households and drew it out for a closer look. But to his some surprise, the long knife was very well made. The back of the knife was thick, and the blade was smooth and glistening with cold. Li Yuan tried it with his thumb, and it was vaguely chilly with a sharp edge. The quality of this knife is unexpectedly good. He picked up another spearhead and brought it to his eyes to examine it. The tip of the spear was straight, and the blade was polished bright and sharp. Li Yuan was a little confused. If one were to look at the quality of these armaments alone, this store's goods were actually a few percent better than the several large stores on the main street in front of them. But it looks like the store is a dismal business and has to make ends meet by building farming tools. Could it be that the armaments were not his, but just goods bought from other families and placed here for window dressing? With this doubt, Li Yuan picked up another piece of short zar armor. The workmanship is equally fine, with each piece of iron armor about 2.5 millimeters thick, and the armor leaves are densely and tightly braided. Another four-petaled iron helmet was taken, again built strong and shiny. Li Yuan turned his head and asked the hemp-clothed woman leading the way, "What is the price of your family's armament?" The woman returned as if she were counting. Standard long knives, consistently 3 each. 1 consistent lance with birch rod. This iron helmet, consistently 5. And short armor, 5 can. Li Yuan was stunned that the price of martial equipment of such good quality was still so much lower than the stores in front of him. That's a weird thing to say. Li Yuan asked again. "Tell me the truth. All this martial equipment, did your family workshop build it itself? It's not using other stuff, is it?" The hemp-clad woman seemed to have been insulted in some way, puffed and disgruntled. "Of course it's built by our workshop itself. Every single piece in this store. If I had used other goods to cheat people, I would have been run over by a horse on my way out the door." Li Yuan was busy waving his hand and said, "Don't blame the girl. This martial preparation concerns the life and limb of our soldier households. It had to be questioned carefully. I have a request. I don't know if it's possible." The woman leading the way was busy asking, "What does this groom want?" Li Yuan raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the workshop behind him. "May I visit your forge?" With Li Yuan's experience, just look at the other side's building process and materials used. It's enough to judge the quality of the other side's build of armaments. Unexpectedly, the hemp-clothed woman leading the way was a bit hesitant. The pot had long been lifted in the store and she was very keen to make the sale. It was just that, would it upset the master craftsman to let this guest see the workshop? But she couldn't care less. So she said, "This Lang Jun, wait a moment. I'll go to the back and inquire about the master craftsman. If the Grand Master will allow me, I will come and invite you myself." After that, he ran towards the back of the store. With his hands behind his back, Li Yuan pondered for a moment in the store. The quality of the martial equipment in this store was indeed the most refined he had seen among the various weapon stores in the military fort. And even rarer, the weapons are the least expensive. Li Yuan now wanted to do more than just buy a few weapons alone, but was more interested in long-term cooperation with this store. After all, he was going to form his own team in the future, and he obviously needed a reliable weapon supplier as well. If this store has the ability to supply martial arts in large quantities at such a low price and quality, then he must be on good terms with the other side. At least meet the great ironworker of their house. Chapter 29, The Great Craftsman. Mrs. Su. Li Yuan mused a bit more. Instead of waiting around, you should just go in and see for yourself. What if that little ninny said hello to the workshop in the back and the other side faked it? Wouldn't that make it impossible to know how good the other person's real craft is? Thinking of this, Li Yuan turned back to his 4 men and instructed them. "You guys wait here, I'll go in first on my own." After saying that, he raised his steps and walked into the courtyard behind the store. Li Yuan visually estimated that the courtyard behind the store had at least 3 entries. Just after walking into the first courtyard, Li Yuan was stunned. Only 4 women were working in the yard. One of the women was sharpening a long knife with a whetstone. The woman did her job with great vigor. The sharp edge of her long knife polished to a snowy shine. Another woman was adding wooden handles to several spears. Li Yuan could tell that the wood for the poles was fine birch. The 2 remaining women had baskets of iron armor leaves in front of them, and at the moment the 2 were braiding the armor. Li Yuan walked over and picked up a piece of braided shoulder armor and examined it carefully. It was as good as the quality of the store in front of him. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod his head as he took a step to continue walking towards the backyard. Those few women who were doing the work were all stunned when they saw Li Yuan just now. There seemed to be no reaction as to why there were men here, and a handsome-faced groom at that. But when they saw Li Yuan stepping towards the inside, a few women suddenly remembered something, and with a sudden shock, they were busy trying to stop it, but it was too late. Li Yuan had entered the courtyard of the second entry. Only when he looked up, his eyes widened incredulously and he froze on the spot. In this courtyard of the second entry is the workshop's ironworking room. At this time the iron smelting furnace located in the center of the courtyard was burning hot. The iron in the crucible glowed with a hot orange light. It's ridiculously hot here. At that moment there were 5 craftsmen struggling to forge iron. Surprisingly, though, all of these artisans were actually women. And what surprised Li Yuan the most? In front of the anvil in the center of the courtyard stood a tall, athletic woman. Is bare-chested and sweating profusely as he swings a blacksmith's hammer to strike iron. The female smith's upper arms were well-muscled, graceful muscle lines vibrating with the swing of the hammer. The full peaks of her chest were shaking with the fall of the hammer. Sweat was waving and flowing down his wheat-colored skin. With each fall of the hammer, flying iron flowers shot out in all directions. The woman's face was reddened by the firelight of the wrought iron forge, though the complexion of her face was darker than an ordinary woman's due to years of iron working. But the woman's features were very decent and beautiful. At this moment, the woman's face was serious and cold, and her eyes were fixed on an anvil on which a strip of semi-red iron material was being carefully hammered. The expression is focused and engaged. Such a scene, but Li Yuan was dumbfounded at once. It was not because of the love surge, but this woman's rhythm of striking iron was extremely beautiful. That hammer's thousand-hammered movement was like a beautiful dance that mesmerized Li Yuan. What made Li Yuan feel even more surprised was that this woman's body was vaguely shrouded in a layer of light. It was his own Wiseman's psychic ability that had been unleashed. This woman is of great use to him. Li Yuan was still fuming when a loud rebuke rang in his ears. You people, why did you come in here? Li Yuan was busy coming back to his senses. It was the same hemp-clad woman who had led the way that was found in front of him. At this point, she had an angry look all over her face. She tried hard to push Li Yuan out of the yard. The tall woman who was concentrating on the iron froze and looked up. Only at the entrance of the courtyard, there stood a young man with a handsome figure, was looking at himself with a dazed look in his eyes. The heart was not in a state of shock. The woman's face instantly reddened. With a hasty wave of his hand, he copied a tunic from a wooden rack off to the side and hurriedly draped it over his naked upper body. Then with a warm and angry face, he looked at Li Yuan. This woman is the master craftsman and proprietor of the Su family iron store, Su Cho Yun. At this point, Li Yuan also knew that he had been rude, accidentally trespassing in an area where men shouldn't be. Li Yuan hurriedly took a few steps back and bowed to the tall woman. Don't be offended, my lady. I just saw the excellent workmanship of the armor outside and wanted to see the craftsmanship of the great craftsman here. Didn't want to rush the maiden. I'm here to make amends. The Su family's maiden had draped her clothes to cover her toned body, and she had been filled with anger at being rushed by the man. The temperature around the forge and the workshop was extremely high, and you were bound to sweat if you stood there for a long time. The clothes stuck to my body in a very uncomfortable way. That's why a lot of smiths who work in iron prefer to go bare-chested. Su Nyangzi, as a master smith of the ironworks, had no choice but to bare her shoulders and work on the iron. She was already being very careful, but who would have thought that she would be seen by this man who had mistakenly entered the room? I'm afraid that I have been seen through by him up and down this circumference. Thinking of this, Nyang Su blushed and became even more mortified. Where are you from, denizen? I can't believe they broke into. It was only when Nyang Su looked up that she, too, froze. The man who bowed and saluted before him had a face like a crown of jade and an upright posture. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a jade tree. Nyang Su's heart trembled even as she watched. This groom is surprisingly handsome. The mortification of being seen in the light of day was suddenly a trifle less. Su Nyangzi straightened her clothes and took a step to the courtyard door, coldly chastising the young man in front of him. This Lang, you have ventured into my store here. What the hell is it about? If you don't make a point, I will never spare you. Li Yuan also knew that he was at a disadvantage. At this point it could only be said with apologies. I was just at the store in front of me and saw that the armor being sold was extremely well made. Just wanted to get some guys for the men while they're at it. All the more reason to meet the great master craftsman who has such a craft. It's just that when I came in, I didn't realize that the Grand Master was a woman. The heart is a bit eager, but I do not want to bump into the mother. 10,000 please do not blame. Li Yuan made a reasonable point that it was an accident. Who could have known before coming in that there was a bare-chested blacksmith woman in the back? Hearing Li Yuan's explanation, Niang Su's fire was mostly gone as she nodded her head and said, "It's good to know that this groom didn't do it on purpose. All of this martial armor did come from me. Is this Lang wanting to pick some up?" Li Yuan was busy with an arch. "I'm the soldier's warden of this West River fort. I do want to buy some martial equipment to give a few of my brothers some guts when they go into battle. But I wonder, this lady, if the price is still negotiable?" Lady Su saw the young man in front of her, with clear eyes and natural talk. He is indeed sincere in buying goods. The resentment in this heart was allayed. The misunderstanding just now was set off. Now the two went into bargaining mode. Lady Su turned her head and commanded the standing hemp-clothed woman at the side, "Blackie, go make some tea and bring it to the waiting room." Then he turned his head back to Li Yuan. "Then this groom, please follow me." Chapter 30 Purchase of Arms. What Niangshi Su meant by this was that the price was negotiable. After saying that, he turned around and led the way, with Li Yuan following behind towards the waiting room. After a long time, he saw both figures enter the waiting room and close the door. Instead, a few women in the blacksmith's workshop gathered together and whispered, "Do you guys think it's weird? My Lady Su was shown her body by a man, and not only did she not get annoyed, she even treated her with courtesy. This is really the sun coming out of the west." The other woman, however, whispered, "Why be annoyed? That groom is so handsome. Can't you lose a piece of meat if he takes a look at you?" Several of the other women's eyes flickered. An older woman said, "In our Daliang, dabbing the clothes in bare sleeves is both a loss of honor. This woman has been shown her body, and I'm afraid it's impossible for her not to marry someone else. It's a good thing that Lady Su isn't an ordinary person and doesn't care about that." The other woman picked up on that. Alas, Lady Su's husband has also been dead for 3 years. It's not easy for a woman to stay alone. Today, I see that Lady Su has not been angry with this young groom. Could it be that our Lady Su has really moved her mortal heart? A few women were in the middle of whispering and playing. There was a sudden chortle. "What are you wenches talking about? Our lady is a decent person. Not like you wannabe hooves. Every day I look forward to a man. Are you guys out of work? Hurry up and all get to work. If you guys are chewing the cud, if Lady Su hears you, watch out for her ripping your mouths off." A few women were busy looking up and saw that the one who spoke was the maid nicknamed Black and I, was holding a teapot to bring tea to the guest room. A few women saw that it was the little maid who would be at a disadvantage there, and also laughed playfully at her. "You black girl, don't be poor. When Lady Su marries her husband, she'll make you a companion pass-through maid. Hurry up and make yourself whiter, so that you don't make someone's husband dislike you when the time comes." With that, several of the women laughed out loud. A few words from these female craftsmen made Blackie blush. She mentally slurred that these women were really cheeky. Holding the teapot, he hurriedly flew away. Ignore the frolicking of these women outside. At this time in the waiting room, Li Yuan sized up this Lady Su in front of him. The heart couldn't help but secretly marvel. This woman was more than 7 feet tall, or about 1 meter 78 in modern times, taller than many men in this great Liang dynasty. His skin color was a light bronze like honey from years of laboring in front of the forge. Look carefully at her features, but was born correct and beautiful, very durable. Perhaps it is the reason for the years of iron working labor. The body is plump and fit, chest peaks full, buttocks and legs rounded and erect. This extremely dominating figure, looking at Li Yuan, was gulping. A few random conversations. Li Yuan found that the female smith's character was brisk and bold, rather like a man's. At this moment, Niang Su actually had a slight blush on her face. The memory of the way Li Yuan looked at her was always in his mind. But looking at this Lang Jun in front of him, for some reason he couldn't muster a trace of anger, and inexplicably some good feelings. Niang Su could only yow her head to shake the distracting thoughts out of her mind. "Now we are talking business with this Lang Jun. Don't think nonsense." Li Yuan sipped a mouthful of clear tea and asked to Lady Su, "I was just in the front store and saw that military equipment was sold together with agricultural tools. Why is that?" Lady Su sighed and explained, "Alas, we have no choice. Women build armaments that a lot of people don't trust. Many customers who buy martial arts equipment see that this workshop store is full of women and refuse to even enter. As a last resort we built some farming tools to make ends meet." Listening to the words of Lady Su, Li Yuan nodded with great understanding. In the Daliang dynasty, The idea that men are superior to women is deeply rooted. The craftsmen who build weapons are definitely a monopoly for men, because ironworking is physically exhausting and technically demanding. Very few women are able to do it. Not to mention the fact that there were women who could be great smiths for forging armor. This is simply unheard of anywhere else. If you want to buy a weapon to save your life, but see that it was built by a woman. Many people in Dalian do have misgivings, but Li Yuan, who came from a later generation, thought otherwise. He didn't care who built the armor. I'll buy from anyone who was good stuff at a good price. Nyangshi Su detected the words, seeing that the groom did not, because the armor was built by a woman, budge. Then he asked tentatively, and what kind of armor, and how much of each, is needed for this groom? Li Yuan said after a moment of contemplation. I want 5 of these 4-petaled iron helmets. I'll take 2 pairs of short body Zar armor that protects the vitals of the chest and abdomen. In addition 5 long knives of the standard type and 5 spears of fine quality. Another 7-power rifle bow, plus 2 jugs of feathered arrows. Soon Yangzi's heart was delighted, and she busily took the abacus for a while to pick up the pieces. This could be a rare and big deal for her. It didn't take long to figure out the total price. The total is 36 kan and 421. I'll go a fraction for Lang. Just give me 36 kan. Li Yuan took another sip of the clear tea, mentally calculating. These martial arts equipment if bought in the Front Street other family weapon store. I'm afraid 40 guan won't come down. This Lady Su is quite honest in her business. Li Yuan then nodded and said, okay, let's go with that price. Soon Yangzi's heart burst with joy. Her own store had finally opened this month. It's still a big deal. 36 kan. Sisters don't have to starve this month at least. Soon Yangzi came from a smith family, and her family had been building armor for the military fort for generations. Originally, the craft passed down in the family was passed down from man to woman. But when it came to Su Qiuyun's generation, only one female child was born to her. Fortunately, Su Qiuyun grew up with a heartfelt love for forging iron. People are also born tall. Arm strength is not inferior to men, so that the family craft is not lost. He later married a smith in the military fort and opened this weapons store. It was just unfortunate that 3 years ago, her husband went out with the army to conquer the Seychelles, but he died in battle in the wilds of the northern barbarians. Nyonya Su could only support the store on her own. She was a woman, but she was a bold and righteous person. Seeing that many of the women in the castle had lost their men and were living in dire straits, he took them to work in the store. But I didn't want business to get harder. Later on, they had to struggle to make ends meet by building some farming tools. This business of Li Yuan's today is considered to be a relief to her immediate needs. Sells for quite a bit less than other stores' prices though. Finally, there is an income to feed my sisters a full meal. Li Yuan paid the silver money with alacrity. Nyang Su then sent the armor and weaponry to the front within the store. All 4 of Li Yuan's men were excited to gather around these martial arts preparations. Those of them who were military households naturally understood that fine military armor was something that could save their lives on the battlefield. Li Yuan immediately assigned equipment to several people. The iron helmets are naturally one for each person. Long knives and spears were also available to each. This short body rolled armor is Li Yuan and Chui Yong 2 soldier households are used. Bows and arrows were currently only used by Li Yuan himself, so it was satcheled onto the body. Each of the 5 men changed into their new military armor, all of them rejoicing. But at this moment, Nyang Su looked at Li Yuan, noticing that his face was thoughtful and silent. He asked out loud, Li Langjun, I see that you don't look worried, but what's wrong with the armor I've built? Chapter 31, Robbers on the Road. Li said in principle, waving his hand. You're thinking poorly, Lady Su. It's not your armor that's a problem. It's the fact that I have limited financial resources right now. It is more than a little disturbing that I have not been able to get all the men under my command to put on their armor. It's amazing to hear that this is actually the reason. Nyangshi Su felt even more favorable towards this Lang Junli in her heart. She had rarely seen, on her own dime, a superior officer who armed his men. Seeing that Li Yuan valued the lives of his brothers so much, Lady Su also nodded darkly. After a moment's thought, she said to Li Yuan, don't worry, Li Langjun. I do have an idea. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned around and went into the inner courtyard. Not long after, Lady Su went and returned. Instead, he was carrying a few things in his hands. Li Yuan laughed at the sight. Those were 3 heart guards made of fine iron. Nyang Su said with bravado, I admire from the bottom of my heart how good you are to your own brother. These 3 heart protectors, count them as my gift to Li Langjun. Li Yuan was not polite, and arched his hand to thank Lady Su. Then he took the 3 heart protection mirrors handed over by Lady Su. Turning around, he handed it over to Chui Ping, Lu Haitu and Uncle Fu. The heart protector was actually a round piece of metal armor with 4 strings attached to it that could be tied around the chest and abdomen area to protect the vitals. Having this in your chest somewhat increases the chances of saving your life. The 3 of them happily took the heart protector and rushed to encircle it around their own waists. Lady Su said, "If you have any needs, Li Langjun, feel free to come anytime. I will satisfy Lang here with my armament." After listening to Nyangzi Su's words, Li Yuan but unconsciously swept another glance at her extremely domineering figure. Mentally, he couldn't help but swallow again. For some reason, he had an indescribably possessive feeling towards this Lady Su. Perhaps the scene of Su Nyangzi beating the iron with her bare shoulders was too appealing. Li Yuan shook his head, sweeping that emotion out of his mind for now. He told himself that now was not the time. Leaving the Su family iron shop, the 5 Li Yuan people walked down the street. The fellow from the weapons store on the front street looked at the 5 people incredulously. The soldier's armor on them was new at first glance. The fellow had thought that the 5 men would go in and see that the craftsman was a woman and would surely be furious and leave. But I didn't expect to actually buy armor there. The boy's eyes were sharp. Just a rough estimate. I know it's a big deal for 30 to 40 can. I didn't realize that these few soldier households actually had real money. If he hadn't been rude to people, wouldn't this business have been his own? If you really made their business, the commission could be at least as much as a consistent amount. Thinking of missing out on such a big business, the fellow couldn't help but stomp his feet in remorse. Ignore the disoriented fellow. Li Yuan's 5 men drove the carriage and continued to the county town after leaving the military fort. This time Li Yuan's purpose is to go to the county town in search of some ways to earn money. Those women kneeling at the door were too pathetic. Li Yuan also wanted to give them a chance to live. Out of the military fort all the way south on the main road to the county seat. After walking around for a while, a few people were a little surprised. For some reason, the pedestrians on the road seemed to be much sparser than usual. Stopping a passing old man just about to ask. When the old man saw Li Yuan's men with swords and spears, he was trembling with fear and kowtowed like garlic. Ask closer to find out. He was treating Li Yuan and the others as robbers who were stopping to rob. This made the 5 men cry. Li Yuan explains the situation to the old man, and realizes that they are soldier households, and the old man then puts his heart down. He told the 5 Li Yuan people, "There's been a lot of trouble with various bandits on the road lately. Everyone is being extremely careful, so they don't leave the house if they can." Li Yuan was slightly puzzled by this news. Sending the old man away, Li Yuan's group continued to rush. Aren't they afraid of bandits? Of course they were not afraid. 5 soldiers with swords and spears in full armor. The average small group of bandits really don't dare to mess with them. It went on for nearly half an hour more. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone hissing and fighting up ahead. The 5 of them glanced at each other, and their hearts were all shocked. Li Yuan waved his hand, and Cui Ping, who was good at scouting, ran over first to check the situation. The remaining 4 rushed to check their martial armor individually. Within a short time, Cui Ping ran back and whispered, "There's a small band of bandits up ahead, 5 or 6 of them, robbing a wagon. Head Li, should we make a move?" Li Yuan asked in a deep voice. "How are the bandits armed?" "It can be seen," Cui Ping immediately replied. "These bandits are all clothed in sackcloth, each armed with an iron sword, not seen with bows or arrows, and no horses." Li Yuan nodded and said, "As soldiers, we have a duty to protect our countryside. Okay, let's go over there and see where this banditry is coming from." Li Yuan had thought long and hard about bringing a few of his men to kill the bandits. As a soldier's household, sooner or later you have to go to war. For fighting a war, the sooner you can get used to it, the better. Instead of panicking and not knowing what to do when you get to the battlefield, might as well bring them out early to sharpen their skills. When Li Yuan heard that banditry was serious on the road recently, then he got up the idea of bringing 4 of his men to take the bandits for practice. Today's change of martial arts is also in preparation for this. A few of the henchmen understood this as well. They did not fail to comply with Li Yuan's arrangements. Soon, Li Yuan and Cui Yong, 2 armor-clad soldiers, led the way. Cui Ping, Lu Haizi, Uncle Fu, stay close behind at 5 paces for support. The 5 men drew their swords and held their spears, and after setting up a formation where they could support each other, they leaned forward, pushing aside the grass. He saw 5 or 6 bandits carrying swords and knives in front of him, hissing and shouting strangely under their breath, was pulling people down from a wagon, and the people in the car fought and cried and wailed. There was also a body lying on the ground, and judging by the clothes it should be the driver of the cart. Li Yuan did not hastily let the 4 rush over. Instead, he himself first carried his step bow and stood 30 paces away from the bandits. Opening his bow, he saved his arrows for the bandits. With the cracking sound of the bow and arrow, the bandit's side was startled, but it was already too late. The first arrow hit a bandit directly in the forehead. He toppled to the ground with a scream of misery. when his accomplice was hit by an arrow. The other bandits were instantly startled and began to look around in panic. Li Yuan drew another feathered arrow from his arrow pouch and raised his hand for another arrow. This second arrow, on the other hand, hit a running bandit in the thigh. He rolled and fell straight to the ground. He was whimpering and howling miserably, covering the thigh where he had been hit by an arrow. Li Yuan was just about to shoot a third arrow, but at that moment the terrified bandits began to dodge around. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Yuan always had to leave a few heads for his men to practice on. Then he drew his longsword and swung it forward, and the 5 of them rushed forward with a low roar. The bandits who were suddenly attacked were terrified, not waiting for the bandits to react. By virtue of their armor, Li Yuan and Cui Yong rushed straight into the group of bandits, swinging their long swords and slashing hard. The 3 of them, Cui Ping, who were following closely behind, were not shy either. Waving their spears and swords, they struck at the few remaining bandits. The battle was short and intense. The group of bandits totaled only 6 people. 1 man was shot dead by Li's original hand. In only one glance, 2 more people were cleaved to death by Li Yuan and Cui Yong, and the remaining one was still wounded with arrows, and the 2 who were still alive turned their heads to run. He was caught up by Cui Ping and Lu Haitu, who raised their spears from behind and stabbed him to death. Uncle Fu ran slightly slower, and by the time he got to his heels, the last bandit had been stabbed to death by Lu Haizi. Uncle Fu, who failed to snatch the bandit's head, was furious and remorseful. Chapter 32 Qiao Huaishan. Several people easily decimated 6 bandits. The 4 henchmen were all a little excited. This is really a big difference when you have a weapon in your hand. At Li Yuan's gesture, Cui Ping leaned down to scrutinize the origins of these bandits. Cui Ping peeled off the bandits' clothes and found snake-like tattoos on the body of a bearded bandit at the head. Several people's eyes lit up. When Li Yuan and the others went in and out of the county several times, they had seen bounty notices for bandits posted in front of the city gates. This guy with the snake tattoo was one of them. Trippin peeled back the man's hair for a closer look. That's right, Li Head. That's the man. This guy's bandit name is Vulcan Snake. And if I remember correctly, the officials are offering a reward of 20 can. Now we've earned it. The heads of the remaining 5 bandits will also receive a 5 guan bounty when they are taken to the government, but only if we can prove that he is indeed a bandit. As soon as Li Yuan turned back, he looked at the carriage that had been hijacked by the bandits. At this time on the carriage sat a middle-aged man with a rich and obese figure, his expression trembling with fear. Obviously he didn't know the identity of the 5 Li Yuan people in front of him. The heart was very uneasy. If these people were also bandits blocking the road, then he would not end up equally well. Li Yuan was busy explaining to him that the 5 of them were soldiers of the West River Fort and showed his belt plate. Knowing that they were soldiers and not bandits, the obese middle-aged man let out a long breath. Li Yuan didn't make things difficult for him. After all, he still needed him to testify before handing over the bandit's head. Li Yuan said as he gave him a hug, "We're going to the county seat of Green Plains. Are you traveling with us?" This middle-aged man had long been scared out of his wits by the bandits, and when he saw that he could ride with Li Yuan and the others, he quickly nodded his head. "I'm grateful for the help of a few strong men. I'm also going to the county town, so we'll just go together." Li Yuan brought over his own carriage, paralleled the carriage of this rich middle-aged man, and together they traveled to Qingyuan County. Li Yuan carefully sized up the middle-aged man and saw that his clothes were luxurious and his demeanor was graceful. Knowing that this man was no ordinary person, he asked about his identity. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry to make a few of you laugh. I'm the proprietor of the Chao family cloth villa in Qingyuan County." Qiao Huaishan. Li Yuan nodded. So this person was a cloth shop owner. No wonder he was dressed so well. Then, "Master Qiao, why do you still want to go out of the city now that the road is so rough?" This boss Joe shook his head helplessly and said, "This groom doesn't know. The price of cloth has soared lately, and I have no choice. You can only go out of the city to the townships and villages to buy burlap," he said and showed the dozens of pieces of linen in his wagon. "Oh, why is that?" Li Yuan asked with some confusion. After listening to this boss Joe's explanation, Li Yuan realized what happened. It turns out that there are only 3 kinds of things that are taxed in the Great Liang dynasty. The first is copper, while the second is grain, and this third is cloth. It is mainly based on various kinds of linen. All 3 of these things actually have monetary properties and are tax deductible against each other. In other words, all 3 of these things can be given to the government as taxes. This is a year of famine. Food is scarce and all industries are dying. Copper and food are very precious, and it's much more cost-effective to use cloth when paying taxes. So many people are now hoarding cloth, especially linen, for tax purposes. The other reason is that the court was defeated in the war with the northern barbarians last year. Great Liang needed to send a large amount of annual coins to appease the northern barbarians, and this linen was one of the most important items. That's why the government is now going around collecting burlap as well. Civilian households were hoarding linen in order to pay taxes. And the government was also collecting linen in order to prepare for the annual coinage. Now in the middle of Qingyuan County, the price of a piece of linen has directly doubled from the previous $300 to $600. But even then, linen was in short supply. Boss Chow's store had long been at the bottom of its linen reserves, and for business he had to travel to villages to find sources of supply. That's how we met the robbers who stopped us. Hearing Boss Chow's words, Li Yuan was however moved in his heart. Yeah, the textile industry has absorbed a lot of women in any era. This linen business is something I can do. The raw material for hemp cloth is rami, which is grown in many parts of Qingyuan County. Hemp fiber is extracted by first macerating the hemp in water. The hemp fibers are then processed into twine by stretching them into twists through a spinning wheel. This is followed by the loom, which weaves the twine into linen. When Li Yuan was at home, he had seen the Chu sisters spinning hemp thread with a spinning wheel, but he had not seen a loom. Think they at least know how to spin yarn. Spinning burlap was a way to make money, and it will also solve the livelihood of a dozen orphan girls in the village. It can be a double whammy. A few people chatted and soon arrived at the county seat of Qingyuan. After entering the city, Boss Chow strongly invited Li Yuan and the others to be guests in his residence. These 5 people had saved his life, and he was prepared to repay them. Naturally, Li Yuan did not refuse. It was just a proposal to go to the government office first and hand over the corpses of a few bandits. Get the bounty first. When he arrived at the government office to explain the situation, Li Yuan handed over his soldier's belt tag, and that Boss Chow also sent his name tag. It didn't take long for the prefectural lieutenant in charge of catching bandits in the government to walk out. At this time in front of the government office, many people heard that someone had killed the bandits who blocked the road to collect the reward, and many people were crowding around. The lieutenant, with his pallbearers and magistrates, first examined the bandit's proper body. It was the bandit Fukeo Snake, who was wanted by the county government, and several other bandits were identified one by one. To Li Yuan's surprise, among the other 4 bandits, there was another bandit leader with a bounty on his head. When the identification was correct, the Yamen issued the bounty in front of the public. The 5 soldiers were rewarded 20 kan for killing the bandit, Fushu Snake. Another bandit leader was rewarded 15 kan, and the remaining 4 follower bandits were each rewarded 5 kan. Li Yuan's 5 men were rewarded with a total of 55 kan of silver. This made the people who were watching in front of the county courthouse envious. Take the reward money. Li had wanted to split it equally with a few of his men, but several of the men refused. They understand it in their hearts. The ambrosia snake with the highest bounty was killed by an arrow from Li Yuan. The fine weapons in their hands were also bought for them by Li Yuan. Li Yuan was again their captain, so Principal Li should take the big lead. In the end, the 4 men under his command just took a head reward of 5 guan each. The remaining 35 kan were all given to Li Yuan. Li Yuan had no choice but to accept it first, seeing the sincerity of the 4. The business here at the courthouse is done. Then Mr. Xiao Dongjia invited the 5 Li Yuan to be his guests at his residence. Li Yuan was not polite, so he and a few of his men arrived at Xiao's house. First, he called on the elder women of the Zhou family. When they heard that Li Yuan's men had saved their lord, they all came forward to thank them one after another. This Xiao Dongjia, moreover, wanted to offer 50 guan money as a thank you for saving his life. However, Li Yuan waved his hand and refused. It's a trivial matter. Do as you please. Don Xiao needn't worry about it. This made Xiao Huaishan even more touched, and in his heart, he wanted to befriend this soldier's captain even more. Then, Mr. Li Lang, what is your request? As long as I, Mr. Xiao, can do it, I will definitely help. Li Yuan really did have one request, and that was to visit the textile workshop of the Qiao family cloth factory. The request took Boss Zhou a bit by surprise, but this was easy. His family's workshop wasn't far from here, just 100 paces out the door. Chapter 33, Another Way to Earn Money. Entered Boss Zhou's hemp spinning workshop. Li Yuan realized that this place wasn't that big. 7 or 8 women were doing work in the house. Inside, there are 5 spinning wheels, while there are 2 simple looms. Li Yuan asked in detail about the process of hemp spinning. Boss Zhou also knows what he's talking about. Very patiently, he gave Li Yuan an explanation. Li Yuan also asked where he could purchase spinning wheels and looms. Boss Zhou asked hurriedly as he froze. But Mr. Li Langjun also wants to set up a textile workshop. Li Yuan nodded. That's exactly what I'm saying. In my village, there are many women who lack clothes and food. I feel sorry for them. Instead of watching them starve, we should find them some work. That's why I also want to run a hemp spinning workshop. It may also give relief to these orphan girls. Boss Zhou said with some feeling. Li Langjun is benevolent. If so, I am willing to help you. I still have 2 spinning wheels and a loom in my storehouse unused. I'm willing to give it all to Li Langjun. In addition, I offer 50 quarts of twine and hemp. Li Langjun can transport it for use at any time. If your workshop weaves linen, my Chow family cloth farm is willing to buy it at full price. What do you think? This boss Joe is also a real person. He gives almost exactly 50 can for these goods and textile tools as well. It was tantamount to repaying Li Yuan and the others in another way. Li Yuan thought this was not bad, so he accepted Boss Joe's kind offer. The matter was settled, and Boss Chow hosted a banquet for the 5 stalwarts at the Drunken Fragrance House. Li Yuan didn't refuse either. Entering the Drunken Fragrance House, the group went straight up to the 2nd floor. Boss Chow chartered an elegant room, slapped 2 taels of silver on the table, and instructed the store assistant, "Feel free to come up with the good wine and food." Not long after, the table was lined with cups and plates and filled with dishes of all colors. A junior came up with 2 porcelain vases on a lacquered tray. Several guests. "This is our hotel's best wine. A bottle of 100 flower brew and a bottle of green original syrup. It is a strong flavored wine, and you have by no means had it before." When Li Yuan took a look, his face was dark. "Isn't this the same wine he sold over last time?" He picked up a bottle and asked the fellow, "How much are you selling these 2 bottles for?" The fellow was busy saying, "Guest, this wine is extremely rare. The materials used are elaborate, the brewing is fine, and the flavor is unheard of. That's why it sells for more. 100 flowers brew 800 when a bottle. This green original syrup consistently a bottle." Li Yuan's heart burst with slander. It's true that there's no such thing as a businessman. Drunken Fragrance House, Ninyang, you guys are really dark. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the crowd was very happy to eat. Li Yuan took another look at the dishes on the table. Suddenly, he casually instructed the store assistant who was waiting at the side, "Another plate of boiled tofu. It's been a while since I've had tofu, and I miss it a little." However, once he turned around, he realized that the shopkeeper had not gone to order food. Instead, he stood there in a daze. Li Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" The shopkeeper asked, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. "Sir, what is tofu? I've never heard of it." Ah, this time the one who made the grunting noise was Li Yuan. He immediately covered his mouth and his eyes rolled. Suddenly Li Yuan realized a problem. It was true that he hadn't seen tofu in Xingyuan County in all the time he had traveled over, much less seen a tofu factory. Could it be that, in this day and age, tofu has not yet been invented? Thinking of this, Li Yuan's heart snickered. Then I'll be the one to invent tofu in this great Liang dynasty. After the banquet, the guests and hosts were happy. Farewell to Zhou, the owner of the rag house. Li Yuan came back to the grain and rice store in the city. The purpose of this visit was to purchase soybeans. He decided to go back and try making tofu himself. Checking the prices, soybeans count as a miscellaneous grain and are slightly less expensive than rice. Li Yuan directly bought 5 stones of soybeans and loaded them on the car. I found 2 business outlets in the county, burlap and tofu. The purpose of this visit would have all been accomplished. Li Yuan then took 4 of his men with him, along with silk and linen and a spinning wheel loom from Boss Chow, as well as freshly purchased soybeans, departed back to the East Country. The ride back seemed much more peaceful. Didn't meet with any accidents. The group returned to East Country without incident. A few of his men went home happily with 5 yuan of money each for their head bounty. Principal Li went to see the wine shop first. Because of the large amount of grain stored in the brewery, there would now be at least 2 orphan girls on night duty even at night. On duty this night were Cuenyang and another woman. Li Yuan checked it out and found that the brewery was well managed and he was satisfied. He knew that in the past few days, Chuanjun had arranged for Cuenyang to be in charge of escrowing the wine shop. The reason is also simple. Cuenyang can write and bead. Chuanjun was trying to train Cuenyang as a steward of the brewery. Cuenyang handed over a few sheets of straw paper to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took a look and found that it was the consumption of grain and stone charcoal of the winery and the expenditure of wages in these few days. Each entry was recorded with great care. Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. Go to Wanjuan's place tomorrow and receive $50. Jade Nyang, on the other hand, bowed her head. "Li Lang has done us orphan girls the favor of staying alive, and a few small things are not worth Lang's reward," Li said in principle, waving his hand. "I'm a person who values reward and punishment the most, and I will definitely reward you for your good work. You will be in charge of the accounts of this brewery from now on, and in addition you will receive $50 more every month. The accounts of the brewery are sent to me every 3 days." Cuenyang could only nod her head in response. Returning home, several women were still waiting for Li Yuan with lights on. There was no talk all night. The next day, Li Yuan approached the village chief and the Momochi and discussed the idea of buying the empty houses to the right and left of the sake brewery as well. The old village chief said that the matter was well taken care of, and that the 2 earth huts were not now inhabited. All you have to do is pay the village 3 guilders for the land. Li Yuan also asked the village head. The village is still there is a larger area of empty residential land for sale. The old Muramasa said thoughtfully, does Li Lang still want to build a workshop? Li Yuan nodded and said, it's not hidden from Muramasa. I went into town yesterday and found a good price for linen on the county side. I thought about it. Why don't we also open a hemp spinning workshop in our village, so that all those orphan girls in the village will have work to do. With fellows there will be money and food, and they will not starve. Hearing this, the old village chief's eyes lit up. Twisting his mustache, he mused, I'm a million times more impressed by how noble and righteous Mr. Li Langjun is. Building a workshop is good for our East Village. The land in the village isn't worth much, so use it as you wish. It's just that there are also a lot of poor men in our village. For the laborers to build this workshop, I also request that Langley use more of our village's men, more or less give them a bite to eat. Li Yuan was busy patting his chest back. Don't worry, old village chief. It's the right thing to do. The laborers for this house building should naturally be from our own township in order to be at ease. I will certainly not shortchange my fellow countrymen. The old village chief nodded his head repeatedly as he listened. Li Langjun is going to run a workshop to relieve orphan girls in the countryside. This is a great thing, and I, the old man, am bound to give my full assistance. Don't worry. I'll help you find a suitable plot of land in the next few days. Chapter 34, Building a Hemp Spinning Workshop. The following day, Li Yuan sent another batch of wine to Qingyuan County. This time, more than 100 can were credited. Li Yuan decided to start the hemp spinning workshop program. There are 4 things he needs to do. The first thing is the land needed to build the workshop. Old Village Zheng directly allocated a piece of residential land on the south side of the village to Li Yuan. The area is large enough to accommodate 5 or 6 families, if you count the earthen houses in the village. The second thing that was needed for the workshop was the spinning machine. The textile machines currently in use at Diliang seem very rudimentary to Li Yuan. It is approximately equivalent to the level of the slant loom of the Han Dynasty in the previous era. Li Yuan had read some books on ancient textile machinery in his last life, and in the old mansion of his family in the countryside in his last life, there was an improved loom that had been used by Li Yuan's grandmother. Back then, he found the loom amusing and used to scrutinize the structure of this type of loom so well that he could say he knew it by heart. This improved loom is much more advanced than the looms used in Daliang now. Improved looms can spin not only hemp, but also cotton, silk and brocade. The cloth woven is finer and tighter, thanks to the use of more advanced flying shuttles. Weaving is several times faster than with current looms. Li Yuan decided to recover the kind of improved loom from the latter days. The difficulty, however, lies in the manufacture of textile machines. The structure of this improved textile machine is relatively complex. Li Yuan, although he himself knows some carpentry, if he had built it alone, he would have been lucky to build a loom in 10 days, I guess. And to operate the hemp spinning workshop, Li Yuan felt that the first batch of at least 10 improved looms would be necessary. Obviously he, alone, couldn't build that many improved textile machines in a short period of time. There is only one solution, and that is to get help from other artisans. But again, Li Yuan didn't want this improved loom technology to get out now. Li Yuan mulled it over for a while longer, thinking that the only way to do it was, the looms were broken down into different parts and given to different craftsmen to manufacture. It was then assembled uniformly by Li Yuan. But of course with the craftsmanship of this era, this method would inevitably lead to certain manufacturing errors. But it was a no-brainer to keep it a secret. Li Yuan spent a day taking apart the structure of the improved loom and made several drawings, and the dimensions of the parts are strictly labeled. As for the craftsman, Li Yuan decided to make a trip to the West River Fort. He remembered that there were several carpentry workshops in the fort, so he should be able to find enough craftsmen. The third thing was to go to the town guard's office in West River Fort to get a commercial sticker for a hemp spinning workshop. This can be done together when you go to the craftsman. The last thing to do was to send someone to acquire Rami. Once the workshop was operational, the consumption of raw materials was very alarming. He didn't want the workshop to stop because of a lack of raw materials. The fact that Li Yuan wanted to build a hemp spinning workshop spread quickly in the east countryside. People are running for cover. Li Yuan offered the helpers a payment of 10 cents a day for one meal. Almost all the soldier households in the village that had nothing to do came. The matter of supervising the building of the workshop was handed over by Li Yuan to Uncle Fu and Lu Haizi. Uncle Fu was smooth and good at communicating, while Lu Haizi is a decent person who recognizes deadlines. Uncle Fu was in charge of organizing the manpower, and Lu Haizi was in charge of the project acceptance, so it could be said that they were all in good hands. The workshop houses that Li Yuan wanted to build were not that complicated. It is a kind of longhouse that is lifted a little higher than a normal house. Again, it had a thatched roof and rammed earth walls, only with more timber for support. This longhouse is not that difficult to build. Many people in the village will As long as there are enough materials and manpower, the house can be built in 10 days. When the workshop began to build the longhouse, Principal Li took Chui Ping to West River Fort. It was easy to get a business sticker for the workshop, and after paying 300 when Li Yuan got the business sticker. Then there is the matter of finding craftsmen to build enough looms and spinning wheels. He and Chui Ping traveled through the various carpentry shops in the West River Fort. Finally, enough craftsmen were found to sub-build the various parts. It was also agreed that after 10 days, the parts built by each family would be shipped uniformly to the east countryside. After arranging this matter, Li Yuan sent Chui Ping to the neighboring villages to buy Raimi, agree on a price and ask for the same to be delivered to East Country. Li Yuan returned to the village. The site of the workshop was found to be a bustling scene. People traveled back and forth, transporting timber, earth and stone. The 3 longhouses that Li Yuan was to build were growing daily at a rate visible to the naked eye. Li Yuan even saw many orphan girls volunteering to help at the construction site. They knew that this hemp spinning workshop was built for them. The orphan girls, grateful. All I could do was to help with site transportation and mucking in to boil water. More than anyone else, they want the workshop to be completed soon. Uncle Fu and Lu Haizi, who were in charge of supervision, did not treat these orphan girls badly. Anyone who came to help was managed 1 meal of corn and rice each, plus 5 coins for their labor. Later, when the village elders and children heard about it, they came to help. Li Yuan still asked Uncle Fu and Lu Haizi to give them a meal and a daily wage of 5 cents. And so it was, with the help of almost the entire village. In less than 10 days, the hemp spinning workshop was completed. There are 3 long houses in the workshop, the smallest one being the composting room. After Raimi is brought in, it is first composted here and later processed into hemp fiber. The second most spacious longhouse was the workshop's production room. Li Yuan purposely designed larger windows for easy access to light. The production room was large enough to hold at least 20 of the improved looms designed by Li Yuan at the same time. The third room was the storehouse, which was used to store Raimi material, twine and linen. In the past few days, a steady stream of Raimi materials purchased from various villages had arrived in the East Country. Raimi waiting to be processed has been piled up in the storage room. By the 10th day, the wooden parts of the spinning wheel and loom that Li Yuan had customized at the West River Fort were also delivered by the workshop one after another. Various wooden parts littered the longhouse. Looking at the wooden parts, the women workers were a bit curious and overwhelmed. With a smile, Li Yuan said to the group, "These are the parts of the loom, so let's all work together and let's put the loom together." So under Li Yuan's guidance, the women workers began to assemble looms from these parts. It took a full 2 hours to laboriously assemble the first improved loom. The women workers were filled with curiosity as they looked at the intricate and sophisticated looms. After that, everyone had experience and the assembly went faster. After 2 busy days before and after, Li Yuan took the female workers and assembled a total of 15 spinning wheels and 10 improved textile machines. The storehouse was now full of Raimi, hemp, silk and twine, and there was plenty of material ready to start work. On the first day of the official opening of the hemp spinning workshop, the 20-odd orphan girls in the village all came to the hemp spinning workshop early in the morning. When Li Yuan arrived, he found all these orphan girls standing respectfully in front of the door waiting. The girls looked more apprehensive and excited than when they had gone to kneel at the door of Li Yuan's house a few days before. The door to the workshop opened. The girls walked into the workshop in a very disciplined order. As soon as he entered the door, Li Yuan saw 24 orphan girls poofing down on the muddy ground and kowtowing to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was busy supporting him with an imaginary hand. "Get up! What are you doing?" said a few of the women workers in the lead. "Sisters, pay their respects to Mr. Li Langjun for granting us our livelihood. We have nothing to show for it but to kneel down and thank Mr. Li Langjun." Ugh! Li Yuan let out a long sigh. "All of you are my country neighbors, and I can't bear to see you go hungry. As long as you are serious about your work in the workshop, I will certainly not fail you all." The 24 or so orphan girls were in tears. "We, the sisters, shall not forget the kindness of Mr. Li Langjun." Chapter 35, The Workshop Begins. Li originally divided these orphan girls into 3 groups. 5 people were in charge of the composting of the Raimi. That is, they were responsible for chopping the Raimi and soaking it in water. The fibers of Raimi are allowed to soften and the hemp silk fibers are extracted. These twine fibers are then cooked in a large pot to make them softer. These processed hemp fibers are then sent to the spinning unit. The spinning wheel crew of 7 women use spinning wheels to spin hemp fibers into twine. Li Yuan designed the spinning wheel, a more efficient multi-wheel spinning wheel. While the spinning wheel commonly used in Dalian usually has only 1 spinning wheel, Li Yuan designed a spinning wheel that can use 3 spinning wheels at the same time. The efficiency of spinning thread is also as much as 3 times that of the ordinary spinning wheel of the Great Beam. After that, the spun twine is fed into the loom set of the big workshop. Although the orphan girls are not yet skillful in operating this improved loom, relying on the technical advantages of the improved loom. The efficiency of spinning linen is already twice as high as that of an ordinary loom. When some more time passes and these women workers become skillful in their operation, the efficiency of that weaving will be 4 times that of an ordinary loom. The size of a piece of linen cloth in the Deliang dynasty was 1 meter 4 wide and 4 zhang long, which is about 13 meters. Nowadays, it takes about 7 or 8 days for an ordinary peasant woman in Deliang alone to spin a linen cloth at full strength. And at Li Yuan's hemp spinning workshop, a 12-hour, 3-shift work system was used. The improved spinning machine was again extremely efficient, and the time required to spin a linen cloth was reduced to an astonishing 1.5 days. For each female laborer, Li Yuan paid her only 10 cents a day in 2 full meals. Li Yuan simply estimated that the current market price of linen was $600, and the buys from the rag houses are around $500. In Li Yuan's workshop, counting Remy and labor, the cost of each piece of linen was only a mere 81.20 cents. Even counting the daily supply of food and drink for the orphan girl, it was less than $150. In other words, each hemp cloth Li Yuan can earn at least $350 of revenue. Looking at the hard-working women in the workshop, Li Yuan was even a little intolerant and guilty. He also tried to raise some wages for everyone, but the women workers refused. They both said, "The workshop has just opened. Everything needs silver money. Li Lang must not spread out. We are already grateful that we can be fed within this workshop." In fact, Li Yuan understands the mind of these orphan girls. They were more afraid than anyone else that the workshop would go out of business. Once the workshop is gone, they will have to go back to living without food and clothing. So I would rather get less money for my own labor than to keep Li Lang's workshop from collapsing. This touched Li Yuan. Since wages can't go up, let's go up on food. Today, at noon, the women workers who are on meal shifts came to the dining hall in the courtyard. The so-called dining hall was in fact a large temporary straw hut with some crude wooden tables and benches. The women workers had just sat down neatly when the woman in charge of the cooking set the wooden table with the barrels filled with cornmeal. 2 large pots of food were brought up afterward, one with pickles. The pickle salt is added sufficiently to give salt to these women workers and strong physical labor. The other pot is boiled soybeans mixed with wild greens. This is a dish you don't usually get at home, and the women workers were all in a state of euphoria. While this was going on, another pot of food was brought up, a dish the likes of which no one had ever seen before. White squares filling a whole large pot. The women workers looked at each other, a little surprised. What kind of food is this that no one has ever seen before? Ko Take, who had come to deliver the food, then smiled. "This is the new food my groom made, called tofu. The sisters can taste it." The female workers were amazed, and a few bold ones had already moved their chopsticks. This time the delivery was salted tofu with scallions sprinkled on top. Soft white floury tofu in your mouth. At first taste it doesn't seem to have much flavor, but it has a refreshing aroma. And when you eat it, it melts in your mouth very deliciously. Yummy. Really yummy. The daily diet of these orphan girls is severely lacking in protein. Tofu was a rare protein supplement for them. Grab a bowl of steaming corn rice, snap up a spoonful of pickles and a couple of tasty tofu cubes. The women workers were in tears of happiness. They also knew that time was running out, and in order to weave more cloth for Li Langjun, their meals flew by. The women workers, having finished their meals, went to the vat at the side of the drinking place and took coconut ladles and drank their fill of cooled boiled water with salt added to it. After eating and drinking, the women workers immediately rushed to their respective posts and continued to work without a moment's delay. Inside the workshop, the sound of women workers pulling the looms is incessant. As the women workers are very diligent and hardworking, the number of processed linen in the warehouse is also increasing rapidly. In less than 10 days, hundreds of pairs of linen had been hoarded in the storehouse. Li Yuan felt that it was time to deliver the linen once. It just so happened that the new wine made from sorghum was bottled at this time. The quality and flavor of this wine far surpassed the previous 100 Flowers Brew and Green original syrup. One sip is intoxicating and refreshing to the mind and body. Li Yuan estimated that the quality of this sorghum wine was already very close to the white wine of the latter days. Li Yuan named this extremely high-quality sorghum wine, Forgetfulness Syrup. It's just that this first batch wasn't a huge production. Only 94 bottles. Li Yuan decided to take a batch to the county drunken incense building to try the water. As for tofu, truth be told, his purpose in inventing tofu in the Deliang dynasty was actually more to improve the food. Even if tofu is delicious, it has the disadvantage of a short shelf life and low profits. It is even less cost-effective to ship tofu from the East Country to the county. The best way to do this is to run a tofu factory directly in the county. However, Li Yuan had not considered opening the workshop to Qingyuan County for the time being. It's important to take one step at a time and lay a solid foundation. Li Yuan asked Cui Ping to prepare the carriage. After loading up the newly spun 100 pieces of linen and forgetfulness pulp, He took 4 of his men with him and set off to rush to the county town of Qingyuan. Along the way, Li Yuan told everyone to be vigilant. Recently, the banditry in Qingyuan County has gotten worse. One has to be careful when walking on the road. It was a good thing that Li Yuan's men were heavily armed. The leaders, Li Yuan and Shui Yong, were even clad in short armor. There were a few sets of people on the road who looked suspicious but had the good sense not to come over and disturb them. Li Yuan's 5 people arrived at the county seat without any danger. After entering the city, Li originally went to Zhou's cloth shop to trade for linen. When they reached the west side, there was still some distance to Zhou's cloth. It was then that a group of men, armed with wooden clubs, aggressively surrounded the rag house and seemed to be shouting curses at the top of their voices. Li Yuan's eyes stared. Zhou's cloth house was an important partner in his linen business. He didn't want anything to really happen to Boss Zhou right now. Li Yuan asked a few of his men to first pull the carriage to the side alley. He himself took the side door to Zhou's house first to ask for information. Arriving at the side door of Zhou's house, Li Yuan knocked a few times. Not long after, the door opened a crack, and the fellow inside looked to see that it was a friend that his lordship had brought home last time. He was busy opening the door and letting Li Yuan in. Chapter 36, The Sackcloth Trade. Li Yuan had just entered the courtyard. He was seeing Boss Zhou pacing around the yard in circles with a worried look on his face, and sighing from time to time. Li Yuan walked over and asked archly, "What's going on, Mr. Zhou East? What's going on?" Boss Zhou was stunned at first and turned to see that it was Li Yuan, said with a sigh, "Alas, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Li Langjun. Business has gone a little sideways these past few days." Li Yuan asked with some curiosity, "What's going on? Can you tell me about it?" Boss Zhou said, shaking his head, "There's nothing to hide. The price of linen in the city has skyrocketed these days. Many of my regular customers paid me a deposit in advance to order the goods first, fearing that the price was going up. It was a momentary lapse of judgment on my part, so I took their deposit and scheduled delivery for today. But I don't want to. Yesterday, the magistrate of the court was in a hurry to raise the annual coin, going from house to house collecting burlap. I've had all the linen in this store taken away by the magistrate. Those patrons, when they saw that I was out of linen, all came to my store and made trouble." Li Yuan's eyes flickered as he asked with some doubt, "Then why don't you give them their deposit back?" Boss Zhou said with a sad shake of his head, "Ugh, it's not that simple. When they put down the deposit, it was only $700 a linen, and nowadays, a piece of linen has risen to a consistent amount of money. They only want the burlap, not my refunded deposit. It has become clear that the purpose of these people is to see that the burlap business is good now. Wanting to monopolize the linen business, he purposely found someone to mess up my store." Xiao Huaishan said this. Li Yuan was understanding. The mall is like a battlefield. This Boss Zhou should have some hidden agendas he's not telling. I guess someone has their eye on Zhou's rag house, deliberately made a game to lure this Boss Zhou in, so that he can lose his reputation at the mall and get out of the cloth business. Li Yuan pondered for a moment. He was impressed with this Zhou boss. This man knows what he's doing. Li Yuan thought he could pull him along. "Master Qiao, then how many pieces of linen will it take to get the Qiao family through the current difficulties?" Li Yuan uttered these words, causing Boss Zhou to freeze. He glanced at Li Yuan and suddenly said in surprise, "Could it be that Li Langjun's workshop has already produced hemp cloth? Great, great, this will solve the problem." Suddenly Qiao Dongjia's jubilant expression gradually fell away again. "Ugh, I was overjoyed. Li Langjun's workshop has only been open for a dozen days, so I guess there aren't many skilled weavers. Even if there is some burlap, I'm afraid it's not much. Good thing too. Even if Li Langjun can give me 20 or 30 pieces of cloth, it will still give me a reprieve." Li Yuan decided to tease him and didn't answer, just shook his head. "What? Not even 20 or 30 horses? Then 10 ponies, or even 7 or 8 ponies would be fine. As many as Li Langjun has for me. I'm willing to give Li Lang a consistent price per linen. What do you think?" Li Yuan smiled. "Consistently a horse. Then wouldn't Boss Zhou have no profit?" Boss Zhou said, shaking his head. "Couldn't care less right now. This is not the time to be counting profits, but to get through the situation at hand. Keeping my Zhou family's reputation of credibility first is the key." Li Yuan nodded, thinking that this Boss Qiao was indeed good. A man who values his credibility and reputation deserves his own help. Li Yuan said to Xiao Huaishan with a smile, "There's no need to worry, Zhou East. I've brought 100 pairs of fine linen this time, enough to help the Qiao family out." "More? Much?" Xiao Huishan looked at Li Yuan incredulously. 100 horses? Li Yuan smiled slightly. "That's right. Master Qiao can come with me to inspect the goods." Not long after, a carriage entered the Qiao mansion through the back door. Hundreds of brand new sackcloths were unloaded from the carts. It was piled full on the front steps. Xiao Huishan trembled with surprise. He busied himself by running over and picking up a piece of linen to examine it more closely. He rubbed his hand a little against the touch of the cloth, scrutinizing the texture of the linen. The eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The cloth of this linen was very fine and tight. The feel is silky smooth and much better than the normal burlap that is usually available on the market. Xiao Huishan was a bit incredulous and turned his head to look at Li Yuan, his eyes full of doubts. He had been running a cloth workshop for a long time and had a lot of experience. So how could this newly opened workshop have this kind of craftsmanship? He pulled another one out of the pile of linen, casually, and examined it more closely. This one was almost exactly the same quality as the one just now, with the same fine cloth and solid feel. Undeterred, Xiao Huishan pulled out a few more cloths to check each one. It wasn't until this time that this boss Zhou completely let go of his heart. He turned his head to look at Li Yuan and said, "Li Lang, I'll take all of this linen. One consistent." Li had originally wanted to keep the deal at $500 a horse, at the previously agreed upon price. But Xiao Huishan is insisting that he must always have a horse, he said with sincere eyes. This time it was Li Lang who saved my cloth farm. Each horse is consistent. Count it as my thanks to Li Lang. Do not excuse yourself. Seeing that Boss Zhao was so sincere, Li Yuan had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. In the end, the 100 pieces of linen were exchanged for 100 coins at the Zhao family. Xiao Huishan got 100 pairs of fine linen and smoothly dispatched those city foxes and rats that surrounded the store, successful in keeping their own store in business. Seeing that the matter of the Zhao family was settled, Li Yuan wanted to take his leave, but Xiao Huishan seemed to remember something. He was busy pulling Li Yuan's hand and found a less crowded place to whisper. Li Langjun. In fact, I've heard another piece of news in the past few days that has something to do with you. Li Yuan's eyes glazed over as he asked Xiao Huishan. Oh, what is it? Xiao Huishan wiped his sweat and said, last time, I met robbers on the road, and thanks to Li Lang's help I was saved, and decapitated the bandit leader, Vulcan Snake. Li Yuan nodded to signal to continue. The officials got the corpses of several bandits in order to deter the bandits. The next day they hung the corpse of the Ambrosia Snake outside the east gate. It says it's to deter bandits, big and small, and let them know the power of the prefecture. And it turned out to be something. That night, the magistrate guarding the corpse was killed and the body taken away. And rumor has it that the person who took the body put down a message to find revenge on the man who killed the Ambrosia Snake. Many people saw Li Langjun delivering the corpse to the Yamen that day. And you have shown your soldiers' belt tags. It wasn't too hard for those bandits to find Li Langjun, so be sure to take extra care. When Li Yuan heard this, he also asked with a frown, then does Boss Zhou know what kind of person took away the corpse of the Ambrosia Snake? Xiao Huishan lowered his head and said in an even smaller voice, I sent someone to inquire. It's said to be a gang of broken-tailed wolves on Old Black Mountain. This group of brigands has a few hundred people, usually robbing homes to plague the countryside, and are ferocious. You must be very careful. Li Lang. Chapter 37. Two superiors compete for wine. Heard from Joe Wyatt Hill. Li Yuan nodded slowly. I know. And you be careful too. Giordano. Being targeted by bandits did make Li Yuan a little worried. But then, Li Yuan was relieved. A soldier's village is not like an ordinary village. It was a time when every family had iron swords and spears and could pull out 100 or 10 men at any time. And all have had some training in battle formation. Ordinary bandits really don't dare to hit the soldiers' villages and cottages. One just has to watch out for large groups of robbers on the road. Farewell to Boss Zhou. Li Yuan drove the carriage to Drunken Fragrance House again. This time, coincidentally, not only was Jianyang there, but old Qin seemed to be feasting on guests. Hearing that Li Yuan had come over to make a delivery, Jianyang and Qin Lao invited Li Yuan to the third-floor elegant room. Li Yuan originally went to the third-floor elegant room and found that in addition to the old acquaintances Jianyang and Qin Lao here, there were other two people who had not been seen before. On the upper left side, there sat a very elegant middle-aged scribe, and on the right side was a big, stout, black-bearded man. After being introduced by Qin Lao, Li Yuan realized the middle-aged scribe's name was Yang Yu, and he was the county's chief bookkeeper. The black-bearded man is called Zhang Kuei, the left guard of the county's governor's office. Both of these two are considered big shots in Green Plains County. Seeing that Elder Qin intended to elevate himself, he introduced him to the two superiors. Li Yuan could only bow and make a bow to pay his respects to the two lords. These two men saw that the person Qin Lao introduced to them was just an ordinary soldier's chief. The heart was more or less upset. If it wasn't for the fact that he had something to ask of Elder Qin today, he wouldn't have been able to brush his sleeve off. In the Doliang dynasty, the status of a soldier household was not high, and was only a little higher than a slave servant. This little soldier's head of the army was really unimpressive in their eyes. They didn't understand why Elder Qin had introduced this person to them. When Li Yuan saw their expressions, he knew what was in his heart. However, he wasn't annoyed. He only wanted to see what Elder Qin intended by introducing himself. At this moment, Yang Yu, a middle-aged scribe, said to Qin Lao, "Mr. Qin, we've been here for so long, when exactly will we get this wine?" Zhang Kuwei, the left division guard on the other side, also shouted with his broken voice, "Yes, Mr. Qin, why don't you give me a quick word? It's killing me." Hearing them mention wine, Li Yuan's heart stirred. He did not make a sound, but listened to their conversation in silence. Through the conversation he probably knew the purpose of these two people's visit to Drunken Fragrance House. Yang Yu, the head bookkeeper, and Zhang Kuwei, the left guard, were looking for Qin Lao and Jianyang for one thing. They wanted to buy a batch of wine. Next month is the birthday of the county master. If there is not a batch of good wine to feast guests and friends, it will not be no face. The wines he was looking at were, of course, the Green Original Syrup and 100 Flowers Brewing, which had recently become a big hit in the county. The same goes for Zhang Kuei, the left guard over there. His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Governor's Office, is going to the capital city to pay his respects to General Ding Zhou. I heard that this Ding Zhou general had no other hobbies but to drink, especially like spirits good wine. So he sent this left guard, Zhang Kuwei, who knew quite a lot about wine, to prepare good wine. His targets were naturally the Green Original Syrup and 100 Flowers Brew, as well. Looking at the duo's eager gaze, Elder Qin said with some difficulty, "The old man is not hiding anything from the two superiors. This Green Original Syrup and 100 Flowers Brew are selling extremely well now. The wine has just been shipped, and it almost always sells out within a few days. I don't have much stock here with Ninyang either." Then Elder Qin raised his hand and pointed at Li Yuan and said, "This Mr. Li Lang is the proprietor of the brewery that brews the Green Primordial Syrup and 100 Flowers Brew. I invited him upstairs because I also wanted him to help think of a solution for the two superiors." It wasn't until this time that Li Yuan realized Old Qin's purpose for calling himself to the third floor turned out to be this. Those two superior officers looked at each other. This time, the contempt and dissatisfaction from a moment ago was gone from his gaze towards Li Yuan. Instead, it was much more solemn. Both of them were on a mission, and if they couldn't buy good wine to go back, they would be chastised by their own superiors. Now it seemed that the expectation of buying good wine fell on the little soldier tenant in front of him. Yang Yu, the head bookkeeper, was the first to react. He immediately smiled and said in a warm voice, "This little brother, how can you stand? Come on people, look at the seat." Zhang Kuwei, the rough and rugged man on the other side of the left division guard, also reacted. "That's right, go move a seat for this little brother." Li Yuan was not polite and saw a boy carry over a chair. Then he sat down steadily, then said knowingly, "Thank you for giving your seats to the two superiors. I wonder what I can do to help." Those two looked at each other. A rare smile piled up on his face. "Little brother, truth be told, we would like to buy some good wine, and I don't know if you still have any in stock here." In fact, with the status of these two superiors in the county, there was no need to be so polite with Li Yuan, a small soldier household. But coincidentally, the county office and the governor's office have supervisory powers over each other. They didn't want to show their bossy side in front of the other party and give them a handle. That's why he was gentle with Li Yuan, the soldier and proprietor of the brewery. Principal Li said with an arch, "This time, I've shipped 100 bottles each of Green Primordial Syrup and 100 Flower Brew to Elder Qin and Jianyang." A smile immediately appeared on both of their faces. They turned their heads to look at Qin Lao and Jianyang. "We'll take all this wine. What do you two think?" A bitter smile appeared on Elder Qin and Jianyang's faces. They were also waiting for this batch of wine, and the store had long since sold out. Many of the regular drinkers come for both. If it all goes to these two top officials, then Old Qin's wine shop and Jianyang's Drunken Fragrance House will have no wine to sell in a short time. That's a lot of damage to take. But they didn't dare to say no. These two are the real power players in the county. If you make them unhappy and put some shoes on you in the process, the two of you will not be able to eat. Jianyang and Qin Lao are in a difficult situation. Li Yuan, who was on the sidelines, added, "I have brought a new wine this time." Self-consciously, "It's a trifle better than Green Original Syrup and 100 Flowers Brew. I'd like to invite the two Shangguan, Elder Qin and Ninyang to taste it." "Oh, really?" The few people present, hearing that this time Li Yuan had brought new wine that was better than those two wines, all showed expressions of interest. Li Yuan immediately had 4 bottles of the latest Forgetfulness Syrup, brewed with sorghum sent up. The porcelain vase used this time is even finer. The left guard Zhang Kuwei is more impatient. He picked up a bottle and directly slapped open the bottle mouth sealing mud. The moment the bottle was opened, the compartment was immediately filled with the aroma of wine. The flavor of this wine was indeed more mellow and intense than the 100 Flowers Brewing and green original syrup that had made a big splash some days ago. Zhang Kuei lifted his nose hard enough to smell it, and a tantalizing aroma of wine hit his nostrils. An expression of surprise instantly appeared on the face of this left guard. Good wine indeed. Yang Yu, the county chief official on the side, also carefully opened the wine bottle and carefully poured the wine syrup into the bowl. The aroma of wine in the room intensified. He picked up the bowl of wine and took a light sip. Instantly the aroma of the wine overflowed his taste buds. This usually unsmiling middle-aged scribe's expression unconsciously revealed a surprised smile. Elder Qin and Zhongyang looked at each other. The mind is amazed. Is this wine really that good? I can't believe that it made the two superiors lose their temper like that. The two of them also filled their wine bowls and brought them up to taste each. Elder Qin only tasted a mouthful, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. The Zhonyang over there, who took a light sip, also had an instantly astonished expression, and a blush spread across her beautiful face. These four are all veterans of the wine world, seen countless fine wines, but the forgetfulness syrup in their hands at this moment was definitely the best tasting wine they had ever tasted in their lives. Chapter 38, The Surprising Forgetfulness Syrup. Putting down their wine bowls, all four of them were pleasantly surprised. This wine is more than 10 times better than the taste of green original syrup. The left division guard Zhang Kuei has a rough character and said with a slap on the table, "This little brother, how much of this wine do you have? I'll take all of my old Chang." Zhang Kuei's heart was ecstatic at this time. Such a good wine, as long as it was sent to the Lord Commander, it will surely be appreciated by the governor. It's not unlikely that there will be some kind of reward. Lord Zuajiwai, you can't keep such good wine to yourself. It is also used for the birthday banquet of the magistrate. It was at this moment that Yang Yu, the chief bookkeeper who was sitting on the sidelines, also spoke up. He belabored it in his mind. How can you let you, Zhang Kuei, take all such good wine? What do you crude chowderheads know about good wine? Zhou Siwei froze. How could he have forgotten about this sourpuss? Zhang Kuei is eager to seek credit at this time, and he understands that this kind of extremely good wine is bound to be scarce in Li Yuan's hands. He himself had to get the wine for the Lord Governor no matter what. So he said to Yang Yu, the chief bookkeeper, "Lord Yang, isn't the prefect's birthday still some time away? You could have waited. This wine is urgently needed in our governor's house. I'll take it." Yang Yu, the head bookkeeper, was instantly displeased. "Zhang Kuei, what are you talking about? Your governor's office is actually so overbearing? Why don't you governors wait before giving gifts?" Seeing the two adults, they were going to quarrel over the ownership of this batch of wine at the Drunken Fragrance House. Li Yuan was busy arching his hand from the side and said, "Enlighten the two superiors. Although this wine is extremely difficult to brew, I still have some in my hands. If you two superiors need it, I will deliver the wine to your houses in a moment, guaranteed to please your two superiors." Li Yuan didn't say how many of these extremely high-quality, forgetfulness syrup there were. Instead, they said they would be delivered to their respective houses in a moment. The two superiors looked at each other. Although each had his own mind, the offer was acceptable. After all, if the two really fought at the Drunken Fragrance House over grabbing wine, wouldn't that be the laughingstock of the county? It would also make the county office and the governor's office behind them lose face. Seeing that the matter had been settled, the two superiors took their leave of Elder Qin and Zhonyang. He went back to the house and waited for Li Yuan to go to the door to deliver the wine. Wait for the two superiors to leave. Only then did Li Yuan sit down in front of Qin Lao and Zhonyang. Qin Lao smiled at him. "Today, I have to thank Mr. Li Langjun for relieving us." Zhonyang also saluted Li Yuan very solemnly in thanks. If Li Yuan hadn't brought out an extremely fine wine like forgetfulness syrup, then I'm afraid that the green original syrup and 100 Flowers brew that their two families ordered won't be able to stay. If that was the outcome, it would be a big blow to both of their businesses. Don't be too busy thanking me. Tell me about the temperament of these two lords first. I'll visit you at home in a little while, so don't be rude about it. Elder Qin and Zhonyang glanced at each other. All of them nodded to each other, thinking that Li Yuan was thoughtful. Elder Qin said with a smile, "No wonder you've been able to brew such good wine in just a short time. Li Lang, this is a rare mind of yours, but you do things in drips and drabs." "Okay, then I'll tell you what I know." Li Yuan sent wine to the two upper officials this time. The idea is not simply to just give away wine. Although Elder Qin had called himself here with the intention of diverting the conflict, but it also gave Li Yuan and the two Qingyuan county superiors a chance to build a relationship. He was now just a humble soldier tenant captain who could do so little. One must find an opportunity to raise one's status as soon as possible, whether it's to live in these troubled times, or marry more women to increase force and ki. Both need to gain a higher status to do so. Here in Qin Lao, Li Yuan obtained the necessary information from the two upper officials. just about to get up and leave. Elder Qin, however, pulled Li Yuan back and asked with an eager expression, Li Langjun, don't rush off first. How much more of this forgetfulness syrup do you have in your hands? Can you, save some for the old man, too? The Jianyang over there also had a look of anticipation on her face. That means, I want Li Langjun too. Li Yuan sighed. This forgetfulness syrup you have tasted. The quality is several times better than green original syrup and 100 flowers brew. The production is really low as well. Tell you what, we're all old friends. How about leaving 5 bottles for each of you first? Both of them were overjoyed. Li Yuan added, but let's make a deal. My forget-me-not syrup is expensive. 5 guan for a bottle. No second price. Elder Qin heatedly smiled and patted Li Yuan's shoulder. No problem, Li Langjun. 5 guan is 5 guan. In the future, as much wine as you have here, I, old Qin, will want as much as I can get. Qin Lao drank it only once and could never forget the taste of the syrup. Compared to forgetfulness syrup, all other liquors are just bad horse piss. Jianyang also sighed a bit grudgingly and teasingly said to Li Yuan, after drinking this wine of yours, my slave can no longer drink any other wine. Li Lang, you have to compensate people. Delivering the 100 flower brew and green primordial syrup that the duo had ordered in advance to Jianyang and Qin Lao. Another 10 bottles of forgetfulness syrup were left for them. This time, the total amount was 150 kanji. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Yuan did not go directly to the houses of the 2 superiors to deliver the wine. Instead, he first took a few of his men and went to Cross Street, where the stores were clustered. He inquired from Elder Qin. Yang Yu, the chief bookkeeper of the county office, is an old-fashioned and upright man. To impress him, sending money and silk naturally won't work. However, Li Yuan had learned a piece of news from Elder Qin. That is, this Lord Yang is usually very fond of books, especially enjoy reading old books and history books. Li originally went to the city's largest bookstore, bought a set of supposedly the latest engraved edition of the publication of the History Notes Kaoju. This set of books was just shipped over from Shangjing. There is only one set in this Qingyuan county. Li Yuan believes that the young master should like it, and the other superior officer, Lord Zhang Kuwei, the left guard of the governor's office. For Li Yuan, whose status was now that of a soldier household, it was even more important. In the military household system of the De Liang dynasty, each county set up a governor's office, responsible for managing the military fortresses and soldier villages in the county. The governor's office has a governor, the highest officer of the governor's office, and under the command of the capital marshal, there are 2 governor's guards. That is, the deputy of the governor, the left guard and the right guard. One of the left guards was responsible for the supervision of the soldiers and households, reward and punishment and promotion. Although this left guard's official, in Daliang is not big, but in the county-level grassroots soldiers and household system, but has a very big real power. This man was extremely important to Li Yuan, who was still a military commander, and if he could make a deep friendship with him, he would benefit greatly. Qin Lao told Li Yuan that this left guard, Zhang Kuwei, was quite a bold character and a righteous person, but at the same time, this Shangguan is also greedy for money and sex, and it is rumored that this person is addicted to alcohol. That was why the Lord Governor had sent him specifically to prepare the good wine, because this left guard, Zhang Kuwei, does know a lot about wine. Hearing this, Li Yuan was naturally delighted in his heart. The last thing I need in my hands is good wine, so it shouldn't be hard to climb some relationships with Lord Zuosiwei myself. Li Yuan did some calculations in his mind and decided to first visit Yang Yu, the chief bookkeeper, who had a closer distance to travel. Chapter 39, Visiting the 2 Superiors. When he came to the Yang mansion, the chief bookkeeper Yang Yu was already waiting for a long time. He welcomed Li Yuan into the mansion. The expression was gentle. The county governor asked Yang Yu to prepare the wine for the birthday banquet because he knew that he knew a lot about wine. After he drank the green original syrup, once at the Drunken Fragrance House some days ago, he was quite enamored with the wine. Strongly recommend this new wine to the prefect. As a result, when I arrived at the Drunken Fragrance House, I realized that this kind of wine sells extremely well, and Jianyang's Drunken Fragrance House and Qin Lao's wine shop don't have much stock. There also came a left guard from the governor's office to grab a drink with him. Luckily, a soldier, Li Yuan, appeared in time. It also brings better quality, forgetfulness syrup. This kind of extremely good wine, Yang Yu did not dare to expect to get much of it. After all, there was still a left guard over there eyeing it. As long as we can get a dozen or so bottles, we can give the county magistrate the job. Therefore, his attitude towards this Li Langjun was mild and gentle. As a result of a little talk with Li Yuan, Yang Yu was surprised. This small soldier Li Yuan not only knows the books and manners, but also learned. Not to say that I know astronomy and geography, But it's similar. Not a crude martial artist at all. This made the chief bookkeeper Yang Yu quite surprised and looked at Li Yuan a few more times higher. Li Yuan will buy the history note Kaoju as a gift to Yang Yu, and really make this superior officer very pleased. Although this lord bookkeeper is a man of integrity and never accepts gifts, but how can a book be considered a gift? It's just an exchange between literati. After talking for a while longer, Yang Yu asked Li Yuan, Li Langjun, how many bottles of forgetfulness syrup can you let me have this time? Yang Yu knew inwardly that he couldn't compete with Zuo Siwei. After all, Zhang Kuwei, the left guard, was Li Yuan's top boss as a soldier. Li Yuan said archly, I have long heard that the lord bookkeeper is very knowledgeable, and I am very impressed when I see him today. Forgetfulness syrup, don't worry, my lord. I've prepared 30 bottles for you. You must keep this quiet, especially if you don't let Lord Zosui know. Yang Yu was overjoyed in his heart. Having 30 bottles of forgetfulness syrup was enough for him to deliver at the county magistrate. He was even more satisfied with Li Yuan, a small soldier household. At this time, seeing that the time was ripe, Li Yuan was bowing to him and said, there is one more thing that I have to ask of the Lord's book. Oh, tell me, what is it? Lord Yang is in a good mood. If it's a small matter then help him along. Li Yuan said, a few days ago, I led my men on the road to decapitate the leader of the bandits who stopped the road to rob the Vulcan snake, and delivered to the official court of this county. Yang Yu knew about this, but he didn't expect that the one who killed the grass snake was actually the soldier chief in front of him. He was a few more points higher about Li Yuan. Li Yuan continued. The officials hung the body of the ambrosia snake, hanging at the east gate, not wanting it to be taken by thieves. Even more so, he sent word to avenge the ambrosia snake. Master Yang frowned. This is something he certainly knows about, and even says that it is within the purview of his chief bookkeeper. The chief bookkeeper's authority was the household register, and he also had the duties of policing and patrolling. The county lost the body of the bandit leader and 2 magistrates who were guarding the body died. When such a big deal was made, he was also reprimanded by the county magistrate as the chief bookkeeper. The county magistrate even sent 3 shifts of officers around to look for the thieves who stole the body in the past few days. It's just not much to gain. He was also worried about this matter as the chief bookkeeper. Li Yuan continued. I intend to look for thieves and bandits to kill, to relieve the Lord's book and the county magistrate. It's just that, as a soldier, you can't leave your post without permission, and you can't mobilize your men privately. That's why I want to ask for a warrant from the Master Chief. Let the underling have the opportunity to kill the thief. This time the chief bookkeeper, Yang Yu, understood that Li Yuan wanted a copy of the warrant issued by the county office to combat the bandits. This is not a difficult thing for Yang Yu to say. What's more, right now, the headache for the bandits is the county office. Once the banditry becomes a big deal and someone reports it to the Dingzhou government, then the performance appraisal of the county governor is also in danger. This soldier, Li Yuan, can cut down ambrosia snakes. I'm sure there must be some skill, so I might as well just do him a favor. Yang Yu twirled his beard and said to Li Yuan, a warrant to fight bandits is just a warrant. The matter is not difficult. Just a moment. I'll draw up a copy for you. When he finished speaking, the Lord Bookkeeper asked his subordinates to bring blank paperwork and pen and ink. Within a short time, Li Yuan got a warrant for the suppression of bandits issued by the county magistrate. Li Yuan unfolded it and took a closer look. The general content is simple and straightforward, and a rough summary is, recently, Qingyuan County has been plagued by banditry. Now there is Li Yuan, a brave and resolute soldier from the east countryside of the West River Fort, who can be used for important tasks. Allow Li Yuan to organize the people and strong, in the territory of Qingyuan County, looking for traces of thieves and bandits. More than that, you can see the bandits and hit them. And, Master Yang is okay with people doing it to the end. Have this warrant sent to the county courthouse. The county magistrate was asked to stamp this warrant with the great seal of the county office. This kind of thing of helping the county office to catch thieves and bandits. Of course the county magistrate would be even less likely to refuse. Soon the warrant with the great seal was sent back. Li Yuan was satisfied in his heart after getting the warrant. With the endorsement of the county government office, he could be justified in mobilizing his men to kill the thieves. Li Yuan and Master Yang settled the wine money. 30 bottles is a total of 150 can. The price was a bit staggering to Master Yang, but it was good that it was the county office that paid the money. After getting the money for the wine, Li Yuan took leave of Yang Yu, the chief bookkeeper. Then he rushed with his men to the residence of Zhang Kuei, the left division guard. Before arriving at the front of the mansion, Li Yuan saw the superior officer, who was in front of his own gate, rubbing his hands in an anxious circle. Li Yuan was a little amused in his heart. A wine is just a wine, but it actually made this Lord Zuosawai anxious like this. Zhang Kuei saw Li Yuan. The expression was somewhat disgruntled. Why did you come so late? Did you not go to Master Yang's house first? That's more or less a rebuke from the left guard. Li Yuan was not in a hurry and was busy arching his hand. There were fewer deliveries for Lord Yang, so I went ahead. Upon hearing this, the dissatisfaction in Zhang Kuei's heart dissipated. It turns out that it's a case of sending less to Yang Yu and leaving more for me, so there's no harm in that. Zhang Kuei immediately smiled with a big smile on his face and even took Li Yuan's hand and said, "Well, in that case, follow me into the house." Just entered Zhang Kuei's house. Zosiwai then said impatiently, "How much more wine do you have?" Li Langjun, "Bring it all." Li Yuan waved his hand, and several of his men carried the wooden crates containing the wine into the mansion. "These are the 30 bottles of forgetfulness syrup prepared for the governor's office. Please, Lord Zosiwai, check it out." Zhang Kuei nodded with satisfaction and bent down to scrutinize these porcelain vases. Each was beautifully packaged and there was a faint hint of wine. The aroma of this wine seduced Zhang Kuei's alcohol addiction, but he didn't dare touch the wine. "These are gifts for the Lord Governor. He will be sent to the governor's office in a moment, and must not lose out on a small matter." But the smell of the wine is truly tantalizing. Zhang Kuei could only keep swallowing. I thought to myself, I wish I could drink such a good wine every day. Unfortunately, he also knew that this kind of forgetfulness syrup was bound to be extremely expensive. It wasn't something he could drink every day as a small left guard. Chapter 40, Befriending the Left Guard. Looking at Zosiwai, who was craving for wine, he scratched his ears. Principal Li was smiling slightly. With an arch to Zhang Kuei, he said, "Lord Zuajiwai, I have also brought you the wine you ordered from my wine shop." "The wine I ordered from your wine shop?" Hearing Li Yuan's words, Zhang Kuei was a bit puzzled. At this very moment, Li Yuan's men transported in another 20 bottles of forgetfulness syrup. It was placed in front of Zhang Kuei's main hall. This is. Zhang Kuei's eyes rolled sharply as he instantly understood. Li Yuan is giving him a gift. And still, it was 20 bottles of the forgetfulness syrup that he had been longing for right out of the gate. The wine was not counted as a gift from the governor's office. That means he, Zhang Kuei, can do as he pleases on his own. Drink it yourself or give it to someone else. Whatever he wants. At the thought, this superior officer laughed out loud. Looking at Li Yuan in front of him, he said, "Well, not bad, Li Yuan, you're good. Being a little captain of the army is really condescending." Li Yuan was busy with an arch. "My subordinate doesn't dare. I only want to share the worries of Lord Zuasawai." "Well, in that case, have a drink with me." Zhang Kuei was even more satisfied as he had a table of food and wine prepared to have a drink with this small military household. Li Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Lord Zuasiwei, who was in a high position, would actually want to drink with him. But one look at Zhang Kuei's expression made Li Yuan understand. This OP is just craving wine right now. Now that 20 bottles of forget-me-not syrup were right in front of him, I guess he couldn't help himself with his alcohol addiction. Getting a drink from him, a small military household, was really just an excuse for himself. Anyone who comes now, this Lord Leftwich will pull over for a drink. Not long after, the underlings prepared a table of wine and food. Li Yuan wasn't polite either. He could see that this Lord Zhang Kuei Zhang had a bold and unpretentious character. The more natural the interaction with him, the better the results. During the meeting, Li Yuan and this Lord Zuasawai had a good conversation. Li Yuan told how he took 4 of his men to decapitate the bandit leader, Fukusa Snake. Speaking of thrilling times, to Zhang Kuei, the superior officer, who was listening to him, he clapped his hands and shouted. A drink was drunk and the guests were happy. Zhang Kuei had already called himself a brother to Li Yuan, a small military household. He said while patting Li Yuan on the shoulder, "You're not bad, old brother Li. It's really painful to drink with you. It's just that this kind of good wine is rare. I'm going to have to save my drink." When Li Yuan heard this, he was also very sensible. Immediately, he arched his hand at Zhang Kuei and said, "Every month in the future, little brother, I will send myself 10 bottles of forgetfulness syrup, guaranteed to make big brother Zhang drink a lot." Seeing Li Yuan so uptight, Zhang Kuei laughed out loud. "Well, you're a brother I've made. It's too much of a condescension to be a little captain of the woods with your abilities. It just so happens that you have the credit of decapitating the bandit leader, Ambrosia Snake. I remember that 2 teamsters from the East Country died in battle at the Chishui River 6 months ago. It's still vacant. Tell you what, you'll be acting as team leader for the time being. There are 5 levels of hierarchical positions in the Hayadu village. The lowest is the ordinary military household, divided into regular and auxiliary soldiers. At the next level up was the wood captain, who could command 5 soldiers. That is, Li Yuan's current position. Above the captain of the Wu was the shiksa, who could command 2 Wus or 10 men. Above the sheriff is the team leader, who may also be called the captain, and may command 5 sheriffs and 50 men. Above that was the 100th chief, the head of a village's military households. Zhang Kuei directly wants to promote Li Yuan to the head of the team. It's the same as skipping the shiksa and promoting over the ranks. Li Yuan's heart was ecstatic. If he could command 50 men, then there is so much you can do on your own. As long as these 50 men are properly drilled, and are equipped with fine armor and weapons, then the old Black Mountain Broken Tail wolf gang of bandits that threatened him wasn't a big problem. Just as soon as Li Yuan thought about it, he asked again, "If Brother Zhang hastily plucks me to the captaincy, will it disconcert the superior officers of the military fort and make things difficult for you?" Zhang Kuei smiled contemptuously. "It's not a big deal. In a moment, you and I, together, will return to the West River Fort and the East Country. Announce your appointment directly in public, and I'll see who of them dares to disobey." Li Yuan understood that this was tantamount to telling West River Fort and East Country. Li Yuan was his left guard, Zhang Kuei's man. Li Yuan knew that this favor was too big. Busy with a hug, he said, "Then thank you, Brother Zhang, for this left guard Zhang Kuei." Now Li Yuan is important to him. He was well aware of the preferences of his top man, the Lord Governor. That's being as alcoholic as he is. Wine is absolutely essential to win the favor of the Lord Governor. This soldier, Li Yuan, is not only good at brewing wine, but also has a temperament that he likes very much. Pull him together properly, and he himself will never be short of wine again. As long as there is good wine, then he, Zhang Kuei, will have a step up in front of the governor. Now Li Yuan was not a small soldier household in his eyes. Rather, it is a valued person who can bring tangible benefits and advantages to one's life. Thinking of this Lord Zuosiwei treated Li Yuan even more cordially. After the banquet, Zhang Kuei took Li Yuan to the governor's residence to deliver the wine. When he arrived at the governor's mansion, Li Yuan was not qualified to go in. He just waited at the door, waited at least half an hour. Only then did Zhang Kuei leisurely walk out. Li Yuan looked at his face and saw that Zhang Kuei was glowing with joy. Li Yuan's heart realized that this Lord Zuosiwei, 80% was praised by the governor. As expected, Zhang Kuei laughed out loud when he saw Li Yuan. "Elder brother Li, the governor is very fond of forgetfulness syrup. Not only did you drink 3 big bowls in a row, and complimented me on a job well done, it's all thanks to your good wine." Seeing that Zhang Kuei was happy, Li Yuan hurriedly arched his hand to congratulate him. Zhang Kuei said with a wave of his hand, "Now that I'm done, time to do your business. Elder brother Li, I'll accompany you back to the east countryside. Let's get your plucking as captain done first." Hearing this, Li Yuan was naturally happy. Zhang Kuei asked when he saw Li Yuan and a few of his men following the carriage on foot, "Elder brother Li, can you ride a horse?" Li Yuan was busy replying, "Enlighten the left guard, I can ride." Zhang Kuei nodded and said, "Then you come with me first." Li Yuan didn't know why, but since Zhang Kuei said to go with him, he followed. Zhang Kuei took him to the stables of the governor's residence. The sergeants here all hurriedly bowed and saluted as soon as it appeared to be Lord Zuosiwei. Entering the stable, Zhang Kuei said as he pointed to the 24 horses inside, "I have the authority to deploy horses at military forts throughout the county. Since you know how to ride a horse, pick one for yourself. We'll ride in a little while, and go early." Li Yuan was busy nodding his head in agreement and picked out a piebald horse with charcoal black fur in the stable. Turning over on his horse, he paralleled Zhang Kuei. Li Yuan went out of the governor's residence and called over his 4 men. He instructed Cui Ping and the others to go to the grain and rice store in the city to pick up the grain supplies needed for the wine workshop before returning to the eastern countryside on their own. Instead, he accompanied Lord Zuosiwei on an errand to the Western River Fort. A few of the men immediately took orders and went about their business. Li Yuan and Zhang Kuei, on the other hand, beat their horses out of the county town and ran towards West River Fort. Chapter 41, The Wine Shop's Shocking Changes. It sure was a lot faster with the horses in place. What would normally take 2 hours to catch up with was now taking half that time. Along the way, Li Yuan accompanied Zhang Kuei to talk and laugh. Li was originally talkative, and even more so, he moved many stories from the latter days and told them to Zhang Kuei. This provoked Zhang Kuei's newfound curiosity. I marveled at the insight of this small military household. No words along the way. When he was almost at the West River Fort, Li Yuan suddenly pulled the piebald horse at his crotch, shouted a puzzled voice to a woman on the side of the road who had her head down and was just walking. "Trin, why are you here?" The woman heard someone call her name, and when she looked up, she saw Li Yuan's handsome face. The person who came was none other than Suingyang, who looked up and immediately ran over when she saw it was Li Yuan. "Shout as you run. Li Lang, hurry home. Something's happened to our workshop." Principal Li was stunned, and he was busy bringing his horse to Suingyang. Realizing that Suingyang's clothes were tattered and actually had scars from being whipped, she hurriedly asked, Yang, what the hell is going on? When Suingyang found Li Yuan, it was like finding her backbone. Tears swished down his face. Hurry up and run in front of Li Yuan's horse. Intermittently, he told the story of what had happened. It turns out that the root of the trouble is the money-loving Go scholar in the village. Since the last time he had forcibly exchanged Li Yuan's barren fields, he had ended up suffering a big loss. He then secretly held a grudge against Li Yuan. Li Yuan opened a winery and workshop in the village, and he saw it all. At first he didn't take it seriously, until one time, he saw the selling price of green original syrup at the liquor store in West River Fort, which actually sold for $800 a bottle. It took him by surprise. Of course he knew that this kind of wine was produced by Li Yuan's brewery, but I didn't realize that the benefits of the wine were so great. Go Clerk's heart instantly surged with greed. He wanted to keep such a profitable brewery for himself, but he wasn't stupid, and knew that there was certainly no way to get his hands on the brewery just by himself. This scribe, however, had a relative in West River Fort who was a military fort captain named Wei Luan. This man is ruthless and quite tactful, and the most greedy for money. There can be a lot of military families who were tossed by him to the point of breaking their families and destroying their homes. But Go Clerk then found an opportunity to meet this relative, Wei Luan, for a drink. He told this relative about what he had seen of the Li Yuan winery and the price of green original syrup in West River Fort. Wei Luan heard that there was actually such a lucrative business in the eastern countryside, and that the proprietor was still just a soldier's captain. Immediately moved to seize the brewery. The two hit it off. It was even agreed that after the takeover, the brewery would be managed by the scribe, but he, Weiland, is taking 70% of the proceeds. This afternoon, Wei Luan brought a few of his men to the east countryside. When we entered the village we went straight to the brewery without saying a word. The brewery is to be forcibly sealed on the grounds that it has not been authorized by the military fort. The attitude was even more arrogant. The orphan girls who worked in the brewery were reluctant to do so, and without the brewery they would have to starve, so they came out to stop them. As a result, he was taken by Wei Luan and given a severe beating with a whip. 5 or 6 sisters were injured. Yang was one of those beaten. The Chu sisters hurriedly arrived and were also blocked from entering by Wei Luan's people. The village chief and the Momochi also rushed to inquire about the situation. I heard that it was the military fortress captain who wanted to forcibly seal off the brewery. They didn't dare to block it. In a crisis, Suingyang volunteers to go to the county town to find Li Yuan. The only way to deal with Wei Luan was to find Li Langjun and return. After hearing what Suingyang had told him, Li Yuan was practically furious. This Wei Luan is simply too deceitful. This is open robbery. As soon as he turned around, he said to Zhang Kuei, who had an iron expression on his face, Brother Zhang, something happened to the wine shop at home. How about we go to the brewery first? Zhang Kuei was also cursing in his heart at this time. As the left guard, he was in charge of the supervision and reward and punishment of the military fort. He really didn't expect his rule to produce scum like Wei Luan. This made Zhang Kuei feel ashamed of his face. He said to Li Yuan, Brother Li, don't panic. I'll go with you to see what this Wei Luan is. Being a military fort captain actually dares to rob the private property of the soldier households. Let's see if I don't skin him. So the two of them drove their horses straight to the east countryside. At this time at the East Country Winery, the 2 doors of the winery were violently damaged. The courtyard of the brewery was littered with cups and plates. The women workers here were eating dinner when Weiland arrived. There would have been a lot of laughter here. At the same time, there was a lot of crying in the brewery. In the courtyard of the brewery, Wei Luan was swinging the whip in his hand to whip an orphan girl hard. Say, what's your recipe for making wine here? Tell me or I'll whip you. The female worker rolled around as he beat her, letting out screams of pain, and her clothes were in disarray from the thrashing. Wei Luan, this person, not tall, long, a pockmarked face, a pair of triangular eyes, gaze fierce, speaking voice hoarse seepage. He is a man who does things wildly and insanely, relying on the fact that his Wei family has 3 thin sides in the military fort. The average person wouldn't want to mess with a mad dog like him, but he wasn't stupid. He had carefully checked Li Yuan's identity before he came and confirmed that he was only the second son of an ordinary farm artisan. There is even less power and background in the family, and Wei Luan was relieved to do it. Beat the orphan girl into unconsciousness. This guy was carrying a whip around the brewery. Looking down at the cornucopia of rice and sauces on the dining hall, he grunted disdainfully. This proprietor of yours is really wasteful, actually giving you cheap bastards such good food. He said with one finger at the clerk. The brewery will be ours from now on, so save it all and just give them some rotten rice bran. I can't believe there's pickles. It's just a waste of stuff. And, for those who are lazy and slippery, beat them to death. Anyway, there are as many of you starving ES out there as you want. Those orphan girls hid in the corners, listening to his harsh words, their bodies trembling with fear. However, the eyes that looked at Wei Luan were all filled with hatred. These poor orphan girls of their own have met a good proprietor with great difficulty. I was just able to get a few days of full meals, just smashed mercilessly by this guy. Wei Luan looked at these women with bad eyes, but he smiled coldly. You cheap bastards. Are you still expecting that what's his name? Li Langjun, to come back and save you? I'm telling you guys, he's just looking for death if he comes back. I'm a military fortress captain. Getting him killed as a lowly soldier household is similar to crushing an ant. I can take his little life if I lift a finger. Even if he runs away, I won't let him go. If he doesn't hand over the brewing recipe in good behavior, I'll just burn down his room and his woman. The eyes of those orphan girls gradually turned desperate. This person did not brag that Li Longjuan's identity was only a soldier's captain. And this wicked man in front of him is the military fort captain of West River Fort. Officials are big and they crush people. Not to mention the fact that it's more than 5 steps bigger from captain to captain. What could Li Langjun do even if he came back? I'm afraid it's not easy to keep your life. Some of the younger orphan girls whimpered at the thought. They were in despair as to why God had been so unfair to them. Why should Li Langjun, a good man, be bullied by such evil people? Wei Luan was about to stand up and continue to whip these cheap bastards. Keep pressing for brewing recipes. Suddenly a man's icy voice came from behind him. Have I been robbed in this brewery? Where did the bird guy come from? How dare he make trouble in my place? Chapter 42, The Man Who Has Made Himself a Man. Hearing this, Wei Luan turned his head to look behind him. Only a handsome young man stood in front of the door of the wine shop. Those eyes were full of anger. Wei Luan's eyes flickered, and then the corner of his mouth drew an arc. In his heart, he thought, it seems that this person is the Li Langjun that this group of orphan girls are talking about. He slowly turned around and coldly looked at Li Yuan. There seemed to be a piercing coldness in those eyes. You kid, are you Li Yuan? Just in time. Kneel down for me, master, and take 10 lashes from me first. Let me relieve myself. Then, hand over the wine recipe obediently to the master. When I, Master Wei, am in a good mood, perhaps I'll leave you a way out. Otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death for you. Li Yuan. Wei Luan was quite confident in his heart. Li Yuan was just a small soldier's captain. He himself is the high and mighty captain of the military fort. If Li Yuan dares to resist, he has a million ways to get him killed. But anyone who still wanted to live would give in to him, the superior officer, and be at his mercy. But what he didn't expect was this. This soldier, Li Yuan, actually had no fear, but instead, he was smiling coldly at him. You are Wei Luan, the captain of West River Fort? Wei Luan frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, but his mouth replied. It's good that you boys know. Li Yuan continued to ask coldly. You're the one that's going to rob my brewery and my wine recipe? Wei Luan grunted coldly. So what if it is? Li Yuan pointed another finger at the injured orphan girl on the ground. The people here, you beat them up too, right? Li Yuan, cut the crap and hurry up and hand over the wine formula to me. When I get angry, I'll skin you. Li Yuan did not pay attention to the furious Wei Luan, but turned his head once to the man behind him. Brother Zhang, it's all been asked. You see what to do with this. At this moment, the muscles on this left guard's face were shaking with anger. He was truly surprised that there were such lawless lieutenants under his rule. If he hadn't bullied his way into Li Yuan's head, I'm afraid he wouldn't have realized it yet. He lifted his leg and walked into the courtyard, his eyes cold as he looked at Wei Luan and growled in a low voice. You guy, get your ass over here. Zhang Kuwei's outburst of anger sounded like thunder. Wei Luan was taken aback and looked at Zhang Kuwei in front of him, thinking where did this person come from? He, as a military fortress lieutenant, had seen Zosuwai last year when he had gone out on the battlefield and looked from afar at his own governor's center army, but it was so far away that Wei Luan didn't see it very clearly. Although the person in front of him looked a bit familiar, he really wouldn't associate him with Zhang Kuwei, the left division guard. For a moment, Wei Luan's eyes rolled as he saw Zhang Kuwei looking at him angrily, and his heart first trembled, but then he let it go. This man was actually standing next to Li Yuan, the soldier's head of the household. I guess it's not a big deal. I guess it's a jungle hustler from somewhere who dares to play rough in front of my master Wei. I had to teach him a hard lesson first. Thinking of this, Wei Luan suddenly swung the whip in his hand and violently swung it at Zhang Kuwei's face. Zhang Kuwei had thought that his roar would be able to deter this military fort captain, then in a severe reprimand, but did not think that the other party actually dared to take action against himself. There was a crunch. A whip then fiercely lashed Zhang Kuwei's face, giving him a whip, eyes full of disbelief. And at that moment, Wei Luan was still shouting openly under his breath. Where did you come from, bird boy? What are you screaming in front of Master Wei? What do you think you are? Li Yuan, Let's see if Master Wei doesn't teach you a good lesson. Suddenly receiving a whip from his men, Zhang Kuwei also slowed down at this time, but his body was trembling slightly. It was exasperated by a monstrous rage. He was never expecting that he, as the left guard in charge of the supervision of the military fortress, I can't believe it was in front of so many people at the scene, whipped in the face by one of the ruling lieutenants. At that moment, at the intersection outside the village, there was a sound of horse hooves, and several people on horseback arrived. The people who came were none other than West River Fort Guardian Lin Wanshan and a group of military fort lieutenants under his command. Lin Zhenshou has just received a warrant from the left guard of the governor's office. Let him take his men to the East Country to be examined. Lin Wanshan didn't know what was going on though, but the superior officer had orders, so he would never dare to delay. Just panicked. Lieutenant Wei Luan couldn't find anyone, but he couldn't care less. He was busy taking the rest of the lieutenants with him and rushed to the eastern countryside with a fast horse. As soon as he entered the village, he was seeing the village chief and the Momochi standing by the roadside. He immediately jumped off his horse and asked sharply at the duo, "Where is the Lord Left Guard?" Both Momochi and Muramasa were confused. "What left guard? We didn't see it." Lin Wanshan immediately changed his question again. "Did you see that someone rode into the village?" "Oh, that's true. Just now Li Yuan and one person just rode their horses directly to the village wine shop." Lin Wanshan naturally didn't know anything about Li Yuan, but he reckoned that the other one on horseback would be Lord Zosawai. He immediately rushed toward the village brewery with a group of captains. As soon as he arrived at the wine shop and entered the door, he saw a scene that made Lin Wanshan's soul fly out of his head with fear. He saw, with his eyes, his own lieutenant, Wei Luan, swinging his hand. He cracked a whip hard across the face of Lord Zosawai. He was still there, pointing openly and cursing at Zuasiweda. Lin Wanshan was so shocked and angry that he now wanted to strangle Wei Luan. "Wei Luan, you kid looking for death. Do not implicate others. Do you know who you hit? That's Lord Zuasawai of the governor's office." Lin Wanshan hurriedly ran over, and without saying anything, he viciously kicked Wei Luan, knocking him to the ground. Wei Luan was suddenly kicked and first froze, just about to open his mouth to curse. Suddenly, he realized that the one who kicked him was the top official, Lin Wanshan. He was so scared that he stifled his curses. Then a scene that shocked Wei Luan appeared. Lin Wanshan turned around and flung himself onto his knees in front of the man he had just smacked in the face. Highly vocalized bluster. "Lord Zuajawai, my subordinate deserves to die." A cold wind blew through. The yard was awfully quiet for a moment. It was only then that Wei Luan realized the situation was wrong. His own top boss, Lin Wanshan, the military fortress town guardian, head in hands and knees in front of that man. What did he say? Lord Zosui? But that man, he had just whipped his face with a whip himself. At this moment, a bone-chilling icy cold enveloped Wei Luan's entire body. The man he just hit himself. It's actually the Lord Left Guard of the governor's office. With a plopping sound, Wei Luan didn't fall on his knees, but his whole body went limp and flopped to the ground. "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I beg your honor to forgive me." The harsh, hoarse voice echoed through the courtyard of the brewery. Zhang Kuei's face was as cold as frost as he ran his hand over his face. On the cheek, the whip made a crimson blood wrinkle. "When I touched it with my hand, I felt a piercing pain." Zuasiwei's clear and cold voice resounded above the head of Lin Wanshan, the military fortress guard. "I'm going to test you on the military laws of Diliang. I'll ask and you'll answer." Lin Wanshan's head was covered in cold sweat and his head was buried even lower. "Yes, please, Lord Zosawai, take the test." He could feel the figure of Zosui walking slowly around him. If, as a captain of a military fortress, he bullies a soldier's orphan family, how is he to be punished? Lin Wanshan wiped the sweat on his forehead and returned. "Anyone who innocently bullies a soldier's orphan family will be reprimanded by the superior officer and punished with 1 month's pay once it is found out." Aha! Then how are those who, as lieutenants of military fortresses, plot against the wealth of soldiers and households, and forcibly seize the wealth of the people for more than 10 guan, to be punished? Anyone who forcibly seizes the people's property, 10 guan or more, shall be demoted 3 ranks and given a military stick of 80? Wei Luan's body over there could no longer help but tremble all over. But Zosui's words weren't finished with his question. "And what shall be done to those who defy their superiors and strike them with a whip?" Lin Wanshan's body tightened. He could feel the icy gaze from Lord Zuasiwei. In fact, there is no such article in the military law of Diliang. What kind of a person would do such a thing? But if Lord Zosui asks this, he must have an intention. That goes without saying that this Wei Luan should be severely punished. In that case, he would go along with Lord Leftwich's wishes. Lin Wanshan pondered for a moment and raised his head to shout back. Offending the superior officer is a great offense that needs to be severely punished. He should be immediately dismissed from all military positions and relegated to the status of a criminal household, with a 200-stick army baton, and expelled from the military fortress. Lord Zosui, what do you think? Waiting for a long time. It was only then that I heard a sigh from Lord Leftwich. Ugh, that's it. Lin Wanshan, deal with it as you say. Lin Wanshan immediately arched his hand. I am in command. Immediately behind him, 2 of his own soldiers rushed over and stood up Wei Luan, who was already limp on the ground, and dragged him to a corner of the courtyard. 2 other privates armed with clubs approached him and removed his pants. Don't, my lord. Lord Lin, help me, but I have sent you. Shut up. Lin Wanshan signaled his personal soldiers with his eyes. A few of his own soldiers immediately took heart, gagged Wei Luan hard with a piece of burlap. Chapter 43, Accidental Promotion. Immediately afterward, the crack of a military baton striking a human body resounded through the courtyard. It was laced with Wei Luan's muffled grunts of pain. Before Lin Wanshan could take a breath, Zosui's voice rang out again. Go Yu Kai, a clerk in the east countryside, colluded with Wei Luan to embezzle the private property of the soldier households. Now that Wei Luan has been ambushed, this Go scholar, Town Guard Lin, what do you think should be done? Go Yu Kai, naturally, was the Go scholar who was hiding in the crowd and shivering? The cause of the whole thing was actually Go clerk's greed for Li Yuan's wine shop. That's why he colluded with Wei Luan to take over the wine shop. This guy is arguably the main culprit. But for a small person like Go clerk, Zhou Siwei was really lazy. It was then placed directly at the disposal of Lin Wanshan. At this moment, Lin Wanshan looked at the lewd-faced Go clerks and his heart was filled with hatred. If you hadn't moved on, why would I have been scolded by the superior officer? Lin Wanshan gave a big wave of his hand to his personal soldiers. This person is not to be pardoned for moving right and wrong and compelling others to do evil. Dismissed from the post of bookkeeper, 100 military clubs, and expelled from the military fortress. Yes, immediately, 2 of his wolf-like proctors rushed up, dragged the screaming Go clerk out of the crowd and execute the military club immediately. The personal soldier was not stupid. Seeing Lin Wanshan's face full of hatred, he knew that he had to take it out on his own superior officer. That's why the beating of the baton was unrelenting and very hard. The screams of the 2 men in the courtyard were unceasing. Watching 2 villains being beaten to death with military clubs, Zhang Kuei's mood was finally better. He glanced again at Lin Wanshan, who was serving at the side with his head bowed, and said in a slow voice, Old Lin these men of yours, they should be properly disciplined on weekdays. I'm the one who saw it this time. If it is seen by the Lord Governor, no one can save you. Lin Wanshan could only bow and nod in a hurry. Yes, Lord Left Guard is right to reprimand. Waited a little longer. Zhang Kuei said, that Wei Luan has been dismissed from his post. Does that leave you a vacancy for a captain here at West River Fort? Lin Wanshan immediately reacted. Everything is at the disposal of the Lord Left Guard. Zhang Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Then he raised his hand and pointed to Li Yuan who was standing aside and said, Li Yuan, the head of the military household in the eastern countryside, has the merit of eliminating the bandit leader, Fukusa Snake, and can be put to great use. You may bail him out as captain of the military fort. Ha! Not only did Lin Wanshan freeze for a moment, even Li Yuan, who was standing on the sidelines, was filled with amazement. Isn't this Lord Zosui going to bail himself out as captain? How in the blink of an eye, he became a military fort lieutenant. You know, it's a whole 7 levels to cross from a sergeant to a military fort captain. To think of such a quick promotion on your own is something you wouldn't dare to think of. Lin Wanshan over there was also stunned, his expression somewhat torn and difficult. According to the statutes of the military fort, a captain of the army was directly promoted to the rank of captain or even centurion. All of them are not difficult because they are all performing their duties in a village. And with the extremely high number of soldiers killed in battle lately, there are many vacancies for low-ranking military positions for such soldiers. Tenure is also easy as pie, but it's a bit difficult to directly promote a soldier's captain to a military fortress captain. Within the military household system, a lieutenant is not an ordinary military household, but belongs to the grassroots military officials with great authority. In normal times, we must supervise production, train our soldiers, and protect the territory and the people. In wartime, he can command a group of more than 100 men in battle. Because of this, there is a very strict process for selecting lieutenants. The military fort will nominate a suitable candidate, and then the governor's office will review the appointment. Seeing Lin Wanshan's somewhat difficult expression, Zhang Kuei then patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Old Lin, you don't need to think too much, just push for it. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Wanshan suddenly realized, right, what is difficult for me? It is handled above by Lord Zosui, who is in charge of personnel appointments and dismissals. What's a little army fort lieutenant? What's more, in this matter today, he himself obviously also bears the blame of a lax imperial supervision. If Zhou Siwei really pursues this, he will not have a good time. So, whatever Lord Zosui says, just do it yourself. Lin Wanshan immediately bowed in response. All according to the arrangements of the Lord Left Guard. Zhang Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Seeing as how things are pretty much taken care of around here, he turned to Li Yuan. Elder brother Li, this piece is up. I won't stay long either. When you're done with your side, in to meet at my house. Actually, what Zhang Kuei meant was, seeing that I've helped so much, next time this forgetfulness syrup will have to send me more. Li Yuan, who was still in a trance and froze, immediately reacted and busied himself with arching his hand at Zhang Kuei. It will surely satisfy Lord Zosui. Zhang Kuei nodded again, mounted his horse and raised his whip, and left the eastern countryside. Seeing Lord Leftwich go, the atmosphere of the scene backfired and got weird again. Li Yuan looked at Lin Wanshan, the military fortress guardian. Lin Wanshan looked at Li Yuan again. Both of them had a very bewildered, hand-wringing look on their faces. Still, Li Yuan reacted quickly. He immediately bowed to Lin Wanshan. My humble servant, Li Yuan, pays his respects to Lord Town Guard. The guardian of a military fortress can also be called a town guardian within the Hayadu system. Lin Wanshan over there also reacted. Hastily, he raised his hand to support him in vain, then said in a warm voice, Lieutenant Li is young and talented, and has been favored by Lord Zhou Siwei. It's enviable. Li Yuan knew that this Lin Jinghua wanted to probe what kind of relationship he had with Zhou Siwei. However, Li Yuan did not answer positively, but said, my subordinates are at the head of the Lord Town Guard. If Lord Jinshou has an order, my subordinate will certainly follow it. Lin Wanshan nodded slightly. In his heart, he thought, this kid still understands the situation and didn't show too much arrogance because of Zhou Siwei's relationship. Even ignoring the OP, he seems like someone who could get along. He added to Li Yuan, I have important business in the fort, so I'll go back first. Just see to it that things are taken care of here. When you come down from your official confession, you will take up your duties at West River Fort. Li Yuan immediately bowed and saluted. Below you lead the way. Lin Wanshan walked away with a group of differently looking captains. Before leaving, the eyes of these lieutenants looking at Li Yuan were a bit strange. It's not surprising. No one has ever seen a direct promotion to captain straight from a captain. Li Yuan didn't care about that. There's a whole lot of things waiting for him in the East Country. He had just sent Lin Wanshan and his party away. Old village chief and Su Baichang immediately ran over with their butts in their hands. Each bowed and saluted Li Yuan. Greetings, Lord Capital. Li Yuan immediately picked up with his hands. Both of you, don't be like that. I've been in the East Countryside for a few days, and I owe it to you two to take care of me. The two of you may not need to be polite. Seeing that Li Yuan was still gentle with them, both men dropped their hearts. After all, Li Yuan is not at home, and his wine shop is being taken over by force. The Muramasa and the Momochi are more or less guilty. Seeing that Li Yuan had no intention of pursuing the matter, the two men also put their hearts down. The old village chief said, just now I saw that this place was dangerous, so I let the two wives and maidservants of Mr. Li Langjun take refuge in my home. Li Yuan froze as he said to Muramasa with great gratitude, thank you, Muramasa, for your assistance. No wonder we didn't see the Chu sisters or Xia here. They must be afraid that Wei Luan will know that they are Li Yuan's family members and take them as hostages to force them to ask for the wine formula. Li Yuan thought this was done right. At this time, 100th Chief Shui also walked over and bowed. Li Langjun must be in need of some manpower these days. We now have a total of 85 active military households in East Country. If you need it, Li Langjun, feel free to deploy it. That's showing loyalty to Li Yuan. In fact, Su Baichang was still a bit incredulous right now. A small military household just arrived. Less than a month or so, transformed, actually became a military fort lieutenant. He himself became an instant subordinate. Chapter 44, The Women. But Su Baichang only scratched his head and laughed bitterly. He had a very favorable impression of Li Yuan. Li Yuan became a military fortress captain, which was a good thing for the East Countryside. With Li Yuan's character, he will definitely take more care of the East Countryside. Li Yuan naturally thanked Su Baichang for his kindness. What he needed to prioritize right now, though, was the brewery. Li Yuan walked within the courtyard of the brewery. The orphan girls who had just been whipped and threatened by Wei Luan all stood up at this time. They looked at Li Yuan with surprised faces. Just now it seems to have vaguely heard that the kind-hearted Li Langjun seems to have been promoted to an official position, and it is still a big official who can go to the military fort to serve. At this time, Suang Yang came over and first gave the women a wink. Then he led the way and knelt on the ground to congratulate Li Yuan. Nu congratulates Li Langjun on his high promotion. The ladies also reacted at this time, and all of them crouched down to kneel and congratulate each other. Congratulations on your high promotion, Lee Langjun. Li Yuan was originally stunned, then reacted, and in his heart, he could not help but laugh bitterly. He himself was merely promoted to a military fort captain. Looking at the crowd of women in front of me this battle, as if they are on the throne as the emperor, he hurriedly waved his hand at the kneeling women on the ground and said, it's okay, everyone hurry up. I can't afford this. But at that moment, a few of the orphan girls who had just been aggrieved whimpered, not wanting to be driven by them. All the women kneeling on the ground also couldn't control their tears. This left Li Yuan a bit at a loss for words. In fact, the reason they cry is quite simple. Just now Wei Luan hit the door, and in his capacity as a captain, he wanted to forcefully occupy the wine shop. They are pessimistic that the brewery is about to be taken over by evil people and that they will soon be in hell, become Wei Luan's wine slave. But I didn't expect that it would actually turn around. And not only did Li Langjun beat up the villains, but he was also promoted to captain of something. They knew that with Li Yuan's character, he would certainly not treat these orphan girls who worked under him badly. Their good times are back. The psychological contrast created by this drastic change made these orphan girls so emotional that they could not help but cry with joy. Looking at the women who were kneeling on the ground and crying, this made Li Yuan's face full of black lines and somewhat helpless. It was Chuan Yang who reacted quickly. Sisters, don't cry. Langley must have something else planned for the wine shop. Let's not miss our errand. As soon as the women heard this, they busily wiped their somewhat spent faces and immediately stopped crying, all looking at Li Yuan. Only then did Li Yuan let out a long breath and looked at Cuing Yang with great relief. He said, this Cuing Yang is really good, loyal, capable, and handsome. But he hadn't forgotten that it was Cuing Yang who had just ventured out to find herself. Now that the banditry is so serious outside, a woman with a thin figure actually wants to go to the county town alone to find herself. The dangers involved can be imagined. It seems that in the future, Chuan Yang can be reused. Li Yuan turned to the women. You guys go ahead and clean up the brewery inside and out, and then arrange for the injured sisters to be housed for recuperation and treatment. Chuan Yang is at your disposal. Cuing Yang immediately answered yes and commanded the women to clean up the wine shop and settle the injured. At that moment, Choi Ping looked around and walked over to Li Yuan, whispered in Li Yuan's ear, Brother Li, scribe Go and that Wei Luan, beaten half to death with military clubs. I've taken men to lock them all up, just waiting for your disposition. Li Yuan nodded slightly, then whispered without changing his face, don't let any outsiders see it. You keep an eye on the two of them, and I'll take care of them in the evening. Understood. Chui Ping understood and bowed his head to lead the order to leave. Zhou Siwei and Lin Wanshan left. No one even mentioned anything about taking Wei Luan and Go clerks. Then the purpose is obvious. These two were just left to him, Li Yuan, to deal with, but not in a blatant way, but in a low-key disposition. There's no rush on this. Let's get the wives home first. Li Yuan went to the old village head's house. It was then that he saw the Chu sisters and Xiao Xia standing in the doorway, unable to stop looking toward the intersection. Seeing Li Yuan walking from a distance, several women were all excited with their eyes. They all cried tears of joy when they saw that their own husband was safe and sound. Li Yuan was somewhat surprised to see that the Chu sisters were each holding a wooden stick in their hands. Xia even had a homemade hunting bow in her hand. Seeing that his own women were all safe, Li Yuan also let go of his heart. The old village is on the field here, so it's not good to show too much intimacy. Li Yuan just pretended to say something. It is good that you have nothing to do. Then he turned again and thanked the old Murakumo standing by. Village Chief Galbo was busy waving his hands, stating that it was all what he should do. Li Yuan took a few women back home first. It's only been a day though. Several women were feeling as if they had been away for a long time. Both pestered Li Yuan to wipe his tears. Li Yuan could only be kind and comforting to them all, soothe the women at home. Li Yuan needed to go to the brewery and to calm his female workers down. Those orphan girls have suffered a lot today. However, none of them revealed the method of brewing wine to Wei Luan, which made Li Yuan very pleased. So Li Yuan decided to give them a good consolation. When he re-entered the brewery, it had been cleaned up. The tables and chairs in the yard were rearranged. Various artifacts were also placed back in place. When Li Yuan came in, he could hear the small giggling voices of the orphan girls coming from inside. Seeing that Li Langjun is back, Chuan Yang was busy greeting everyone. She knew that Li Yuan must have something to announce this time. Sure enough, Li Yuan saw that the orphan girls were all gathered. Then he said directly to Triniang, send someone to fetch all the sisters over at the linen workshop as well. A fast-legged woman immediately went out to the hemp spinning workshop to call for someone. Then Li Yuan added to the women, all of you who were at the brewery today, you have been frightened, and each of you will receive a reward of $50. The women workers who have been whipped and injured today will each receive $200 for their tonics and be permitted to recuperate for 5 days. Hearing Li Yuan give everyone a reward, the orphan girls in the wine shop were each overjoyed. After the winery was expanded, there are now a dozen or so women working at the brewery. Most of them were the first group of orphan girls from the village who followed Li Yuan. Without Li Yuan, many of them would probably have starved to death long ago, so all were extremely loyal to Li Yuan. Even when Wei Luan beat them with a whip, these female workers did not reveal Li Yuan's method of brewing wine. In fact, the method of distillation in winemaking is not really difficult to understand. These female workers can more or less understand some of it by their daily exposure. However, none of them revealed any details of the brewing for the sake of Li Langjun, because they understood that if Li Langjuan's secret method of brewing wine was learned by outsiders, they would have no food to eat. It can be said that these female workers and Li Yuan are in a relationship of honor and disgrace. This also moved Li Yuan very much. Since they were meritorious, then Li Yuan had to reward them. Not only do they want the reward money, Li Yuan decides that he will treat all the female workers to a good meal right at the brewery. He had the kitchen recook the stew. Li Yuan also arranged for Tsuenyang to get money to buy some chickens and ducks from a few families in the village that raised poultry. The ladies all cheered when they heard that Li Langjun was going to treat everyone to meat. By this time the women workers who had been called from the hemp spinning workshop arrived. In an instant, the wine shop was abuzz with activity. With more hands, things get done faster. The fragrant corn rice has been simmered. Xuanyang bought 5 chickens and 2 ducks, which have already shed their feathers and come off the pot. There were also women workers over there who got a couple of river fish also cut into pieces and stewed with sauce, slices of snow-white tofu, fried in vegetable oil and sprinkled with scallions, bubbling with a tantalizing aroma. Within a short time, the long table in the dining hall of the wine shop was filled with food of all colors. These women workers had not had enough to eat some time ago. You can only feed on wild vegetables and rice bran. I didn't realize that since I've been with Mr. Li, not only do I get enough to eat every day, today it is even more important to treat them to meat dishes. Each one of them is smiling with a joyful frown. Chapter 45: A banquet at the wine shop. The women workers sat around the long table in the dining hall, each swallowing their saliva. The fish on the table they hadn't eaten in a long time. I'm afraid, the aroma really tickled my own cravings. But the orphan girls did not move their chopsticks. Instead they all looked at Li Yuan with their eyes. How can they start eating before Mr. Li is seated? Li Principal is a slight smile, said aloud to dozens of female workers. Sisters, Li Yuan here. Thank you in advance for your hard work on my behalf. When he finished speaking, he clasped his fists and performed a looping bow to the women. The women were all startled and scrambled to get up to return the favor. Li Yuan pressed down with his hand, letting the women sit down, and then said, Today's meat is a token of appreciation for all the hard work you've done during this time. How can there be meat on this table without wine? Li Yuan turned to Tsuenyang. Tsuenyang, go fetch 10 bottles of 100-flower brew from the storehouse. The sisters worked hard to make wine for me, Li Yuan, but never drank how the wine they made became. Everyone will have a few bowls each today. Upon hearing this, the women workers were a bit overwhelmed. They had heard that the 100 flowers brew was out there, and that a bottle could fetch hundreds of dollars. How can such an expensive wine be for us humble orphan girls to drink? The ladies were about to persuade Li Langjun that he didn't need to be like this, but he heard Li Yuan say with a smile, Everyone is welcome. I, Li Yuan, am able to become a captain today, and all the sisters here are my creditors. I have benefited greatly from the good wine you have made. I, Li Yuan, have always rewarded for my merits and punished for my faults. It's just a few bottles of wine. No need to push your luck. People, seeing Li Yuan being so polite to them, the orphan girls, it made them all a little flattered. At this time 10 bottles of 100-flower brew were also brought over. Seeing that the wine had already been fetched, Li Langjun was very insistent, so the women did not push back. Instead, each filled their wines to the brim. Tsuenyang picked up a bowl of 100-flower brew and raised the bowl to first make a distant toast to Li Yuan. My youngest daughter congratulates you on your high rank as a captain. For Mr. Li Langjun. The ladies also responded immediately and also filled their bowls with wine and raised their bowls in honor of each other. With a bowl of wine, the atmosphere of the banquet immediately came alive. Eating big chunks of chicken, duck and fish, and drinking flavorful 100-flower brew, chatting about village anecdotes and neighborhood gossip. It's been a long time since these village girls have had such a good time. Drink until it hurts. Some of the women even whispered a chorus and sang this little country song. When the singing was good, everyone shouted. Only this little song was sung later, but it turned into a mountain song of male and female love in the village. This amorous woman asks her lover for a tune. The lyrics become more and more provocative. It was interspersed with the cheerful laughter of the women. Orphan girls have a hard time in their daily lives, and how can they be bothered to think about this when they are struggling to make ends meet every day? Today, I had a wine feast, and my heart was happy, and I was more or less unrestrained. Li Yuan does not care about these. Wine feast, we should be happy to be good. It just didn't take him long to realize that there was only one man in this table who was him, Li Yuan. The orphan girls were flushed under the effect of the wine syrup, and the mountain songs and flirtations became more and more intense. The lyrics are also more and more revealing. This little ditty sang Li Yuan all over the place. Li Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. He really did not expect these orphan girls to be so open and bold today. Forget it, they are all bitter people who have been suffering for a long time. So let them indulge in something at will today. The cheerful atmosphere and the aroma of wine and meat in the wine shop also attracted the eyes of the surrounding neighbors. Not far away, in an earthen house, smell the aroma of wine and meat in the air. A woman is complaining about her man. Jean de Bolt, it's all your fault. That day I wanted to go to the brewery to work as a laborer, but you stopped me. Now those broads are eating meat and drinking wine, but I can't eat it. I'm craving it. Tomorrow I'll go to Tsuenyang and ask if the workshop wants more people. Don't stop me. The men in her family could only shake their heads and laugh. Conversations like this are happening in many parts of the East Country. Li Yuan didn't realize that a wine banquet he hosted for female workers had become a recruitment advertisement for the workshop. All the women in the village began to aspire to work in Li Yuan's workshop. Even the men in the village are complaining about why Mr. Li Langjun doesn't open some workshops for men to do labor, so that they, the men, can also have a place to do labor and earn money, but that's all an afterthought. The time has come to the 11th hour. Many of the women in the wine shop were drinking and getting a little loose. Only Chuanyang maintained her consciousness. For some time, she had been serving around Li Yuan. Just like a well-behaved little maid, she helped Li Yuan pour the wine and lay out the food. At this time, Li Yuan saw that it was getting late, so he instructed Suenyang. Suenyang, take care of these sisters, tomorrow will be a normal start. Everything will be as usual. In addition, reduce the brewing of green original syrup, and increase the production of forget-me-not syrup in the brewery. I've been of great use lately. Suenyang was busy bowing in response, but her face was red. I just don't know if it's from drinking or from sitting next to Li Yuan. After instructing Suenyang, Li Yuan got up and bid farewell to the women. He had one more very important thing to attend to now. Li Yuan left the brewery and walked through the village streets. At this time, the night was already deep. No one was walking in the village, and only some dogs could be heard barking occasionally. Li Yuan looked around and saw that no one was nearby, so he walked toward a mountain god temple at the depression in the north of the village. This temple of the mountain god is already dilapidated from afar. There was no incense on weekdays, so naturally there weren't many people. Walk into the back room of the temple. Seeing that 4 of his men, such as Chui Ping, were waiting for him, Li Yuan asked in a low voice, "Is the man awake?" Chui Ping replied in a low voice, "Just woke up." Li Yuan looked to the corner of the back hall, where 2 people were being tied up. One is Go Shuji, while the other is the former military fort captain, Wei Luan. The 2 looked miserable at this point. Both took a beating from the army in the daytime. The executioner's own soldiers didn't hold back, beating both of them to the skin. At this time they, hair disheveled, clothing tattered, mouth is also blocked by rags, can only make whimpering sounds. Li Yuan walked over and crouched down in front of the duo first, looking the duo straight in the eye with an icy gaze. The Go clerk didn't dare to meet Li Yuan's eyes and hurriedly avoided his gaze. That Wei Luan, however, had hatred in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot from anger, and his gaze was fixed straight on Li Yuan. That expression was itching to take a bite out of Li Yuan. Li Yuan looked at Wei Luan, who was like a falling dog, and just let out a cold laugh. Wei Luan, aren't you going to rob my brewery? Not trying to dominate my woman? Ever thought about what happens today? Wei Luan's expression became even more furious and unwilling as his body twisted and a whimper escaped his mouth. Li Zhan was the one who raised his hand and slapped Wei Luan hard on his face. Who the hell are you to rob my Li Yuan's wine shop? You're nothing but a mad dog to me. Li Yuan's slap directly knocked off the burlap that Wei Luan was gagging his mouth with. Then Wei Luan hurriedly took a few big gulps of fresh air. Then he turned his head again to look at Li Yuan threateningly. Kabito, I'm telling you, hurry up and release your master Wei, or I'll make you look good. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped hard across the face again. You, how dare you hit me? Followed by another slap in the face. You lowly soldier, I'm going to kill you. I'm a captain to run over you a soldier household. At this point, Weiland couldn't say any more, because he remembered. He himself had been dismissed from his post by the left guard and driven out of the military fortress. No longer a captain of any kind. And before him, the small military household he despised had shifted. Taking his place, he became the new military fort captain. This turn of events made Wei Luan inwardly unwilling and furious. Until now he did not think to understand. He just robbed a small soldier's wine shop. Why would he be reduced to such a state? Me? I'm going to kill you. I can't believe you robbed my captain. At this point Wei Luan's voice already contained a sobbing tone. Li Yuan had also had enough of beating him and backhanded him again with a burlap cloth to gag him. Watching Wei Luan struggle to twist his body, he sneered. I've heard it said that you're the one who likes to rob people. There are a lot of soldiers who have died by your woes. Today I'm robbing you of your captaincy, and I'm also letting you taste what it's like to be robbed. But, Wayland, you're running out of time. Li Yuan turned to a few of his men and asked, all done? Cui Yong walked in covered in dirt. Brother Li, it's all ready. A quarter of an hour later, in the shadowy grove of the backwoods, Wei Luan and Go Shuji, who had their limbs broken, were dragged and thrown in a 10-foot deep mound by Li Yuan. The pit was freshly dug, and the freshly dug earth was piled aside. Seeing this scene, could Wei Luan and Go Clerk still not understand what Li Yuan and the others were going to do? This despicable and vicious Li Yuan must have wanted to bury himself alive. At this time, Go Clerks and Wei Luan, their intestines are repenting. We're just trying to rob your brewery. Do you have to take things so far? If I had known that this Li Yuan was so ruthless, why would I have messed with him? The two men were gagged with burlap, snotting and whimpering, writhing and struggling desperately, but the hands and feet had been tied dead by twine, and the bones of all the limbs had been broken. There was no possibility of escape at all. Li Yuan squatted at the edge of the pit and looked at the desperate duo. A kind smile remained on his face, only to the two men in the pit. Li Yuan's smile looked more like a life-sapping devil. Wei Luan, I, Li Yuan, am most reasonable. You're going to rob my wine shop, and even more so, you're going to get me like an ant. How could I keep you? It's only right that I kill you. You have nothing to complain about. Remember in your next life, there are some people you can't afford to mess with. Li Yuan stood up with a wave of his hand. 4 of his men waved the shovels in their hands and the dirt around the pit was quickly backfilled. Within a short time, there were no more deep pits on the ground, just a flat area. Cui Ping even carefully shoveled over some sod to cover it. From now on, there are no more Wei Luan and Go Clerks in the world. Chapter 46, Going to Qingyuan County for the second time. For Li Yuan said, Wei Luan and Go Clerks 2 people he is bound to kill. Having robbed him of the position of military fortress captain himself, these 2 were bound to harbor hatred towards him. In the future, they would definitely take revenge on themselves whenever they had the chance. So for people like Wei Luan, it's best to silence them early. He didn't want to leave any woes for himself. Getting the heads and tails of things out of the way, Li Yuan said to the 4 men, come to my house in a while and receive 5 kanji each. Today's matter is of great importance, so all of you keep your mouths shut. Don't anyone go out and talk nonsense. Hearing that there was a reward to be taken, the 4 of them were elated, and they were busy nodding their heads in response. Don't worry Li, we understand. There was no talk all night. After dealing with the brewery and Wei Luan, Li Yuan recuperated well at home for another 5 or 6 days. On this day, Suang Yang came to the door to report that all the wine Li Yuan needed had been prepared. At this moment, there were 200 bottles of forgetfulness syrup stored full in the warehouse of the winery. After this period of recipe adjustment and improvement, the new batch of sorghum liquor has a more mellow and intense flavor. Li Yuan took out a bottle and tasted it, feeling that the taste was already very close to the white wine of the latter days. During these 5 or 6 days, Li Yuan was actually not idle. Many soldier households and even Shui Baichang paid visits to their homes. All wanted to send their women into Li Yuan's workshop to work as laborers. The female workers in the distillery were strictly controlled by Li Yuan, just in case his distillation and brewing method was leaked. That's why he uses women workers who are orphans and widows without men. These women depended on Li Yuan to provide them with food and clothing, and their interests were highly tied to Li Yuan. Li Yuan is more comfortable with it. Those new female workers can only be arranged to the linen spinning workshop first. It's just that Li Yuan didn't realize that the publicity for that night's winery wine banquet was too great. Almost the whole of the East Country women wanted to come and do the work. The problem now is that there are so many people that the number of textile machines is seriously low. Li Yuan was in a difficult situation, but he didn't realize that a veteran soldier household named Lu Xing in the village had introduced himself. He said that he was a carpenter before he became a soldier's household, and that he could build a textile machine like Li Yuan's. Li Yuan was overjoyed and immediately raised another carpentry workshop in the East Countryside. Timber resources are plentiful in the mountains surrounding East Country. Li Yuan asked Lu Xing to recruit a few more old and weak soldiers from the village to help with the labor. This carpentry shop is ready to go. Li Yuan's task for the carpentry workshop was to make every effort to build spinning wheels and improve textile machines that the hemp spinning mill desperately needed. They were a little slower to build, but being right in the east countryside made it easy for Li Yuan to manage. It's also much more comfortable to use. In addition, Li Yuan had them build a strange kind of squishy. The materials used are elm and bilberry wood, which are extremely resilient. Lu Xing could roughly tell that this should be a large bow, yet it was much larger than the short bows or step bows commonly used in Diliang. Although he didn't understand, he still also produced according to the drawings given by the proprietor. In addition is the arrow shaft of the bow and arrow, which is a consumable item, and is being acquired in large quantities by various weapon stores, both in the military fort and in the county. Produce as much as you can and sell it. No worries at all. Li Yuan's orders were to produce to the best of his ability. Even by the output of arrow shafts, the woodshop amortized its costs. Put down the woodshop and leave it alone. Since the newly produced wine and linen have been piled up in the workshop warehouse, Li Yuan was then ready to make another run to the county seat of Xingyuan, this time to the county town. Li Yuan's team had turned into 3 horse-drawn carriages, in addition to a dozen or so new soldier households to act as guards to follow. It's a much more menacing environment out there now, with small groups of robbers constantly. For safety's sake, Li Yuan could only expand his team as well. The good thing is that now the soldier households in the village know that going to the county town with Mr. Li Langjun, not only can they eat well but also earn money. Those soldier households who had nothing to do at home came to the door themselves when they heard that Li Yuan was going to the county town again. Each of them wanted to follow Li Yuan out to earn some copper money. Li Yuan picked and chose, and finally left a dozen or so strong soldiers and tenants to act as guards and horsemen, because there were so many goods to be transported. One wagon certainly couldn't handle it. Li Yuan bought 2 more new wagons from the carriage house in West River Fort. The same set of carriages and horses cost nearly 30 can. Of these 3 wagons, a wagon was taken out to reinforce the body, specifically for transporting wine. 300 bottles of 100 Flowers Brewing, 350 bottles of green original syrup. In addition, the most crucial thing was the 200 bottles of forgetfulness syrup. With this cart, the value of the wine alone exceeds thousands of can, so one must be extremely careful. The other 2 carts were loaded with a large amount of burlap produced by the workshop day and night these days. The roads are impassable due to the recent banditry. It is said that the price of linen in the county has risen again, and that the price of a piece of cloth has exceeded the consistent $200. Li Yuan's 2 wagons were stacked with 300 pieces of linen, shipped to the county town alone. These linen cloths can make a fortune. Li Yuan crotched the piebald horse he got from the governor's office. A wave to his team. Departure. Out of the east countryside all the way south, Li Yuan's group took the dirt road to the county seat. These soldiers and tenants who acted as escorts all wore civilian clothes and hemp clothes, but they all carried swords and spears. From a distance, a dozen or so soldiers and household guards were still very intimidating, except for Cui Ping's 4 men who initially followed. Li Yuan gave these soldiers from the same village a price of $100 for a day as a guard. This can be considered a very high salary in Dalian. Naturally, each of the recruit households was elated. He could earn $100 in a day, and he could finally raise his eyebrows in front of his own mother-in-law. Many of them are even figuring out what to pick up in the county to bring back once they get the money. It makes your own mother-in-law waifu happy. So along the way, the morale of the soldier households was high. It was only after walking for a short while that Li Yuan realized that his group had actually expanded. He turned his head on his horse and looked, noticed that behind him, at some point, followed a lot of pedestrians. Among these people were the cargo men with their burdens. There are also farmers who push unicycles to sell greens in the county. Even saw a couple returning to their home. There are people of all colors. When Li Yuan thought about it in his mind, he naturally understood. Banditry is serious in Xingyuan County now, and the roads are not peaceful. People traveling alone are obviously easy targets for bandits. They saw Li Yuan's caravan of merchants, protected by a dozen or so heavily armed soldiers and tenants. I guess I'm not afraid of bandits, so I wanted to come over and go with them. He wanted to use the deterrent power of Li Yuan's team to keep his family safe on the road. For those who followed, Li Yuan did not drive away. It wouldn't hurt for these people to follow his team and also give him a boost along the way. It's just that along the way, Li Yuan's team kept getting people to join, so the team got bigger and bigger. Nearing the county seat, the party had swelled to more than 50. Maybe it really is because of the crowds. The walk to the county seat was safe all the way. There weren't any bandits who dared to find trouble with Li Yuan and the others. After entering the city, Li Yuan's first stop, naturally, was to go to the Qiao family cloth farm first. Seeing Li Yuan, Qiao Huaishan was pleasantly surprised. These days the banditry is serious. This boss Qiao also dare not rush out of the city to collect goods. The supply is also getting tighter and tighter. That's why Li Yuan brought 300 pairs of linen this time. The Qiao family fabric house took all of them at a consistent price per horse. Boss Qiao even said to Li Yuan, "In the future, How much of his cloth he Chow family cloth farm wants. The price could even be raised a bit. Li Yuan had a cup of tea at Zhou's house. Then he excused himself and led the men to the left guard's house. Zhang Kuwei, the left guard, was very kind to Li Yuan. Without the help of this Zhou Siwei, how could Li Yuan easily solve the trouble of Wei Luan? More than that, he's going to bail him out as a military fort captain. This favor is heavy. Li Yuan came here this time. Naturally he wanted to repay this Zhang Kuwei Zhang big brother. When Zhang Kuwei heard that Li Yuan had arrived, he hurriedly greeted him from the mansion. When he saw Li Yuan and the carriage behind him, he revealed a satisfied smile. Elder brother Li, you came just in time. I've had a craving for wine these past few days, and I was thinking of you. Li Yuan was also busy smiling, arching his hand. Brother Zhang, I came here this time to share your worries. The two men looked at each other and laughed. In order to repay Zhang Kuwei, this time Li Yuan brought him 100 bottles of forgetfulness syrup. Smelling the tantalizing aroma of wine, Zhang Kuwei was in a stirring mood and very happy. He was also getting more and more satisfied with Li Yuan. Chapter 47, Ordination to the Military Fort. In the past few days, forget-me-not syrup had actually become popular among the powerful and wealthy in the county. Whether it was the governor's office or the county office, there were not a few people who had tasted the forgetfulness syrup. They have a high regard for this flavorful wine. Many people are also begging in all directions to find out where to buy. Elder Qin's wine shop in Jianyang's Drunken Fragrance House only sold small quantities, and the price has been speculated quite a bit, so it's really hard to find a bottle of forget-me-not syrup these days. Now Li Yuan had sent him a full 100 bottles. So much wine, in addition to his Zhang Kuwei himself to drink, but also filial piety to the governor. The rest of the wine was also enough for him to use as a knockout to get through various connections and get a lot of things done. Zhang Kuwei became more and more satisfied with Li Yuan as a person. He said with a smile as he took Li Yuan's hand, Brother Li, don't rush off just yet. To tell you the good news, I've already done it for you with your military fort lieutenant's denunciation. This time you'll just take it straight away and take up your duties at West River Fort in a few days. Hearing this, Li Yuan was naturally delighted in his heart. The so-called confession is a document issued by the governor's office for the appointment of an official. With this thing, then he or she is a real military fort captain. Li Yuan hurriedly thanked this Lord Zhou Siwei. Leave the Zhang mansion. Li Yuan was naturally rushing to the Drunken Fragrance House. At this time on the third floor of the Drunken Fragrance House, Qin Lao is spinning around uncontrollably. The hand twirled down his beard at times, and at other times he shook his head with his hand behind his back. On the side, Jianyang looked at her heart with amusement and snickered. How many years has it been that I can actually see Elder Qin so disturbed? The old man said with a sigh. What do you know? These days, too many people come to me to buy forget-me-not syrup. There are many people in here that I, Old Qin, simply cannot afford to mess with. If this time, Li Langjun, doesn't give me more shares of forgetfulness syrup, those old masters can't spare me. Thinking of this, Qin Lao couldn't help but wail and sigh, then smiled at Jianyang again. By the way, Jianyang, let's have a discussion with you. How about you let my old man have all the forgetfulness syrup this time? Hearing this, Jianyang directly blanked Old Qin. You're a thoughtful old man. Now this forget-me-not syrup is the agar jelly of the heavenly Yao Qi. From Li Lang, a bottle of 5 guan is imported, and in turn I can sell it for more than 7 or 8 guan. It's a business that's picking up money for nothing. Who's willing to let you have it? When Qin Lao saw Jianyang's oil and salt, he could only helplessly shake his head and sigh. It was at this moment that the boy ran up. Master Dong, Li Langjun has arrived. Both Jianyang and Qin Lao immediately got up and instructed the boy. Quickly, please. Li Yuan just went up to the third floor of the Drunken Fragrance House. He saw Qin Lao and Jianyang standing in front of the door of the elegant room with fawning faces. Li Langjun, come sit over here. Looking at the duo with strange expressions, Li Yuan was a bit dazed. He said, what's wrong with these two today? Why such an expression? Li Yuan had just sat down when he saw Qin Lao's face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Li Langjun, how much forgetfulness syrup did you bring this time? My old Qin is a man who takes as much as he can get. And Nin Yang over there was even more direct. The chest was 3 times lower than usual, and the white flowers shook Li Yuan's eyes. Jianyang's voice was more like honeyed. Li Langjun, it's the same here in the slave house. I'll take as much forgetfulness syrup as you have. Nin Yang, and the price is negotiable. Looking at the duo's perverse doings, where did Li Yuan not understand that they should all be for the forgetfulness syrup in their hands? Watching the two lose their cool, Li Yuan felt a bit amused. He didn't realize that the forget-me-not syrup he brewed had actually become such a hot commodity in the county. Both Jianyang and Qin Lao were forced to bow down to themselves. Li Yuan was satisfied, but he didn't intend to hold the two. I brought 100 bottles of forgetfulness syrup this time. I heard that there were a full 100 bottles. Elder Qin and Jianyan were both pleasantly surprised. Yes, I'll take it all. Qin Lao danced with joy. You're old enough to be polite, but you can't eat alone, Ning Yang said with displeasure. The two men argued a bit and ended up with 50 bottles each, one half each, getting the 500 can of wine money. Li Yuan left the drunken fragrance house with satisfaction. Within a liquor store on Cross Street in the county, Li Yuan is distributing money to his own men, the soldier tenants. There were 12 new soldiers and tenants who followed this time. They were each given $100, and each was overjoyed. It used to take a long time to earn this much money in the village. This is following Li Langjun just for a trip to the county town, and you'll get $100 for it. With money in hand, these soldier households first took leave to go to the city to make purchases. There were those who bought some flowery cloths for their mothers-in-law at home, and there were those who bought some sugar melons for their children, and those who bought some wine and meat for themselves. Holding the wine, meat and cloth they had picked up, these soldier households felt very satisfied. Li Yuan also arranged for a few of Cui Ping's close friends to pick up the grain and rice needed for the brewery. After picking up the supplies and moving them onto the wagon, and the time came to afternoon, Li Yuan and his group then left the county preparing to return to the east countryside. Only just outside the city gates, they saw quite a few people waiting for them. These people had just one request, and that was whether they could follow Li Yuan's group along the way. Many people in Li Yuan felt something familiar, as if they were the ones who had followed the group when they arrived. They followed Li Yuan's party in the morning and arrived safely in the county. It's natural to want to follow along on the return trip. Li Yuan did not refuse. As long as they don't make a scene, there's no harm in following. The return walk was very smooth. There are a few strands of guys with bad intentions. I saw a caravan coming down the road and was about to make my move. Instead, he saw that the group numbered at least 50 or 60 people. Among them were a number of guards with spears and swords. The guys couldn't figure it out for a moment, so they could only all shrink back again. The journey was uneventful and the party returned safely to the East Country. From a distance, I could see many people at the entrance of the village waiting with bated breath. Many of these women and children were the families of the soldiers who had followed Li Yuan to the county for the first time. Seeing his mother-in-law greet him at the entrance of the village, these soldiers and households were busy taking their leave from Li Yuan, running toward his family as if offering treasure with the wine, meat and cloth he had picked up in the county. For a while, the entrance to the village was bustling with activity. Li Yuan transported the grain and rice supplies into the brewery. It was at this moment that Hundredth Shuet approached. Meeting and arching his hand, he said, Li Langjun, congratulations. In the afternoon West River Fort sent someone. Let Li Langjun tomorrow go to the West River Fort Town Guard Yamen to be authorized. Li Langjun was honored to be promoted to captain of the military fort. Don't forget us East Country folks when the time comes. Li Yuan was also delighted in his heart. He was busy clasping his fists. Don't worry, Lord Hyakuniga. I'm a captain at West River Fort, and it shall be enough for us, in the East Country, to get it. Su Baichang was naturally overjoyed. Early the next morning, Li Yuan had breakfast. Just take 4 of your men and rush to Fort West River. Today, I am going to the military fortress town hall to accept the post of military fortress captain. Li Yuan became a lieutenant of the military fortress directly from the captain of a small unit, which was equal to a promotion of 7 ranks at once. In the Hayadu system, this can't be described as a step up, but it can be described as a leveling off. So naturally this must not be sloppy. Li Yuan, this time, even had Cui Ping drive a carriage. The wagon was loaded with quite a bit of cloth and wine for gifts. Li Yuan reckoned accepting the position was less of a fight, so prepare well in advance. Into the West River Fort. Come to the town hall. Li originally told his 4 men to wait. Step inside yourself. In the back hall of the town guard's yamen, the guardian Lin Wanshan was there with a cadre of captains. Li Yuan was recommended by Lord Zuosiwei. They didn't dare to be too big. At that moment, the guards guarding the door walked into the back hall and reported to Lin Wanshan. Greetings, Lord Town Guard. Soldier Li Yuan seeks an audience. Lin Wanshan nodded, then said with a wave of his hand, let him in. With that, Li Yuan entered the back hall of the town hall under the leadership of a captain. Upon entering, he immediately bowed to Lin Wanshan, who was seated at the top, and the several captains around him. Soldier Li Yuan, I pay my respects to Lord Town Guard. Lords Captains. Chapter 48, Questions and Answers in Front of the Church. Town Guard Officer Lin Wanshan nodded. Be free. Someone, give Li Yuan a seat. Thank you, Your Honor. After Li Yuan sat down, Lin Wanshan asked solemnly, Li Yuan, before the ordination, I have something to ask you. Li Yuan immediately replied, please, Lord Town Keeper. Lin Wanshan continued after a little thought. Li Yuan, when you came to my West River Fort, did Lord Zuosawai have any instructions for you? Lin Wanshan asked this question is to explore the bottom. The left seaway to hastily promote you to the lieutenant in the end. What do you want to do? Lin Wanshan always felt that it was impossible for Li Yuan to be promoted to captain for no reason. I'm sure Lord Zuosiwei has some arrangement for West River Fort, Li originally mused. An idea flashed through his mind. Li Yuan understood in his heart that Zhang Kuei naturally had no arrangement for him to become a captain. This town guardian lord obviously had some misunderstanding. However, Li Yuan did not intend to tell the truth, and instead decided to make good use of the town guard's misunderstanding to gain some opportunities and rights for himself. Sir Townkeeper, Lord Zuosiwei does have plans for me. Oh, Li Yuan, you tell me. Lin Wanshan's eyes lit up, and he said in his heart, I told you. Li Yuan's promotion into a lieutenant is by no means a simple assignment. Lord Zuosiwei must have made some arrangements. Li Yuan continued. Lord Zuosiwei sent me to West River Fort because he wanted me to do 3 things. It was actually 3 pieces. Lin Wanshan and the several lieutenants in the room were all looking at each other. Instead, they all want to hear which 3 things. Li Yuan said after a brief thought. This first thing, the left guard is trying to get me to gather wealth. Gathering wealth? What does that mean? Lin Wanshan was a bit confused. Li Yuan was busy explaining. It's like this. Lord Zuosiwei saw that the soldier households in the countryside are living in hardship and their families have no spare money. According to my Daliang military system, soldier households are required to provide their own food and military equipment when they go out to war. With no money in their hands, these military families can't afford to buy decent military equipment. When the governor's office recruited them, these soldiers and households were bound to have tattered weapons and incomplete armor. If, because of this, a battle is lost, the governor's office will naturally be held responsible. That's why the left guard then wanted to appoint me to run more workshops in the countryside. Let these soldier households have some money left over from their work in the workshops, or let them have the spare capacity to purchase weapons and armor. This is the gathering of wealth. Listen to Li Yuan's explanation. Lin Wanshan and the captains in the hall all nodded frequently. Li Yuan does make a good point. Soldier households in Daliang have to prepare their own rations and weapons when they go to war. Many of the soldier households in the various villages and hamlets are now freshly recruited. One is poor as hell. Not to mention purchasing military equipment. They are now having a hard time feeding themselves and their families. Not only does the first thing Li Yuan said make sense, and they're even hands down in favor of it. Lin Wanshan twirled his whiskers and said in a warm voice, Lord Zuosiwei is truly far-sighted. This matter is indeed a priority for the military fort. This matter of gathering wealth for the soldier households. You just let it go. I, Lao Lin, fully support it. The other lieutenants nodded frequently. Li Yuan was busy arching his hand and thanking the town guardian lord as he continued. This second thing that Lord Zuosiwei has arranged is to practice. Practice? The captains in the lobby all looked at each other. They said in their hearts, what day do we not practice in this army fortress? What's so unusual about this practice? The town guard officer, Lin Wanshan, also had a puzzled look on his face. Li Yuan was busy explaining. Lord Zuosiwei means to train a fine army in this West River fort. Not necessarily large in number, but capable of fighting. It cannot be as it was last year at the Chishui River, where most of the soldiers and households were crushed at the touch of a button. Lin Wanshan twirled his beard and thought carefully. What exactly does this Lord Zuosiwei mean? It is a matter of common knowledge that a soldier's household is not fit for war. In the Daliang dynasty, the role of the soldier households was very often to serve as auxiliary soldiers and cannon fodder for the elite battalions. Suddenly, Lin Wanshan's eyes twitched. Lord Zuosiwei wanted to train an elite army. Could it be because of that? Zhang Kuei and Lin Wanshan were both there in that big battle at Chishui River last year. At that time, the whole army was defeated, and the Dingzhou army was broken by the northern barbarians in several formations. Zhang Kuei and Lin Wanshan followed the governor through thick and thin before running away from the chaos. One of the things that impressed them was the fact that there was an elite unit in the Guangyun County Army, which was also a Hayadu Chengjun. The number of people was not large, just over 100, but this group of elite soldiers was well armed and everyone had armor. Relying on this troop to open the road, Guangyun County could run out many more soldiers than Qingyuan County. Lin Wanshan felt that Zhang Kuei should be trying to mimic Guangyun County by practicing an elite force as well. In that case, if you fight with the northern barbarians again, you can have a little more confidence in your heart. Lin Wanshan felt that this matter was feasible, so he twirled his mustache and thought and said, here's the deal, Li Yuan. You come from an East Country woodsman. I will then give you the East Countryside, 100 men. In allowing you to expand your quota of 50 men, in all, you will be given a quota of 150 soldiers. It's just that the military fortress is currently empty in its treasury and underarmed. I can only allocate you 30 each of swords and spears and 10 collars of leather armor at. The rest is up to you to figure out. The so-called soldier quota is the quota authority that gives you permission to recruit soldier households, but it's up to you to pull people in. As for the armor allocated by the military fort, Li Yuan didn't expect much, probably some rags picked up from the battlefield too. But Li Yuan also knew that this was already Lin Wanshan helping himself to the best of his ability within his purview. Busy getting up and arching his hand, he said, "Thank you, Lord Townkeeper. I'll figure out the manpower and armor myself. I don't need your honor's trouble." I heard that Li Yuan will figure it out on his own. Lin Wanshan was finally relieved. The army fort was short of armaments and supplies, and he did not have too much left over. Lin Wanshan continued to ask, "So what's the third thing Lord Leftwich is going to do?" Li Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "Lord Zhuosiwei has heard that recently, within the borders of Qingyuan County, bandits have risen up in all directions, plaguing the people. The governor's office has the intention to fight the bandits, but the mobilization of soldiers and households is cumbersome and inconvenient. Then they want me to train an elite unit to be used in the county to fight bandits." Lin Wanshan nodded. Of course he knew about the recent bandits in Qingyuan County. The governor's office had also ordered them, the military fortresses, to clean up the neighboring bandits. But the matter of suppressing the bandits is troublesome. The military fort sent fewer men, and the soldier households lacking training may not be able to beat the age-old bandits. And when more men were sent, these bandits looked to the wind and fled, drilling right into the old forest. When the soldiers and horses from the military fort arrived, they couldn't even see a single bandit hair. The several purges organized by the military fortress have consumed countless human and material resources, but nothing decent about the battle. When the soldiers and horses from the military fortress retreated, the bandits came out of the mountains and continued to plague the people. This has happened many times, toss a lot of times. Soldiers and households because they have to bring their own weapons and rations to fight the bandits. Not only is it dangerous but you can't earn money to support your family. Naturally, they were full of complaints, and eventually they all slacked off and didn't want to contribute. In the end, this matter of suppressing the bandits was not settled. It can be said that the matter of combating bandits is a laborious and unpleasant task in the military fort. No one wants to pick it up. Today, Li Yuan said he was willing to take the initiative to fight the bandits. The captains in the hall looked at him with more or less admiration and pity. They thought in their minds that they didn't know how Lord Zhuosiwei had fooled this fool. I can't believe he's willing to volunteer to fight the bandits. I guess it won't be long before the poor guy knows the pain of banditry. Chapter 49, Receiving the Position of Captain. But these captain said nothing. They're just bent on seeing Li Yuan's jokes. At this moment, Lin Wanshan was nodding his head and said, "Not bad, Li Yuan. You are courageous in your task and your heart is commendable. In a moment I will give you a warrant. Permission is granted for you to take the soldier households under your command to fight bandits in the territory." Li Yuan was busy arching his hand. Subordinate obeyed. Actually, Li Yuan said these three things to Lin Wanshan. None of it was arranged by Zhang Kuei, the left guard. It's all about what Li Yuan wants to do on his own. But he wasn't the least bit worried about revealing himself, because these three things are in the interest of almost everyone within the Hyogo system. Even if Lin Wanshan really looked for Zhang Kuei, the left division guard, to ask if these three things were arranged by him, then Lord Leftwich must have patted himself on the back as well. That's right, the old man arranged it. Lin Wanshan was also satisfied with these three things. The first thing that can be done is to increase the income of the military households to be able to provide themselves with better armaments. And the military fortresses are equal to the direct benefits. This second thing, although Lin Wanshan was not optimistic that Li Yuan, this brat, could really train any elites, but in the end, there was no need for his military fort to pay for food. Everything was self-financed by Li Yuan. It doesn't matter if you practice or not. This third thing, leading the troops to fight the bandits, even more so, Li Yuan took the initiative to share the responsibility of the military fort. As the township's officer, he was of course happy to see it happen. The questioning ended, and Lin Wanshan waved his hand. A personal soldier approached with a tray. Li Yuan looked over and realized that in the tray was the robe seal and waist plate of a military fort captain. Lin Wanshan took the tray and turned his hand to Li Yuan and said, "Li Yuan, honoring the order of the governor's office, I grant you the position of captain of West River Fort. Accept the seal of the robe of the captain of the army fort." Li Yuan stood solemnly, bowed, and took the tray with both hands. "My humble servant receives the seal." Completing the process of ordination also meant that from this moment on, Li Yuan officially became the military fort captain of West River Fort. Looking at Li Yuan's handsome young face, the town guard officer Lin Wanshan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This young man is really the fastest promoted soldier household he has ever seen. The ordination ended, and Lin Wanshan waved his hand again. Another lieutenant came forward holding a black lacquered wooden box. Li Yuan froze. "What is this?" The lieutenant raised his hand and opened the box, and Li Yuan realized that inside was a stack of body and land deeds. Lin Wanshan said with a smile, "Li Yuan, as long as one becomes a lieutenant of our military fort, the town hall will grant a mansion and 4 servants. This is the deed of the former lieutenant, Wei Luan's house and woman, and now all these things belong to you." Looking at the land title deed in the box, Li Yuan's eyes flashed. The thought crossed my mind. Is this the reward household in the military household system? The so-called rewarding households was a military reward and punishment system during the time of the founding Taizu of Diliang. It is said that when Emperor Taizu conquered the Bodong kingdom, many of the generals in the army were tired of fighting, so he established a disciplinary law called reward the household. That is, the pioneer of the army who breaks the enemy can get the whole wealth of the one who retreats in cowardice, including the fields and houses and women. This method is too cruel and against good taste, but the incentive is excellent. In order to save the family's Nakatadake woman, each of the generals fought bravely and defeated the Botangoku in one fell swoop. It later became a practice in the army of Daliang. It is reasonable to say that when Wei Luan is expelled from the military fort, his fields and women will be divided among the other captains in the fort. But because Li Yuan was sent by the left guard, it also directly topped Wei Luan's position as captain. The other captains were not aware of Li Yuan's background, so they did not dare to touch Wei Luan's family property. This time, after Li Yuan was awarded the post of captain, Lin Wanshan simply did what a good man does to the end, directly gave all of Wei Luan's family women to Li Yuan. It's kind of his meet and greet gift. Li Yuan of course knew that Lin Wanshan was doing this for the sake of Zuo Siwei. However, he still bowed, thanking Lord Town Keeper for the reward. Lin Wanshan added, "Since Lieutenant Li is charged with the duties of the Lord of the Left Guard, then I won't set you to doing chores in the fort. Except for the first day of the month, when you go to the fort for the usual roll call. The rest of the time, you can make your own arrangements." Li Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. "Thank you, Lord Town Keeper." Lin Wanshan arranged it this way, and Li Yuan was begging for it. Various matters in the military fort are now in the hands of specialized personnel. He couldn't intervene either. He could do a lot of things right now with just this captaincy, and that was enough. End of Li Yuan's ordination. Another half-day's duty at the town hall. Watch the other captains in the military fort report and receive their errands. By noon, the town hall was off duty. The lieutenants also went about their business. A random liquor store and 4 of his men ate lunch at a cross street in the middle of the fort, for future ease of doing business in the fort. In the afternoon Li Yuan decided to visit from house to house to hit the ground running. In the meantime, I'd like to get to know my colleagues in this military fort. This first stop was naturally the Lord Jinsho officer, Lin Wanshan. Arriving at the Lin mansion, Lin Wanshan naturally greeted him gently. Li originally thanked the town guard for his promotion and cultivation. Then he gave a heavy gift of 30 can of money, 10 pieces of cloth, and 20 bottles of wine. Lin Wanshan didn't refuse. "I just think that this Li Langjun is very knowledgeable." When Xiang consoled Li Yuan for a few words, "Let him work well, more for the court of Diliang." Li Yuan naturally complied without fail. Farewell to the Lord Keeper of the town. Li Yuan's second stop was the residence of the captain, Yuan Li. This Yuan Li, Li Yuan had a previous acquaintance. It was the short, fat captain who had sent them, the soldier households, into the eastern countryside earlier. Although this person is a lieutenant, but his character is kind and there is no stance. Li Yuan was impressed with him. Arrived at the residence of Captain Yuan Li. This short, fat lieutenant went out to meet him personally. Very enthusiastically, he let Li Yuan into the mansion. Li Yuan sent 2 pieces of cloth and 2 bottles each of green original syrup, 100 flowers brew. Yuan Li doesn't care about cloth. Instead, he looked at the 4 bottles of wine Li Yuan had given him and slurped, his face smiling into a chrysanthemum. Brother Li is really generous. This, green primordial syrup, and 100 flowers brew, are sold at a high price in the fort. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Li said with a smile in principle. Brother Yuan, don't be polite. This wine is made by my East Countryside winery. If you like it, I'll give Brother Yuan some more. The matter of Li Yuan opening a wine shop in the East Countryside could not be hidden at all, so might as well be generous. Yuan Li was stunned at first, then laughed out loud. This wine turned out to be brewed by Brother Li, so that's good. To tell you the truth, I have 2 drinking establishments in this fort. Many guests ask for both wines by name. This, green primordial syrup, and 100 flowers brew. Brother, I am begging for them with no way to purchase them. Since it was brewed by Brother Li, then if there are any goods available you can share the profits with me. Li Yuan was also stunned. This wine also had a reputation in West River Fort. Then he smiled. This is a small matter. Every month I'll have my men send 50 bottles each to Brother Yuan. The price is still 20% cheaper than the others. So what do you think? Yuan Li was busy nodding his head. Good. Great. Thank you Brother Li then. After paying his respects to Captain Yuan Li, Li Yuan was about to take his leave. I didn't want Yuan Li to think for a while and said to Li Yuan again, Brother Li is new here. Many of my colleagues are not familiar with each other and their preferences are not known. How about this? I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll accompany Brother Li for a walk, or to introduce you to it. Li Yuan thought about it, but it was true. Among the military fort lieutenants, he knew just such a Lieutenant Yuan. The temperament of the other lieutenants was not really known to himself. It can really be a lot easier to have someone like that to help with introductions. So he was busy arching his hand and thanking Yuan Li. Chapter 50, Receiving Wei Luan's Family Property. Sure enough, with Yuan Li's guidance, Li Yuan can throw his weight around when he's up for worship. Yuan Li led Li Yuan down the streets of the military fortress. Pointing to the mansion not far away, he said, This Lieutenant Qi, who is in charge of the military room in the fort, likes to drink wine the most, so you can send him 2 more bottles of wine. That Lieutenant Xiao, who is in charge of the fort's grain and fodder storehouse, you can make more of a dent. There is also a Lieutenant Chen, who is in charge of the daily drill and examination of the military households. His lady is awesome. You can send more cloth. There were 7 other captains in the military fort excluding Yuan Li. Under the guidance of Yuan Li, Li Yuan visited the door one by one respectively. Some of these captains were very warm to Li Yuan, while others were slightly cold. Others are lukewarm and casual. Li Yuan didn't really care about their attitudes. He was just mixing it up first. After visiting the 7 colleagues, Li Yuan was ready to visit his mansion. Since Lin Wanshan had bestowed Wei Luan's room and house to himself, then Li Yuan was also going to receive it. When this Captain Yuan heard that Li Yuan was going to receive Wei Luan's mansion, he didn't go, but led the way for Li Yuan in front. He said as he walked, This man Wei Luan, he used to be overbearing in the fort. His mansion is among the best in the fort. It's in the alley up ahead. Follow Yuan Li across the cross street and turn into the back alley. After a few dozen more steps, he saw a mansion. The mansions in the West River forts were much nicer than the dirt houses in the East Country. All are solid insulated brick homes. The mansion was like the other residences in the fort, with gray walls and green tiles, and a gatehouse more than 10 feet high at the entrance. The Wei Residence's sign had already been removed. The main door was sealed, and the entrance was guarded by 2 of the personal soldiers who guarded the government offices. Captain Yuan walked over and said to the 2 personal soldiers, This is the newly appointed Captain Li Yuan Li. Come over and greet him. The proctors were busy running over to arch their hands to see the new captain. Li Yuan just nodded. The leader's own soldier asked, Is Captain Li here to receive the mansion? Li Yuan nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I'm here to receive. The proctor's face showed joy at hearing this. Several of them had been standing in front of this mansion for most of the day, and this Lieutenant Li could be considered to have come to receive it. The proctor was busy bringing over a piece of paperwork. Lord Capital, just sign your name here. The soldiers checked their waist tags, and Li Yuan signed the paperwork again. This mansion is Li Yuan's. The proctor left with the paperwork. Principal Li tore off the seal and pushed the door open, opening the door to face a shadow wall. Turning the wall, Li Yuan was just stunned. Only in the middle of the courtyard, 7 or 8 women were kneeling on the ground. Some of the women were whimpering, others were shivering. This, Yuan Li, who came in after him, said as he looked at the scene in front of him, Brother Li, this is the military law of rewarding households, including everything Wei Luan used to own. Mansions, women, wealth, stores. It's all yours now. Li Yuan glanced at the woman kneeling on the ground. It's a little hard to figure out what to do with them. These women were now like livestock possessions and counted as Wei Luan's family property. Li Yuan inherited everything from Wei Luan, which of course included these women. The women are now Li Yuan's to do with as they please. Yuan Li said, As far as I know, Wei Luan is not married and has no wife. 80% of the women here were bought or even robbed by him, but it doesn't matter. Stay and warm the bed if there's one inside that Lieutenant Li likes. If you don't like it, I can help Brother Li find a human tooth. Sold for some silver. When they heard that they were going to be sold, the women immediately burst into tears. They all kowtowed to Li Yuan. The mouth pleaded uncontrollably, Please master, don't sell us out. We will certainly do as we are told. Li Yuan frowned. He knew that if these women were sold by him, their fate was presumably to be trafficked to the northern wasteland by the human traffickers to trade horses with the barbarians. You can imagine what happened to that. Li Yuan thought about it and said to a few women, If any of you still have a home to return to, I will then send you your traveling expenses and return home on your own. Several women looked at each other incredulously. They couldn't believe that there was such a kindly lieutenant who would let them go. One of the youngest women in there, hurriedly kneeling down in front of Li Yuan, he pleaded, Nu still has a father and mother in the White Tree Village. I beg Lord Capital to let me go home." The other women didn't move, all looking at Li Yuan with cold eyes. They didn't trust the new owners to be so kind. People are just trying things out with words. Identify those who have a heart of escape. How can you really let someone go? It was expected that the girl who had just arrived would get a beating for less, but I didn't want the new, uncharacteristically young master to just nod. Then from his arms he pulled out a bunch of money, estimated to be about 100 cents, said as she handed it to the girl. "You can go now. Here's your passage." The girl's eyes were delighted, and she was busy taking the money and kowtowing. "Thank you, Lord Capital." Then he lifted his leg and was going out the door. Li Yuan suddenly shouted, "Don't go yet, come back." The girl shivered in fear, and busily threw down the money and knelt on the ground shivering. She seemed to get it too. The new owner is just testing the waters. But he didn't want Li Yuan to say in a warm voice, "It's not that I won't let you go. White Tree Village is at least 15 miles from West River Fort. It is now shenanigans in the afternoon." Li Yuan took another look at the girl's thin body. "With your footwork, you won't make it home even after nightfall. Not to mention the fact that there are messy bandits everywhere out there right now. I guess you won't make it home before you're robbed by bandits. You can spend the night here first. It's not too late to leave in the morning." The girl looked at Li Yuan incredulously. Not only did this new owner really let her go, but he even worried that she wasn't safe walking at night. She can be allowed to stay the night. The girl kowtowed in a hurry. "Thank you, Lord Capitaine." Li Yuan turned his head to look at the other women. "What about you guys? Any more to go?" At that moment, another woman came marching over on her knees. "Lord Lieutenant, my husband's family is 3 miles outside the fort, from the Guo family fortress. Can I go?" Li Yuan nodded. "Yes, be careful on your way. Here's your travel money." When he finished speaking, he handed the woman a string of copper coins of 100 pence. The woman was busy kowtowing and thanking him. Taking the copper, he hurried toward the door. Li Yuan, however, said to her back, "If your husband's family won't allow it, you can come back." The woman just bowed back, then it disappeared down the street. The remaining few women saw that Li Yuan was really willing to let them go home. All of them were face-palmingly surprised. Then several more women got up and asked to go home. Li Yuan granted them all. Seeing Li Yuan treating the girls in such a manner, Yuan Li, who was standing at the side, could not help but tsk. Chapter 51, Wei Luan's family background. But in the end there were still 4 women who didn't go. A woman at the head of the group knelt in front of Li Yuan and said, "My lord, we are servants of the military fortress court assigned to the captain. There is nowhere else to go, so I beg the capital to take him in." Li Yuan learned that they were the same as the women who were allotted to the soldiers as wives. Not a freebooter, but a reward for the captain. As property. If Li Yuan doesn't want them, they have nowhere to go and will eventually starve to death. Li Yuan carefully sized up the 4 women. All 4 of them were young, and their bodies and looks were all of top quality. It's a lot better than those ordinary soldier family match wives, just not as good as the Chu sisters. Li Yuan sighed and asked the woman at the head of the group, "What's your name?" The woman Yinging bowed her head back. "Your Excellency, the slave girl's name is Lu Qing." Li Yuan took a closer look at the woman named Lu Qing. Not much older than his early 20s. With clear features, she is considered a standard beauty. But there seemed to be a few bruises on his face, which should have been hit by that Wei Luan guy earlier. And the body is obviously thin and weak. It looks like chronic malnutrition. The other 3 women were similar. Since the women had nowhere else to go, Li Yuan's family did need someone to do odd jobs. So these women were simply retained for the time being. At this time, Captain Yuan Li came over to Li Yuan and cupped his fists to say goodbye. He saw that Li Yuan had taken in 4 new women, and thought that the young Captain Li was sure to enjoy himself. It would be a bit unintelligent to stay here on your own. Li Yuan thanked Yuan Li for his help today. After Yuan Li left, he instructed Lu Qing, "Since you are a servant sent by the governor's office, should know the mansion well, then introduce me." Lu Qing was busy getting up to lead the way. "Master, please follow me." Lu Qing was introduced in front, and Principal Li followed behind and looked around. The mansion was a 2-entry courtyard, not exactly small in size. There are 6 main rooms, 4 rooms to the left and right, and a small garden at the back. The mansion was many times better than his dirt house in the East Country. After visiting the front yard, Li Yuan walked to the backyard. He found that the main house in the backyard was sealed with a seal. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Qing brought over a booklet. Handing the booklet over to Li Yuan, he said, "All of Wei Luan's family assets have been inventoried. Please check, Master." Li Yuan understood why the back room was boarded up. Apparently it contained Wei Luan's belongings. Only he, the new owner, can unseal it. Li originally opened the booklet and couldn't help but look surprised. There are 27 coins of copper in the house, 7 taels of gold and 31 taels and 6 coins of silver, 7 pairs of linen in coarse cloth. The total number of robes is 23. There is a good horse and an incompetent horse in the stable. There are also some weapons and armaments, a collar of leather armor, and a collar of short body hooded armor, 3 long swords, 1 spear each, 2 bows, and 3 pots of arrows. The rest is a variety of miscellaneous items and 5 stone of grain. In addition, within the West River Fort, Wayloan had 3 other stores, a liquor store, a grain store, and a cloth store. It seems that this Lieutenant Wayloan has really saved up a lot of family money over the years, but it's all cheap now. Li Yuan is in a good mood. He walked to the door and instructed the 4 men who stood waiting at the entrance to the mansion. Shui Ping, you guys go back to the east countryside and pick up all the women in my family. Since I got such a good mansion, how can I still let the women at home suffer? Shui Ping's 4 immediately took orders and went back to pick up the Chu sisters and Xiao Xia. Li Yuan called over Lu Cheng again, throwing her a silver or 2 instructed. Go to the street and pick up some fish, meat, vegetables and fruits, and set up a table for the evening. When you move to a new house, it's natural to have a good meal. Lu Qing immediately led the order to take a few women out. Not much later, Lu Qing returned with the 3 girls carrying various ingredients. The stovetop is lit, an iron skillet is slid into the vegetable oil, and sliced meat and vegetables are tossed around in the pan. Chicken and duck are cut into pieces and simmered in a pot with the sauce, giving off a fresh aroma. Several women labored hard in the kitchen, beads of sweat rolling down their faces. In fact, they were very hungry now, and after Wayluan was disposed of, they were not allowed to leave the mansion. The grain and rice in the storehouse that is to be given to the new owner. They didn't dare to move for fear of missing a pound. It had to survive for a few days on some leftovers in the kitchen. Today, he had been kneeling in the courtyard since morning, and had not been able to take a bite of food by evening. Smelling the aroma of the meal now was like torture. The hunger grew stronger. With any luck, they'd have to wait for the main family to finish eating before they could get some scraps. Go fill yourself up. They can only work hard now so that their new masters will not treat them harshly. Not long after, the meal was ready, and Li Yuan asked a few women to set up tables and chairs in the courtyard. It was at this moment that the sound of a carriage sounded at the door. As soon as the gate was pushed, the Chu sisters and Xia appeared in the doorway. Chu Wanjun walked in front, her gaze sweeping over the new mansion, her face calm, and behind them, Xiao Zhu and Xiao Xia were very surprised. This house is much nicer than my own dirt house in the East Country. Especially Xia, who was living in a brick house for the first time. Chu Wanjun walked in front of Li Yuan and asked in a warm voice, "Did it go well for the Sagittarius in his duties today?" Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "All is well, and has claimed the captain's post." Then he said as he pointed his finger around the new mansion again, "This is the new mansion given to me by the town's governor. Are you all satisfied?" Before Chu Wanjun could reply, Xiao Zhu and Xiao Xia's side then cheerfully returned. "Satisfied. Satisfied. This is so much better than the dirt hut. It's big and spacious." Chu Wanjun could only helplessly shake her head with a bitter smile. Seeing a few women elated, Li Yuan was also happy. At that moment, Cui Ping said to Li Yuan outside the door, "Brother Li, the few of us will leave you alone and go back first." Li Yuan was busy summoning Cui Ping in. Reaching out, he touched a piece of silver of 1 or 2, and put it into Cui Ping's hand, saying, "Everyone has worked hard today, so take a few of the brothers and find a restaurant to eat some wine and meat. Get some rest. Tomorrow at the hour, meet me at the door." Send off Cui Ping and others. Li Yuan walked into the courtyard and said to the several women, "Come and sit down, all of you, and let's eat." Chu Wanjun and Xiaozhu sat to the left and right of Li Yuan, while Xiao Xiao waited at the bottom to help add soup and serve food. The family began to dine and were all in good spirits. Lu Qing brought the other 3 women and stood solemnly in the corridor to serve. When Li Yuan raised his eyes, he saw that several women were all gulping with their eyes all fixed on the food on the table. When Li Yuan thought about it mentally, he probably understood. When I checked the mansion during the day today, I noticed that the stove was cold and there was no food left in the kitchen. I guess they should have not been able to eat properly for days. Li Yuan then said to Lu Qing, "Lu Qing, you guys, go fetch your food too. Let's eat together." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was shocked and immediately kneeled down and whispered to Li Yuan, "The master is still dining, and the slave girl does not dare to eat first." Principal Li was smiling gently, "That I know, but you guys shouldn't have eaten all day either. If you starve your body and get really sick, how can you serve your master? Xia, go and serve some of them their food." Xia agreed and got up to get the bowl. In no time at all, 4 bowls of rice were served in large earthenware bowls full of rice. At Li Yuan's behest, the fragrant corn rice was also topped with a fresh, hot broth sauce and layered full of greens and meat. Xia Xia brought the ceramic bowl to the four women, then said with a genuine smile, "A few sisters, you guys eat too. My Li Langjun is very nice. Those who follow him are fed." Chapter 52, Midnight Surprise. The four women were holding heavy rice bowls in their hands, but they kept fuming. The food in the bowl gave off a tantalizing aroma. It gives them a sense of unreality. When Wei Luan was the head of the family, they were given only rice bran porridge for food. There are only 2 meals a day, and they are not allowed to eat enough. Several women were hungry and secretly wiping their tears every day. And this new owner actually gave fragrant corn rice for the first meal, even adding vegetables and meat. Lu Qing's several women were all holding their bowls with a feeling of being moved to cry. It was at this moment that Li Yuan's gentle voice came. "Oh yes, I remember there was another girl, home far away who didn't make it today. Where is she now?" A woman was busy answering. "She's afraid of disturbing the master's family, she's in the woodshed," Li Yuan ordered with a nod. "Lu Qing, go get her to come and eat with you too." Lu Qing answered yes and turned his head to run to the woodshed. A short while later, the girl, the youngest, timidly walked into the yard. Before she could react, there was a bowl of Xia's secret-covered rice in her hand. "Look at the tantalizing food in your hands." The girl's expression was somewhat incredulous. Originally she wanted to stay up all night in the woodshed, get up early and go home. Didn't even look forward to having dinner at night. She held the bowl of food in her hands but was a little overwhelmed. Li Yuan said in a warm voice, "Don't be afraid. You're starving. Eat. If you don't eat your fill, you won't have the strength to make the journey in the morning." One word that brought the girl to tears. She first carefully put down her rice bowl and heavily kowtowed to Li Yuan. Then he picked up his bowl and found a seat at the foot of the wall, and wolfed it down. The Lu Qing girls saw that Li Yuan was genuinely letting them eat, so they didn't make any pretense, busy cupping his bowl and taking a big bite to eat as well. Lu Qing had wanted to maintain decorum in front of the new family head, but hunger made it impossible for her to care much. Looking at the way the several women were eating, the Chu sisters also remembered the hardships they had suffered. Have Xia add some more rice for each of them. It was at this moment that the courtyard door was gently knocked on. Lu Qing busily went over and pushed open the door, and found that it was the woman who was the first to leave just now. Saying that her husband's home was just 3 miles away in Guijiazhai, she was seen kneeling in front of the door with her hair disheveled and wretched. Li Yuan put down his bowl and walked to the door asking the woman suspiciously, "What's the matter? Is it possible that the family won't take you in?" The woman couldn't stop kowtowing and whimpering with tears streaming down her face. "My husband's family resented my humiliation and refused to have me. I would like to be a slave and a servant, and I begged the Lord Capitaine to take me in." Li Yuan let out a long sigh. In the ancient society, the woman who was humiliated and driven out by her husband's family had no way to live. Li Yuan knew that if he didn't take it today, this woman, then, has no choice but to throw herself into the river tonight. "You come in. Xia, serve her a bowl of rice as well." A long overdue full stomach. The handmaidens, who had seemed wilted in the afternoon, were revitalized. The 2 of them were in the kitchen cleaning the dishes, while the rest of the maidservants held the lamps in various parts of the courtyard. Li Yuan watched from the window as Lu Qing cleaned up the main house, lay out clean bedding and prepare various items needed for the Lord's house. Rough linen clothes can't hide the slim figure, and the hands and feet are nimble and diligent. At this time, Chu Wanjuan's voice came from the side. "Sagittarius is in no hurry. These women will be raised for a while, and when they are ripe for the picking, and their bodies and bones are more plumped up, they will be able to see the temperament and disposition. The Sagittarius has a fancy in arranging for bedding in the same room." Li Yuan's face reddened. This little thought was actually discovered by Wanjun. Hastily, he waved his hand to cover it. "There's no rush, no hurry, it's too early." Chu Wanjun, on the other hand, had an imperceptible smile on the corner of her mouth. Then he added to Li Yuan, "Sagittarius is young and strong. There is nothing wrong with a few more women, as long as they are clean and of good character. By the way, what is Sunga going to arrange for Tsuingyang?" Li Yuan froze. "Triniang? What happened to her?" Chu Wanjun ruffled her green silk and said, "Chuangyang is now in charge of Sangho's wine shop. I know the brewery is vital to the Sagittarius. It's definitely not reassuring if it's not in the hands of someone close to you. I understand the roots of Triniang, though the governor's office matched her once, but that soldier man was forcibly conscripted to the Chishui River before he could cavort. Tsuingyang is clean, and these days Sunga feeds them well. The body is also much more plumped up. If the Sunga agrees, I'll make arrangements when I get back and take Tsuingyang into the room." Li Yuan rubbed his nose. The mind recalled Tsuingyang's petite figure and soulful eyes. It was a very self-reliant and even somewhat stubborn woman. Li Yuan was also quite fond of her. The man is very industrious and steady, and in a rare case he is also literate and can write and count. You know, it was very difficult for women to be literate in ancient times. One does want to make great use of this woman. Let her help her manage the workshop industry. But that would mean that she would know a lot of her secrets. It would have been impossible for Li Yuan to let her marry again with her secret. So taking her into the room was really the only way to get the best of both worlds. Li Yuan could only fake a sigh. Then grudgingly, he said, "Then it is up to the lady to arrange it." Chu Wanjun, seeing her own husband's look like he had gotten a bargain, just covered her mouth and laughed softly from the sidelines. The night was quiet, and the hour was past midnight. The clappers of the night patrollers in the streets of the fort had already struck 3 times. Suddenly, a warhorse stepped across the street and ran straight to the town guard's office in West River Fort. Not long after, the drums suddenly sounded in the silent fort. The dense drumming was like thunder, piercing the silence in the night. Countless people woke up from their sleep. Li Yuan let go of Chu Wanjun in his arms, put on his outerwear and walked to the courtyard. Looking toward the tower in the center of the military fortress, a dazzling flame rose in the darkness of the night. That's the warning tower, which only burns when a foreign enemy invades. Chu Wanjun walked out of the house right behind Li Yuan. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Xia also ran out from the compartment. "Sunga, what's wrong?" Li Yuan turned back to the women. "Dress me and put on my armor. That's the gathering drum of the military fort. There must be a battle somewhere. I have to go to the town hall right away." Li Yuan is clad in short body armor and carries a sword and gun. Let the women of the house keep the house in peace. Pushing the door open, he took a step in the direction of the town hall. There were already teams of military fort guards on the road, patrolling around with torches. Li Yuan crossed the cross street and arrived in front of the gate of the town guard's yamen. Just as he saw Yuan Li, also clad in short body armor, running from the alley, he asked when he came to Li Yuan, "Lieutenant Li, do you know what happened?" Li Yuan shook his head. "I don't know. Let's go into the town guard's office first and see what the town guard says." Chapter 53, Military Emergency. Li Yuan and Yuan Li entered the lobby of the town hall. By this time all 8 lieutenants had also arrived one after another. According to the military law of Diliang, those who fail to meet the 3 drums will be beaten with sticks. So it doesn't take a moment. The people then all arrived. At this time the lobby of the town hall was brightly lit. The town guard officer Lin Wanshan was also fully clothed and paced the lobby with a tight frown on his face. He saw that all the captains had arrived. Then he sat down on the main seat and spoke to the crowd in a deep voice. "Just got the governor's military report. The northern barbarian Tiela tribe, rising an army of 30,000 men, has passed through the North Stone Pass. All 4 acropolises on the border have fallen. The court ordered the Cloud Rider General, Lord Bai, the Marquis of Longchamp, to command Huaizhou, Dingzhou, Weizhou, Qingzhou, and the 4 continents to defend the enemy. We, Dingzhou, will draw 6 battalions of county soldiers, as well as soldiers and households from all counties to join the army at the Chishui River. The military situation is urgent. Tomorrow at noon, the soldiers and households of each village must be assembled, and then immediately set off." As soon as Lord Jinshou's words fell, the lobby instantly erupted in an uproar. "These northern barbarians are faithless, taking our yearly coins and actually wielding an army to attack. A northern barbarian is a northern barbarian." "Silence," the town's governor roared, and only then did the lobby quiet down. The captains in the hall were all staring at each other with grave expressions. At this time, a captain stepped forward and said with a difficult expression on his face, "Your Excellency, half of the soldier households in the villages in our fort are new recruits recruited less than a month ago. I'm afraid it's difficult to be able to fight. This goes to the Red Water River. I'm afraid." The captain didn't continue, but it was clear in the minds of those present. Going to the Chishui River with half of the new recruits to meet the Iron Legend cavalry would only result in the total loss of the army. The town guard, Lin Wanshan, also just let out a long sigh. How could he not know in his mind that the soldiers and households under his command were peasants who had just been recruited? The training is less than a month old, and sending them to the front lines now is basically sending them to their deaths. But the military situation is urgent, and the general's orders are even more unobjectionable. Lin Wanshan said with a wave of his hand. "If the Chishui River can't hold back the Tiela army, our Dingzhou is bound to fall. There is no turning back. Don't ask any questions. Gentlemen, do as you're told at once." The 8 lieutenants also had to all arch their hands to receive the order. Just about everyone had a heavy face. After leaving the town hall, all the lieutenants were ordered to send the requisitions for the military fort to the villages. The original Li name was allotted to the east countryside. That means he has to go back immediately to mobilize all the soldier households in the east countryside. Li Yuan wrote a warrant for Xia to write overnight and send it to the East Country 100 chief. In addition, the food and fodder supplies needed for the expedition should be prepared as much as possible. Those lieutenants were all experienced and immediately went straight to the various weapon stores in the cross street after delivering the military orders. Before going out on the battlefield, everyone had to raise as much military equipment as possible. Li Yuan was naturally no exception. As he turned the alleyway and came directly to the Su family's ironware store door. As expected, not many people knew about this place, and I hadn't seen any other captains come here to buy armaments. Li Yuan rushed forward and knocked hard on the door ring. It wasn't long before the door to the store opened a crack. Revealing the face of a young girl was none other than Blackie, the young maid from that day. While rubbing his eyes and yawning, he muttered disgruntledly, "Who is it, knocking so hard in the middle of the night, just opening a crack in the door?" She was somewhat surprised to see Li Yuan. This person looked familiar. She remembered. Wasn't this the same Li Langjun who had come to buy martial arts equipment a few days ago? The girl asked a little timidly, "May I ask what's the matter with Lang?" Li Yuan directly pulled out the red iron waistplate that could prove the identity of the captain. "You heard the drums from the military fort just now, didn't you? The military situation is urgent. I'm going to accompany the army, and I need to pick up some weaponry." Blackie was a little hesitant. It was the middle of the night. The Su family's iron store is full of women. "I'm afraid it's not quite right to let a man in now." As she was hesitating, the questioning voice of another woman came from behind Blackie. "Aline, who is calling at the door?" It was then that Li Yuan realized that Haney's name was Aline. The one who asked in the back was naturally none other than Lady Su. He carried a lantern to the door and looked through the doorway. Wasn't this the same Li Langjun who bought armaments last time? Then he saw the red iron waistplate in Li Yuan's hand and his eyes widened. It turns out that Li Langjun is a military fortress captain. But in his heart, he slandered. Last time, he actually lied to himself that he was only a small Wu Chang. Lady Su instructed Alien, "Open the door, the Lord Capitaine must have taken the general's order to march, to find some usable armor in our store." "Yes." Haney Aline pushed the door open in a hurry. Li Yuan stepped into the store. Elaine was busy lighting candles to illuminate the store. Li Yuan looked at the Sun Yangzi in front of him, perhaps because she had gotten up in a hurry. Lady Su's hair and clothes were slightly disheveled. Li Yuan was unconsciously attracted to the majestic peaks. Looking downward, the waist is curvy, followed by the amazing curve of the hip line outline. Li Yuan swallowed. Hastily, he turned his gaze away. Such a mature and flavorful body. After looking on, Li Yuan was really afraid that he could not suppress his gun. Lady Su took a few more steps closer and asked as she gathered her green silk with her hand, "Mr. Langley, I wonder which weapons are needed." Li Yuan, however, said with a bold wave of his hand, "Lady Su, I don't have to pick. I'll take all the martial equipment in your store." Niang Su froze and said busily, "Li Langjun may not know, but I have a lot of armor and weapons stored in this store. There are 12 collars of armor, 75 swords and spears, 20 iron helmets, 5 bows and arrows." Li Yuan reached out and stopped Lady Su from speaking further. "Lady Su, now do the math. How much silver is the total for all the martial equipment combined?" Lady Su did some calculations in her mind. "The goods in the store totaled 215 guilders, Li Yuan said with a nod. "In a few moments, send all the arms to Anping Lane, Front Street. No. 3C. Lady Su froze. "Ha, that's not Captain Wyland's. Don't ask. It's my mansion now." Niang Su didn't ask more questions, but busied herself with finding people to carry the armor. Leaving the ironware store, Li Principal was striding towards the grain and rice store. "This is a grain store inherited from Wyland. When I found the store, I found the door still closed." Li Yuan knocked on the door, and an old military man of considerable years came out from inside. It looked like it should have been someone from the military fort who had arranged to watch the store. He took a look at the red iron waistplate hanging on Li Yuan's waist. He was busy arching his hand in salute. "Does this Lord Captain have any orders?" Li Yuan didn't bull ********. "I am the new owner of this grain store. Captain Li Yuan, I ask you, how much rice and grain is left in the store now?" The old military man thought for a moment and busied himself back. "There are still 25 stones of corn, 12 stones of wheat flour, and uncounted miscellaneous grains of all colors in the treasury." Li Yuan knew that it would be extremely difficult to expect those poor military households in the eastern countryside to provide their own food. "I'm afraid this is especially true now that there is still a shortage of food and many families can't even afford to cook. So food was left to his own preparations. There is quite a lot of food in this store, which should be enough to support the needs of this expedition in the East Country." Inwardly, I thanked Wyland, who had already claimed his poop. Once again. At this point, it was getting light. When Li Yuan returned to the mansion, Lady Su was waiting at the door, behind him with a few pickers. He had already picked all the armor and weaponry from the store. Li Yuan took out the silver from his home and gave it to Lady Su. Luckily, I got more than 800 can from selling hempcloth and wine yesterday. Otherwise it's a bit of a struggle to pay that much at once. See that this Lieutenant Li did not hesitate to pay for the goods. Lady Su was naturally happy in her heart. He was busy saluting Li Yuan and said, "My daughter congratulates Lord Capital on his triumphant return." Chapter 54, Preparation of the whole fortress for war. Sending off Lady Su, Li Yuan instructed the Chu sisters again. "I'm going to arrange something for you." The sisters looked at each other and both said solemnly to Li Yuan, "Sagittarius, please command." Li Yuan thought for a moment, then said to the two women, "You guys go hire a few wagons, take my belt tag with you, and take out all the grain stored in this grain store and transport it all to the east countryside. Corn is given to the women who are relatives of the soldiers' families in the villages, and each family is given 3 buckets each. 2 buckets are reserved for the families to eat for themselves, and 1 bucket of fried mature rice is used as military rations for the soldiers' families on the march. Also have the women workers in the brewery and the workshop all stop what they are doing. Organize them to bake all the semolina into wheat cakes, thicker and drier with salt. Move as fast as you can and bake as much as you can. Then 1 cloth bag for every 10 pies, and all of them transported to the military fort schoolyard by noon." Chu Wanjun knew that this was her husband preparing the military rations for the Dongxiang soldier households for the expedition. Not asking many questions, he took Xiaozhu and went to hire a car. At this time, Cui Ping's 4 men also arrived. Li Yuan asked them to load the weapons that Niang Su had just transported onto the wagon, walked with him towards the big arena outside the military fort. By now it was daylight. Due to the urgency of the military situation, the military fort was exceptionally busy from midnight until now. Some of his own soldiers were also carrying various supplies from the fort storehouses to the schoolyard. In accordance with the requirements of the military law of Diliang, the soldier households of each village received the requisition order from the military fort. All of them would gather at the military fort's large schoolyard under the leadership of each village's centurion. After the town officer had checked the number of soldiers and their martial rations, they marched together. The large schoolyard was still empty at this time. For the time being, no military households have arrived. It is now early morning at the hour, which is just after 7 o'clock. Even if those soldier households received the transfer order in the middle of the night, the time needed to prepare their armor and rations would not be short. Li Yuan and all the captains were also left to wait anxiously in the large schoolyard. It was good that Xia Xia brought breakfast to Li Yuan, a jar of hot corn porridge, a bowl of soy meat, and a few pancakes. Yuan Li, on the other hand, had no problem coming over to rub it in. Li Yuan could only share his share. It is also after 9 o'clock in the morning at the 6th hour. Far down the road, formations of soldiers and households carrying spears on their shoulders finally appeared. In the past, when they went on a journey, they usually arrived first at Guijiazhai, which is the closest to the West River Fort. But on this day, the first to arrive was actually East Country. The reason was also very simple. Li Yuan directly asked Chu Wanjun to bring back a large amount of grain and rice. The problem of feeding the families of the soldiers' households was solved first. Those scenes of the old days when poor military families went around on their knees to borrow food before going out to war did not happen in the East Country. Shui Baichang mobilized the military households much faster. Since he had become a soldier's household, there was nothing to be said about being sent out by the court to fight in the war. So when the transfer order arrives, the men can only bid farewell to their wives and children at home, put on their long swords, and carry their long spears. Led by the sheiks and centurions of the village, they ran to the military fort to assemble. Li Yuan looked over, and Su Baichang, also in his outdated short body armor, was walking at the front of the line. He saw Li Yuan waiting in the schoolyard, and busily asked his Shikai to straighten up the ranks. Instead, he came to Li Yuan with a quick step and an arch of his hand. 100 Chief Shui Deshang, with 85 soldiers and households from the east countryside, rushed to the military fort, asking the Lord Captain to count them. Principal Li gave a hug. "You and I are both from the east countryside. We need to support each other. There is no need for you to be polite, Brother Shui." Then he said with a hand pointing behind him a few quarts of military equipment. "I'm going to select some of the best from the Dongxiang soldier households to fill the ranks of my personal soldiers, and after that I'll replace them with better armor and weapons." Shui Deshang was busy arching his hand. "Make yourself at home, Captain. I have nothing against it." Li Yuan nodded. Then at the point of hand a dozen or so stout men were chosen from the soldier households. Many of them have traveled to the county with Li Yuan to serve as guards for the caravan, including the 4 men under his own command. Li Yuan had them all put on iron helmets, short body armor, and finer swords and spears. Use it as your own personal guard. Extra weapons were also issued, and the soldier households in the East Country were equipped with a new look. At this time, the soldier households from other villages also arrived. But looking around, each of these soldier households had a miserable face. Li Yuan saw that many of the soldier households not only had incomplete weapons, but even had deflated ration packs on them. An East country is so much better. Each man carried at least a bucket of fried rice in his grain sack. By a quarter to noon, another large quantity of baked wheat pies had been brought in by wagon from the East country. Li Yuan immediately asked Su Baichang to organize people to distribute them to the soldier households. Many soldiers received the new grain bag. Open a look inside is actually freshly baked bread. Greedy is mouth-watering. As per Li Yuan's request, each sheet of pastry is a foot in size and as thick as an adult's hand. It was also salted and roasted with a sizzling flavor. Many of the soldier households couldn't resist tearing it off and taking a taste. The smell of that wheat was a surprise to all the soldiers. Their stealing of food, however, was quickly stopped by the centurion shishes. These pasties are baked through and will keep for a long time. These were military rations reserved for the soldier households to keep them alive. And one cake could last at least a day. It would be a waste to eat it now. It was amazing to watch the soldier households in the East countryside with everyone having sizzling pasties to hand out. The soldier households in the other villages were all casting envious glances. A lot of people looked over and swallowed. The other lieutenants, though, were quite critical of Li Yuan's move to give his own soldier households large portions of cake at the schoolyard. However, the soldier households of Diliang were bringing their own food and fodder. And there was not only nothing wrong with the captain using his own personal wealth to replenish the food and fodder for his soldier households before the war. It should even be praised by the OP. The others naturally couldn't say anything. Li Yuan certainly didn't share all the cakes. He still had dozens of bags of wheat cakes in his wagon. These will be kept as a reserve for the soldier households in the East country and will not be utilized easily. At noon, a drumbeat sounded in the military fort. Surrounded by dozens of his own soldiers, town guard officer Lin Wanshan rode a chestnut-colored warhorse slowly out of the fort. Behind him, one of his personal guards was holding up a red Jiangxi Town Guard General's flag with the words, West River Town Guard, Lin. Lin Wanshan beat his horse to the schoolyard general's platform, and the soldiers behind him shouted to the schoolyard, "Come forward, captains, and quickly report the amount of troops under your command." All the captains ran to the Lin Town Guard and shouted the number of troops they had already gathered. Li Yuan found himself with not the least number of 85 people in the East country. That Yuan Li guy only has about 50 people under his command, and the total number of soldier households brought together at West River Fort was 453. A lieutenant who failed to gather enough soldiers and households was ordered by Lin Wanshan to be beaten with a military stick. Then it's time for the town's governor to review the soldiers and horses of the villages. In fact, it is the town guardian adults riding around the school field to see if these soldiers and households are fully clothed in armor, whether the food and fodder brought enough. Obviously the results of the test were not favorable. Lin Wanshan was walking with a tight frown on his face. Soldier household hardship he is aware of, but now really see is a bit shocking. Many of the soldier households looked food-faced and obviously still hungry. There were even some soldier households with incomplete armor and military equipment. Li Wanshan understood that the military equipment issued by the military room should have been sold for food by the hungry soldier households. This kind of thing was common among the soldiers, but now that the expedition was imminent, it was not good to pursue it on a wide scale. It can only be tolerated for the time being. Chapter 55, Hyoto's Expedition. Lin Jinsho was worrying in his mind when he suddenly saw the soldier households in the eastern countryside, but his eyes lit up. The 85 men under Li Yuan's command were not many, but they were fully clothed and armored, especially in front of the team of more than a dozen robust soldiers all with iron helmets, clad in short iron armor. The hands of the weapons, look is not the military room issued rags. The weaponry and armor were not even inferior to his own personal soldiers. Lin Wanshan was a bit surprised. He knew it had only been a short time since Li Yuan had taken over the east countryside. I can actually pull out a dozen armor-clad soldiers. Lin Wanshan is an old military man. He can do more than just look at the military equipment of the soldiers. In fact, the most important thing for soldiers and households to go out to war is food and fodder. Cases abound of defeats due to cuts in military rations. As far as the eye could see, each of these 85 military households in the eastern countryside was carrying a bulging sack of grain. Even the grain sacks look a little bigger than the soldier households in other villages. Lin Wanshan raised his horse and took a few steps forward, said to one of the East Country soldiers' households, "Show me your grain sack." The soldier tenant hastily unclipped his grain bag and handed it over to the town guardian lord. In the past, some poor soldiers' families left more food for their families when they went to war, deliberately stuffing some sand and dirt into the grain sacks to pass them off as military rations and to hoodwink the inspection. The grain sacks on the soldier households in this eastern countryside were heavy, even more than the military fort required. It also puzzled the town's lordkeeper, and the lordkeeper of the town took the grain sack and realized that there wasn't a single grain sack in the east countryside. Instead, two bags are tethered together, one at the top and one at the bottom. Lin Wanshan undid the top bag first and reached in to grab a handful. Remove it and in your hand is warm fried corn. He picked up a few grains and put them in his mouth, chewing gently. Full of the flavor of corn. Lin Wanshan nodded. The military food sufficiency of the soldier households in the eastern countryside satisfied him. He unzipped the second bag with some confusion. Eyes glanced inward, not feeling a twinge. A tantalizing smell of wheat rises from the bag. I can't believe it's a freshly cooked wheat pancake. Lin Jinsho was a bit surprised. He was not believing that these poor military households had the ability to bring pasties as military rations. Casually, he asked for a few more grain sacks, which actually contained 10 wheat loaves in each one. He turned his head to Li Yuan in great confusion. Now he could confirm that the wheat cakes were not prepared by the soldiers themselves, but were uniformly issued. Li Yuan was busy clasping his fists and answering back to the town guardian lord. Soldier households are in distress and unable to raise their own food and fodder. My humble servant had a family fortune rewarded by the military fort, so I bought some food relief. Lin Wanshan drifted off, then nodded in satisfaction. There's nothing to fault Li Yuan for doing this, and he should even be commended and praised for it. But then he was a little puzzled. Why does Lieutenant Li need to use wheat cakes? This wheat flour isn't cheap. Li Yuan immediately replied. Wheat bread can be stored for a long time and is resistant to hunger, so the soldier families can last longer. Lin Wanshan understood that Li Yuan had given out wheat cakes because eating them was more hunger resistant than corn. It will give the soldier households under his command more stamina to fight. Lin Jinsho let out a long sigh. He also wanted every one of his soldiers and households to have wheat cakes, but the cost was too high. It simply can't be done. He looked again behind the East Country soldiers with 3 wagons loaded with supplies. There appeared to be grain sacks and even pots and pans, and it was not clear what the rest contained. But it was evident that Li Yuan had done everything possible to prepare for the expedition. Having seen the soldier households in the eastern countryside, Lin Wanshan felt better. At this time the whole army was reviewed. The urgency of the military situation makes it inconvenient to delay, so the Lord Keeper of the town ordered the whole army to march. A dozen or so of his own soldiers marched out in front of him on horseback. Each of the lieutenants also greeted their soldiers and households to follow at a quick pace. Hundreds of men pulled out in long marching columns on the dirt road, traveled to the afternoon Shin time, arrived at the Qingyuan County town. At this time from the subordinate 5 military fortresses gathered Qingyuan County soldiers and horses has also reached 2,000 people. The generals of the governor's office were also fully clothed and dispatched to and fro. Li Yuan met Zhang Kuei, the left guard. He was examining the arms and equipment of the soldiers and households brought from several military forts. Zhang Kuei also saw Li Yuan, but did not talk to him because of his duties, just nodded to each other. Because of the urgency of the battle on the front line, the army did not stay in Qingyuan County to rest and recuperate. After a little reorganization, they set off to the north. Li Yuan rode a piebald horse. A pang of fear ran through his mind as he looked at the slightly disorganized queue. It wasn't because he was afraid to fight. Rather, it's because of the chaotic command and scheduling of the army in this great Liang. Except for the county soldiers and the personal soldiers at the various military forts who were still somewhat presentable, the marching formation of the soldiers' households is not much different from that of the refugees. The night's camping was also spread out over 4 fields and camped separately. Li Yuan estimated that if the northern barbarians sent a 100-man cavalry to attack at night at this time, it's estimated that it would have crumbled the thousands of Green Plains County troops. Luckily for them, they didn't encounter enemy attacks along the way. On the morning of the second day, the whole army reached the capital city of Dingzhou, gathering together the soldiers and horses from other counties. The number of soldiers and horses of the entire Daliang Dingzhou army reached 7,000. After a day's rest, the whole army continued to march to the Chishui River to join the Imperial Army. 4 days after the departure from Fort West River, the Dingzhou army arrived at the Hongsha Ferry on the Chishui River. 30,000 Daliang soldiers and horses set up a continuous camp along the south bank of the Chishui River. From afar, people shouted and horses hissed as countless flags fluttered. On top of the messy rocky mountain a mile away from the south side of the riverbank, where the terrain was higher, was the center camp of the Daliang army. The commander of the army, 5,000 Longchamps under the command of Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing, was stationed there. At this time in the center army tent, there were 2 people sitting by the long case talking. The one sitting on the top hand is none other than the commander-in-chief of the entire army appointed by the court of Daliang, Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing. She was 7 feet tall, with a slender physique, wearing a Marquis of Wu crown on her head in silver scale armor, with a face like a crown of jade, sword eyebrows and almond eyes, and a heroic and regal temperament. But there was a hint of femininity in the handsome face. Bai Jing looked like a handsome teenage boy, but she was in fact a daughter. Inheriting a marquis with a woman's body is the first person in Daliang. The woman beside her had a long face like a delicate moon, eyes like peach blossoms, and a sultry and moving temperament. She was Bai Jing's house sister, Bai Yuxuan. Just at this time Bai Yuxuan absolutely beautiful face, fatigue all show eye circles slightly black. It seems that her recent serious lack of sleep. Bai Yuxuan lightly sipped her tea and whispered to the Marquis, "Big sister. This being said, our great Liang dynasty is really in a state of decline. 30,000 Iron Horsemen from the Tiela invade. The court is in a state of panic. In the end, I can't believe that only one woman was sent to command the enemy." Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing also sighed and spoke in a voice that was a bit hoarse but could be heard as a woman's voice. "The imperial court is afraid of our Bai family's Longchamp army, and it was sent to the northern border to protect the enemy after failing to cut the clan. It's just a way for the dynastic princes to drive out the wolves and swallow the tigers. Whether I hold off the Iron Lords or the Longchamps are completely destroyed, neither the emperor nor the court princes suffer. It's just that little sister. I know you're wise and smart. Come with the army to advise me. But the Tiela people are extremely warlike, and I am already dead at heart when I command the army to defend the enemy. If we were to trap you in the midst of 10,000 soldiers, then our Bai family would be at a loss." Chapter 56, The Arrival of the Tiela Army. Bai Yuxuan put down her teacup, a mocking smile on her face. The imperial army under Big Sister's command is nominally 30,000 soldiers, but in reality, excluding the 5,000 Longchamps of our Bai family, the rest of the soldiers are all soldiers from the 4 continents who have become armies. Who doesn't know what kind of virtue the soldier households are, and expect them to hold back 30,000 Tiela troops? That's a fool's errand. I know, Big Sister. You've got the Magog consciousness. But how can my little sister stand by and watch her big sister die with her life? That's why I came to the front of the army to advise my big sister. One person's plan is short, 2 people's plan is long. We sisters are of one mind. We can surely let big sister hold back the Tylines. Bai Yuxuan has been reading a lot of books since she was young and is very smart, and she is known for her resourcefulness and good judgment in her spare time. She is also known as a talented woman in Diliang. She felt that she knew something about the art of war and tactics and could help her big sister. That's why he came to the front of the army, to advise his sister Bai Jing. The two were about to continue scheming some more. Suddenly outside the tent, a horn sounded. Immediately afterward, the continuous sound of horns resounded through the camp of the Diliang army. That's the sound of the all-clear alert signal. Bai Jing's heart sank as he took a few steps to run outside the tent and looked distantly toward the northern bank of the Chishui River. Sure enough, in the direction where heaven and earth met on the north bank, a black line spread out from between heaven and earth. It was a long black dragon made up of countless soldiers and horses. Bai Yuxuan also came beside the female marquis. Looking at the long black dragon, he asked, That's the Tyrells?" Marquis Longchamp nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right, little sister, that's the Tealers." At this time in the wilderness on the north bank of the Chishui River, countless war horses galloped across the plains, kicking up clouds of smoke and dust. The telegraph cavalrymen either wore leather robes or iron armor, riding lance in hand, scimitar at the waist, horn bow and feathered arrows hanging in the slant. Excellent horsemanship allowed the Tiela cavalry to march as one man and horse. They looked towards Liang's tent on the south bank with ferocity and cruelty in their eyes. The huge cavalry array, like a torrent of huge waves, swept unstoppably toward the northern bank of the Chishui River. On top of a small hill on the north bank, underneath several battle flags depicting white wolf patterns, 3 tall northern barbarian generals were also looking at the southern bank of the Chishui River from afar. At the head was the famous general of Tiela, Sandu, who was the commander-in-chief of the Tiela army in this southern expedition, and the 2 on the left and right were the 2 Wanhu chiefs, Bakr and Abu. Under his command, there are dozens of thousand household chiefs arching on the left and right. Also have Wolf Gunan and Bankai's fierce light. Bakr, the head of the Mando, said to Lord Sandu, "I heard that the commander of these southern barbarians is a woman, and I don't know what the rulers and ministers of Diliang think." Sandu's eyes narrowed in disdain. "The men of the Liang are not good, but the women are still good. Much more flavorful than the rough women of the prairie. Let's loot some more this time and give the warriors all a share." Hearing this, a rude laugh came from all around. On the south bank of the Chishui River, Li Yuan and the 85 soldiers under his command, like all the soldiers here, were struggling to fortify their camps along the coast. The sound of iron hooves on the other side of the river made the soldiers on the south bank stop what they were doing. As they looked out, the cavalry of the Tyrells swept over the northern shore like a dark cloud. The sheer volume of sound is mind-blowing. Looking at those brawny cavalrymen, many of the soldier households who were on the battlefield for the first time trembled with fear. Is this the Tyrells? How can we possibly fight? This time it's really dead." Li Yuan looked around him, and the soldiers and households of the eastern countryside around him were also not without awe in their gazes. Even the several military fort lieutenants and the governor's personal soldiers not far away were all showing a look of fear. It was at this moment that the bugles sounded one after another in the Union camp. At the same time the gathering drums of the center army were rumbled. The county governors and state generals ran towards the center tent at the sound of the voices. The Marquis of Longchamp is going to hold a pre-front military meeting. Within the tent, Bai Jing sat behind a long case, while Bai Yuxuan stood at her side with a black veil on her face. The generals of the 4 continents and the governors of the counties were arranged in the shape of wild goose wings to the left and right. Greetings, Marquis Longchamp. All the military generals bowed to the superior Marquis Longchamp. The female Marquis Bai Jing, who was dressed as a man, then waved her hand. It's a military emergency, so no need to be polite. Everyone, the Tailian's army has reached the northern bank of the Chishui River, and all of you are old soldiers. Is there any way to break the enemy? The generals looked at each other all silent. In the back of his mind was the thought, a plan to break the enemy? How could there be? On the other side of the river, there are 30,000 Tiela cavalry, and the Tiela people are all elite and tough. We only have 30,000 soldiers and horses on our side, 25,000 of which are still scrappy soldier households. With the experience of the battle between the Daliang army and the Iron Legend army, 100,000 Daliang soldiers and households may not be able to hold back 10,000 Iron Legend cavalry. Not to mention that this time, Daliang had absolutely no military advantage, and it was hard to say whether everyone could save their lives this time. The Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing who commanded the army this time was still a woman. This made the military leaders even more unsettled. There was a silence in the tent. Marquis Longchamp looked around. Some of these military generals had their heads bowed. Some had their eyes closed. A look of complete lack of intent to answer the question. She could only let out a long sigh in her mind. Since no one has a good idea, then I will arrange the defense. Attention all generals. All the generals in the tent were immediately solemn. 7,000 men of the Huizhou army defend the left flank of the army. Huizhou, Qingzhou's men total 11,000 men defending the middle of Chaos Mountain. 7,000 men of the Dingzhou army defend the right flank of the army. The armies camped by the mountains, and must hold off the Tailians for 10 days. The generals looked at each other. General Qingzhou stepped forward and asked with an arch, "Dare I ask Marquis Longchamp, will we have reinforcements after 10 days? Marquis Longchamp nodded. The court has ordered the requisition of the Beichuan Road, the county's soldiers and horses, which will come to their aid in 10 days. In fact, here, the Marquis of Longchamp told a lie. Utilizing the Beichuan Road troops was the court's preconceived plan to defend against the Tiela's southern invasion. But whether the court will mobilize this time, or even if mobilized, how much can be mobilized is unknown. But she also had to say it in order to maintain the morale of the entire army. Otherwise, if these generals know that there may not be any backup, I'm afraid that their morale will collapse in less than 3 days. After deploying the various armies, he watched as dozens of military generals left the military tent one after another. The sisters looked at each other. The hearts are inexplicably restless. Bai Yuxuan thinks she's resourceful and decisive. Before coming here, he had also been confident that he had read the war books of all the dynasties. Given room to maneuver, she could surely figure out a way to hold off the Tealers. But when she got to the front of the formation, she realized that the situation was not what she thought it would be. Military strategy is an entirely different thing from the strategizing that you specialize in. Bai Yuxuan's skill at fiddling with people's hearts and taking advantage of the situation was childish and ridiculous in comparison to the absolute crushing combat power of the Tiela people. Especially really saw the military might of the Tiela soldiers and horses. That kind of momentum, like a 100 battles strong army. It shook the white lady, who didn't have any experience in the military, right out of the gate. The real war was so different from the Lupin-guided military strategy she had fantasized about in the middle of her boudoir. Chapter 57, Li Yuan's Advice. At that moment, Big Sister Bai Jing's voice came from behind her. Little sister, do you have any good ideas for retreating from the enemy? At this moment, Bai Yuxuan was biting her lower lip tightly, trying her best to think of the various schemes she could think of. With a fake newspaper? I'm afraid this won't work, as I don't even know the script used by the Tellarites myself. Much less could they forge the military order paperwork of the Tellurians. Is it possible to use a countermeasure? It seemed impossible to carry it out, and he had no insiders available among the Tailians. How do you countermand when you don't even know what Tiela generals are out there? Either that or cut off the enemy's food? But how do I know where the enemy is hoarding their provisions? And how many soldiers are guarding it? That doesn't work at all either. Looking at Bai Yuxuan, whose expression was distressed, the Marquis could only shake her head helplessly. This strategy on the battlefield is still not comparable to the fight between the soldiers. My sister had obviously thought things through simplistically. At this time, Bai Yuxuan suddenly had a bright idea and raised her head to say to the Marquis, "Eldest sister, instead of pondering in the tent, why don't we sisters disguise ourselves and go directly to the front line in person to observe the movements of the Tylines, without going to the front line to see for yourself? How can you find a good plan to break the enemy?" When Bai Jing thought about it, it did make sense. She then instructed the Longchamp's own soldiers to find 2 sets of ordinary generals' uniforms to change into with her sister. But looking at Bai Yuxuan's bulging breasts, the Marquis snickered. "Little sister, you're too well developed and too hard to disguise. You will be instantly recognized as a woman." Bai Yuxuan, on the other hand, said with a wry smile, "This can't hurt. I'll hang a random soldier's grain bag on my front chest and they won't be able to tell." The duo finished their disguise and came to the front line stealthily under the protection of a few Longchamp's personal soldiers. And at this time, on the right flank of Shattered Rock Mountain, which was under the responsibility of the Dingzhou army, the soldiers of Qingyuan County, to which Li Yuan belonged, were deployed to the forefront of the riverbank. The good thing is that all they had to do was block off the pass to construct a camp on the hillside. The Qishui River is not a big river, and this red sand crossing is even more so. The width of the river is only 30 to 40 feet. The depth of the water is more than 10 feet or so. The shallow water can even directly ride a horse wading through the water. The Scree Mountain Range on the south bank of the Qishui River cuts off the access road directly to the south. There are only a few mountain passes that lead inland to Dalian. Therefore, what the Tylines had to do was to cross the Qishui River and forcefully break through the mountain passes defended by the Daliang army. And what the Daliang soldiers and horses had to do was to defend the mountain passes to the death, not allowing the Tiela people to cross their defense line. However, the might of the Tiela soldiers and horses was too horrifying, and half of these soldiers and households were freshly recruited recruits. The overwhelming cavalry formation of the Tylines raised a sky full of sand and dust on the north bank, making the soldiers and households tremble. At this time, Lin Wanshan, the town guardian of West River Fort, was even more worried, because the soldiers and horses of the West River Fort seemed to be a bit more elite than the other forts. He was then chosen by the governor and sent to the first line of defense of the Qishui River. At this time, the soldiers and captains under his command were all looking sad and uneasy in their hearts. Some of them had fought with the Tiela people before and knew the power of the Tiela soldiers and horses, now sent to the forefront to confront the Tiela soldiers. Looking at those mighty cavalry on the other side, no one is not chilled in their hearts. Some of the timid first-time soldier households had even sat on the ground and whimpered. When he saw some soldiers crying, the military fort captain also had to whip and beat the goons all over the place. Looking at the soldier households with no intention to fight, Li Yuan was also helpless for a while. Then the barbaric and pugnacious Tylines of the steppe. It is true that the Liang people, who promote the rule of the country through literature, are not very good at fighting. Li Yuan was pondering over a solution when suddenly Captain Yuan Li ran over to him. "Lieutenant Li, Jinghua Lin told everyone to go to the dental tent, to discuss how to defend together." Hearing that the town guardian lord was looking for, Li Yuan could only put down the tools in his hands and rush to the military tent of the town guardian Lord Lin together with Yuan Li. In the midst of a tent of teeth on a hillside, the town guard officer, Lin Wanshan, had a gloomy look on his face, and so did the expressions of several other lieutenants. The momentum of the Tiela cavalry today has shocked them, and they have no confidence that the Liang army can win this battle. Several of the lieutenants, from time to time, exchanged a few whispered complaints. All bemoaned the power of the telegraphs. What they didn't know was that at that moment, a group of people were coming from the rear to the outside of this tent. The soldiers outside the tent, seeing that the visitor was wearing the robes of the Longchamp army, thought that he was the person sent by the Chinese army to deliver the order. The personal soldier was just about to enter the tent to report, but he was stopped by the visitor. The visitors were none other than Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing, who was disguised as an ordinary general officer, and her sister Bai Yuxuan. This is the closest to the riverbank and is considered the forefront of the entire army. The sisters wanted to see the military situation of the Tiela people on the other side of the river, and in the meantime check the morale of the De Liang soldiers and households. But along the way, the Marquis's good-looking eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. The Liang army is in a very bad situation. Most of the soldiers and households seen are demoralized, and they are even more fearful of the enemy army like a tiger. This made the Marquis's heart very heavy. She saw that there were people in a tent in front of her discussing the military situation, and she happened to hear the town guard officer inside discussing how to defend the enemy with his subordinates, and out of curiosity, the Marquis also wanted to hear what these frontline soldiers and generals thought. Then he pulled his sister to stand outside the tent and listen carefully. At that moment a voice came out from inside the tent. It was that of the town guard officer, Lin Wanshan. "Gentlemen, we are located at the forefront of the entire army, and once the battle starts tomorrow, we will certainly bear the brunt here. Captains, do you have any good ideas for breaking the enemy? Bai Jing also wanted to hear from these captains, whether there was anything available or not. So listen very carefully. While Bai Yuxuan, the little sister beside her, had an unconcerned look on her face. A genius of his own intellect has nothing to offer the tellers. How could those crass military fort lieutenants have a better idea? Bai Jing could naturally see his little sister's disdain, so he whispered to her, "These sergeants have been in the military for a long time, and as the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and sometimes they can actually come up with something usable. You can't underestimate them, and it wouldn't hurt to hear their ideas." Bai Yuxuan saw that her sister was quite interested, and it was not good for her to speak out and disturb her. Then he could only stand aside and accompany them. But in his heart he still despised these captains. It's just that the Marquis waited outside the tent for a long time. There was still silence in the tent, the same as what had just happened in the center tent. Not that anyone could come up with any solid ideas, which was rather disappointing to her. Bai Jing sighed in his heart. He really did expect too much from these capitals. Those state generals didn't have any ideas. How could these tiny lieutenants have any ideas? They were ridiculous themselves. Bai Yuxuan, who was on the side, also had an expression of, "I told you it would be like this." Then pulling the female marquis is about to leave the tent, to the front of the mountain pass and watching the formation of the tealers. But it was at this moment that a clear voice came from inside the tent. "Lieutenant Li Yuan has some thoughts about this battle and would like to report to the town guard." The Marquis and her sister, who were just about to leave, looked at each other. With that, she stopped in her tracks, though she wasn't expecting much from the Capitane's approach either. But the man at least had the courage to say so, and that made the Marquis want to hear what the lieutenant had in mind. Inside, the voice of the town guard officer, Lin Wanshan, came out. "The situation is now critical, and nothing can be delayed. If Captain Li has a good plan, then tell it quickly." In his previous life, Li Yuan was an old netizen who had been hanging out in major military history forums for years. In his spare time, he also liked to read various traveled net articles, so he had a very complete idea in his head about how to fight in the cold weapon era. What's more, as far as his current observation of the Deliang army is concerned, it was found that the strategy here, the tactics, compared to the ancient armies of his own previous life were very different. Nor did I find that they had any classic military books like Sun Tzu's Art of War or Ulez, Jixing Xianshu or anything like that to pass on. This gave Li Yuan a new idea in his mind. If one were to move the ancient tactical warfare methods that he had collected from various websites in his last life to the Great Liang dynasty, wouldn't it be an absolute crushing of the current era? In that case, let them see what the true art of war is. Inside the tent, Li Yuan stepped forward and said aloud to Lin Wanshan with an arch, "Enlighten the town guard. I do have some ideas. I just read the military orders sent down from the center. Although the battle method formulated by Lord Longchamp Marquis is sound, there are still things that can be added." Oh, Lin Wanshan had only wanted to hear what Li Yuan had to say about the current defense of the mountain pass. He, however, did not expect Li Yuan to directly say that the entire layout of Longchamp's defense still has something to make up for. By having shortcomings, doesn't it mean that there are loopholes in the Marquis deployment? He wanted to put a stop to it, but when he saw that the tent was full of his own lieutenants, he thought nothing of it. At the same time, he wanted to hear Li Yuan's reasoning, so he nodded. Then, "Lieutenant Li, you may as well say what can be added to the defense of our army." Chapter 58. This Li Yuan is not simple. When Li Yuan saw the town guardian lord move to ask, he busily clasped his fists and said, "The so-called method of battle formation is about strategy and tactics. Strategy is what our army is trying to accomplish in this battle, and thus a viable plan. And tactics are the methods to be used in order to accomplish this goal." Upon hearing this, the town's lord nodded slightly. These words were understandable to him. Li Yuan continued, "The goal of our army in this battle is to stop the southern invasion of the Tiela army, and in order to accomplish this, my Great Liang army must do at least one of the following before it can do so. 1. Rely on the mountains to kill and maim a large number of Iron Leopard cavalry, so that they will know what to do. 2. Behead the enemy commander and make his command collapse and retreat. 3. Exhaust the enemy's food and fodder, and the enemy will retreat without food. 4. Set up a brilliant plan to wipe out the enemy." The captains in the tent all looked at each other when they heard this. They were belabored in their minds. Who doesn't understand this? But how easy it is to do. This Li Yuan can't just be talking big here. Li Yuan looked at the expressions of the people around him and knew what was on their minds. So he continued, "In order to achieve several of these goals, our troops must use the proper tactics to do so. My humble servant has thought of a few battle tactics that might be useful for the army's defense. For example, the first point I just mentioned, how to rely on the mountains to kill and maim a large number of Tiela's cavalry. In the past few days, I have watched the flat land of the river bank between the south bank of the Chishui River and the shattered rock mountain, which is more than 40 feet. The enemy is best at horse combat, but cavalry Mercedes runs the length and breadth of the country and needs a large expanse of flat land to run away. We might as well do it right here on the south bank of the river. For example, let's mobilize soldiers and households to dig dozens of long trenches on the south bank of the riverbank overnight, turning the flat riverbank directly into a dead zone that's difficult for horses to navigate. You mean, digging trenches? The captains inside the tent, and the up-handed township officer, Lin Wanshan, were all stunned. That's right, it's trench digging. Li Yuan briefly and concisely introduced himself to the crowd. The trench we are digging should be 2 fathoms wide and 2 fathoms deep, a width that a warhorse just coming up the riverbank could never cross. Under the trench can be densely covered with sharpened wooden spears. Once the enemy falls into the trench, being pierced by the wooden spears, no matter the horses and men will surely die. The soldiers we have in our hands may not be as battle-ready as the Tealers on the other side, but most of them are farmers by trade, and there's no shortage of this digging and trenching. As long as we dig deep enough trenches on the riverbanks, that Tiela cavalry won't be able to run even if they cross the Chishui River. They can only dismount and fight on foot. Those Tealers weren't so scary once they dismounted. Listening to Li Yuan's explanation, the town guard Lin Wanshan nodded his head frequently after a moment's careful thought, and the idea Li Yuan proposed was indeed considered a good one. Lin Wanshan had fought with the Tiela people many times and knew that what they were best at was horse combat. If long trenches were densely placed on the river bank to disable their horses, then the Daliang army could indeed pull off a victory. Moreover, the physical labor of digging a trench is not that difficult, and those soldiers under his command who were born from mud legs are good enough to do it. The bottom line is that this approach can be implemented immediately. Thinking of this, the town's governor twirled his beard in his hand, a slight smile appearing on his face. At this time, outside the tent, the Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing and Bai Yuxuan sisters who were eavesdropping were looking at each other. This analysis of strategy and tactics was the first time they had heard of it, and they were amazed. Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing was not a white man with no experience in battle. She had also led troops to quell several rebellions. Therefore, she listened to the reasoning that Li Yuan said. It was because I could understand it that I was more surprised in my mind. The Marquis could be sure that this captain inside was not simple. This method of digging trenches on the river bank by Li Yuan also caught the eye of the Marquis. It was felt that it could be implemented on a large scale for the whole army. It was at this moment that the lieutenant inside the tent continued. The most relied upon weapon of the Tiela people across the battlefield, apart from cavalry warhorses, is the bow and arrow. I have heard that the bows and arrows of the Tiela people can throw light arrows up to 100 paces away, so we must not be unguarded. As I see our Daliang soldiers and horses, except for the Longchamps who are equipped with shields for defense, there are very few ordinary soldiers and households who have shields. The soldier households also lacked armor, and if they were riddled with arrows from the enemy in front of the formation, those soldier households were bound to suffer heavy casualties. So, my humble servant suggests, the town's governor should now immediately give orders for the soldiers to build wooden tatting rows to be erected in all parts of the camp. Wooden tatting? Wooden rows? The town guard, Lin Wanshan, and all the captains were looking at each other. And what was this wooden tatting wooden sign? Li Yuan was busy explaining to the people in the tent. The so-called wooden tatara is a large wooden shield that can cover the whole body and comes with a wooden frame at the back to stand on the ground. And a wooden sign is even simpler. A row of arm's-length logs fashioned into a 10-foot wide row that can shelter a line of men from bows and arrows. When the Tealers hurled their arrows, the soldiers and households could take cover behind the wooden tatting and wooden signs. With the protection of a large number of wooden railing and wooden cards, although we cannot win immediately, the hearts of the soldiers and tenants will be stable, and our army will not be easily defeated. Well, said Lieutenant Li. Lin Wanshan couldn't stop nodding his head again after hearing this. In the past, against the Tylines, the rain of arrows from the other side was indeed a headache. This wooden tatting sign is simple and easy to build, and there is no shortage of wood in the neighborhood, so it does work. At this time outside the tent, the two of them, Longchamp waiter Bai Jing and his little sister Bai Yuxuan, glanced at each other again. All nodded silently as well. Until this moment, Bai Yuxuan, who had a disdainful face a moment ago, was now wearing a solemn expression. She felt that this Lieutenant Li inside the tent did have some skills. He had underestimated him a bit earlier. At that thought, the sisters couldn't help but move their bodies a few more points closer in the direction of the tent. I want to listen carefully to what other good ideas this lieutenant named Li Yuan has. Inside the tent, the town guard officer Lin Wanshan said with a sigh, "It's just that the soldiers and households, having just finished fortifying their camps, are each exhausted, and now that they're being asked to build wooden tatamakis they'll surely be whining." When Li Yuan heard this, He then smiled faintly and said to the town guardian lord with an arch, "This is not difficult. We can have the soldiers build one wooden platoon and two sides of wooden railing for each unit, and tell them that the bows and arrows of the Tealers are fierce, and that this wooden row of wooden tatting is to cover the bows and arrows to save their lives, and tell them that whoever builds it will use it when they are engaged in battle. These soldiers and households will not complain for their own lives, and will build them as strong as they can." Lin Wanshan's eyes lit up. Then he smiled with his palms. "You're right, Lieutenant Li. If the soldiers had built it for their own survival, then they really wouldn't have complained, and will be 10,000 times more careful." Lin Wanshan sighed as he twirled his mustache again after a little thought. This method of Lieutenant Li's, although it can block the enemy's arrows, it's still difficult to kill the enemy. My concern is that the soldier households are not well trained and bold enough to fight against the enemy. I fear. Li Yuan pondered for a moment, but said, "If we can win first, the soldiers' morale should be boosted. Lord Townkeeper, I do have a plan to heavily defeat the enemy when engaged." Immediately, Lin Wanshan's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked, "Lieutenant Li, what is the brilliant plan? Tell it quickly." The female marquis and her little sister, by Jin Xian, who were outside the tent, also poked their heads a few points closer in the direction of the tent. The two of them also wanted to hear what other brilliant ideas this Lieutenant Li, who kept bringing surprises, had. Li Yuan said archly, "Lord Keeper, I'm going to need a lot of archers for this ploy. There are but 70 or 80 of the several hundred of us at West River Fort who can serve as marksmen, and that is far from enough. The town guard may ask the Lord Commander for help and transfer all the archers of the Qingyuan County Army. It is expected that 400 or 500 shooters will be available. Tomorrow the Tylines will first send a few thousand troops to cross the river to test the waters, and after the enemy crosses the river, he is bound to send out bowmen to parry our troops and test our strength. We can start by sending a few dozen bowmen to shoot back with soft bows and light arrows. We deliberately shoot arrows that are powerless. The Tylines will mistake our lack of strong bows and arrows for a sense of weakness. The front of our army is lined with wooden fences, and the best thing they can use to force a wooden wall is a heavy hammer and a huge axe. If the enemy decides that there are not many bows and arrows in our army, they will definitely abandon their swords and shields for two-handed hammer axes in a dense formation on the riverbank. Seek to break through our wooden fences at once. This is the moment of opportunity for our army. Wait until their soldiers are densely arrayed on the riverbank and have not yet charged. I, the Green Plains Army, order all archers to aim at the riverbank and cover the flank with strong bows and heavy arrows. As long as our archers, everyone shoots 7 or 8 arrows in a row. 3,000 or 4,000 feathered arrows can be used to cover a square inch of the riverbank in an instant. Please think about it. Lord Town Guard, those crowded in the riverbank in formation of the Tylines, all hands holding warhammers and heavy axes, lack of shields to cover. Under such a dense rain of arrows, how many of them can still survive? Wonderful! Lin Wanshan instantly stood up from his seat in excitement, high-fiving with his hands and glowing with both eyes. Li Yuan, this is a good plan. Lin Jinsho was just about to continue praising him when a sudden change occurred inside the tent. Suddenly there was a loud flutter as two men crashed in from beyond the tent. At this moment, all the captains in the tent, including Lin Wanshan, were so frightened that they drew out their sabers. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Who is it?" But when Lin Wanshan came over to take a closer look, however, he hurriedly threw down the long knife in his hand and kneeled down on one knee in fear, saying under his breath, "My humble servant Lin Wanshan, the town guard of West River Fort, pays his respects to Lord Longchamp." Chapter 59, Prefect of the Army. Just now, during the military discussion in the center tent, Lin Wanshan then followed behind the Lord Governor, although the rank of the town guard officer was too low to have a chance to enter the center tent. But from a distance, he also saw the appearance of the Marquis, and at this moment, the person who was rubbing his forehead on the ground. Isn't it precisely the Lord Longchamp who was sitting at the end of the middle army tent just now? It was only this woman beside the Marquis that Lin Wanshan did not recognize. I heard that this is Lord Longchamp. There was a clatter of armor leaves in the tent, and the captains under Lin Wanshan, including Li Yuan, rushed to kneel on one knee and salute. Just kidding, this Lord Longchamp is the commander of the 30,000 strong army of Great Liang. At this time, however, Marquis Bai Jing of Longchamp was very embarrassed in his heart. Just now the Marquis and her little sister, both of them, were eavesdropping on Captain Li Yuan's scheme outside the tent. When he heard Li's original plan to lure the enemy with a soft bow and light arrows, before hunting the Tylines with a dense rain of arrows, both were clapping. As a result, in a moment of excitement, he forgot that he was eavesdropping outside someone's tent. Little sister Bai Yuxuan didn't pay attention to her feet when she jumped. At once, she tripped over the ropes tying the tent, dragging down with her the Marquis who was trying to help her. Because the two men were leaning their heads in the direction of the tent eavesdropping, their center of gravity turned inward. The As a result, when he fell, he crashed right through the tent's curtains and tumbled and flopped inside, seeing the cadre of lieutenants who greeted him in the tent. At this moment, Longchamp Ho's face was slightly reddened. She hurriedly got up from the ground, supported the somewhat crooked Marshal Marquis crown on her head, and dusted off her robes. Looking at the West River Fort generals kneeling on the ground, he said in a warm voice, "There is no need to be courteous. I just happened to pass by here and heard the tent discussing the strategy of the imperial enemy, so I listened to a few words out of curiosity." Then looking around the tent again, he opened his mouth and asked, "That bow and arrow baiting scheme just now was very good. Which one of you here is Captain Li Yuan?" When Li Yuan heard it, Marquis Longchamp was looking for himself. Hastily rising, he bowed to the Marquis. "My humble servant, Li Yuan, pays his respects to Lord Marquis Longchamp." Bai Jing looked up and forward. Only from the crowd stood up a young lieutenant. Seeing this person, the Marquis' eyes lit up. "There is actually such a handsome man in this De Liang army. I only saw this Li Yuan captain, who was 8 feet tall and had a fit and well-proportioned body. The 5 features are handsome in appearance, dressed in a short body armor made of fine iron, with a long sword hanging from his waist. His temperament was even more heroic. Li Yuan, whether it was his stature or looks, or rather his temperament, grew on the heart of this Marquis of Longchamp." The Marquis nodded secretly in her heart. What a nice and handsome groom. With a slight turn of her head, she realized that her sister Bai Yuxuan was also looking at Li Yuan with a different color. Apparently his own sister, too, was quite interested in the handsome lieutenant. It was the first time that the Marquis had ever seen her sister's face, looking at her with interest in a man. But then, the Marquis of Longchamp shrugged it off. "Throw the thoughts cluttering your mind out of your head. Now it's in front of the line, and the tellers are on the other side of the river. It's better to focus on business." The Marquis first stabilized her mind and asked Li Yuan in a superior tone, "Lieutenant Li, the scheme you just described is very wonderful. Do you come from a family of military arts?" Li Yuan's performance just now was so colorful that Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing thought that Li Yuan was the descendant of some general's family. Li Yuan was busy arching his hand back, reporting to Marquis Longchamp, "My humble servant is not from a military family. Rather, when I was young, a foreigner saw that I was gifted, and passed on to me the martial arts and the 13 articles of the art of war. A lot of things simply can't be verified in this day and age anyway." Li Yuan decided to make up some nonsense and fabricate a provenance for the skills he had in him. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Marquis Longchamp did not look into it in detail, but nodded his head. The Marquis of Longchamps naturally did not care if Li Yuan was from a family of military arts or if he was taught by a high-ranking person. Being able to help yourself right now is the key. So the Marquis, after a little thought, added to Li Yuan, "Lieutenant Li is too wise and resourceful. I'll transfer you to the center of the army as a pre-military lieutenant to attend to military affairs." "Li Yuan, are you willing?" This is Longchamp Ho's attempt to transfer Li Yuan directly to his side as his counselor. In a way, it was tantamount to a step up in the Great Liang army. Li Yuan was certainly willing. From an ordinary military fort lieutenant, he was directly promoted to a prefect of the army belonging to the center army. Although this so-called pre-military lieutenant was only a temporary official position appointed by the Marquis of Longchamp, when the army is disbanded, this prefect of the army is simply revoked. But in the De Liang army at this moment, this status of pre-military lieutenant is extremely powerful. Not only can he influence the decision-making of the Marquis of Longchamp, but he also has the right to dispatch some of his troops. If you can really take credit for being a pre-military lieutenant, the Marquis of Longchamp would certainly bail himself out further as well. Thinking of this, Li Yuan straightened his robes, took a step forward, and bowed in salute. "My humble position, Li Yuan, is at the disposal of Marquis Longchamp." Bai Jing nodded with great satisfaction. Then, "Lieutenant Li, come with me." Li originally was in some dazed. Lin Jinghua clasped his fist. "That means, the superior officer deployed. Humble servant cannot do anything." Lin Wanshan also reacted and nodded at Li Yuan. "That means, I understand. You follow the Marquis of Longchamp well and don't make any mistakes." Looking at the back of Li Yuan, who had followed Longchamp Marquis away, the people inside the tent were all as if they were in a dream. Soon after, seeing that the Marquis of Longchamp was far away, some of the lieutenants then talked about it. This Li Yuan's luck is too unbelievable. After just a few ploys, he was spotted by a passing marquis and taken away to become a pre-military lieutenant. It's only been a few days since he was promoted from captain to lieutenant. This rate of advancement is nothing short of eye-popping. No mention of the chatter in the tent. Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing was in a very good mood after returning to the center army. She had gotten a few of Li Yuan's battle tactics, and her heart was more or less in the right place. The Marquis of Longchamp immediately gave 3 military orders in a row. This first military order was for the whole army to dig long trenches on the river bank on the south bank of the Chishui River. long trenches were required to be dug lengthwise and crosswise, turning the riverbanks, which were easy for horses to gallop along, into gully-ridden obstacle zones. The second military order ordered all military households to build wooden platoons and wooden totters for defense against arrows, and that they were to be used by whoever built them without delay. And this third military order is to select archers from the entire army. Among the 5,000 men of the Longchamp army, there were 1,000 archers, and the number of soldier households that were actually good at shooting was not small. The entire army of 30,000 men had a total of over 4,500 archers selected. These archers were independent of the army, all deployed to stand by behind the wooden fence of the front army, and listened only to the orders of the general of the center army. After the entire army received the order from the Marquis of Longchamp, the generals were at a loss. Just now, during the military discussion in the center tent, they could see that Longchamp obviously did not have any strategy. But a few short hours later, the Marquis immediately issued 3 very clear military orders. This is clearly a strategy to break the enemy. Although the generals were puzzled, the military order was like a mountain, and they each acted according to the order. Digging a long trench is not a difficult thing to do. Most of the soldiers are from farming families and work with dirt every day, though it wasn't a good idea to have them line up to fight the Tiela cavalry. But they were made to do this trench digging work, and they did it with aplomb. Moreover, in order to motivate the soldier households, Longchamp gave each soldier household that participated in digging the trench a caddy of corn as a reward. For a while, the river bank was full of people and the sound of shovels digging for sand was everywhere. The movement on the south bank also made the tellers on the other side of the river very suspicious. Both sides are about to go to war. Are these De Liang people out of their minds? Nothing to do with working on the river bank. Sandu, the commander-in-chief of the Tealers, heard a movement on the other side of the river, so he beat his horse and stood on high ground to observe the enemy. Seeing the chaotic scene on the other side of the river, he was also a bit puzzled. The 2 wanderers at his side, on the other hand, counseled. The marshal need not pay any attention to them. The Liang commander does not know that saving the strength of his soldiers is good for us. Tomorrow we are sure to break the mountain pass in one battle. Sandu thought about it and nodded, then passed the order. Let the warriors rest well today, and tomorrow we will break through the mountain pass in one fell swoop. Daliang has endless wealth, slaves and women. As long as we defeat the Liang army in front of us and rush into the hinterland of Great Liang, the army can plunder at will. Tell the warriors to breach the mountain passes as soon as tomorrow. The army can then plunder the Liang territory for 3 days. Wealth, slaves, women. Feel free to let them rob them. Commander Sandu's military orders were quickly passed down. In an instant, countless black-armored cavalrymen down the hillside drew their curved swords and shouted to the sky, "Kill across the Red River." 3 days of great plunder. 10,000 victories for Tiela. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, and the momentum shook the mountains and rivers. Look at the tsunami of cheers on the other side of the river. The De Liang soldier households who were digging ditches by the riverbank could only look up and watch in fear. At this time in the center army tent, Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing was sitting in the center, and his sister Bai Yushuan was serving at the side. On the opposite side was Li Yuan, who gave him a rare chair back. The Marquis looked in the direction of the other bank, listening to the cheers of the Tylines on the other side, and was also in a state of restlessness of thought. The pressure from the Tiela soldiers and horses was as heavy as a mountain to her. She couldn't help but take another look at Li Yuan, the pre-military lieutenant she had just promoted. Warmly asked, "Tomorrow we are about to face the enemy. Captain Li, do you still have a good plan?" Chapter 60 Determination of Rewards and Penalties. Seeing the Marquis move to ask, Li Yuan busily got up and arched his hand back. "The Marquis has already made the arrangements, and my humble servant is only picking up the pieces for the Marquis. Rather, there is still the matter of reward and punishment, which the Marquis should re-establish." Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing and his little sister exchanged glances. "You mean, the reward and punishment?" Li Yuan sighed in his heart. "Alas, how backward is the military theory of our De Liang dynasty. We must have clear rewards and punishments before the war. Don't you understand? In fact, the soldier households in De Liang have military discipline in their daily training, and the Longchamp army of the Marquis of Longchamp likewise has its own military laws. But the tragedy is that the Hyadu and the Longchamps, the military laws on both sides are very different. The same army has different military laws of reward and punishment, and this will lay a hidden danger to the command of the army." Li Yuan continued, reporting to the Marquis, "My 30,000 strong army of De Liang is the Longchamp army and the De Liang 4 continents soldier households into an army. As far as my humble servant knows, the military laws of soldiers and households in various places have been changed without authorization according to the local conditions, and they differ from each other in many ways. There are also many differences in the command of the Longchamps and the soldiers' households from all over the world, and in the command of the golden drums and flags. This once the army is engaged. The flag and drum of the center army of the 4 continents of soldiers and households, if they cannot understand, I am afraid that it will stay in trouble. For the sake of the army's command through and through, the Marquis may first unify the military laws and the golden drums and flags before the battle. Li Yuan spoke in a reasonable manner, and Marquis Longchamp couldn't help but nod his head frequently. She didn't really have a lot of experience in the battlefield, although the old Marquis was a famous general of Diliang for his many years of war. He died before he could teach his daughter the art of war. So this young Marquis is only cursorily familiar with military strategy. The court sent her to the northern border to defend the enemy, but also with the purpose of consuming the Longchamp army. Several things came together to make the current Daliang army. The command is confused. The order does not make sense. After Li Yuan's nudging, Bai Jing also recognized the seriousness of the matter. She and her little sister looked at each other and asked in a posture of curiosity. Then, Captain Li, tell me, how should this military law be formulated for the best? Bai Yuxuan, who was on the side, was afraid that her big sister wouldn't look good in face and added, this enactment of military law, the Marquis naturally has in mind, and asking you this is also to test your skills. Li Yuan slandered in his heart. You two just be arrogant. What test? I think you two just don't know anything. But face to face, Li Yuan could only go along with this and continue to return. Marquis Examiner, Li Yuan is honored. My humble servant suggests that the Marquis formulation of military laws before the battle must be simple and clear, not complicated. Let the illiterate soldier households understand it as soon as they hear it. Li Yuan knew that the lowest level soldier households in the Liang army were all from mud-legged backgrounds and could not remember the overly complicated military laws at all. Therefore, the unification of military orders and laws can only be achieved by keeping them as simple as possible, with heavy rewards and punishments. So Li Yuan went on to suggest, Marquis, my humble servant suggests that our army can temporarily set the law of 7 beheadings and 7 rewards. The Marquis and her sister looked at each other and asked in confusion. Oh, then tell me first, Captain Li, what is the 7 chopping? Li Yuan said in a deep voice. 7 beheadings, both for the 7 military laws that cannot be violated before battle. Whenever a soldier violates it, he is directly under the sentence of decapitation. 7 choppers respectively. Anyone who disobeys the general's orders before the battle will be beheaded. Whoever retreats first in fear of the enemy in an engagement shall be beheaded. Anyone who clamors to disrupt the military will be beheaded. Anyone who abandons military equipment and weaponry shall be beheaded. Anyone who fails to defend, behead. Anyone who takes military honors from others shall be beheaded. Anyone who takes a woman from the people's property shall be beheaded. Marquis Longchamp nodded his head frequently after listening to Li Yuan's 7 choppers. Well, Captain Li, well said. These 7 military laws basically take care of most of the situations that can be encountered before a battle. Marquis Longchamp thought there was no problem, so he asked again in a warm voice. Then, Captain Li, what are each of these 7 rewards? Li Yuan replied. Generals fighting for their lives must be punished if they have had, and this must be rewarded if they have merit. These 7 rewards are the 7 kinds of meritorious deeds that a soldier can perform before the army. My humble servant suggests that the 7 rewards are respectively, reward for those who charge ahead, reward for those who do not retreat from the battlefield, reward for those who wrestle the decimator, reward for those who charge the line and capture the flag, reward for those who rescue friendly forces, reward for the capture of the head, reward for those who inspire the whole army. Yeah. The Marquis of Longchamp was also very complimentary after hearing the 7 bounties. This Colonel Li himself was indeed not wrong. With such simple and clear rewards and punishments, even an illiterate common soldier can memorize the general military law if he memorizes it silently for a while. Perfectly suited to the current status quo of Daliang's soldiers and horses being put together from the east and the west. Then the Marquis of Longchamp immediately ordered that the 7 beheadings and 7 rewards be spread to the whole army of Diliang. And also, under the refinement of his sheriff sister Bai Yuxuan, the bounty of the array beheading was also set. For example, if a general beheads one of the Tiela cavalry and gets the head, he is directly rewarded with 10 taels of silver. The reward for beheading the 100th head of the Tiela is 100 taels of silver. And if you have the skill to behead the 10,000th head of the Tiela, then it's a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Shi Longchamp Marquis, silver is not lacking. This kind of reward is also open. If they truly defeated the iron levies, the benefits that she, the Bai family, and the Marquis of Longchamp himself would receive would far outweigh the bounty paid. Soon in all parts of the camp, lieutenants captains of the various armies were running around with freshly minted military orders. The reward offered by the Marquis of Longchamp and the latest 7 beheadings and 7 rewards military law were spread throughout the army. With a clear military law, it also clarifies the levels of reward for the decapitation of enemy troops. The mood of the entire army of De Liang quickly stabilized. Morale is also up in the flesh. Everywhere is in order and command is much smoother. The Marquis of Longchamp made another tour of the regions and found that the soldier households in the states were much more active. Especially those soldier households responsible for building wooden railing and wooden signs. They had heard that this item would help them to defend themselves against the bows and arrows of the Tillians, and that it was still used by whoever made it. Motivation was immediately high, and many of the Wu's soldier households even built no less than 3 or 4 of them. The construction of the barracks and wooden walls on the rocky hills was also completed. Thousands of archers, drawn from the entire army, were also dispatched. Watching the state's soldiers get ready, the Marquis of Longchamp was more or less confident that he would be able to hold off the Tiela army tomorrow. The thought that all these machinations came from Li Yuan, the lieutenant at his side. Then he turned back to Li Yuan and asked, "Does Captain Li have any more strategies to break the enemy?" Li Yuan pondered for a while, then returned to the Marquis. "If the Marquis can take the artisans of the entire army and unify them under my dispatch, my humble servant still has a few ways to break the enemy. Usually in a large army, there would be a specialized smithing camp, in which there were blacksmiths, carpenters and even leatherworkers. They were responsible for helping soldiers repair their weapons and armor on weekdays, and building all sorts of war-defending implements in times of war. In the De Liang army, there were some soldier households that were previously craftsmen. These people with craftsmanship numbered at least 1,000 in the De Liang army." The Marquis nodded. "If Captain Li just needs to dispatch some artisans, the matter is not difficult. I'll give you a warrant in a moment. I'll have the entire army of artisans at your command." Then turned around and said with a sweet smile, "Captain Li, you must not disappoint me." Li Yuan received the warrant and immediately took over the smithing battalion, and he found the chief artisan of the battalion. The few drawings he had made were immediately handed over to the smithing battalion to be built. Li Yuan understood in his heart that those schemes he had just made would only be able to withstand the Tylines for a bout or two. In order to survive, you must be prepared with ample backhanders. The wariness and quality of soldiers of the Tiela people were too much better than the De Liang army. There has to be some way to bridge that gap. The details of the build are being discussed with several craftsmen. A personal soldier of the Longchamp army ran over and said to Li Yuan with an arch, "Captain Li, pass on the order of the Marquis of Longchamp. Today, Captain Li has been credited with offering a plan, and dinner can be shared with the Marquis." Li Yuan was a bit surprised. It seemed that the Marquis was treating herself quite well. There aren't many chances to eat with the Marquis. If those governors and state generals knew about it, they wouldn't die of envy. Li Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and realized that it was already the 10th hour of the afternoon. It was indeed time to eat, so he hurriedly ran to the center army tent. Since it was the Marquis himself who had ordered to share a meal with himself, it would be rude to go late. Chapter 61, Dinner Together. Li Yuan arrived at the center army tent. The Longchamp's own soldiers here had now recognized this pre-military lieutenant who had just been promoted by the Marquis, so there was no one in the way. More so, a personal soldier came over and told Li Yuan that meals were usually served in the back tent. When Li originally arrived at the back tent, he did find a long table set up outside the tent. On the tabletop, the Longchamp Ho's meal had already been prepared. Li Yuan looked at it curiously, perhaps because the food was very simple now that he was in front of the formation. The table was set with 4 courses, 2 pickles, a plate of roasted pork, and a plate of pickles. For the main meal, an urn of white rice was served. These meals were actually quite ordinary and just better than the average soldier. Li Yuan was marveling at the simplicity of the Marquis. At this time a personal guard in charge of the Marquis meals came over and said to Li Yuan, "Captain Li, the Marquis has gone to check on the provisions and won't be back for quite a while." The Marquis ordered when he left, "If Captain Li comes, he can eat first on his own." Li Yuan froze, "Actually letting me eat first? This female Marquis really has no shelf." But of course he wouldn't do that. Sharing a meal with the Marquis was an honor in itself, and it was only right for him to wait for a while. Li Yuan did not eat first himself, but used his hand to test the temperature of the ceramic bowl. It was found that even though it was held in a bowl, the wind outside the tent was so strong that the meal had long since gotten cold. Li Yuan frowned. It didn't seem good that he had to accompany the Marquis when he came back to eat cold food in a while. He looked around, and not far from the back tent was the makeshift kitchen, so he walked in. Being in front of the battlefield, gastrointestinal health is critical. Li Yuan did not want to eat cold food. He wanted to find a pot to heat up by himself. Just as he entered the kitchen, he found that there were a few caterers, or cooks, in charge of the Longchamp Marquis meals inside. They knew that Li Yuan was a person close to the Marquis in the past few days, and they did not stop Li Yuan from entering the kitchen. It was looking at Li Yuan curiously, wondering what Li Yuan was going to do. Li Yuan found an iron pot, a few pieces of scallions, a jar of vegetable oil, and a few eggs in the kitchen. Seeing these things, Li Yuan's heart rejoiced. Instead of warming up the rice, it would be better to use these ingredients to directly make the cold rice into fried rice. Fried rice has been around since time immemorial in Li Yuan's day, but he didn't seem to have seen anyone do it since he crossed over to Daliang. Li Yuan turned around and asked the cuisinier at the head of the group, "Do you guys know how to make fried rice?" Several of the caterers looked at each other for a few moments, all shaking their heads and saying they didn't know. Li Yuan could now confirm that for some reason in this time and space, simple cuisine like fried rice didn't really seem to appear. Li Yuan shook his head and smiled. Today it happened to have all the ingredients. He decided to make a fried rice by himself. In his last life, Li Yuan had worked in a restaurant for half a year. The chef of the restaurant had a good relationship with Li Yuan, and from him Li Yuan learned a lot of culinary skills. At this time the stove fire in the kitchen was just right, and a spoonful of vegetable oil was dropped into the iron skillet, and as soon as it smoked slightly, the eggs were beaten in. The scrambled eggs were then spread out with an iron spoon, and instantly the strong aroma rose. The several cuisiniers in the back looked at this Lieutenant Li with an incredulous expression. They didn't expect that this school Captain Li would actually cook and be so skillful. Once the eggs are scrambled, carefully toss the somewhat cold rice before pouring it into the pan. When it was almost cooked, Li Yuan sprinkled some salt and scallion to season it. In a short time, a can of cold rice was transformed into a large plate of colorful fried rice, the aroma of which was extremely tempting. Li Yuan was satisfied. Not bad, he hadn't forgotten his craft. After the fried rice was done, Li Yuan's addiction to cooking seemed to come up. Look at the abundance of ingredients here. So he casually made 4 more plates of stir-fried vegetables, something like small fried pork, spread eggs, fish and sauce, stir-fried fresh vegetables, and a big bowl of bright egg drop soup. Just this army in front of the formation is very lack of seasoning. Li Yuan can only use salt and bean paste and other limited seasoning. Even so, the aroma produced by the stir-fry is crushing level to the cooking style that Dariang only braises and stews. After making the last soup, Li Yuan had just come out of the kitchen tent with the soup pot. He saw Longchamp Marquis by Jing and his inseparable sister, each with a ceramic bowl, sharing the fried rice that Li Yuan had just fried. While gorging on fried rice, he also marveled. Sis, this is so good, try it. And this meat, how the hell is it made? Why have I never seen it before? Li Yuan came out of the kitchen tent with the soup, and the 2 sisters who were eating were stunned. They looked at Li Yuan, who was covered in zao qi, and asked with some confusion, "Ha, these meals, could it be that all of them were made by Captain Li?" Li Yuan took a look. Well, the big plate of fried rice that he had just fried was now almost at the bottom. Perhaps it was because they had been busy all day. The Marquis and the sheriff's sister were really hungry, and the 2 of them ate very sweetly. Seeing this, Li Yuan was busy placing the egg drop soup on the table, then returned with an arch. "Your Excellency, since I was young and my family was poor, I learned some cooking skills. I'm sorry to make the Marquis laugh." For his part, Bai Jing nodded unconcernedly. "Captain Li is in good hands. It's actually more flavorful than my Marquis caterer. Who makes it? You'll have to instruct them sometime." Li Yuan had a bitter smile on his face and could only arch his hand in response. Longchamp Ho, beckoning Li Yuan to sit aside and eat with her. "It's an honorary favor from the Marquis." Naturally, Li Yuan could not be ungrateful. "Sit honestly and take your meal." Compared to Li Yuan's formality, the Marquis's eating posture was much more casual. Even as he ate, he complimented Li Yuan on the craftsmanship of this butcher. As they ate and chatted, the Marquis asked casually, "Captain Li is a great strategist, and any insights you have into the current situation can be said." Li Yuan mulled it over in his mind. The Marquis wanted to hear his opinion on the battle, mostly because she wanted Li Yuan to give her some confidence. After all, Li Yuan could also feel that the Marquis was now carrying a huge pressure like a mountain. It did take someone who could help ease her mind a bit. So Li Yuan returned. "As far as my humble servant knows, the people of Tiela are valiant and warlike. It really isn't easy to beat them. However, the Marquis need not worry too much. As fierce as the Tealers are, they are nothing more than armed bandits intent on robbery. Their main purpose is to rush into the hinterland of Diliang to plunder. So there will be everyone who values their lives. After all, if they die, they can't grab anything. As for me, the soldiers and horses of Diliang, I am defending my hometown and guarding this Chishui River crossing so that I can save my family behind me from the scourge of war. Therefore, as long as it is properly mobilized, my Diliang army will do its best to fight." When Li Yuan said this, he was of course giving relief to the Marquis of Longchamp. He noticed that the Marquis, now, was in a rather tense mood. A single mistake on his part would determine the life and death of 30,000 soldiers and horses. And this kind of immense pressure would be difficult for the average person to bear. Not to mention a young woman who had just inherited a marquis. Li Yuan could sense that Longchamp Ho was just holding himself together right now. Once Bai Jing couldn't withstand this pressure. A mental breakdown was possible, but Li Yuan could do very little for the Marquis, and now could only offer more relief with words. Sure enough, food was also a means of relieving stress, and after having a dinner together, the Marquis was in a much better mood. The sisters were also amazed by Li Yuan's unique cooking techniques. Let these two female nobles who are used to eating stewed cooking in Daliang experience the culinary impact of a backwoods stir-fry. Li Yuan found another opportunity to make some suggestions. For example, Longchamp's personal guards were sent out to act as messengers for the frontline supervisors to liaise with the armies, to stay on top of the battlefield. Soldiers were also sent out at night with torches held high, and guards were posted at various points. Li Yuan's suggestions, Longchamp Ho basically adopted them one by one. Maybe it's the marching labor. The Tealers did not make any rash moves this night either, but simply camped on the north bank and rested to regain their strength. There was no talk all night. The next morning, the whole army had just had breakfast. The very sound of the tiller's horn shook both sides of the Chishui River. With that, the soldiers and horses in the Tiela camp began to pour out. It seems that they don't want to wait any longer and want to break through the southern bank defense of the Daliang army in one fell swoop. During last night, the Tiela light cavalry captured a few of Daliang's soldiers who were fetching water at the river. After interrogation, it was confirmed that the leader of the army on the Daliang side was the Marquis of Longchamp. The main force is 5,000 Longchamps, and it is even more important to know that the main force of the Daliang army is composed of soldiers and households from the 4 continents. The Tailians have been at war with Daliang for years. Naturally, he knew what kind of virtues all Liang's soldier households were. To the Tailians, there was little difference between a soldier household and an armed farmer. Not really a warrior at all. Not likely to hold off the Tiela cavalry. At this time, on top of the hillside on the north bank, Grand Commander Sandu of the Tiela was high and mighty, and with a few 10,000 household chiefs and a dozen thousand household chiefs, he supervised the army as it looked southward. Looking at the defense line that the Great Liang army had repaired on the Rocky Mountain, he revealed a disdainful smile. Sandu drew his scimitar and pointed it forward with force. Immediately afterward, the horns of the Tiela army sounded in succession. Thousands of vanguard battalions of the Tiela army began to wade across the river. Chapter 62 Tiela's forward crossing the river. At this time on the south bank of the Liang army, seeing that the forward army of the Tailines began to cross the river, these soldier households, untouched by battle, were startled by the Tailines into a flurry of confusion. It was good that at this time, the personal army supervisors sent by Longchamp Ho played an important role. They directly cut down a few cowardly soldier households who turned their heads and ran away, finally calming the scene. In the direction of the central army of Daliang, the rumbling sound of war drums also came from the direction of the central army of Daliang. The drums of war were beating, and the banners of the generals of the various state capitals, too, were moving forward slowly on the slopes of the hill, occupying the heights of the hill. Those soldier tenants who were uneasy in their minds tilted their heads to look at the top of the mountain. Seeing his side's flag flying, war drums like thunder, and his aura is not weak. Some panicked heart is also considered to be stabilized. At this time in the Chishui River, the cavalry of the Tiela Vanguard Battalion jumped into the river like dumplings, preparing to cross the river. They had sent someone to measure the depth of the water yesterday, and this section of the river at the Red Sand Ferry was not so deep that they could wade across on horseback. The Vanguard Battalion of the Tiela army had a total of 3,000 cavalry. Most of them were light cavalry in leather armor, and there were also some elites in inlaid iron armor. These light cavalry, before the battle, were responsible for scouting to test the enemy. It had become customary for them to be the vanguard whenever the Tailines went into battle. At this time these cavalrymen, being urged on by a few thousand chiefs, strove to urge their horses and waded through the water toward the south bank. At this point, looking out over the river from the hillside on the south bank, the Tiela cavalry was like a pack of wading wolves, and the 30 to 40 feet wide river was filled with black cavalry. At the top of the hill on the south bank where the Liang Army's center is located, Li Yuan held a flying dragon flag in his hand and stood at the side of the Marquis of Longchamp. This flag in Li Yuan's hand was not ordinary, for the 500 archers drawn and centralized from the entire army according to the military order were all staring at it. As soon as this flag is waved forward 3 times, all the archers will immediately pour a rain of arrows into the riverbank. Not long after, with the neighing of the war horses, the first Tiela cavalryman had already stepped onto the southern bank of the Chishui River. Immediately after that, more and more black-clothed and black-armored Tiela cavalrymen urged their horses from the river and rushed onto the riverbank. Only they were a little dumbfounded once they got ashore. At this time the river bank on the south bank was full of crisscrossing trenches which were 2 feet deep. Horses see these trenches and just neigh and don't dare to leap over them. As more and more of the Tiela cavalry rushed ashore, they began to crowd and push on the river bank. Several of the leading Tiela Qianhuchangs saw that the situation was not right and immediately jumped off their horses to observe the battlefield environment. This look was a cold heart. The long trenches dug by the Liang army had turned the entire river bank into an obstacle zone where horses could not run. The Tiela cavalry could not charge up at all on the riverbank, which amounted to a direct loss of cavalry locomotion. A few of the 1,000 household chiefs looked at each other, each with fear on their faces. The grumpy ones even outright cranky and cursing. These Liang people are so cunning. I can't believe I'm using a ditch digging as a despicable method. What should we do now? They looked up toward the hillside. Those De Liang soldiers hastily built multiple wooden fences and walls on the slopes of the chaotic rocky mountain. Countless figures of Liang soldiers and households were swaying just behind the wooden walls and fences. Several of the Tiela 1,000 household chiefs were battle-hardened and knew that at this point, the war horses were of little use. If we were to continue the strong attack, we could only have the whole army dismount and go over the long trench of the Liang army on foot, and then attack the temporary wooden wall of the great Liang army on their backs. But even so, these 1,000 household chiefs didn't think that those Liang soldiers and households above them would be able to withstand the attack of the Tailins. Since they could only attack on foot, these Chitos leaders did not hesitate and immediately gave orders to the forward battalion. All troops dismount. Prepare for infantry combat. With the military order, thousands of Tiela cavalry immediately rolled over and dismounted. The Tiela soldiers, who were responsible for scouting, also began to try to advance in the direction of the wooden fence. Sure enough, as some squads of the Tiela people approached the wooden wall, those Liang soldiers and households that were guarding behind the wooden fence began to counterattack with their bows and arrows in a panic. A few feathered arrows were thrown sparsely at the Tielers. These arrows shot fairly far, but were weak when they landed. A few of the arrows fell to the ground and couldn't even penetrate the dirt. 1,000 household leader of the Tiela Vanguard Battalion casually picked up a feathered arrow thrown over by the Liang army from the ground. Just one look and a lightly abusive sneer escaped. The other Chitauri in the back asked, "Anchor brother, why are you laughing?" The chief of the 1,000 households named Inchigo handed over the feathered arrows shot by the Liang army in his hand and said, "Look, the feathered arrows of this Liang army. The arrowheads are rusted. The shafts are made of balsa wood and have been bent, and the tail feathers are even foul. This kind of broken arrows are neither accurate nor powerful. Obviously inferior arrows bought by Liang soldier households to save money and make up the numbers. I'm afraid this kind of inferior arrow can't even penetrate the leather robes of our herding slaves, and the Liang army shoots over with such inferior arrows. Are they really here to fight?" But Anchigo then sighed. "It's just that those wooden fences and wooden taters on the hill are a bit of a pain in the ass. Our warriors shot against the Liang troops on the hill, and they were covered by wooden fences and wooden rails, so we had trouble hitting them." The other 1,000 household leader also showed a face of contempt when he heard this. "Since the Liang army's arrows do not pose a threat to us, then let's let the warriors charge straight up and just tear down those fences and wooden walls. Have the warriors bring extra two-handed hammer axes that can cut through wooden fences, and charge in a dense formation. Let's try to charge once and take the pass." A few of the 1,000 chiefs nodded their heads in agreement after hearing this, started organizing the Tiela cavalry to dismount and form dense squares on the river bank in preparation for the charge. Standing on the hill, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he carefully stared at the river bank. The Tielers were just as he had expected, is preparing to dismount and fight on foot, and in order to break through the temporary wooden fences and walls built by the Deliang army. At least half of the Tiela soldiers chose to abandon their shields and replace their weapons in their hands with sledgehammers and giant axes that could break through wooden fences. At this moment, on the river bank, thousands of Tiela's forward soldiers were forming a formation in a chaotic manner. But these warriors, usually adept at galloping on war horses, were a little rusty at forming formations on foot, and the scene was chaotic. Under the Marquis of the Center Army on the south bank, Longchamp Marquis Beijing looked at the river bank densely covered with Tailins with an unbelievable face. The actions of the Tailins were all as Li Yuan had expected. She glanced again at Li Yuan, who was holding up the flag not far away. The heart felt both incredulous and excited. Bai Yuxuan, the house sister beside her, looked at Li Yuan with a sparkling gaze. The thousands of archers hidden behind the wooden fence were also unblinking, staring intently at the flying dragon flag on the hill. They didn't know what was going on outside on the riverbank because their view was obscured by the wooden fence, but the shouting and neighing of the Tiela cavalry outside the wooden fence made their nerves highly tense. It was at this moment that the flying dragon flag on the mountain was raised high by Li Yuan, drawing a circle in the air with the spear tip of the flagpole. This movement of the flying dragon banner was a signal for all archers to get ready. In a flash, the thousands of archers who received the signal each drew their bows and arrows, and there was a creaking sound of bowstrings behind the wooden fence. Immediately after that, the flying dragon flag fiercely swung forward 3 times in a row. The general's order from the center army of De Liang had already been issued, and that was to order all the bowmen to immediately launch a flurry of shots towards the riverbank. At this time, Anchigo and Ajik, the chiefs of the 3,000, after a short period of confusion, finally the 3,000 dismounted Tiela vanguard troops were arrayed in several dense squares. It wasn't that they didn't want the columns to be more sparse, but the flat area of the riverbank was drastically reduced after the long trenches were dug out of the riverbank. The tellers could only put 3,000 men in formation on the limited flat ground. With that, the 3,000 vanguard battalion slowly advanced towards the rocky mountain. He had just taken a few dozen steps when suddenly, there was a horrifying buzzing sound in the air, and Chitosan Chigo, who was at the front of the line, looked up. Only a black spot was seen, rising up from behind a wooden fence on the hillside, as if a dense swarm of locusts had violently flown up. Anchigo's eyes widened instantly. It was a mass of archers firing arrows in unison. He immediately turned to the Tiela soldiers around him and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy bows and arrows! Spread out! Look out!" But before the Tiela soldiers under his command could react, dense arrows poured down from the air like swarming bees, like a torrential rain formed by iron vectors. Instantly, a red mist of blood was stirred up in the dense array of the Tyleans. Numerous Tealers who were advancing towards the hillside were hit by arrows and fell down. The injured even howled loudly in pain and rolled all over the ground, and the array was instantly confused. The sudden change in the battle situation made Chitosan Akago's eyes red. How is this possible? Aren't all the arrows shot by the enemy inferior? How could it be so deadly? But before he could think about it, the second set of arrows fired by the Liang army fell down again from the air as intensely as a sudden rain. An arrow slammed into Anchigo's armor, penetrating right through it, and he snapped out of it. The arrows shot by the Liang army were not the inferior arrows shot just now, but were all armor-breaking arrows made of fine steel. The 3-pronged tufts of these arrows were exceptionally sharp, and Anchigo watched as one of his guards was killed by an iron arrow that pierced through his iron armor and through his chest. Watching his men fall to the ground continuously with heavy casualties from the rain of arrows, Chito-chan and Chigo could only desperately shout from his horse, "Shields! Everyone raise your shields!" Chapter 63 Riverbank Killing Formation. The first round of light bows and soft arrows did confuse the Tealers. It made them completely ignore the Liang army's bows and arrows. Again, because of the need to carry heavy 2-handed hammer axes to destroy wooden walls. In order to save energy, many of the Tiela cavalrymen then left their accompanying leather shields in the backpacks of their horses. Less than 30% of the people carry shields. Although the Tiela people were good at fighting, the steppe was bitterly cold, and their ability to make armor was limited. The armor they wore was not exactly fine. What most of the soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion wore were the leather helmets and armor that were common in the steppe. Some of the elite cavalrymen wore nothing more than iron-inlaid leather armor with iron armor leaves set on the outside of the leather. These armors could not stop the armor-breaking arrows made of fine steel by the Longchamps. A cold light flashed before his eyes as another armor-breaking heavy arrow fell from the sky. It shot straight through the shoulder armor of Chitosan Akago. Driven by the huge kinetic energy of the arrow, Anchigo was directly overturned from his horse. Before he could struggle to get up, there was another armor-breaking arrow that went through his chest from top to bottom from his collarbone. Blood gushed out of his mouth as Anchigo roared in defiance. Despicable Liang people. At this point he understood everything in his mind. The Tiela people had been tricked by these cunning Liang people. First, he used a weak enemy, then instantly fired a strong bow and let his own men warriors lose their lives for nothing. Before he could curse at the Liang troops on the hillside, another round of dense arrows slammed hard into the crowd on the riverbank like a torrential downpour. The body of this Tealer Qianhu Chang, who had been fighting for many years, was nailed by several arrows, and directly flopped down in the mud and sand of the icy riverbank. Without breathing, the array of Liang archers behind the wooden wall, like madness, poured 7 rounds of dense arrows to the Tiela people on the riverbank. 7 violent bursts of shooting had left many archers with tired arms that were stripped of their strength from the excessive force of frequent bow draws, and the result of their battle was that with a torrential rain of arrows, the south bank of the Chishui River was filled with feathered arrows. Those Tiela soldiers who dismounted and lined up were too dense in their formation. Most of the men were nailed dead to the riverbank by a shower of arrows and lost their lives. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses of Tiela soldiers and horses with arrows sticking out of their bodies, as if they were porcupines. The blood that flowed from the corpses of the Tyleans had even formed streams that dyed the entire riverbank crimson. The Chishui River is now literally red with the blood of the Tiela people. A cold wind sweeps across the banks of the Chishui River. In his ears were the agonizing wails of the wounded soldiers of the Tiela and the neighing of the wounded warhorses. Suddenly, a wounded warhorse, struggling to drag the Tiela rider, who had already been killed by an arrow, rushed into the Chishui River. A crimson mist of blood was pulled out of the cold river water. For a moment, there was a terrible silence on both sides of the river. Everyone didn't react from the riverbank in front of them. The hellish scene. At this time on top of the hill on the north shore, under the bitterly flying Tiela wolf flag, the commander-in-chief, Sandu, had red eyes and a twisted, hideous face. His hands were trembling uncontrollably as he gripped the reins. He was never expecting it. The detestable Liang army actually used this method to almost regimentally destroy the vanguard battalion of Tiela that had rushed across the riverbank. That's a whole 3,000 elite grassland warriors. Sandu visually estimated that the forward cavalry eventually ran out with less than 1,000 Tiela soldiers, and almost every one of them was wounded. This tall Tiela man, his eyes closed in pain. He couldn't believe this was true. At least 2,000 of the elite forward cavalry were killed in the first battle. With such heavy losses, even if you win this time, you will be heavily blamed by the Khan. Anger churning in his heart, he violently opened his crimson eyes, drew out his horse whip and waved it in the air. All troops, prepare for a strong attack. While this was going on, the two Wando chiefs around him immediately stopped Commander-in-Chief Sandu. Lord Sandu, please calm down. The arrangement of the South Bank Ryans is unknown right now. Our army has just suffered a heavy defeat, and the warriors are unstable. We should not act rashly now. Sandu gasped, his mind calming slightly, and turned his head to look around. The Tiela soldiers around him were all filled with puzzled uneasiness. The intensive rain of arrows from the Liang army just now had shocked them a lot. After all, the Tiela people had fought with the Liang army for many years, and it was the first time they had suffered such a big loss. This invading army of theirs was a combination of multiple tribes. These tribes all joined the coalition with the intention of plundering the hinterland of Great Liang. If the casualties are too high, the soldiers of these tribes will be shaken, and moreover, the authority of the commander-in-chief, Sandu, will be affected. At this time, the army is unstable. We should first stabilize the position and probe to understand the arrangement of the Liang army is the best strategy. Sandu gave a vicious, false swipe in the air with his riding crop, resentful, but nevertheless giving the order. The left flank army rescues the vanguard battalion. The right flank army monitors the movements of the Liang army. All other ministries return to camp for the time being. Seeing that the Tealers on the opposite bank did not continue their attack, they began to gradually contract. In the camp of the Liang army, there were mountainous cheers. Victory! A great victory for our army. Countless soldiers and households ran out from behind wooden fences and wooden railing, excitedly waving their swords and spears in their hands. They cried and laughed and roared insanely at the tellers on the north bank. For many years, Liang Jun has never raised his eyebrows like this. That fear of the Tyrells instantly dissipated. Even the personal generals who were supervising the army behind them were all flushed. That's a whole 2,000 to 3,000 Iron Leaguer forward cavalry. The previous De Liang army would have had to pay at least 5 or even 10 times the loss of troops to be able to decimate so many Tealers. And this time, the De Liang army actually did not lose a single soldier. The various state generals and county governors all turned their heads to look in the direction of the center army, with some doubts in their hearts. Could it be that the Lady Marquis on the mountain is an unearthly wizard of military art? And at this time, Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing, who was sitting in the center of the army on the mountain, was also clasping his hands and showing surprise in his eyes. Yesterday, when she heard Li Yuan's plan, although she also had some expectations, she didn't dare to expect too much. As long as she could kill and injure a few hundred Tylines today, she would be satisfied. But the effect of the rain of arrows firing in unison was far beyond her imagination. Li Yuan's timing was superb. It was just on the eve of the completion of the lay of the land for the attack on the mountaintop by the tiller. And what the archers shot out were also armor-breaking arrows that could break the iron-encrusted armor of the Tiela people. These armor-breaking arrows were all drawn in advance by the Marquis from the Longchamp army's armament. These fine armor-breaking arrows were extremely expensive, with ordinary arrows costing no more than 70-80 cents each, while the armor-breaking arrows cost 300 cents apiece. However, the magnificent Longchamp Marquis still waved his hand and put all 30,000 armor-breaking arrows in his hand. Not a single one was left behind, and all were distributed to the archers. The seemingly defeatist move had actually resulted in such amazing battle results. Bai Yuxuan on the side was also trembling with excitement. Big sister, we won. Little sister, calm down. We're just thwarting the enemy's vanguard heavily. At this time, the Marquis of Longchamp had already recovered from the emotions of surprise just now. She had a calm demeanor, her face rippling as she looked at the riverbank in the distance. Then with his hands behind his back, he said in a lone voice, "Humph, a mere northern barbarian dares to spy on my great Liang. I will make you pay." The younger sister on the side saw her big sister being so shameless, and wanted to laugh, but she saw that she was surrounded by her own soldiers, so it was inappropriate to laugh now. He could only hold back his laughter so hard that his face turned red. At that moment, Li Yuan's voice came from the side. Marquis, men should now be sent immediately to the riverbank to capture the wounded soldiers, harvest the heads, and recover those arrows. Our armor-breaking arrows. But we've shot them all. Oh, right. The Marquis responded immediately. Pass on my general's order. The front battalion of the Longchamp army will immediately attack, kill the remnants of the enemy and recover the arrows. The 1,000 Longchamps deployed behind the wooden fence immediately rushed out, decapitating the heads of the remnants of the Tiela soldiers on the riverbank. Immediately afterward, 2,000 soldiers were sent out to take charge of recovering arrows from the bodies and the beach. These armor-breaking arrows were hard to replenish, and each one was valuable. The Tyleans, who suffered a great defeat, did not continue their attack, but sent thousands of cavalry to monitor the Deliang army on the other side of the Chishui River. Immediately, the remaining Tiela soldiers and horses began to fortify their camps on the north bank, and it looked like the Tiela were preparing for a long war. Chapter 64, Demonstrating the Art of War. At this time in the wide cowhide handsome tent of the Tyleans, a cadre of northern barbarian generals wrapped in fox furs and clad in iron armor sat around the fire and were discussing countermeasures. Baakar, the chief of the 10,000 households, was addressing the Grand Marshal Sandu. There is no need for the marshal to worry. What the Liang people use today is nothing more than a carving technique. It was our army's unpreparedness that caused the big loss. Tomorrow we'll bring more shields. Let him have as many bows and arrows as he wants, and with shields to cover them, the warriors will be able to charge into the fences. As long as it's close combat, how can those weak Liang people be a match for our Tiela warriors? Abu, another Wando chief, chimed in. That's right, we Tiela warriors will charge into the Liang army's camp if we can. Those weak beamers will just run away screaming like women. Commander Sandu nodded slightly. Tomorrow, Baakar, the left army's 10,000 man commander, you will personally lead the attack. Bring more shields to cover the arrows. We must break through the enemy camp in one fell swoop. Yes, sir. It was night, and the Liang army camp was brilliantly lit. Due to the great victory during the day, the Marquis of Longchamp was in a happy mood. A feast was held in the center tent to celebrate with the generals. All the state generals and governors also raised their glasses to honor the Marquis. Lord Longchamp Marquis, today's great breakthrough of the Tiela vanguard. The Marquis really uses his troops like a god. That's right, that's right. I don't know how much more powerful than those wine bags in the court. Come all of you drink together. Let's congratulate the Marquis. Congratulations for my great Liang army. A group of generals were all bustling around raising their glasses to toast the Marquis of Longchamp. Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing also comes to the table. As long as someone toasts, she will be the first to drink. Today's great victory relies on the effectiveness of the gentlemen and the courage of the generals. I will report to the court and ask for credit for all of you. Come, all of you, drink. The center army tent was bustling with activity, and at this time in the rear tent of the center army, a sumptuous banquet was also set. It is Li Yuan who is drinking here. The greatest credit for today's great victory, though, goes to his scheme to lure the enemy. However, as a pre-military lieutenant, his official position was not enough to qualify him to participate in the celebratory feast in the center army tent. The Marquis of Longchamp could not treat Li Yuan, a meritorious official, too, so it was in the back account, and a separate table was set up for Li Yuan, and he also had his house sister, Bai Yuxuan, accompany him, drinking alone with a woman, or the sister of a female marquis. This left Li Yuan more or less at a loss. At this time, Bai Yuxuan filled the wine marigold with wine syrup and held it up with both hands to come in front of Li Yuan. Captain Li has taken great credit for breaking the enemy for my Deliang today. My daughter congratulates Captain Li. Li Yuan didn't dare to be arrogant and hastily took the wine and drank it all in one go. Thank you, Ms. White. After finishing his drink, Li Yuan hurriedly said to Bai Yuxuan, Miss Bai doesn't have to be like this. It's my duty to serve the country for Mr. Li. I don't deserve this from Miss White. Bai Yuxuan covered her mouth and smiled, her face as if 100 flowers were blooming, delicate and incomparable. Captain Li is polite. If it wasn't for Captain Li's advice today, my army of 30,000 men will, I fear, suffer heavy casualties. My daughter, Bai Yuxuan, respects heroes the most, so please do not be polite. Captain Li. Li Yuan also sighed in his heart. Longchamp Ho did not introduce him to the woman's identity, but from her conversation with Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing, Li Yuan could also guess a thing or two. Not to mention that her last name is also White. From all things inferred, the identity of this beautiful woman should be the sister-in-law of the Marquis. Such an honorable status to himself as a school lieutenant, pouring wine and cloth as a waitress. Li Yuan really can't afford it. and he could sense that the girl was so attentive. It always felt like there was something going on. I just don't know what she's up to. As expected, Bai Yuxuan toasted another glass of wine to Li Yuan and then asked in a warm voice, "My daughter has heard that when Captain Li was young, he was taught the 13 articles of the art of war by a foreigner. May it be so?" This is what Li Yuan told Marquis Longchamp, so he nodded back. "Miss White, it is true." Upon hearing Li Yuan's reply, Bai Yuxuan revealed a smile on her face. Then in a warm voice, he said to Li Yuan, "I wonder, then, if my daughter will have the opportunity to see this art of war." Hearing this, Li Yuan now understood that Bai Yuxuan was fixated on the art of war that she had spoken out while babbling. But that's not a problem. Anyway, in later times, Sun Tzu's 13 books of the art of war are not exactly a secret. There are so many people who have seen it, but so few who have been able to learn from it. It wouldn't hurt to show her, but it would take some holding. Li originally took a light sip of wine, then sighed and said, "Miss White, my master once said that this art of war, if learned, has the ability to see into the first opportunity and the effect of turning the tide. Therefore, the art of war should not be passed on lightly, but only taught to family members." Bai Yuxuan's face was slightly displeased. "I said, Li Yuan, you also make a show of mystery. This art of war, I am just a little interested in it. What book can have such an exaggerated effect?" I didn't realize he was so shabby. Bai Yuxuan was just about to say something when Li Yuan added, "But I see that Miss Bai is a good student and a close friend of the Marquis, so be it. For the sake of the Marquis, I'll let Miss Bai take a look at it without any harm." Only then did Bai Yuxuan's face turn warm and a smile spread across her face again. Of course Li Yuan would not directly take out all 13 of Sun Tzu's articles in one brain. Instead, he decided to whet her appetite with the first 3, so he said to Bai Yuxuan, "Miss White may fetch a pen and paper. I will transcribe the art of war." The Sun Tzu's art of war. Li Yuan had specifically memorized it in his last life, and it was not difficult to make a copy. Hearing this, Bai Yuxuan immediately got up and went to her tent to fetch the paper, ink, and he personally studied the ink for Li Yuan. Li's principle is to spread out the paper, brush and dot, and put pen to paper. Sun Tzu said, "The military, the country's major events, the place of life and death, the way of survival, cannot be ignored." Also, Li Yuan had practiced calligraphy since he was a child, and his handwriting was not bad. I saw this Lieutenant Li, hanging his arm and running his wrist, laying down his pen as if it were God's help. Within a short time, the first of Sun Tzu's 13 articles on the art of war, the beginning plan, was written. Li Yuan picked up the paper, blew dry the ink, and handed it to Bai Yuxuan, saying, "This is the first of the 13 articles of the art of war, so Miss Bai can take a look at it first." Immediately afterward, another command was given. "This book is extremely important and must not be seen by outsiders." Bai Yuxuan was busy nodding her head in agreement, and received the freshly written first article of the art of war with both hands. She said in her heart, "Is this art of war really as mysterious as you say? I'd like to see that." So he unfolded the paper and read it carefully. Bai Yuxuan had been intelligent since childhood and was known as a talented woman in Daliang. Other than that, it's not a bad eye. Sun Tzu's art of war was the top of the art of war in his previous life, the holy text of military science. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the world's #1 military book. Bai Yuxuan had only taken a cursory look at it, and she was already shaking inside. The understanding of war in this book of arms was at a level she had never seen before. Almost every sentence and word contains unimaginable wisdom. Unconsciously it has been watched like a drunk. A few moments later, the beginning of the plan was read through. Bai Yuxuan only felt like thinking through, like drinking manna. She turned her head to look at Li Yuan, only to see that he had just written another one. The name of this one is Combat. Bai Yuxuan hurriedly held over this one she had just newly written as well. Read it word for word with careful speculation. That serious look made Li Yuan unable to be bothered. The operations chapter explains the economics of war, the costs and consequences of waging war, analyzes the pros and cons in war at a very high level. Bai Yuxuan held the paper filled with the art of war, sometimes recalling it word by word, sometimes tilting her head in contemplation. The expression was sometimes joyful, sometimes confused, sometimes emotional. I can say that the facial expressions are extremely rich. Principal Li was on the sidelines watching in amusement. The white girl, however, was oblivious to Li Yuan's observation. Just keep thinking about the meaning of the words in the art of war. Chapter 65, Night Attack. Bai Yuxuan put down the combat chapter in her hands. Li Yuan's place again happened to have finished writing the plotting and attacking chapter. She took it immediately and nonchalantly, with that eager look on her face. It's like a hungry person who sees a big piece of sizzling roast meat. The man who is dying of thirst suddenly sees a clear spring. Li Yuan saw in her eyes her desire and greed for knowledge. In fact, the chapter on strategies and attacks was most in line with Bai Yuxuan's understanding of war. The kind of war strategy where you snap your fingers and boom. It was the most respected by someone like her who was quite confident in her intellect. Scheming chapter, she's been reading it the longest, and she's torn the deepest. Shocked at the theory of giving up without a fight. After a long time, Bai Yuxuan closed her eyes, her brain having entered too many condensed concepts and knowledge in a short period of time. She needed to let her brain slow down a bit. She could now confirm that the 13 articles of the art of war taught by Master Li Yuan, definitely an unattainable height for the current generation of soldiers. Bai Yuxuan unconsciously stole another glance at Li Yuan, more curiosity about his master's identity. After reading the scheming and attacking chapter, she then looked towards the table in front of Li Yuan, only to find that there were no more newly written military books there. At this moment, Li Yuan was holding a cup of tea in his hand, drinking it with a leisurely demeanor. Bai Yuxuan's heart raced and she hurriedly asked Li Yuan, "Captain Li, why don't you keep writing?" Li Yuan put down his teacup, glanced at Bai Yuxuan who had an anxious expression, and said lightly under his breath, "I'm already going against my teacher's training by showing Miss White the first 3 chapters of the Book of War. In the latter 10, my master instructed me not to show them easily. Please forgive me, Miss White." Hearing this, Bai Yuxuan's expression couldn't help but stutter. The 13 articles of the art of war? Li Yuan naturally could not easily show them all to her. Letting her see the first 3 chapters of the art of war first just showed her that Li Yuan's learning was real. At present, Li Yuan, for this Miss White in front of him is not too understanding. It was still for the sake of the Marquis that she was able to show her the first 3. Bai Yuxuan also understood 8 or 9 points when she thought about it mentally. In his heart, he said, this was the top-level art of war that his master had taught him, and it was indeed not something that he could easily show to others. The fact that he himself could see the first 3 articles was 80% also due to the face of his big sister, Longchamp Ho. Just half of this military book. Let this intelligent Miss Bai benefit a lot. She was even more excited about the last 10 chapters of the Book of War. Looking at Li Yuan, Bai Yuxuan was somewhat helpless, knowing that the man had a back half, but he could not see it. His heart was really anxious, but she also understood that there was no rush. It would take time to lasso all the skills and art of war that Li Yuan had on him. It was a good thing that these 3 pieces of the art of war in her hands now were also enough for her to savor for quite a while. Bai Yuxuan was eager to immediately go back and offer her sister a treasure, so that Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing could also take a look at these military arts. However, at this time, the Marquis of Longchamp was feasting the generals in front of him, and it was obvious that it was inconvenient to disturb him at this time. Bai Yuxuan then wanted to go back to her own tent first and delve into the first 3 chapters of this art of war. So he said to Li Yuan, "I have to go out for a bit, so just make yourself at home, Captain Li." When he finished speaking, he left the back tent with the 3 pieces of paper as if they were treasures. Li Yuan saw Bai Yuxuan leave and let out a long breath. Being alone with the sister of a female marquis made Li Yuan very formal. Seeing Bai Yuxuan leaving, Li Yuan felt that it was obviously inappropriate for him to drink here again. Then he got up and left the back tent. After leaving the back tent, Li Yuan stood on top of the summit of the chaotic rocky mountain and raised his eyes to look across the river. At this time on the northern bank of the Chishui River, countless torches had been lit in the camp of the Tailins. Li Yuan was pondering if there were any other ways to break the enemy. It was at this moment that a red light suddenly appeared in his eyes. His mind snapped, because in his psychic ability of discernment, the red light represents a warning and a threat. Li Yuan's eyes widened as he scrutinized. The location of this red light was found to be coming from the direction of the Tailians' camp on the opposite bank, and it's still moving fast. It's circling around to the flank of the Liang army camp. Li Yuan instantly understood that this was the night raiding party of the Tailins. Their purpose should be to go straight to the Liang army center camp. The goal was to decapitate the Marquis of Longchamp. It's not really surprising that the Tyrells send out a surprise team. During the day the Tealers made a strong attack on the south bank, which resulted in a great defeat and a heavy loss of the forward battalion. The commander-in-chief, Sandu, surely couldn't swallow this. At nightfall, he stood on the slope of the north bank and looked away from the south bank, seeing the densely covered torches of the Daliang military camp on the south bank, especially at the top of the hill in one place. It is densely lit. Sandu decided from experience that that would be the location where the Liang Army's central army camp was located. Although the Liang Army had closely guarded along the south bank of the river bank, they did not arrange many rangers to patrol up and down the Chishui River because of the lack of cavalry. Sandu narrowed his eyes. If he sent his own elite small group of cavalry to wade through the shallow waters downstream under the cover of night, there should be a chance to bypass the front line of defense and go straight to where the Liang Army's central army is. With that thought in mind, he ordered Chav, the chief of guards at his side. "Chav, Will you have the guts to attack the enemy at night for me? Chav hemmed and hawed, banging his hand against his left breast and raising his voice. My subordinate is willing to die for the commander-in-chief. Sandu nodded in satisfaction and then ordered. You go to the army and select 300 elites, sneak across by wading downstream, and make a surprise attack on the enemy camp from the flank. There is only one target, and that is the other side's commander-in-chief. Chav was a tiger-fighting warrior in the Tiela army who was tall and muscular, and with his oddly long body hair, he looked like a giant humanoid bear, and his arms were strong and powerful, and a giant steel axe in his hand was unstoppable. Chav assured Sandu with a pat on the back. Don't worry, Marshal, Chav, will break through the enemy camp and bring you back the head of the commander of the Liang army. Within a short time, 300 hand-picked Tiela cavalrymen ran in the direction of the downstream while the night was still young, without holding up their torches. Along the way, they bypassed the Liang army's outposts, rushing up the ridge from behind the side of the messy hill towards the back of the hill. At this time, the enemy's night attacking team was already less than 3 miles away from the Liang army's center army. Li Yuan could not care about anything else at this time and hurried back to the center army tent. Seeing that the Marquis of Longchamp at this time was still feasting all the generals, his heart couldn't help but be anxious. Just as he was about to enter, Longchamp's personal guard Zhao Yong stopped him. Captain Li, you can't go in now. Li Yuan had also interacted more with Zhao Yong over the past few days and knew that the man was just fulfilling his duties. Then he said hastily, quickly, report back to the Marquis at once. The Tylines sent an army to attack at night, and the front of the army is already less than 2 miles from the center tent. What? That's true. Zhao Yong was shocked. Of course he knew that this news was of great importance. Captain Li, wait a moment. I'll report to the Marquis right away. It was just that after Zhao Yong entered the tent, he found that the Marquis was a bit slightly drunk at the moment. In the central army tent, the generals and generals of the Liang army's various state capitals were also all red-faced from drinking, still pushing each other's buttons. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yong was a bit at a loss for words. If you go over now and report that there is a night attack by the Tiela people, once things are wrong, then you will not be able to eat. But if the Tylines do call, if I don't report it, won't I miss the military opportunity? Being entangled. The sound of thumping drums suddenly came from outside the tent. The drums beat loudly, causing everyone in the tent to stare. The Marquis of Longchamps, with a blush on his face, asked suspiciously at the door, who is beating the drum outside? Up until this point, Zhao Yong could only take a hard step forward. Your Highness, Captain Li has come to report that the Tylines have sent an army to attack at night, straight to the center camp. The troopers are already less than 2 miles away. What? The drunken generals in the center tent were all startled. And immediately someone asked. That's true. Zhao Yong also had no choice but to answer truthfully. Indeed. Immediately the tent was a mess. Chapter 66, Li Yuan's Might. At this moment, outside the tent, several commanders of the Longchamp army with their soldiers were running towards the middle tent at great speed. Because the sound of the drums that Li Yuan was beating was the enemy sniffing drums used in the Daliang army to signal the enemy. A large group of Longchamp soldiers ran into the center army, and the leader of the commander shouted loudly. What the hell is going on? And who is beating the drum to warn us? At this time Li Yuan, who was standing on the drum platform, pointed with his hand to the west side of the camp and shouted, the Tylines are attacking at night. All of you, go and form up to block them. Before his words fell, shouts of killing did come from outside the camp on the west side. It's also peppered with the language of the Tellurians. Several Longchamp commanders immediately drew their swords in their hands and shouted to their men, follow me, prepare the enemy. The Longchamps on this side had just set up their position when the outer wooden fence of the center camp was broken by the night-attacking Tylines. Immediately afterward hundreds of Tiela cavalry poured in through the gap in the wooden fence that had been pushed open. Fortunately, the Longchamp army is also considered to be well armed and trained, and under the leadership of several commanders, they hang together with the rushing Tylines. In an instant there were clashes of weapons everywhere, the neighing of war horses, and the screams of people. The cloth curtain of the central army tent was lifted, and the Marquis of Longchamps ran out hurriedly with his generals. The Tylines over there saw it clearly, and a few feathered arrows were quickly shot over. Marquis, be careful. Immediately, some of the personal guards held up their shields to protect the left and right, stopping the feathered arrows. Although the Marquis of Longchamp had also commanded the counterinsurgency, he had never gotten so close to the enemy's military front. There was an unconscious panic in his eyes. Opposite the leader of the Tyrells, Chavo, the head of the 1,000. At a glance, he saw Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing, who wore the Marquis of Wu crown on his head. He judged by his clothes that this person must be the commander of the Liang army. Chav's eyes glowed. As long as he decapitated this person, the enemy army is leaderless. and the Liang army is bound to suffer a great defeat. Thinking of this, Chav's face showed a ferocious light as he swung his giant axe with one hand, urging his horse to charge fiercely in the direction of Longchamp Ho. Several Longchamp army commanders immediately went crazy to intercept Chav as soon as they saw this. As a result, they were clearly not as forceful as Chav and were rushed. The personal guards around Marquis Longchamp also desperately rushed up to intercept them. With a loud clang, the longsword of personal guard Captain Jia Yon was directly smashed away by Chav's battle axe. Another Longchamp commander swung his spear to stop him, but he was also killed by Chav's axe. Clad in heavy armor, Chav, like a humanoid beast, under the swing of the battle axe, there was no enemy in front of him. The huge axe in his hand swept through, directly killing a bloody path in the Longchamp army, and directly attacked the Longchamp Marquis in front of the tent. At this moment, Longchamp Ho looked at the humanoid giant bear that was charging towards him. A shiver just ran through his body. That's like the feeling of a man traveling alone in the mountains and being targeted by a fierce beast. Intimidated by Chav's aura, he could barely move his body. The Marquis only felt stiff and cold. The opponent only had to take a few steps forward before Chav's huge axe could slice right through her body. Suddenly, a bellowing cry rang in his ears. A lance slammed into Chav from a diagonal. As fast as lightning, Chav was startled and swung his battle axe to fend it off. There was a loud bang, and the tremendous impact shook Chav to the ground as he twisted his head. He only saw a young Liang military general, who was urging his piebald horse to swing his lance to pass by on the wrong side of him. The visitor was naturally Li Yuan. Li Yuan had been strengthened by the system, and at this time, his personal battle power was almost at the level of a fierce general. As for what exactly this fierce general level was, Li Yuan actually had no concept in his heart, because there really wasn't anyone around to hand-to-hand combat against for assessing your own abilities. All Li Yuan knew was that he was certainly not weak. At this time, facing the Bohu warrior Chav of the Tiela people, Li Yuan did not retreat. He understood in his heart that Marquis Longchamp must not die at this time. One must protect her. If the Marquis of Longchamp dies in battle, the entire Liang army is bound to be routed. Pursued by tens of thousands of cavalry from Tiela, Li Yuan wrapped up in the defeated army would certainly not end well either. Without the protection of the army, Dingshufu and even Qingyuan County would become the hunting grounds of the Tailins. When the time comes, one's family is bound to suffer. Li Yuan had no way to retreat. Seeing Li Yuan coming with his gun, Chav didn't care. In his eyes, Li Yuan is just a young soldier with some strength and no fear of death. He backhanded an axe, wanting to use brute force like the other Longchamp soldiers to also split Li Yuan off his horse. But this time he had miscalculated. Li Yuan stirred the lance in his hand. Directly don't hold the axe pole, crunching with a loud sound. The huge axe was forcefully set aside. Immediately after that, the lance was passed, and the tip of the lance darted like a long snake spitting out a letter and stabbed straight at Chav's throat. Chav's eyes were rounded. His heart was shocked. He never thought that this seemingly skinny Liang general would actually have such brute strength. Hurriedly lying flat on the saddle bridge to avoid the gun stab, but the speed is slightly slower by a millimeter, and just barely avoided the vitals. The heart protector of the chest armor was directly picked off by the tip of Li Yuan's gun, and brought several pieces of armor leaves flying. The jab gave Chav a cold sweat of surprise. As soon as the two horses staggered, Chav swung his giant axe at Li Yuan and swept at his waist. Li Yuan made a sideways move and smashed the giant axe directly away with his gun barrel. The huge force even shook Chav on his horse. By now the two horses had staggered apart and were no more than 3 or 4 paces apart. Li Yuan violently turned back with his backhand, and his lance stabbed out backwards from his left shoulder, like lightning toward his back. It was a horseback shot at an extremely tricky angle. Chav had just stabilized his body before he could react. The tip of Li Yuan's spear had stabbed his back at extreme speed. At this point, it was too late for Chav to dodge again. There was a loud bang of metal tearing, and countless armor leaves flew about. The sharp spearhead of Li Yuan's lance directly penetrated the double-layered heavy armor on Chav's body, and the tip of the lance broke through his body, bringing up a roiling mist of blood. Tiela's tiger wrestling warrior, Chav, the 1,000-man commander, let out a disgruntled howl. Then, like a giant bear, he rolled off his warhorse. It smashed a plume of smoke on the ground. Hundreds of Tiela cavalrymen, seeing their 1,000 commander being picked off his horse, frantically tried to rush over to rescue him, but at that moment, the Longchamps also reacted and desperately rushed to stop them. Until this time, the surrounding shouts and killings suddenly rose. It turned out to be stationed in the periphery of the soldiers and households, but also mobilized over to encircle the sneak attack of the hundreds of Iron Legends cavalry. Soon, this group of Tiela cavalry that had lost their main general and was caught in a heavy siege was overwhelmed by several times the number of Liang soldiers and horses. In the end, only a few dozen riders managed to escape. No mention of the fleeing Tylers. At this moment, the area around the center tent was in a mess, and there were wailing wounded soldiers and corpses of those who had died in battle everywhere. Several state generals and county military governors who had escaped with their lives were also at a loss. Marquis Longchamp stood in front of the tent door with his face white and his heart palpitating for a while before he slowed down. If Captain Lee hadn't killed that Tiela bruiser just now. At this point, the female Marquis was probably already split in half. At this time, the captain of the personal soldiers, Zhao Yong, walked up to the Longchamp Ho and presented a bloodied Tiela waistplate with both hands. Longchamp Marquis took the waistplate to take a look. The waistplate is made of red iron. The front has a person fighting with a tiger carving is very realistic and abstract. And on the reverse side of the waistplate, there were a dozen tadpole-like Teeler texts. The Marquis asked with a frown. Whose belt tag is this and what does it say? Chapter 67 The Minds of the Parties. Zhao Yong hurriedly returned. Marquis, this waistplate was recovered from that Tiela general who was beheaded by Captain Lee. We got the interpreter to identify it. And it says Chief of the Thousand. Chav. Look at this waist tag. This person is also a tiger fighting warrior in the Tiela army. The close guard of the Tiela commander. The Marquis was a bit shocked to hear that this person was a tiger fighting warrior. The surrounding state generals and county military governors also sucked in cool air. Weizhou General Chen Lian, looking at the body of Chave, twirled his whiskers and said leisurely, "It's a surprise that it's actually a famous tiger wrestling warrior. Among the people of Tile, only those who can go into the mountains alone and tackle a tiger with their bare hands are worthy of being called tiger wrestling warriors. Old me, I remember the last Redwater River battle. At that time, a tiger fighting warrior from Tiela charged into the left flank of my great Liang army and killed 7 of my Liang army's tough generals one after another. Just one man, riding alone, killed hundreds of my Liang troops and scattered them. These tiger wrestling warriors are monsters." Hearing this, the state generals looked at each other. At this moment, they all couldn't help but think in their hearts that if Tiela's tiger wrestling warriors were monsters, how terrifying should that Captain Li Yuanli, who had gunned down the tiger wrestling warrior within a few rounds, really be? At this time, Marquis Longchamp also reacted and shouted at the surrounding guards, "Where is Captain Li Yuan?" The personal guard, Zhao Yong, was busy running over to report back. "Marquis, Colonel Li, with some cavalry, went after the fleeing Tylines and will return soon." While he was talking, but he heard the sound of horses' hooves, Li Yuan returned to the center camp with dozens of cavalry. Seeing that Li Yuan was unharmed and had captured some Tiela captives behind him, only then did Marquis Longchamp let out a long breath. The life hanging in the balance just now had stimulated the Marquis too much. The only way she could feel safe now was to see Li Yuan by her side. "Quickly, let Captain Li come to me." Li Yuan jumped off his horse and reported back to the Marquis. Reporting to the Marquis, "The majority of the enemy's surprise attack team has been destroyed and has been repulsed by our troops." Marquis Longchamp's face showed satisfaction as he nodded repeatedly. "Good, Captain Li, you've worked hard." Those state generals and governors looked at Li Yuan with rather strange eyes. This tiny lieutenant had actually picked the Tylene tiger wrestling warrior off his horse in a few rounds. This made everyone quite curious about Li Yuan's identity. And at this moment, among the crowd of Hyadu reinforcements, there was a person who looked at Li Yuan but was dumbfounded. It was no one else but Zhang Kuei, the left guard of the Qingyuan County Governor's office. He had just led the Qingyuan County troops to the center to support them, but he was one step too late. "Didn't get to see Li Yuan powerbomb Chav. I just heard that there is a fierce general in the Liang army, who picked off Tiela's 1,000-man commander with a single shot." He also wanted to meet who this fierce brother was. It turned out that the fierce general being talked about was actually this. Isn't this brother Li who was the best at brewing wine? How did he become a fierce general who beheaded the tiger warrior of Iron Legend? Also, how did he become a lieutenant of the Center Army? Gui Zishong, the governor of Qingyuan County on the side, looked at Zhang Kuei's strange demeanor as he looked at Li Yuan and asked, "Zhou Siwei, do you recognize this man?" Zhang Kuei said with a busy nod. "Enlighten the governor. I recognize this person was originally the captain of our West River fort, named Li Yuan. The forgetfulness syrup you raved about last time was made by this man's brewery." Upon hearing this, Governor Gui Zishong's eyes also widened incredulously. "Oh, it's actually him." He really didn't expect to have such a fierce military general under his command. However, when he looked at the waistplate of the lieutenant of the Central Army hanging around Li Yuan's waist, he secretly regretted it in his heart. If this person's ability had been discovered earlier by himself, then wouldn't he be able to have a share in this heaven-splitting credit? It's a pity that people are now hanging on to the waistband of a lieutenant of the Central Army. He was fuming when Dingzhou General Han Mingdao came over and opened his mouth to ask in a low voice, "Governor Gui, do you recognize that man?" When he saw Gui Zishong and his men pointing at Li Yuan just now, he was puzzled and came over to ask. Gui Zishong, the Qingyuan governor, was busy arching his hand back. "General, This man is one of my military fort lieutenants in Qingyuan County. This time, when he accompanied my general on the expedition to the Chishui River, he didn't want to be spotted by the Marquis, and now he's been appointed as a lieutenant of the Chinese army. Oh, I can't believe this is happening. General Ding Zhou's eyes rolled, his mind thinking much the same as Governor Gui just now. I didn't expect to have such a fierce general under my command, and it was a great loss that I didn't realize it in advance. At this time, several other state generals and governors were watching Li Yuan whispering from a short distance away. Shi Dequan, the general of Qingzhou, said in a low voice, looking at the military armor he is wearing, he should also be from a military family. This man is so young, and I don't know which house he is under. To be personally chosen by the Marquis of Longchamp, this ability and luck is truly enviable. Chen Lian, the Weizhou general on the side, twirled his mustache and said with flickering eyes, according to my Daliang military law, soldiers and tenants are still to return to their respective army fortresses after the war. The Marquis of Longchamp has, at best, only a temporary loan for this person. After this battle, he must inevitably still return to his army fort or the county governor's house. Chen Lian turned around and instructed one of his personal guards at his side. You go and inquire as to which military fort or governor's mansion this lieutenant Li comes from. If he is willing to switch to my state of Wei, I can give him a state lieutenant. When Chen Lian said this, several other state generals were brightened up. General Qi Dequan of Qingzhou, also twirling his beard, said, a talent that can pick off a Tiela fighting tiger warrior with a gun. And you, old Chen, just gave a state lieutenant. That's so petty. He turned, to his men. You also go and ask if Colonel Li is willing to come under my command in Qingzhou. I, Jiangju, am willing to divide a county governor for a young hero like him. General Jiangju's bravado made the surrounding cadre of generals and colonels stare in disbelief. In his heart, he was really envious of this Lieutenant Li. General Jia Hang of Huaizhou, looking at the actions of several other state generals, said with dissatisfaction, have you guys made enough of a scene? Each of you are state generals with honorable status, using a high official position to poach people. How does such an act make your peers look? Wouldn't that be a joke? Then Jia Hong paused and continued. This matter of pulling the strings should go with the flow and not be forced. Then this general of Huaizhou, turning to one of his subordinates, instructed him, you can speak well. Go and ask this Captain Li if he has a good match by his side. Tell him that I have many beautiful women in Huaizhou, so he can pick them at will. Several other generals, looking at Jia Hong with a shameless expression, were furious. Good old Jia, you people actually use beauty tricks, and you still want to be shameless. This is good. Several state generals because Li Yuan but argued. It was at this moment that behind a few people, came the disgruntled bellowing of Dingzhou General Han Mingdao. That's enough of you guys. This school Captain Li is from Qingyuan County in my Dingzhou prefecture. You guys are digging in, and you're actually digging into my head. Get out of my way, all of you, and don't hit the fierce generals under my command. A few generals could only disperse resentfully once they saw that the rightful owner had arrived. When General Dingzhou saw a few other people leave, he immediately called for Gui Zixiong, the governor of Qingyuan County, and commanded in a low voice, Governor Gui, in a moment, find an opportunity and invite Captain Li to me. I want to get close to Captain Li. Gui Zixiong immediately nodded his head to receive the order. Don't worry, General. I'll definitely get this done. Gui Zixiong again hurriedly found Zhang Kuei, the left division guard, and carefully instructed, in a moment, go and invite Captain Li here, and say that General Dingzhou wants to see him in person. Remember, always be polite to Captain Li. Zhang Kuei nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Governor, I will definitely do it. Chapter 68, Medicine. Li Yuan, at this time, was talking back to the Marquis of Longchamp. The Marquis suddenly saw that Li Yuan's left arm seemed to have some difficulty moving, so she asked with concern, Lieutenant Li, this left arm of yours, what's wrong? Li Yuan moved around a bit and busied himself back. Marquis, do not worry. Just now in that Tiela general's fight, pulled the shoulder, rest on it. Fighting chav was the first time Li Yuan really encountered a tough opponent, and he didn't pay attention when he exerted his power and strained his muscles a bit. I didn't feel it when I was tense during the engagement just now, but now I'm having some trouble moving around. Seeing that Li Yuan didn't care, but the Marquis said to him seriously, Lieutenant Li, how can you say that? If you have an injury, you should treat it promptly. That's going to be a problem if it leaves a root cause. Then the Marquis turned her head and shouted in the direction of the rear camp tents, Bai Yuxuan, come over here for a moment. Soon, the Marquis house sister came running over. Sis, Marquis, what are your orders? Seeing that it was official business, Bai Yuxuan hastily swallowed back the word sister and changed her name to Marquis. Marquis Longchamp pointed at Li Yuan and commanded his own sister, Captain Li is injured in his left arm. Go and treat him. Bai Yuxuan was also stunned. Then said to Li Yuan busy. Lieutenant Li, please follow me. At this moment, Li Yuan was embarrassed. He muttered in his mind. It's just a slight sprain. No need to make such a big deal out of it. Oh Marquis, can't you see the way those state generals and governors look at me? Those are gossipy eyes. But the Marquis didn't seem to care about that either. Li Yuan did not dare to refuse the Marquis' good intentions. He could only follow Miss White to the back tent. After entering the back tent, Bai Yuxuan made Li Yuan sit on the bed and then said to him, "Where is Lieutenant Li hurt? Let me see." Li Yuan said to the white girl after a moment of contemplation, "Just a slight strain on my left arm at the shoulder." "Is it here?" Saying that, Bai Yuxuan pressed Li Yuan's left shoulder with her hand. Yeah. Suddenly being touched physically by a woman he didn't know well, Li Yuan was more or less uncomfortable. He really didn't expect that Miss White would be so unseemly to him. "Here, Captain Li, take off your clothes first, and I'll take a look at the trauma." Li Yuan had a somewhat tangled expression. Miss White has not yet left the court. This is not very convenient, is it? Bai Yuxuan, on the other hand, said without a care in the world, "I've studied military medicine, and I can treat bruises and injuries. In my eyes there is only the doctor and the patient and nothing else. Lieutenant Li need not be concerned. Just let me look at the affected area. What's more, you passed on to me the 3 arts of war. I have nothing to show for it, and helping you with your injuries is a way of repaying you." Since Miss Bai said so, Li Yuan also stopped being pretentious. He then undid the tabard armor tapestry, removed his armor, and removed his shirt to reveal his left shoulder. Bai Yuxuan did want to repay Li Yuan. She hadn't done anything else just now. She had been in the back account pondering over the 3 articles on the art of war that Li Yuan had written to her. The more I think about it, the more subtle it becomes, and the more I see it, the more I'm shocked. In his heart, he also felt more and more curious and grateful to Li Yuan. Just now, Big Sister Bai Jing asked her to take care of Li Yuan's injuries, but it gave her a shock. She was really afraid that Li Yuan would be seriously injured, in which case she would not be able to be in a position to pass on the remaining 10 chapters of the art of war to her. Fortunately, Li Yuan only had a muscle strain, which was a relief to her. Li Yuan removed half of his top, exposing his shoulders. Bai Yuxuan was a bit surprised when she only glanced at it. Li Yuan's shoulders were bulging with muscles and his skin was fair and very fit. She suddenly and nonsensically came up with the thought that it felt like Li Yuan's shoulders would feel very good in her hands. Unconsciously, she reached out and touched Li Yuan's shoulder. The slippery touch of her skin gave rise to a strange emotion in her mind, and she unconsciously touched it a few more times. Bai Yuxuan, who suddenly realized that she had lost her temper, her face flushed red. She didn't think of it herself, how she made such a frivolous move. She stole a glance at Li Yuan and realized that the other party hadn't noticed her movements, which made her slightly let go of her heart. Bai Yuxuan hurriedly took out a bottle of bruise medicine from the wooden box on the side and started to apply it to Li Yuan. Bai Yuxuan's small action, Li Yuan actually saw it, but what else could Li Yuan do? The other girl had seen what she should see and touched what she should touch. The girls didn't care anyway, so what could he do? After applying the bruise medicine, Li Yuan thanked Miss White and put on his clothes just before getting up to leave. Bai Yuxuan then said to him, "Captain Li can rest in this tent first tonight. This medicine is best not seen in the wind to be effective." Li Yuan looked around, seeing that this tent was made of extremely elaborate materials. It was obviously prepared for a certain nobleman. He then asked, Miss White, is it appropriate for me to live here?" Bai Yuxuan, on the other hand, said indifferently, "Captain Li, don't worry. This tent will not be disturbed. It's good that you're here to recuperate in peace." Hearing Ms. Bai say this, Li Yuan could only nod his head. After helping Li Yuan put medicine on his arm, Bai Yuxuan packed up her medicine box and got up to leave the tent. In fact, this tent was Bai Yuxuan's. As the sister of the Marquis of Longchamp, the Marquis had specially allocated 2 tents to Bai Yuxuan for resting and storing her personal belongings, and this tent is one of them. Bai Yuxuan had actually moved to give Li Yuan the tent to rest in. She wanted to get close to Li Yuan as soon as possible so that she could find a way to obtain the 10 pieces of Art of War behind Li Yuan. Ever since reading the first 3 chapters of the Art of War, this Ms. White has teared up. Day and night he speculated and studied the wonders of the art of war. She now had great admiration for the foreigner who had taught Li Yuan the art of war. He was even vaguely jealous of Li Yuan. Li Yuan didn't care about her small mind. Today's battle with that Tiela fighting tiger warrior was also really tired, and he fell on the bed and drifted off to sleep. At this time, the Liang Army Center tent was brightly lit, and the generals and commanders were still having military discussions. The night attack by the Tylines just now was a great stimulus to both the Marquis of Longchamp and the generals. They were never expecting that the enemy could actually cross the river bank from downstream to touch their own center camp. If it were not for Captain Li Yuan's timely realization and warning, and his single-rider decapitation of Tiela's tiger wrestling warrior, one could say that the consequences are hard to envision. It is estimated that at this time, the Marquis of Longchamp and all the generals here have been taken out by a nest of other people's surprise attack teams. By that time, the Liang army will surely suffer a great defeat. The fate of these 30,000 soldiers and horses is unimaginable. Such a big hole in the defense could be fatal to the Daliang army, so it must be plugged immediately. The Marquis of Longchamp gave direct orders to the general. From the Qingzhou army and the Huaizhou army, 1,000 men were drawn from each, and a battalion was set up on each side of the center army to guard the center army. Then the cavalry of the Longchamp army as well as the personal soldiers of the state capitals were dispatched to launch an intensive patrol upstream and downstream of the riverbank, which was used to guard against the crossing of the river by the Iron Legend cavalry squads. It had been tossed around until the middle of the night when it was ugly, and only then did the Liang army camp settle down, except for the craftsmen's camp in the back of the mountain, which was still lit up and working through the night. The state generals with their men had gone back to their respective camps. Jiang Kuwei, the left division guard, had wanted to find Li Yuan to pull a good relationship. However, I heard that Li Yuan was taken by the Marquis of Longchamp to treat his injuries, so I could only find another opportunity to talk about it. Chapter 69, The Marquis is drunk. After the state generals left, silence returned to the center tent. The Marquise curled her slender body on top of the handsome chair, feeling only a pang of heartburn. At the beginning of the founding of the Great Liang dynasty, the Bai family was awarded the title of Marquis of Longchamp for their achievements in supporting the great ancestor and ranked among the 4 great Marquis of the Great Liang dynasty. He was given a continent as his fiefdom, and could even have his own family-armed Longchamp army. But after the new emperor took over, the back party, the civil servants and the Wushuan family fought fiercely within themselves. After the old Marquis and his elder brother died in battle one after another, the Bai family also became more and more powerless, becoming the last of the 4 Marquis of the martial arts. This time, the Tailian's army of 30,000 invaded the states of Beichuan Road, so it can be said that they are very aggressive, and all the court officials think that Mai Liang will definitely be defeated. Fortunately, with the character of the Tealers, they would usually only make a big pillage and return to the grasslands. As long as they grabbed enough stuff to populate the area, they weren't going to go deeper into the hinterland of Diliang. The imperial court only needs to send people to resist at the line of Chishui River and make a show of it, and then it can deliver to the people of the world. But this kind of battle of certain defeat, whether it is the lord or the court generals who are not willing to fight, because when a real battle is lost, the court always has to find someone to take the blame for the defeat. Then the leader is the best scapegoat. That's why everyone from the Queen's party to the Minister of Power and even a few other marquises shied away from leading troops to the Chishui River to defend against the enemy. In the end, after some power trading within the court, this battle, which was simply unwinnable, was forced by the court to issue an edict and push it to Bai Jing, who had just inherited the position of Marquis. He was ordered to bring 5,000 Longchamps with 25,000 soldiers and households from the 4 continents of the Beichuan Road, totaling 30,000 soldiers and horses, to defend the enemy at the Chishui River. He led the Liang army, which consisted mainly of 30,000 soldiers and households, to resist the 30,000 iron horsemen of the Tiela people. It's like asking a young child to resist a heavily armed man, with predictable results. The princes of the court are extremely well calculated. If the new Marquis of Longchamp, Bai Jing, refused to send troops, then he would be cut down and imprisoned for the crime of disobedience, and stripped of his territory and Longchamp army. If she went out by imperial decree, when Bai Jing was defeated, then the charge of being unfavorable to the imperial enemy could be put on her head. The Marquis of Longchamp's family property and territory will still be deprived and eaten up by various forces. It could be said that from the moment they received the edict to go on the expedition, Bai Jing and the Bai family had been forced to the brink of extinction. In these days, Bai Jing thought hard, and the only way to keep his title and his family intact seemed to be only one. That's when she, Bai Jing, died in battle at the Chishui River, and returned with her horse's hide wrapped around her body. The practice of the officialdom in Diliang is that those who die in battle cannot be heavily punished, and even if they lose the battle, they will leave 3 points of mercy. In other words, only if he died could he give the family a glimmer of life in exchange for the Bai family to safely pass through the difficult times in order to rise again in the future. That's why Bai Jing already had a death wish and wrote a suicide note when he set out on his journey. He even personally chose a scenic cemetery, right next to his father and brother's tomb, for his own resting place. When you are born in a royal family, you can't help everything. For the sake of the survival of the Bai family, as a daughter, she could only face death openly. However, the two events that followed were greatly unexpected. This first thing, naturally, is the house sister by Yuxuan, despite the danger hidden in a wooden box, secretly came to the frontline camp, want to work with their own sister. This moved Bai Jing. My sister, Bai Yuxuan, is known as a female strategist at home, and has been smart and resourceful since she was a child. Bai Jing's original intention was to keep her at home, and when he died in battle, Bai Yuxuan would preside over the family. But now she had run to the front line, and once she was defeated, the sisters couldn't both be taken in. Otherwise, what can this white family do in the future? So Marquis Longchamp had already secretly ordered his men to leave horses and 50 of his own soldiers 15 miles to the rear. Once he himself was defeated, he immediately arranged for his own soldiers to forcibly escort his sister out. The other thing, on the other hand, was completely unexpected. That is, in his own army, he had suddenly discovered a wizard of the art of war, Li Yuan, a military fortress lieutenant under the command of the Dingzhou army. Bai Jing, though his own experience in battle formations wasn't exactly rich, but since childhood under the influence of father and brother, this look at people's eyes is not bad. Li Yuan gave her a feeling of surprise plus shock. Anticipate the enemy in advance. Have a good plan. More rare is the age of young. The person looks also handsome exceptionally. If that was all, in Bai Jing's eyes, Li Yuan was nothing more than an excellent strategist. But just now, Lieutenant Li in the chaos of the army, single rider gun pick Tiela wrestle tiger warrior's heroic posture. See her is the heart surging. The shock and impact to Bai Jing's heart from that majestic figure with a gun and leaping horse was just too great. After all, although this marquis was in a high position of power, age-wise, she was only a 19-year-old peach and plum girl. After inheriting the marquis, Bai Jing thought to himself that he, himself, was no longer qualified to talk about children's love. If one survives, perhaps years later, with the family's collusion, finding a compatible nobleman to join the Bai family and giving birth to an heir to continue the family name is the ultimate destination. Today, however, the man called Li Yuan really shook a ripple in her heart that was already like a deep pool. Now, as long as the marquis closed her eyes, the image of Li Yuan dancing his lance and charging his horse was in her mind. The man's handsomeness and valor lingered in Bai Jing's mind for a long time. She really didn't think that she would actually move on. The reason is actually not difficult to understand. Without Li Yuan's plan, there would not be today's great victory over the Tiela vanguard. It was likely that Bai Jing had already been defeated and died as a corpse under the onslaught of the Tiela army. This is the first time Li Yuan has saved himself. And this night, if Li Yuan hadn't realized in advance that the 300 elite cavalry of the Tailins had stolen the camp, and personally decapitated the enemy's tiger wrestling warrior, then odds are she's now a corpse again. In one day, he was continuously saved by Li Yuan twice in a row, experiencing life and death hovering twice a day. It's not really a surprise that you develop some elusive feelings for your savior. At this moment, Bai Jing was forcing himself to be calm, but it was only because he was the honorable Marquis of Longchamp and couldn't show it. The Marquis took another sip of her wine. That strong liquor came up and doused some of the sadness in a slight drunkenness. She placed the white porcelain bottle in her hand on the case. This mellow and strong wine is the forgetfulness syrup, presented by Dingzhou General Han Mingdao. The first sip is slightly bitter, but the more you sip it, the more flavorful it becomes. The Longchamp Marquis, who was full of sorrow, drank a bottle of forgetfulness syrup without realizing it. Bai Jing couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart as he looked at the empty wine bottle. Forgetfulness syrup. Forgetfulness syrup. I hope you can drink as the name suggests. Let me forget my sorrows. However, it was not expected that the wine had a strong aftertaste, and the Marquis's head was in a slight trance. At that moment, the tent curtain was raised. Zhao Yong, the captain of the guards of the Longchamp army, entered the tent to advise. Marquis, it's now the hour of the clown. Please take care of your health and rest early. Marquis, Whitepoint nodded. Got it. You can step back for now. The Marquis rose slowly, holding onto the table, stretching her slightly tired body. Then he headed for his sleeping tent at the back of the center army. Only just out of the center army tent, the cold wind from the mountain blew. Bai Jing only felt the wine tumbling over him, and his head became more and more groggy. It felt like I was already having a hard time walking back to the sleeping tent. She looked around. This place was exactly where her house sister Bai Yuxuan was, and the 2 tents she had distributed to her sister were not far away. Longchamp Ho had some sense at this point. She felt that she was already drunk and would inevitably need to be taken care of at night. There are only 2 women in this army, her and her sister. After a little thought, he thought that it would be better to go to Bai Yuxuan's tent and make do with her for the night. My sister can also help take care of herself at night if she has a hangover. Thinking that, Longchamp Ho stumbled towards one of the tents and felt his way over. At this time the Marquis was already in a dizzy state. Her head was swept by the cold wind more and more drowsy. By the time he got close to the tent, he was already somewhat delirious. White King fumbled to lift the tent curtain, and stumbled in. Chapter 70, It's been a messy night. At this time inside the tent, Li Yuan was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, there was a whiff of alcohol first. Immediately afterward, he felt his neck being wrapped tightly around a slippery arm. Li Yuan snapped out of his sleep. He was just about to roll over and sit up, but he only felt a weight on his body as someone pressed into him. Li Yuan could feel the delicate and smooth touch of the arm, followed by two soft masses against his chest, which seemed to be a woman. Li Yuan's mind was in a mess, but he didn't dare to move, just kept pondering in his mind. What is going on here? Some more time passed. Li Yuan could feel out that the woman obviously did not have any malice, but more of a feeling of intimacy. This is even more confusing to Li Yuan. This is the frontline camp of Chishui River. Several of my own women are in West Riverberg. How could any woman here be so intimate with herself? Is it the white girl from earlier? It couldn't be. One and the other were just casual acquaintances. She wasn't going to come over in the middle of the night to night attack herself if she wasn't seeing the outside world. But who was this man who was pressing himself down? Li Yuan didn't act rashly, but slowly opened his eyes. Then he was shocked to his core by the scene he saw. Though from Li Yuan's perspective, he could just see the top of the head of the woman who was straddling him. But through a few strokes of green silk, looking at the handsome features of the English, can he not recognize who it is? If it isn't Lord Baijing, Marquis of Longchamp. For a moment, Li Yuan felt his heartbeat miss half a beat. Looking at Longchamp's crimson face and the smell of alcohol on his breath, Li Yuan could probably figure out what was going on. The Marquis should have been delirious from drinking too much wine before she mistakenly entered the tent. Probably mistook herself for that white girl again. But what should we do now? You can't just let the Marquis just keep her arms around you. Why don't you wake up Longchamp and tell her you're hugging the wrong person? Li Yuan's face was bitter. This solution definitely wouldn't work. This is if we wait for the Marquis of Longchamp to wake up from his drunkenness and realize that it's himself who's straddling him. Would that be a good way to silence yourself for disrespect? What the hell am I supposed to do? The more Li Yuan thought about it, the more his scalp felt numb. Due to Li Yuan's excessive nervousness, his unconscious body tensed up and swayed slightly. Marquis Longchamp might have felt the anomaly and actually opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing this, Li Yuan hurriedly closed his eyes. His heart sank and he felt he was done for. At this moment, the Marquis of Longchamp was first stunned. Ha! Why am I holding someone? Who's this guy? Why? This man looks something like Lieutenant Li Yuanli. In fact, the current Marquis was not awake, still half asleep. She realized she was hugging Li Yuan though, and still think they're in a dream. Since he still thought he was in a dream, Longchamp Ho, whose mind was not quite awake, then relented. Just now, he seemed to have been recalling Captain Li's heroic appearance in his mind. So, it's all about the day and the night. So then, one should indeed be in a dream now. Since it's in a dream, it doesn't matter. He himself has to pretend to be a dignified and serious Marquis of Longchamp on weekdays. Couldn't one just relax and indulge a little in a dream? Perhaps under the stimulation of alcohol. The Marquis looked at the Li Lang in front of her and became more and more handsome. So, Longchamp husband's hands began to be dishonest. How could Li Yuan, who was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, not expect it? This female Marquis didn't know what kind of madness she was in, but she actually wanted to go further. Li Yuan was really frightened this time. He could only flash and move from side to side with extreme caution. Do your best to avoid the clutches of the Marquis. At this time, outside of the sleeping tent, Bai Yuxuan, who had studied the art of war until midnight, walked outside the tent. The wind was a little chilly at night, and she was ready to go to the tent where Li Yuan was staying to get an outer robe to cover herself from the wind. Only she had just reached the tent when she heard a strange noise inside. She didn't feel a shock in her heart. Bai Yuxuan and her big sister had spent time together since they were young. It's not unusual to stay together at night. The sound of her big sister's nightly murmur was a familiar one to her. Wait, is big sister in there? Bai Yuxuan thought of a possibility and instantly turned white with fear. She crept over to the tent curtain and lifted a slit to look in. The disheveled and still smelling of alcohol. Big sister was holding Li Yuan hard in her arms. Bai Yuxuan only felt her eyes go black. My goodness gracious. What a way to go. She looked around first, but luckily the guards on night duty were far enough away. These bedding tents were not of concern to anyone. Then she confirmed the situation inside the tent again. It was good to be able to see that Li Yuan had been careful to observe the way of a gentleman and did not take advantage of the drunken elder sister. This whole thing is still his own pot in the end. If she hadn't left Captain Li in this tent, how could such an embarrassing incident have occurred? Bai Yuxuan pondered in her head that she must hurry up and find a way to get Li Yuan out. And she must not wake up her big sister yet. Otherwise this won't end well. At this point, Li Yuan was completely at a loss for words. And the drunken Marquis. Her behavior was even more unrestrained. Bai Jing murmured inexplicable and upside-down love words under his breath, and one hand was again groping Li Yuan's body. Li Yuan was embraced by the Marquis's jade arm and did not dare to move lightly. The heart is really getting desperate. Suddenly a figure shifted in front of the tent flap and slipped in. It was none other than Bai Yuxuan, who looked odd. She made a silencing gesture at Li Yuan first. Li Yuan didn't know what Bai Yuxuan was going to do and could only give her a pleading expression, nodding his head repeatedly. Bai Yuxuan walked to the side of the bed and first helped her big sister straighten out her disheveled clothes. Then with his hand, he began to break his big sister's arm, and with a few efforts he finally managed to break Longchamp's husband's arm. Li Yuan was busy using the momentum to slide off the bed from the side, finally escaping the clutches of Longchamp Ho. The embrace seems to be without that warmth. Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing is in a daze to wake up. Bai Yuxuan hurriedly lay obediently by her big sister's side and coaxed in a small voice. I don't know how this white girl was coaxed. Within a few moments, the Marquis rolled over and continued to fall into a deep sleep on the bed. Bai Yuxuan hurriedly pulled Li Yuan up and lifted the tent, running towards the other tent next door. Entering the tent, Bai Yuxuan whispered, I don't blame Captain Li for what happened today, but it's crowded out there now, and I'm afraid there's something you can't tell me if you go out in the middle of the night. Tell you what, you'll spend the night with me, and then go out again at dawn tomorrow. Li Yuan thought about it and indeed so. Can only be here until dawn first? The night was silent, and the light of day dawned. Compared to the De Liang military camp, the Tylines actually stayed up all night. Commander Sandu's eyes were red and bloodshot. Last night, he sent out his personal guard captain, Che Fu, the head of 1,000 households, to lead 300 elite cavalry in a night attack on the Liang army camp. Initially, the De Liang military camp was indeed in chaos for a while, but it soon fell silent. Sandu was unable to judge the outcome of the battle and had to hold his ground and wait for follow-up information. Not long after, a dozen or so wounded remnants of soldiers ran back. The news they brought back, again, shocked Sandu extremely. His own personal guard, the Tiela people's tiger wrestling warrior Chave, was actually picked off by a man between a few rounds in the De Liang military camp. This is unbelievable. If the opposing army really had this kind of fierce general, then Sandu wouldn't dare to be careless. The only way to decide on an attack strategy was to wait for daybreak and confer with all the Wando chiefs. Let's leave it at that for now on the side of the tellers. Longchamp Ho woke up in the morning and found himself sleeping in his sister Bai Yuxuan's tent. She thought back carefully. She did want to spend last night in her sister's tent. Only, where is my own sister? Why wasn't she in the tent? Wait a minute. It seems like I had strange dreams last night, actually sharing a bed with that Captain Li. At the thought of this, the Marquis's face brushed red. She thought back, and even though it was only in a dream, it seemed she had done something unspeakable. Never mind. The good thing is that it was in a dream and surely no one knew about it. The Marquis straightened her clothes and rose to go out of the tent. She came to her sister's other tent. Pick open the curtain and look in. Li Yuan was seen resting against the inside of the tent. His own sister, on the other hand, was sprawled out on a long case, huffing and puffing. Bai Jing was a bit curious as to how Li Yuan could be in his sister's tent. Not that she thought much of it. He just thought that he was the one who had arranged for his sister Bai Yuxuan to heal Captain Li's injuries. Li Yuan just didn't go back last night. She mentally shook her head. Oh sister, you are still an unmarried girl. How can you easily leave a man in a tent? Luckily it was me who found it. What if an outsider had seen it? Wouldn't you have to marry this Captain Li? When he thought of this, Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing was frowning. For some reason, there was something vaguely upsetting in his mind. Chapter 71, Captain Li, who always brings surprises. The Marquis's face flushed. What's wrong with me? She was busy shaking her head, shaking some of the distractions out of her mind. Bai Jing first let out a deep breath. Then he took a long stride and walked into his sister's tent, just about to wake up my sister. But suddenly, he realized that his sister seemed to have a few pages of scribbled paper pressed underneath her. The pages were neatly folded, and it seemed that my sister had kept them carefully. The Marquis was a little curious to see what her sister was reading on a regular basis. Then he leaned over and pulled the sheets of paper, carefully, out from under his sister. After unfolding the paper, the Marquis stood and casually flipped through it. At this moment, outside the tent, the early morning breeze was brisk, and there were a few reddish sunsets by the morning light floating in the sky. Not far away, the early risers, the cooks, were boiling water and working to prepare the morning meal for the whole army. The camp was calm and peaceful with smoke rising from the cooking. Zhao Yong, the captain of the personal guards, who had just finished washing up, yawned with his satchel and prepared to perform his duties in the central army camp. When he looked up, he was seeing Lord Longchamp Marquis standing in the back tent. seemingly holding a few sheets of paper in his hands as he perused them. Zhao Yong hurriedly walked over and greeted Marquis Longchamp. It just didn't get an immediate response. Looking up, he saw the Marquise holding the pages in her hands, her expression fully concentrated. Not only that, but looking closely into the eyes of the female Marquis, there seemed to be a hidden excitement. Zhao Yong saw that the Marquis was so focused, so he was self-conscious of the inconvenience of disturbing him, even got up and tried to back away first. It was exactly at this time that Bai Jing looked up and saw him right in front of him. It's just that what Zhao Yong didn't expect. The Marquis commanded directly at him in a cold voice. Zhao Yong, at your service. The Marquis voice was unusually serious, startling Zhao Yong, hurriedly arching his hand in response. Subordinate. The Marquis had a serious face. Zhao Yong, immediately take your men and protect the center tent. No one within 50 paces. Yes, sir. Zhao Yong didn't know what the Marquis was up to, but it didn't matter. The Marquis's general's order was an absolute order to Zhao Yong. He doesn't need to understand it, he just needs to execute it. Immediately at the sound of the trumpet, the center's personal soldiers urgently set up their defense. 50 paces away from the camp, hundreds of heavily armed personal soldiers formed a circular human wall, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. And at that moment, within the back tent, Marquis Longchamp's heart was extremely shaken. The sheets of paper in her hands literally weighed 1,000 pounds. With Bai Jing's eyesight, she could certainly see that what was written on the page was an art of war, and it is a holy text of military science of unimaginable high caliber. Although this art of war, Longchamp Ho had only read the first 3 in his hands, he could still feel that the text was word for word. The underlying logic of war and state is told in a whip-smart way, far beyond the current level of military science in Diliang. There was a surge in the heart of the Marquis of Longchamp. What she held in her hands was not just a few ordinary pieces of paper, but the future of her Bai family's martial arts family. Just now, she was mesmerized by what she was watching, and when she saw Zhao Yong come over to ask for peace, she immediately and instinctively let the Longchamp pro guards guard the area around the tent. For no other reason. She didn't want these pieces of the art of war to be seen by any outsiders. The Marquis of Longchamp entered the tent and lowered the flap, then reached out and shook his sister awake. Bai Yuxuan was suddenly woken up by her sister. Her head still spinning, she opened her eyes in a daze, only seeing her big sister, Bai Jing, looking at her with a serious face. Bai Yuxuan's heart just jerked. She assumed that it was her big sister who had found out about last night. Hurriedly, as if on reflex, he confessed his mistake to his big sister. Big sister, I was wrong. Last night was a real accident. I didn't expect anything like that to happen either. Bai Jing woke up his sister, originally wanting to ask where this book of arms came from. But looking at her sister's odd expression, with her years of experience with her sister, she immediately knew that this Bai Yuxian must have done something wrong last night. That's why Bai Jing immediately looked at his sister with a harsher look, then deliberately swindled her into asking, Little sister, I know all about last night, so explain it to me at once. Let's see you. There's nothing left to hide from me. At this moment, Bai Yuxuan, who hadn't been able to slow down from the muddle of being suddenly awakened, casually replied, What else could it be? Last night big sister put her arm around Captain Li. That one was really an accident. I just let Li Yuan rest in that tent temporarily. Who knew that big sister touched over in the middle of the night? She was going to continue, only at that moment, Bai Jing had already used his hand to cover his sister's mouth to death. At this time, Longchamp Ho was red-faced and his eyes were rolling, and she was so smart that she immediately reacted to what exactly happened last night. He himself was drunk last night and entered his sister's tent by mistake. It turned out that it wasn't a dream at all, and that he had really straddled Lieutenant Li, and he had even put his hands on someone else. The Marquis peeked her eyes towards the corner of the tent, where Li Yuan was resting on his side. A needle fell within the tent for a moment, and Bai Jing could only feel his heart beating wildly. Well, after waiting for a while, Li Yuan's side was motionless, seemingly already asleep, and did not hear the conversation just now. Only then did the Marquis of Longchamp slowly put his heart down. She blushed and glared disgruntledly at her sister. There was blame in his eyes, and the expression was like he was hectoring his sister. Look what you did last night. Immediately afterward, the Marquis was a little uneasy in her heart about how she should face Captain Li after she woke up from her sleep. Will he think that I, Bai Jing, am a woman who lives a casual life? That would be bad. For a while, the Marquis's mind was a mess. At this time, Bai Yuxuan's attention shifted to the several pages of paper in her big sister's hands. Big sister. These are. Bai Yuxuan was just about to report the value of this military book to her big sister. Then she saw her big sister make a silencing gesture to her. Marquis Longchamp asked in a low voice to his sister, Little sister, I ask you to answer. Where exactly did this book of arms come from? Bai Yuxuan turned around and pointed her finger at Li Yuan, who was still resting on the inside of the tent. With his eyes, he signaled to his elder sister that he had gotten this book of arms from this Lieutenant Li. Looking at Li Yuan, Marquis Longchamp's eyes widened in some surprise, but then he was relieved. Captain Li had said himself that a foreigner had taught him the art of war when he was a young boy. Looking at it this way, the 3 articles on the art of war that he was now holding in his hand should have come from school Captain Li's master. Her little sister whispered in her ear again. Elder sister, there are 13 chapters in this art of war, and I'm only here with the first 3. Then in a lower voice, big sister, in giving me some time, I'll go and think of a way to get the back 10 from school Captain Li as well. Marquis Longchamp looked at Li Yuan, who was still resting on his side in the corner of the tent, with a strange color in his eyes. This man was a treasure and brought her so many surprises. She first put the 3 art of war into her little sister's hands and then admonished, there are many people at my place, so these military books will first be carefully put away by you. We must not force the art of war behind this. All the more reason for you not to do anything over the top and anger Captain Li. Everything can be done as it is. Then the Marquis rose, straightened her robes and continued, I'll go to the front tent and discuss the military situation. If Captain Li wakes up, just have him meet me at the front tent. Bai Yuxuan nodded her head in a hurry. After saying that, the Marquis lifted the tent curtain and left. Just what Marquis Bai Jing didn't know was, from the time she entered the back tent, Li Yuan had actually woken up. It was just that right now, he really didn't know how to face Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing. What happened last night, and what Li Yuan could figure out, was nothing more than an accident. But still, I felt that it was a bit embarrassing to meet the Marquis so solely. Li Yuan pretended to be asleep there. After the Marquis left, Li Yuan was just about to get up, but just then, a somewhat dull trumpet sound suddenly came from outside the tent. It was the sound of Tiela's bullhorn, suppressed and low, but resounding on both sides of the Chishui River. The Marquis has just arrived at the center tent. All the state generals also ran in one after another, each fully clothed. At this time a personal soldier, into the tent bowed to report. Enlightened the Marquis, the Tiela army, numbering 10,000 men, is approaching the Chishui River. Marquis Longchamp led the state generals up to the hilltop watchtower and looked across the river from a distance. Sure enough, I saw the blackened Tiela army forming up to leave the camp. At this time thousands of Iron Legend cavalry had already entered the north bank of the riverbank, riding to and fro under the Black Wolf flag, flaunting his power. Seeing that the military might of the Tylines was still so magnificent, the Marquis of Longchamp and the state generals all had heavy faces. At this time, the female Marquis could only give a solemn order to the generals around her. Yesterday, we had already won for a while. Today you all must do your best to supervise the battle and make sure to hold the various points. The generals all bowed and took orders. Marquis Longchamp looked at the scattered state generals. In his heart, he secretly sighed. It seems that today, the Tylines will definitely attack to the death. I don't know if my 30,000 Daliang soldiers and horses can survive this. She suddenly remembered Li Yuan, who had repeatedly helped her through difficult times. Busy looking around, he saw Li Yuan standing behind himself, also looking at the troops and horses of the Tiela people on the opposite bank from afar. Chapter 72, The Ridge Melee. Looking at Li Yuan's upright posture and handsome face, Longchamp Ho remembered last night's embarrassing incident again. However, she then reacted. Now she was in front of the battlefield. How could she be spoiled by such nonsense? She busied herself with patting her face with her hand, then whispered to herself, Bai Jing, what happened last night was an accident. Nothing happened, nothing happened. After cheering herself up, the Marquis turned to Li Yuan with a natural face and asked, Captain Li, the enemy army is coming in strong today. Do you have any other good ideas to break the enemy? Li Yuan looked up at the Marquis and saw that her face was as usual. In his heart, he could not help but admire. A marquis is a marquis. It's amazing that people don't care about last night. Li Yuan came out of the tent right behind Marquis Longchamp. Just now there came the sound of the bullhorn of the Tyrells. From the sound of the trumpet one could also tell that the Tylines should be attacking in force. Li Yuan had been standing behind the Marquis of Longchamp since a while ago, pondering on a strategy to break the enemy. And at that moment, it happened that the Marquis of Longchamp asked him if he could find a way to break the enemy. Seeing the other party's question, Li Yuan was also busy arching his hand back, reporting to the Marquis, my humble servant, however, has thought of some ways. The Marquis handed over the smithing camp to me yesterday. I had these craftsmen build some instruments overnight that might be useful in breaking the enemy today. Hearing this, Longchamp Ho's eyes lit up. She was now aware of what happened to Li originally. Good. Then Captain Li hurry to make arrangements. Don't miss the opportunity of battle. Li Yuan immediately led the way. Although Marquis Longchamp did not yet know what Li Yuan had built with the smithing battalion, but at this point, It seemed to have found its backbone inside and settled down quite a bit. She continued to watch the enemy forces on the Chishui River from a distance. At this time, thousands of men from the left army of the Tiela army had already begun to wade through the water to cross the river. The river was black with a constant stream of people shouting and horses neighing. Perhaps because they were scared by the rain of arrows from the Liang army yesterday. The Tiela soldiers who crossed the river today were each carrying a shield or a wooden board, and on the side of the De Liang army, after yesterday's hard work by the soldiers and tenants to reinforce it, the trenches on the river banks were deeper, and more and denser wooden fences and walls were built on the hillsides. More than 20,000 heavily armed soldiers and households, also under the leadership of their respective Shirchang 100 chiefs, hid behind the wooden walls of the camp and prepared to meet the enemy. Although these soldiers are still a little timid, but after watching the Tiela people suffer losses, their hearts are not so afraid. The Tyleans are also human beings, and they will die if they are hit by arrows. So what are they afraid of? Just do it and be done with it. Behind is the hometown homeland. Do you want to let these prairie barbarians rush in to scourge the township? And the Marquis of Longchamp was quite generous, except for the military rations that the soldier households brought with them. The Marquis also gave out a large amount of grain and rice to the soldier households. These poor soldiers' households had a rare chance to eat a full meal for a few days in front of the front. So these days, the morale of the Liang army, instead of dropping, had slightly increased. 100 Chief Shuedeshang, with 85 soldiers and households from the eastern countryside, also bent down behind the wooden fence, his eyes staring at the densely packed Tyleans on the river. The grip on his weapon tightened, and all around him were the ragged breaths of the soldier tenants. Looking down from the hillside, the Tiela soldiers once again set foot on the southern bank of the Chishui River. This time, they did not rush to attack, but formed a dense shield formation under the shouts of the generals at all levels. The Tielers braced their shields in their hands, covering the perimeter, and then moved slowly up the hill. In fact, to be able to force Tiela, a nomad who specializes in horse combat, to be forced to give up their war horses and switch to a strong attack on foot combat, the Liang army's tactics have already succeeded. Under the hunting wolf flag, Tiela commander Sandu stood on top of the hill on the north bank, his face grim, watching the warriors ascend the south bank like an ant colony. They formed a step formation and rushed towards the Liang army's camp. He was unusually twisted in his mind. Ever since he fought with this group of Liang troops, Sandu felt strange everywhere. He had fought with Liang for many years, and this set of Liang troops was completely different from those Liang soldiers and horses that had been defeated in the past with a single blow. Numerous trench fortifications were used to weaken the cavalry advantage of the tellers. It makes the tiller really have a lot of energy. In Sandu's mind, that feeling of being counted by his opponent was very hard for him. There was always a feeling that the other side should have some more tricks up their sleeves. Sang Duan carefully raised his eyes to observe the Liang army camp. There is always an indescribable feeling of uneasiness. The Liang army chose to abandon the defense of the riverbank and instead kept building wooden walls on the hillside. From the river bank to the wooden wall on the hillside was a distance of perhaps 150 to 300 paces, with steep and gentle slopes at times, and the difference in height of the terrain here is 70 to 80 meters up and down. Every attack by Tiela had to be upward and upward along the hillside. The terrain occupied by the Liang army is very good, so as long as they can be firm in their determination to defend, it wasn't really easy for the Tielers to break through this hillside defense. In the past, the Tiela people were able to quickly break the Liang army, but it was more of a deterrent to the Liang army with their own Herculean military might. Oftentimes, before the two armies even went to war, the Liang army's morale had already collapsed. When the Tiela cavalry began to charge, the Liang army had already turned into collapsing quicksand. This one, however, was much different. On the first day of the battle, the Tyleans were heavily wounded by the Liang army's arrows. It also gave the timid soldier households the courage to fight. So, this time, if the Tyleans wanted to break through the hillside defense, they had to fill in enough human lives to do so. At this time, thousands of Tyleans had already entered the distance of 70 to 80 paces from the wooden wall. Those Tiela soldiers who were good at shooting took out their bows and arrows and began to raise their bows and shoot upwards, throwing arrows at all moving targets behind the wooden wall. A piece of arrows with black tail feathers smashed down towards the Liang army camp. Fortunately, the Liang army had also prepared for this, and each of the soldiers and households had built wooden tiles and wooden railing for defense against arrows. Although the Tiela people were raining arrows, the Liang soldiers and households hid behind the wooden tiles and wooden rails, and very few of them were hit. Only the thumping sound of arrows hitting the wooden tatting boards was heard constantly. But the casualties of the Liang army were not great. At the same time, the Liang archers deployed behind the wooden fence began to raise their bows to counterattack. The arrows of the Liang army also kept shooting into the ranks of the Tyleans, and those arrows that went through the gaps of the shields would directly take away the lives of the Tyleans. From time to time, An arrow-shot Tealer tumbled down the hill. Soon, the Tailian's array was no more than 20 to 30 paces away from the Liang army's wooden wall. The Beta chief leading the group drew his scimitar and shouted behind him, "Kill all the Liang dogs!" Immediately after that, the Tiela soldiers and horses let out heaven-shaking chants and violently pounced on the wooden wall of the Liang army's camp. On the hilltop, the war drums of the Liang army's middle camp also suddenly sounded. The continuous sound of horns in the Liang army camp rose and fell, resounding on both sides of the Chishui River. The Daliang soldiers and households also blocked the various exits of the wooden fences and walls under the leadership of the Shirchang 100 chiefs, deadlocking the fierce attack of the Tiela people. The soldiers, armed with their lances and swords, desperately stabbed outward through the gaps in the wooden fence. For a while, countless swords and spears collided, wailing and splattering blood. Shouts of curses, mixed with weeping and wailing, shook heaven and earth. Shuedishang fiercely stabbed the spear in his hand, penetrating a figure in a leather robe across the street. But then, one of the Tailian's lances also stabbed towards Shuedishang. But fortunately, Cui Yong, who was on the side, reacted in time. Using the lance in his hand, he deadpanned his opponent. Immediately afterward, the soldiers and tenants behind them howled and thrust more lances outward toward the wooden fence, and there was a succession of screams from the opposite array of Tealers. At this moment, 100 Chief Shuedishang, the iron leaves of his short body armor were filled with bursts of blood. He fought to call out and deployed his soldiers, lining up the armored ones in front and supporting the unarmored ones in the back. Clinging to the wooden fence, he stabbed the charging tellers with his spear. Chapter 73 Armored Guards. At this moment, the Marquis looked out from the top of the mountain. The entire ridge defense line was filled with Liang troops and Tailins who were fighting to the death. In fact, the Liang people's soldiers, and not lack of courage, as long as they give them enough to eat, in the issue of usable weapons, most of them were willing to fight the Tealers to the death to protect their homeland and home behind them. What's more, it was always the leather-robed herdsman slaves and prisoner-of-war soldiers plundered from other tribes who were at the forefront of the Tealers' charge. Although these men were braver than the Liang people, their equipment was not much better than that of the soldier households. The spears of the soldiers could easily stab through their leather robes, and the long swords were enough to break through their rudimentary leather armor. But likewise, the curved swords and iron axes of these herding slaves could effortlessly cleave into the coarse linen garments on the soldiers' households. The battlefield instantly turned into a bloody exchange of human lives. The Makunu soldiers, stabbed down by the lances of the soldiers, struggled and rolled on the hillside, dragging their intestines with them. And the soldier households with thin armor were also cut off their arms and screamed and howled under the opponent's scimitar tomahawk. The battlefield was filled with the pungent odor of blood, and red streams had pooled on the hillside. On top of the hill on the north shore, Sandu, the commander-in-chief of the Tailins, was frowning tightly with a grim expression. The tenacity of this group of Liang soldiers and households was far beyond his imagination. This was nothing like how he expected the battle to go. He had always felt that the Liang soldiers and households were just a piece of scattered sand, thinking that as long as the Tiela army rushed into the wooden wall, these weak and cowardly soldier households would then quickly collapse and flee. But the reality was that the first group of thousands of herdsmen slaves and prisoners of war made up the front army and merely fought the Liang soldiers and households to a draw. Moreover, as the Liang army dominated the terrain and stood on high ground, the situation was gradually unfavorable to the Tailins who were attacking on their backs. Under the hard-fought thrusts of the Liang army's spears, the corpses of the Tiela soldiers constantly rolled down the hillside. Although the casualties of the other side soldiers were not small, Sandu didn't think that exchanging the lives of the Tiela people for the lives of the Liang people's soldiers was a good deal. Looking at the battlefield that was caught in a stalemate, Marshal Sandu's heart was agitated. The deadline that Tealer Khan had given himself for his advance was now misplaced. The chaotic rocky mountain that should have broken the enemy in a day was now a difficult bone to chew. Sandu narrowed his eyes, weighing the situation over and over in his mind. He resolved that he would have to send a more elite force to break through the ridge defenses in one fell swoop before he could do so. Another low bullhorn blast sounded. The hard-fighting Tiela army on the front line was like an amnesty. It was the horn of retreat, and the Tiela soldiers who received the order raised their shields and retreated slowly. Some of the blood-stirred soldiers and households tried to go out of the camp to pursue the attack, but they were quickly overwhelmed with casualties from the rain of covering arrows from the Tailins. They could only fall back behind the wooden plaques and wooden tatting, and watched the Tiela people retreat down the hill like a tidal wave. But instead of retreating back to the north bank, these iron lords repositioned themselves on the riverbank. Behind them, another troop of Tiela soldiers and horses were parading out of the camp. Seeing this new Tiela troop, the Longchamp Marquis on top of the hill couldn't help but frown. This Tiela army numbered around 1,000 men, small in number but extremely well equipped. Every one of them was clad in black iron Tsar armor that covered their entire body, and the leaves of the iron armor shone with a metallic chill in the sunlight. On the northern bank of the Chishui River, countless black wolf-head battle flags hunted in the morning wind. All the Tiela cavalrymen shouted cheers at them. With the sound of heavy hoofbeats, this Tiela elite began to cross the river, and thousands of iron-armored soldiers slowly pressed toward the south bank. Standing at the top of the mountain, Longchamp Ho's eyes were astonished. She had heard of this Tiela elite army. That would be the most elite of the Tylines. The Wolf Banner armor-clad guards. The so-called armor-plated guards are the elite of the 30 ding to 1 in the Tiela army. That is to say, the strongest and most warlike one among the 30 Tiela soldiers is eligible to be selected for the armor-clad guard. It was rumored that in order for a Tealer to become an armor-clad guardian, one would have to have cut off at least 10 enemy heads on the battlefield, and there can be no running away or backing away. That's what qualifies you for the finest iron armor and weapons. Therefore, almost every soldier of the armor-clad guards is an elite in 100 battles. In the 30,000 strong army of the northern bank of the Tylines, the armored guards were not many, just so many thousands or so. The river at this point, thousands of iron-armored warriors, riding their horses and treading the river, came from the north bank. They held long swords and tomahawks of enormous size, reflecting cold light in the morning light. That sense of oppression from the elites of the 100 battles was like a dark cloud pressing down, so heavy that it was hard to breathe. The soldiers and households behind the wooden wall on the south bank, looking at the gradually approaching iron-armored guards of the Tiela, no one was not chilled. Hundreds of bullhorns on the north shore gave a low chorus. The sound of the horn shook the hearts of all the beamers on the south shore. Tiela cavalry, which had crushed the Liang people on the battlefield for decades. That fear that was etched into the marrow of the bones gradually surfaced again in the hearts of the soldier households. Within a few years, the northern barbarians had invaded the Great Liang border dozens of times. Wherever the wolf flag went, countless Liang people's cities were broken. The old and the weak were trampled to the ground by the horses' hooves, and the strong men and women were plundered as slaves to drive their mouths into slavery. The Tiela warriors even used the heads of the Liang people to build the Kyokan. In the eyes of the northern barbarians, the weak Liang people were nothing more than a flock of masterless sheep, and the whole of Liang was nothing more than a hunting ground for them to round up. At this time, thousands of armored escorts had already crossed the middle line of the Chishui River. The leader of the 1,000 husbandmen raised the wolf flag in his hand high and let out a piercing, pale howl. The voice was like a wolf king in the wilderness. Immediately, the thousands of armor-clad guards responded with wolf howls, and the heart-stopping sound of battle cries resounded through the heavens and earth. Just then, in the direction of the center army on the top of the hill on the south bank, but the sound of drums came clearly into the ears. The drums are steady and powerful, and the beat is sharp and dense. At first there was only one war drum, but soon it was several, dozens of war drums beating together. A rush of drums sounded like rolling thunder, gradually overpowering the wolf howls and horns of the Tylines. The sound of the drums also awakened the Liang soldiers and tenants who had fallen into fear. They looked back up the hillside in the direction of the center army. The Liang character banner and the Longchamp army battle flag fluttered in the gale. The flags of the state generals also loomed large. The armor-clad soldiers of the Longchamp army were also divided into small groups to gallop to the passes of the various wooden fortresses, and behind them were numerous strange vehicles pushed by a large number of folk. Some familiar soldiers and households could recognize at once that these were the four-wheeled wooden carts used for supplying provisions and transporting grain. But today, these vehicles have been changed by artisanal camps. The body was reinforced with thick wood, and several sharp spears were inserted into the front of the body, and even bladed knives were strapped to the sides of the body. In the cart, it is filled with rocks and dirt for counterweights. This is the iron skidding car that Li Yuan had the smithing battalion build overnight. The so-called skidder is a vehicle that utilizes a steep slope with a height difference to ram the enemy. In ancient times it was also called a charging car, a battering ram or a tiger car. At this time, the Liang army occupies the high slope of the southern bank of the messy Rocky Mountain, which is just the right place to stand on the high ground. To break through the mountain fortress on the south bank, the Tealers had to charge up a hill that was 70 to 80 meters high and 150 paces long. It's simply a natural perfect slide. From the first day he came to the front line of the Chishui River, Li Yuan had envisioned the battle method of using a simple iron skidder to crash into the riverbank Tiela military formation. Only, at that time, he was just an ordinary lieutenant of an army fort, a man of few words. Later on, Li Yuan was rewarded by the Marquis of Longchamp, and he was even allowed to command the artisanal battalion, which gave him the opportunity to implement it. The process of remodeling an iron skid is also very simple. Straight away, the logistics team's two-wheeled versus four-wheeled wooden carts were used to reinforce the wheels of the vehicles first. Iron spears were mounted on the front of the carts, long knives were strapped to the bodies, and the carts were loaded with weighted rocks and earth. This kind of modification is hardly difficult for the craftsmen of the crafting camp. Over 500 were remodeled in one night. and now all are pushed up the steep slopes of the ridge. The iron skids, under the shelter of a wooden wall, were aligned in turn on the hillside below, and secured before being tied down with ropes. If someone were to look behind the Liang army's wooden wall from the air at this moment, they would see that hundreds of iron skids were concentrated on top of the steep slope, lined up in order along the line of battle, ready for the signal from the center. Chapter 74, Thunder Rolls. For these strange wooden cars, the soldier households were puzzled and couldn't figure out what it was for. But some of the more knowledgeable military fort lieutenants and governor's lieutenants were looking at the iron skidder with glowing eyes. They have more experience in battlefield than the average soldier household. A quick glance at these iron skids will show you what they are used for. Immediately afterward, soldiers were dispatched from each of the wooden wall exits to clean up as many of the bodies on the ground as possible. Prepare a relatively level surface for these skids. At this time on the hill on the north bank of the Chishui River, Sang Du, the commander of the Tiela, looked at the Liang army camp on the south bank and wondered in his heart, because according to the past experience of fighting with the Liang army, as long as the Liang army saw the armor-clad guards of the Tiela people, the timid soldier households are almost immediately shaken to the flesh. But now when you look around, the Liang army on the ridge of the south bank, the flag is neat and tidy, and the army is majestic and immovable. There was no sign of any shaken morale, and there was even an indescribable aura of solemnity. Sandu frowned. The appearance of the armor-clad guards failed to sway the Liang army, so they would have to fight for a while on the field themselves. Sandu had no doubt that these elite cloaked guards could easily break through the defenses. The only thing he was worried about now was that there must not be any major casualties among these elite guards. The armor-clad guards can be considered the lifeblood of the Tilians. They were also the cream of the crop of the various Teeler clans, and served as lower-ranking officers in the management of the Great Army. Sandu could only pray now that these elites could break through the Liang army camp at the smallest possible cost, or else he really couldn't answer to the Great Khan. By this time, the vanguard of the cloaked escort had ascended the south bank. The herdsmen, slaves and prisoner of war soldiers, immediately terrified, made way for these elites. The leader of the Guardian army, 1,000 men, looked back at the general's flag on the north bank, awaiting orders from the Lord Commander of the Tile. Sandu's face was fuming as he fiercely swung the horsewhip in his hand, with the wolf flag pointing forward and the bullhorn trumpet sounding one after another. The middle army of the Iron Legends issued the command for the armor-clad guard to attack. Looking up at the Liang army camp on the hillside hundreds of paces away, a cruel smile appeared on the ugly face of the Protector's 1,000 hero. He thought in his mind that those cowardly Liang people hiding behind the wooden wall should be shivering. Good. Then let the scimitar of the warriors drink the blood of the Liang people. The Shifuyu lowered the iron faceplate on his helmet, raised the scimitar in his hand high, and let out a hoarse wolfish howl. The armored guards immediately abandoned their horses and formed a formation, quickly forming several front and back covering fish scale formations in groups of 30 to 50 at the bottom of the hillside. Without any hesitation, the vanguard of the Protector army immediately began to advance, and looking from the hillside, a fish scale formation of silver iron armor began to slowly move towards the wooden wall of the Liang army. At this point, the banks were awfully quiet. Aside from the flags flying in the morning wind, only the heavy footsteps of the Tiela guards could be heard. The finest of the Tailians' teaser armor, each weighing tens of pounds, was made of thousands of pieces of fine iron armor leaves tightly braided together. The helmets of the guards are also slightly different from the style of Liang, usually the top of the helmet with high spikes, and the surface of the helmet will be polished like a mirror. Such a heavily armed guardian army, with almost its entire body covered in iron armor, looked from afar like thousands of iron men walking on a riverbank. Only heavy blunt weapons like axes and hammers are effective against such heavily armored soldiers. To the soldier households equipped only with swords and spears, these Tiela protectors were the gods of death. As these iron-armored soldiers approached, they got busy behind the wooden walls. In this section of the east countryside, soldiers in charge of defense, 100 Chief Shuedeshang is also considered to be in command. In the melee just now, because the armored soldiers were at the front, only 2 Togo soldiers were seriously injured and 5 were slightly injured. However, at this moment, looking at those terrifying iron-armored soldiers at the bottom of the mountain, the soldier households were still frightened. Lu Haitu and Uncle Fu, at that moment, were struggling to jam an iron skidder behind a wooden fence. Behind them, 7 or 8 iron skids had also been lined up in order. Lord 100, what a skid! We're all set. Shuedeshang nodded as he looked at the wooden pulley. Li Yuan had already taught him the usage of this kind of pulley some time ago, although Shuedeshang was still skeptical about the effects of this thing. But he could only hope that these things, for now, were really as effective as Li Yuan said they were. At this time, the Tiela army had already walked up the gentle slope, and the footsteps of more than 1,000 armor-clad elites and the thousands of herdsmen behind them shook the earth. The Liang army on the ridge crouched quietly behind the wooden wall, only able to hear the heavy breathing around them and their own heartbeats. With their hands on the iron skids, they all waited in silence for the general's order from the center. A mountain eagle spreads its wings across the banks of the Chishui River in the sky. Perhaps startled by the solemnity of the battle formation below, a loud and clear birdsong was emitted. Mangak, the deputy chief of the armor-clad protectorate, looked up at the heavens. This man with a dark complexion and a scarred face looked at the divine bird flying high in the sky. He silently prayed to the everlasting heaven in his heart, hoping that he could grab enough food and slaves this time when he went south to fight the cereal grass. Let him grab at least 5 wagons of grain and 10 slaves so that his family could survive the harsh winter of the steppe. Better yet, he should be able to snag a couple of well-endowed beamer girls so that he won't be lonely on a cold winter day. His thoughts were racing. Suddenly, a sharp and loud horn sounded from the center army on top of Liang's hill. This made him look shocked, and in his heart he was even more surprised. At this time, the cloaked guards were still more than 70 paces away from the wooden wall of the Liang army on the ridge. Blowing the horn at this time, could it be that those cowardly Liang soldiers and households were going to rush out to fight against their own brave iron-armored warriors? His mind was wondering, when suddenly a low rumbling sound came to Mangek's ears. It sounded like countless giant snakes churning under the earth. The odd voice made the samurai around him, all of them, slow down. Many people tilted their heads and looked around, trying to find where the noise had been made. With that, one of the warriors behind him pointed his finger in the direction of the ridge and let out a scream. Manguk was disgruntled. As the elite of the Tiela people, seeing in the terrible things can not just shout to disturb the army. He was about to swing the back of his blade and severely punish the coward when he did. One of the protectors beside him actually stepped back and stopped because of panic, while the one behind him failed to stop his feet, and the 2 armored soldiers crashed hard into each other and tumbled to the ground, causing chaos to the formation. Looking at the fallen tribune, Mangek grew more and more irritated as he viciously whipped the cowardly fellow with the back of his blade. And the guy just pointed his finger in the direction of the ridge and let out a meaningless growl. Car! It's a car! It was then that Mangek noticed that the dull chirping sound became even louder at that moment, and seemed to be close at hand. He was busy looking up and forward. What appeared before his eyes, however, was the shining heads of 7 or 8 spears. A skidder took advantage of the steep 30-degree slope and sprinted at breakneck speed over a distance of 70 paces. With the huge inertial kinetic energy formed by thousands of pounds of earth and rocks, it slammed hard into Mangek's body. The last thing Mangek saw in his eyes was countless pieces of flying armor and dirt and rocks. He was knocked up 3 or 4 meters by the iron skid, then spun out of the air and landed in the crowd in the rear formation. And this iron skidder, after crashing through the 1,000-man commander, continued with unabated momentum to crash through the cloaked crowd in a channel of flesh and blood. It wasn't until the body hit a boulder that it disintegrated into several flying wooden parts in a massive torsion. The terrified Tealers had no time to react. From all parts of the ridge, hundreds of heavy iron skids, like rolling thunderbolts, rushed down the slopes in turn. It was like hundreds of brute beasts, with great inertia, rushing across the steep slope to rampage through the array of the Tylines. The most unlucky ones were the 1,000 or so armor-clad guards. The first 200 iron skids, for the most part, crashed into their line with unstoppable force. The dense formation gave these elites, who were slow to move in heavy armor, nowhere to run. With a loud roar, broken spears and shattered armor, mixed with fragments of limbs, were thrown into the air. Most unethical of all, however, was the large bag of lime at the head of each iron skidder. As they crashed into the ranks of the Tellarites, the tremendous stopping power would send the lime sacks flying and lifting. Instantly a white mist of lime thrown loose formed amongst the tellers. Those tellers who managed to escape the rushing car would have their faces blinded by the flying lime dust, almost just in an instant. Thousands of flaunting armor-clad guards were shattered and swept away by the iron skidder. Chapter 75 Great Victory of Liang Army. It was just a matter of a few breaths. A few hundred iron skids, then, turned the south bank of the riverbank into a bloody hell. The Chui brothers, Lu Haitu and Uncle Fu, a few people trembling and holding the wooden fence to get up, want to poke their heads out to see the scene under the river bank. Just now, several of them were struggling to cut the ropes to release the iron skidder, and all they could hear in their ears was the roar of the wheels and the exclamations of shock of the Tiela people down the hillside. Looking down at this moment, I saw that from the gentle slope to the riverbank, there were fallen corpses everywhere, and seriously injured and howling wounded soldiers of the Tiela. Interspersed among them were various fragments of human bodies and vehicles, as well as flying lime dust. Farther down the riverbank, there were patches of rising lime smoke. In the smoke, the miserable howls of the Tylines like wild beasts kept coming. A few people looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. At this time on the lookout of the Chinese army at the top of the hill, Longchampo thought that after seeing yesterday's scene, there would no longer be any scene that could shock her. However, at this moment, the Marquis's almond eyes were wide open. Her lips trembled, her face was full of shock, and her hands gripped the railing of the lookout platform tightly, uncontrollable muttering under his breath. This, how is this possible? She knew that Li Yuan would surprise her and do wonders, but she never expected the surprise to be so great, the miracle to be so unbelievable. When she saw the Tealers sending out their armor-clad escorts, the Marquis was ready to die. Those monsters clad in full-body Tsar armor were by no means a match for the soldiers and tenants under their own command. As long as those iron-armored soldiers rushed into the wooden wall, what awaited the Daliang army could only be a collapse and defeat. In the eyes of the Marquis of Longchamp, this was almost an insurmountable desperate situation. All she could do was to divide the Longchamps into small groups to fill in the wooden wall defense, waiting for the other side to rush into the wooden wall. Relying on the Longchamps' relatively sophisticated military equipment and the armored guards of the Tylines to winnow the meat, the Marquis checked her battle sword in armor, and was even ready to take part in a physical fight herself. Then, the hundreds of iron skids that Li Yuan transferred from the smithing camp changed everything in an instant. Bai Jing knew that Li Yuan had been building something all night long after taking over the smithing camp, but the Marquis was a little disappointed when these iron skids were pushed into line. She didn't think that these rather rudimentary-looking vehicles were really capable of stopping the attack of the Tiela's armor-clad guards. And just as the Marquis of Longchamp hesitated, instead, a deafening roar resounded throughout the ridge. She peered over the top of the hill with her hand on the parapet, only to see hundreds of iron skids rushing down the hill with billows of smoke above her own ridge defenses. The slope of the mountain gives these skateboards a huge impact kinetic energy, rushing down the mountainside with the same momentum as a galloping horse rolling thunder. A forward. Longchamp Ho's mouth opened incredulously when she saw this scene, and then she saw a scene that made her incredulous. The dozens of iron skids that rushed at the forefront violently crashed into the iron armor array of the Tiela people, and those seemingly invincible Tiela warriors were directly knocked away like mannequins. Some of the valiant Tiela protectors tried to use their weapons to block the skidder, but they were hit by the huge inertia and suffered heavy casualties from broken bones and tendons. Right in front of her eyes, more than 1,000 of Tiela's iron-armored soldiers were turned into mangled corpses all over the ground under the continuous impact of hundreds of iron sliders. At this point the river bank was filled with a rising lime mist. Although it was impossible to see what was happening in the white mist raised by the lime, the screams of the Tylines in fear were continuous. Another 100 iron skids whistled into the white mist, followed by a series of violent crashes. Those screams in the lime mist ended abruptly, never to be heard again. Longchamp Ho stood in the lookout at the top of the hill overlooking the riverbank. She felt like she was trembling all over. The hands kept gripping the wooden railing harder. It wasn't fear. It was extreme euphoria from the adrenal hormones. She wanted to yell, but she held herself too proud to be mumbly. This difficult-to-vent feeling left her at a loss. A strong morning breeze blew across the riverbank. The rising lime mist was gradually dispersed by a strong wind. The scene on the riverbank was nothing short of palpitating. Debris from various vehicles littered the area from the hillside to the riverbank. Between these wrecked vehicles were the bodies of countless densely packed cloaked men. The thousands of armor-clad guards who had flaunted their weapons just a moment ago were just a field of broken limbs at this point. Those who hadn't yet broken were blinded by the flying lime, and the agonizing burning sensation caused them to wail and hiss, losing their sight and having to grope around. The thousands of herdsmen and prisoner of war troops were even worse off, partly dying from the impact of the skids. The 1,000 or so men who leaned back collapsed outright and fled desperately into the river, fighting to swim desperately toward the north bank. On the hill on the north shore, Tiela's wolf flag was still hunting in the wind, and the commander-in-chief, Sandu, only felt his head spinning and the sky spinning. He never dreamed that his entire army of thousands of elite armor-clad guards, just attacking a normal hill was all it took to lose almost everything. It should be known that in previous wars, the Tylines only needed to send a few hundred guards to capture a county in Daliang, and sending out thousands of guards is enough to make a state capital tremble. But now, the bravest of these warriors among the telegraphs were actually being run over worthless by hundreds of wooden carts under the rocky hills. He didn't dare to imagine how furious Tiela Khan would be when the news traveled back to the grasslands. Think of the unbearable and terrible consequences. The commander of the Tiela, Sandu, was in such a hurry that his eyes went black and he fell straight from his horse. The commander-in-chief fell off his horse, which scared the personal guards around him, and they hurriedly carried the unconscious commander-in-chief back to the camp. The two Wanhu chiefs who followed Sandu were also full of frustration as they watched the south coast and sighed in unison. Now even if they ordered the whole army to forcefully cross the Chishui River for a full-scale attack, those soldiers would still hesitate. After all, the most elite armor-clad guards had suffered heavy losses at the riverbank, so wouldn't the other soldiers go up there to die? Who knows how many more of those horrible battering rams are in the hands of the Daliang army, trading the lives of warriors for the other side's kind of broken carts filled with rocks. It's a deal that even the dumbest of shepherds wouldn't go for. They invaded Dilian to plunder the supplies and population. Not here to die. If he really died in the Chishui River, the cattle and sheep and women in his family would be cheaper for other shepherds. 3 heavy defeats in a row. That is, the Thailand's military discipline to not have a big mess. The current Tiela army seems to be stable, but in reality, it is already a fluctuation of people's hearts. Looking at the demoralized army, the 2 Wanda chiefs could only command the entire army to return to camp first, waiting for the Marshal Sandu to recover his sanity. At this time, on the south bank of the Chishui River, tens of thousands of Liang troops drew out their weapons and shouted wildly to the sky, cheering for victory. Seeing thousands of Tiela's army being crushed to dust by a skidding car in front of his eyes, let these Liang soldiers and households be like a maniac, shouting Wan Sheng to the Longchamp husband center army at the top of the hill. Taking advantage of the fact that the entire army was cheering, the Longchamp Marquis was finally able to roar a few times in excitement. Vent the uncontrollable excitement in your heart. Chapter 76 Rewards Before the Battle. The Tiela army fought with the Liang army for 2 days. The Tiela army that died on the river bank of the southern bank of the Chishui River had been at least in the thousands. This was a great victory rarely seen by the Liang army in decades. Once this news traveled back to the upper capital of Great Liang, it would surely shake the court. Bai Jing overlooked the river bank and let out a long breath in his heart. After this battle, my Bai family and my own title of Marquis of Longchamp are considered stable. She turned back again, looking at Li Yuan, who was not far away, her mind darkening with thoughts. This feeling was an elusive sense of security. And when Li Yuan stood beside her, she was very much at ease. Perhaps the Marquise herself hadn't realized that her dependence on Li Yuan had become deeper in a subtle way. Li Yuan felt the sight and looked up to see the Marquise looking at him. There seemed to be a strong sense of gratitude in those flashing bright eyes. Li Yuan's heart stirred and he was busy walking up and bowing to the Marquise. My humble servant congratulates the Marquis on his great victory. The Marquise's eyes were all smiles. This is all thanks to Captain Li's brilliant plan. You can take the first credit. Principal Li was continuing to advise. My humble servant does not dare to take credit. Marquis, we should now immediately send out the Longchamps to cut down the heads of the Tylines. Gather the armor and armament and horses of the Tilians. These may be used to supplement the armaments of our army. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Longchamp immediately dawned on him and hastily nodded his head. Captain Li is right. I'll make the arrangements. Then 1,000 Longchamps with 2,000 soldiers and households rushed to the river bank to cut down the wounded soldiers of the Iron Legends to collect martial arts. In the end, the Liang army beheaded more than 1,500 heads of the Tealers, counting the heads obtained yesterday. The number of heads in the hands of the Marquis of Longchamp was now as many as 2,400. Yesterday and today, the Liang army captured more than 1,600 war horses before and after. Various kinds of horse corpses. There are also nearly 1,000 horses as much. Sufficient horsemeat greatly supplemented the rations of the Liang army. In addition, more than 1,300 pairs of leather and iron armor of all kinds were captured, and more leather robes of Tealer, and the captured intact, the full body armor worn by the Tylerian armor guards. There are more than 800 pairs of armor, all kinds of remnants of armor more than 100, and there are countless weapons such as various scimitars and spears and tomahawks. As the Tealers were in the habit of carrying their possessions with them, the gold and silver felt from these corpses amounted to tens of thousands of taels, and the price the Liang army paid was the death of more than 450 soldiers and households during the melee on the ridge. Looking at the bountiful seizures, the Longchamp Marquis rejoiced in his heart. Not to mention anything else, just counting those 800 sets of full body armor was an unimaginably huge fortune. In the military merit system of Diliang, the first rank on merit is the most important. The head of a telegraph, on the other hand, is of the first rank, that is to say, a telegraph head, enough to make an ordinary soldier household a shirkai, while 2 of them will get you promoted to team leader. These 400 plus Tiela heads in the hands of the Marquis of Longchamp were the military honors that countless Diliang soldiers and households craved for. Of course, sometimes it is inconvenient to keep and carry the heads. According to the military law of Diliang, as long as you can provide the waistplate of the captured Tiela people, it can also be proved to be a war merit. Just the tadpole text on the waistplate of this iron Liang recognized not many people. Naturally, there is a lively mind of the Liang army has captured, will be the waistplate and the head of the separate reward for the merit. For this kind of thing, the court is also turn a blind eye, and the Tiela waist has become a key trophy to collect. Within the central army tent, the female marquis sat at the top, while her younger sister Bai Yuxuan stood to the side. She asked in a warm voice as she looked at Li Yuan, who was laying down her hands. Our army has won a great victory in the past 2 days, and school captain Li has contributed a lot, both in terms of wizardry and martial valor. They are rare pillars of our army. I will reward for my merits and punish for my faults. Having made such a great achievement, I wonder what reward Captain Li would like. Li Yuan began to ponder. Now that the Marquis of Longchamp was leaning quite heavily on himself, it could be said that the Marquis was in a happy mood right now, and as long as the request she made wasn't too much, she would probably agree to it. He was going to form a strong army himself, so it should be fine to ask for some captured weapons and horses. Thinking of this, Li Yuan was busy arching his hand and said, "To plan for the army is the duty of a humble servant, and I dare not take credit for it. If the Marquis wants a reward, I would like to form a strong army in my hometown to guard the countryside. If the Marquis can grant some martial horses, my humble servant will be grateful." Longchamp Ho nodded. She understood. This Colonel Li wants to form a troop in Xingyuan County. This was not difficult. With Li Yuan's current battle successes, there was still a head of a Tiela 1,000 chief in his hands, plus your own bailout. According to the military law of Diliang, this time he can also be awarded a martial position. And being in the position of a governor and in charge of a county's military power gives you the right to form a rural army. It does make sense to ask for some martial arts horses, the Marquis of Longchamp said after a brief thought. Let's put it this way. You deserve all the credit for this great victory, Li Yuan. I grant you 200 pairs of iron armor from the Tiela Protectorate, 200 war horses of Tiela. Choose some good ones from the swords, guns, bows and arrows captured this time, and you may take some of them with you. Captain Li, do you find these satisfactory? Hearing this, Li Yuan was a bit dumbfounded. This female marquis was also too generous. With such a large reward, even a state general would be happy, right? My goodness, 200 sets of armor. I'm a little army fort captain. Oh, now a lieutenant. Do you really dare to have 200 armorers? Never mind. Since Marquis Longchamp has already rewarded me, I'll simply take it first. Marquis Longchamp looked at Li Yuan's odd expression and thought it was because he was not satisfied with the reward. Thinking that is also their own reward things are actually Li Yuan people offer advice to get. It is indeed considered petty to reward people with what they have earned. Then he added, if there is anything else that Captain Li needs, he can speak up. Li Yuan was busy arching his hand back. The Marquis rewards me, and I am overjoyed. It's just that I have nowhere else to store these martial horses right now and am having a hard time. When the Marquis of Longchamp heard this, he realized that this was the case and said, how difficult is this? These martial horses can first exist under the name of my Longchamp army. If you need it you can draw on it at any time. Li Yuan heard. This is the best. Otherwise he brought so many martial arts horses will not invite people to hate. Busy arching his hand to thank the Marquis of Longchamp. After rewarding Li Yuan, Marquis Longchamp then sounded the drum of gathering generals and summoned all levels of generals to deliberate in the center tent. Every one of the state generals who came this time were all happy and smiling. They heard that the Marquis seized a large amount of supplies this time, and at this time the gathering of the generals, it is certain that the reward will be issued. So each is jubilant. I hope the Marquis will distribute more martial arts equipment to them. Seeing that the 4 state generals and dozens of governors had all arrived, Marquis Longchamp sat behind the handsome case and said solemnly to the generals, this time our army won a great victory, thanks to the valor of all of you. With this great victory, our army has captured quite a lot. In order to encourage the morale of the 3 armies, I have decided to reward the armies today. When everyone heard that this was true, they all smiled. Several state generals even rose to arch their hands. We, for one, are willing to serve the Marquis. Bai Jing pressed down with his hand and let them sit down first, then said, the generals of the state capitals have fought bravely and have made quite a few gains in the past few days. Each state will first receive 300 heads of the Tiela soldiers, which will be used to give credit to the generals. The generals were overjoyed at the news. Ordinary Liang troops would need at least 3 or 5 lives to be exchanged to decapitate a Telier, and in Daliang, to be promoted to a military position. This first rank merit is again essential. That's why the head of a telegraph man is worth a lot of money. Those 300 heads are a lot of people's prospects. What man could not like? Chapter 77, General Dingzhou's Invitation. The Marquis took a light sip of tea and continued. I know that all of your armies, armor and weaponry are inadequate. So here's the deal. 300 pairs of leather armor, inlaid with iron, captured from the Tyrells, will be received by each of your armies. It can be sent back to your men to use in defense. However, it is important to remove the Tiela markings from this armor, lest they be mistakenly injured by one of their own. Most of these leather and inlaid iron armor were stripped from the corpses of the cavalrymen and herdsmen of those Tiela vanguard battalions, excluding those that were completely broken. More than 500 pairs were cleared before and after that were still usable. Grassland productivity is limited, and these armors are not well made, but fortunately the materials used are sufficient, and they are considered sturdy and durable. The Longchamps naturally couldn't look at these crudely made armors, but for the soldiers of the states, who were seriously lacking in armor, these leather and iron armor were a good thing. Even the leather armor that was common among the Tealers was much sturdier than the rough sackcloth and linen that the soldiers wore. Hearing that there are still 300 pairs of leather and iron armor available, the state generals are even more happy. The four of them hurriedly rose and arched their hands to thank Marquis Longchamp for his reward. Marquis Longchamp continued. In addition, the armies are being rewarded with 20 pairs of iron armor for the Tylene guards and 100 Tylene war horses. When the four generals heard that there were also war horses and iron armor rewards, they all thanked the Marquis for his generosity. Li Yuan sat outside the tent, looking at the four excited state generals inside the tent, and thought darkly in his heart. If you knew that the Marquis rewarded me with 200 pairs of iron armor and 200 war horses, you'd all be envious. Never mind, it's better to keep a low profile. In fact, among these trophies, what the Marquis of Longchamp was most interested in was also these iron armor of the army guards. Unlike those roughly made leather armor encrusted with iron armor, the iron armor that the Tealers had built for their own elite guards was very fine. The armor leaves were dense and sturdy, and if they hadn't run into Li Yuan's charioteer formation, if they wanted to defeat these iron-armored elites, the Liang people would have to pay a great price. This time a total of more than 800 pairs of still usable Tiela full-body rolling armor was seized, and the female Marquis rewarded out 280 pairs. At this time, there were still more than 500 copies in the hands of the Marquis of Longchamp. With these armors, she could directly select the elites in the Longchamp army, and in expanding out 500 armored soldiers. For these martial aristocrats of Diliang, the soldiers and horses in their hands are the foundation of their establishment. Adding 500 armored soldiers, however, would greatly enhance the strength of Longchamp Marquis by Jing himself. What's more, she still had thousands of Tiela war horses in her hands, which could at least be in a position to allow her to expand 1,000 cavalry. Thinking of this, the corner of Longchamp Ho's mouth curled up and he couldn't suppress a smile. When he thought of all these gains, which came from Li Yuan's scheming, he couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "This Lieutenant Li is really a blessing to me. Then I wonder what the Marquis thought of." Another blush colored his good-looking cheeks. Bai Yuxuan, who was on the side, saw that her sister was in a good mood, so she advanced. "This Lieutenant Li is a rare talent. Why don't you think of a way to bring him into our Bai family?" Hearing her sister's words, the young female Marquis also bowed her head in contemplation before saying, "According to the military laws of Diliang, even though I am a Marquis, I cannot easily mobilize the people belonging to the governor's office. But this Lieutenant Li is indeed a rare talent. Let's befriend him first. My little sister can also think of a way. Let's think about everything in the long run, not to mention these two." At this time, Li Yuan had just returned to the defense area in charge of Higashi countryside Hyudo. After all, after being away for so long, he was a little unsure of his men. After returning, he found that everything here was in order under the dispatch of 100 Chief Shuedishang. Li Yuan was very satisfied and felt that this usually inarticulate Shui Baichang was really a talented person. Seeing Li Yuan return, the 80 or so soldier households in the east countryside all gathered around. He was very close to Li Yuan as he asked questions. These soldiers and tenants understood that if it wasn't for Li Yuan's deployment of fine armor and weapons for them, they had no idea how many casualties they were going to suffer when they fought the Tealers. While he was shushing the soldiers and tenants under his command, a very kind voice suddenly sounded behind Li Yuan. "Aya, old brother Li, old brother, I can finally find you." Li Yuan was busy turning around to see that it was no one else but Zhang Kuei, the left guard of the county governor's office. After not seeing him for a few days, Zhang Kuei's expression was much more earnest when he saw Li Yuan this time. After all, Li Yuan was now holding the military position of pre-military lieutenant, which was a few ranks higher than Zhang Kuei's left guard. When Li Yuan saw that it was Zhang Kuei, a smile immediately appeared on his face as well. Busy arching his hand back, "Big brother Zhang, I haven't seen you for a few days, but it makes little brother miss you." Zhang Kuei hurriedly waved his hand. "Elder brother Li, I don't dare to be called that. Is it convenient to say a few words now?" As soon as Li Yuan saw the solemnity of his words, he was busy replying, "Just tell me if big brother Zhang has anything to say. It's convenient for me," Zhang Kuei said as he looked around to see that there were no outsiders. "Our governor and General Dingzhou both want to be close to brother Li. It's just that I've been so busy seeing you these past few days. Today if brother Li is free, might as well come with me to meet the two upper officers." Upon hearing that it was the top boss who wanted to see him, Li Yuan felt that he couldn't afford to slack off. Busy said, "All right, I'm free, so I'll follow brother Zhang over here." With that, Li Yuan followed Zhang Kuei and walked towards the Dingzhou army's camp. Arriving at the Dingzhou army's camp, he looked from afar and saw that Qingyuan Governor Guo Zisheng was talking to Dingzhou General Han Mingdao, who was talking about something in front of the tent with his head bowed. These two also saw Zhang Kuei, the left division guard, walking over with Li Yuan. The two men immediately greeted Li Yuan with a smile as if they had changed their faces. A dozen paces away, Dingzhou General Han Mingdao said in a warm voice, "Captain Li, come, let me see our Dingzhou's hero." Li Yuan did not dare to be slow and hurriedly walked a few steps closer, bowing to the two superior officers. "My humble servant, Li Yuan, meet Lord General, Lord Governor." The two men saw that although Li Yuan had steeply changed from a military fortress lieutenant to a pre-military lieutenant, and had gained the appreciation of Marquis Longchamp, he was still not arrogant or impatient. He was also quite courteous to the two superiors, and his heart nodded in satisfaction. "Thinks Li Yuan is a very good person." Dingzhou General Han Mingdao came forward and nonchalantly grabbed Li Yuan's hand and said, "That day, when I saw Captain Li pick off Captain Tiela Qianfu with his gun, my heart felt free. What's more, I learned that school Captain Li came from Qingyuan County in my Dingzhou prefecture, which makes me even more delighted. Such a magnificent and fierce man. I, old Han, must make a good friendship. Come, within my tent, let's get close." Seeing that Dingzhou General Han Mingdao was so enthusiastic about himself, Li Yuan was busy nodding his head in response. At this time, Qingyuan Governor Gui Zixiong, seeing Zhang Kuei, the left division guard who was following behind him, commanded, "Zhang Kuei, go and set up some wine and food and send it to the general's tent immediately. Be hearty." Zhang Kuei hurriedly arched his hand in response, looking at Li Yuan, who was surrounded by the Dingzhou general and the governor in the middle of an earnest conversation. Zhang Kuei could only shake his head with a bitter smile and turn around to set up the food and drinks. Since the great defeat of the cloaked escort of the Tyrells on the south bank of the Qishui River, they have subsided quite a bit in the last few days. In addition to continuously sending cavalry, sentries to monitor the Liang army camp, the tellers did not make any further moves. The two armies effectively entered a state of confrontation across the river. If the Tailins didn't attack, the Liang army naturally didn't have the guts to take the initiative to mess with them. The front line of the Qishui River was in a rare state of calm, so the Liang army camp has been relatively relaxed these days. Chapter 78, What the Tellers Are Up To. Inside the Dingzhou General Center army tent, several people were drinking wine. Han Mingdao picked up a bottle of forgetfulness syrup and sniffed it in front of his nose, revealing an intoxicated expression before saying, "So this wine is brewed by Captain Li. What a good wine. I, old Han, have no other hobbies in my life, except that I like to drink some wine. But this is the first time I've seen such a good wine like the one brewed by Captain Li. I'm impressed, old Han." Li Yuan was busy arching his hand back. "My humble servant is honored that the Lord General likes it. When we return to the Green Plains, I will certainly have good wine to offer." Hearing this, General Dingzhou laughed out loud. "Casually," he said with a wave of his hand, "Captain Li is my Dingzhou talent. Brewing this is only a small way. Killing the enemy for the country is the right thing to do. Speaking of which, Captain Li has made so many meritorious achievements, and I, as the Dingzhou general, have yet to give a reward, which is unreasonable." Han Mingdao bowed his head and pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's do it this way. I will send you 3 pairs of iron armor that the Marquis rewarded me with, 3 war horses, and I'll allocate 50 sets of leather armor with iron armor in. These armaments are counted as my Dingzhou governor's office, rewarding you for your work. Is Captain Li still satisfied?" Li Yuan understood that General Dingzhou was showing himself favor. To be able to give himself so many things, Han Mingdao was already bleeding heavily. He was busy getting up and saluting, full of gratitude. "My humble servant thanks the general for the reward." Seeing Li Yuan accepting his reward, General Dingzhou nodded with satisfaction before warmly consoling him. "Good, Captain Li. You'll do well in my Dingzhou mansion. If you need anything, just tell me. As long as I'm around, I'm sure I won't treat Captain Li badly." Li Yuan understood in his heart that General Dingzhou was afraid that he would be tapped by another state. Li Yuan was busy repeatedly promising that he was willing to stay in Dingzhou. It will never be compelled by outsiders to turn elsewhere. Han Mingdao was satisfied to see that Li Yuan was on board. The wine feast was naturally drunk by the guests. Look at Li Yuan and the Qingyuan governor, and the Dingzhou general can talk and laugh. The left guard Zhang Kuei, who was standing by the side with a bottle of wine, was really envious in his heart with a mixture of flavors. Before he really underestimated this brother Li, I did not expect that he would have such a skill. It was only a few days from a small Wu Chang, swinging into a pre-military lieutenant. It seems that in the future, he should get closer to this Li Yuan brother, and it's not unlikely that his future lies in him. Now, after all, it was in front of the army, and Li Yuan and General Dingzhou did not dare to drink more. Seeing that the talk was almost over, Li Yuan took his leave with the supplies rewarded by General Dingzhou. Li Yuan came out of the tent and first thanked Zhang Kuei for his introduction. Zhang Kuei understood in his heart that this was not an introduction. but rather the two superior officers wanted to get close to Li Yuan. He himself was following orders, but Li Yuan gave himself face, and he was grateful in his heart. After helping Li Yuan deliver the supplies rewarded by General Dingzhou to the camp of the Dongxiang soldier households, Zhang Kuwei took his leave. After sending Zhang Kuwei away, Li Yuan gathered all the soldiers and households in the east countryside. 100 Chief Xue Deshang was in charge of distributing these armor and weapons to the soldier households. The 200 sets of iron armor rewarded by the Marquis of Longchamp. He didn't dare to move it now because it was too eye-catching to provoke jealousy. Li Yuan is worried about how to increase the armor rate of his men. This armor rewarded by General Dingzhou is just right. 3 pairs of full-body iron armor. Naturally, he kept one for himself, gave one to Cui Yong, and one to Xue Baichang. These 3, at the moment, have the highest force value among the Togo soldiers. The body is also strong enough to handle the burden of wearing iron armor. The short body armor they changed out of was replaced with Cui Ping, Lu Haizi, Uncle Fu and a few others. The rest of the soldier households were also given leather and inlaid iron armor rewarded by General Dingzhou, plus the armor that Li Yuan had bought from Lady Su. Under the east and west, these 80 or so Dongxiang soldier households are considered to have completed the full armor. This is considered to be some life preservation in the battlefield where swords and spears have no eyes. It was a real eye-opener for the other military fortress soldiers and households to watch. Even some of the soldier households from other military fortresses have sneaked in to ask if this eastern countryside is still accepting people. Although Li Yuan wanted to expand his team, now was not the time. After all, directly grabbing people from other army fortresses is the most inviting of hatred, and it is not appropriate at this time before the great enemy. But as the war continued, there were plenty of opportunities to recruit unclaimed military families, and Li Yuan was in no hurry. For 7 days in a row, the Tealers on the other side of the river were silent. Every day, they just sent out some small groups of roving riders to monitor the movements of the Liang army along the north bank of the Chishui River. It does not cross the river or initiate an attack. This bizarre situation with the Tailins made Li Yuan suspicious. With the character of the Tealers, they would never waste food in one place without either attacking or retreating. And what Li Yuan can do is to continue to build all kinds of war equipment in the smithing camp that he remembered from his previous life, to increase the Liang army's chances of winning. By the 8th day, Li Yuan was summoned by the Marquis of Longchamp to deliberate in the center army. Apparently, this Marquis also realized that something was wrong. Entering the tent, Li Yuan was just about to bow and salute. Longchamp Marquis Baijing raised his hand to stop him and said, "Captain Li, now that the military situation is unknown, these mundane rituals will be dispensed with for the time being, so come over and help me with my counseling. What will the Tealers do afterward? And what should we do about it?" Li Yuan did not rush to answer, but glanced at the state of the Marquis. Only the Marquis of Longchamp Baijing at this moment was wearing a worried expression. The good-looking face also seemed a little haggard. The very English features look a little vicissitude. The Marquis sighed and continued, "I have also sought out several other state generals to discuss the military situation over the past few days, but none of them could say anything either. I just think the Tealers are odd, but I can't say what's odd about them. That's why we can only find Captain Li to come over and discuss the matter." Li Yuan asked after a moment of contemplation, "Does the Marquis have an opinion map of this area of the Chishui River and the Beichuan Road?" The so-called maps are actually ancient maps. It's just that the maps of this era are drawn rather roughly, and you can barely get a general idea. The Marquis nodded and had Bai Yuxuan fetch a scroll from a wooden stand on the side. After unfolding it, it was indeed a public opinion map of the geographical roads in the area of Chishui River. Li Yuan's expectation was not wrong. The public opinion maps were drawn very literally, and only the general topography could be seen. But it's good to have the main access roads and required schedules labeled. Sort of barely usable. Li Yuan crouched in front of the case, scrutinizing the various crossings and distances along the Chishui River. Then again, he counted with his hand on his fingers. Looking at Li Yuan's handsome side face, and that look of serious planning, the Marquis felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. She busied herself by taking a sip of the herbal tea on the side to cool her heart down. She somehow had a strange feeling in her heart when she saw Li Yuan lately. It's like having a grass bunny hopping in your arms, always wanting to find an opportunity to speak more with this handsome-statured Lieutenant Li, or stay together for a while longer. Eyes also always swept over Li Yuan's upright figure without realizing it. But these tiny gestures of the Marquis did not bother Li Yuan. Only on the side of the house-sister Bai Yuxuan, eyes flickering slightly some notice. By now it was getting dark, and the guards lit the candles in the tent. The Marquis herself stood behind Li Yuan with a candlestick, illuminating the opinion map for him. Li Yuan turned and asked, "Where are the other closest crossings of the Red Sand Ferry?" "The Red River. From where we are now?" Chapter 79 Military Discussion in the Tent. The Marquis did not speak. Bai Yuxuan, Who was on the side? Said after a moment of contemplation. The upper and lower reaches of the Chishui River, within hundreds of miles, are covered with mountains, and there are very few places suitable for an army to cross the river. The nearest crossing suitable for soldiers and horses to cross the river is Hulin's Ferry, 450 miles downstream. But, that's 450 miles away? Li Yuan got up and said with a sigh, 450 miles. So what? We, the Liang people, are too used to thinking like farmers. The Tealers live in the grasslands by water and grass, and there will be no shortage of horses at all. All they had to do was to send out a contingent of 5,000 or 6,000 cavalry to form a surprise party, and after fitting each man with a pair of horses and taking enough rations, they could have rushed to Hulindu in only a few days. If the Tailins attack suddenly, the defenders of Hulindu will certainly be hard to defend. After the Tailins capture Hulindu, they will be able to maneuver around behind our army in our Daliang hinterland. Li Yuan counted on his fingers and his eyes showed worry. If there are no surprises, it will probably only take 9 days for a surprise raiding party from the Tyrrells to reach the mountain roads behind us. When the time comes, the Tiela Army's home team and the surprise attack team will attack the Chaos Mountain camp from the front and back. At that time, my Liang army will be defeated. Li Yuan uttered these words, and a needle fell in the tent. The Marquis and Bai Yuxuan were both creeped out in their hearts. Marquis Longchamp pondered for a moment then asked, "Then, Captain Li, how can we tell if the Tailins have divided their forces?" Li Yuan said as he looked at the sky outside the tent. "The Marquis may follow me." The two men followed Li Yuan outside the tent and stood on the enemy platform at the top of the hill looking across the river at the Tiela camp. The south bank was on higher ground and almost overlooked the Tiela camp on the north bank. By now it was completely dark, and the camp was dotted with the stars and the campfires of the Tealers. Li Yuan said, pointing to the bonfires. When the Tealers set up camp, usually a team of 10 men is a tent, with one campfire set up. The total number of Tiela soldiers and horses that entered the invasion this time was 30,000, and when they fought with my army, they lost about 3,000 men before and after. All we need to do is count the number of bonfires in their camp, and we can roughly deduce how many soldiers and horses are still in the current Tiela camp. Hearing this, both women's eyes lit up. The Tiela camp is not too far from the banks of the Chishui River. The number of bonfires is perfectly visible. They all have good eyes again. After a careful count, there were more than 2,000 bonfires in the Tiela camp, which meant that there were only 20,000 soldiers and horses in the Tiela camp at this time. Seeing this result, several people were frowning. The enemy camp should have 27,000 troops remaining, but now there are only 20,000 or so. Li Yuan sighed as he looked at the north shore with a locked gaze. The Tellers, who have divided their forces by at least 7,000, are estimated to have been circling back for several days. So, what to do then? Bai Yuxuan was obviously a bit flustered. Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing also looked at Li Yuan with a serious face. "Captain Li, do you have a countermeasure?" Li Yuan shook his head. "If you want to preserve your army, the best way is to abandon the Chishui River defense. Recamp at the treacherous main peak of the Gon with the Wind Mountains. Preserve the army to fight again at an opportune time." Marquis Longchamp, with a solemn face, said in a deep voice, "That's the same as us letting go of the road. The Tailian's troops can charge straight into Diliang." The Marquis of Longchamp's face was sullen. "The court gave me orders to defend the Chishui River to the death. Abandon the Red Sand Ferry here, and I will be imprisoned for disobedience even if I survive." This was within Li Yuan's calculations. So he added, "Marquis, there is another way, and that is for our army to split into two as well. Continue to hold the Red Sand Ferry here all the way. The other way is to set up an ambush at Hulukutsuexiong Ridge, 20 miles behind the Chaos Mountains, and do our best to defeat the Tailian's surprise party." Just, Marquis Longchamp's face was cold, and with a slight sigh, he continued with Li Yuan's words, "Just as soon as the enemy's surprise team around the back arrives, the 20,000 Tiela army on the front will definitely attack the Chaos Mountain camp with all their might. If more soldiers are left on the Chishui River front, then there won't be enough for the rear ambush. Leave fewer, then the frontal defense will be broken by the Tailins in a single attack." The Liang army ended up in a belly-to-belly situation. Li Yuan nodded in silence. What the Marquis said, and yes, that's what I'm worried about. Marquis Longchamp's hand clenched and he whispered, "I'll discuss how to respond with the state generals in a moment. You'll be here as a midshipman, helping to counsel the military." Thereupon, the Marquis of Longchamp summoned the center army and beat the drums to gather the generals. Within a short time, the generals and governors of the state capitals gathered in the center tent. Marquis Longchamp explained to the generals the movements of the Tiela army that Li Yuan had discovered, but she didn't say that the information was discovered by Li Yuan. Rather, It was said to have been discovered by her, the Marquis of Longchamp, herself. This is not to say that the Marquis wants to take credit for Li Yuan's discovery of the Tiela military situation. Actually, it was to protect Li Yuan while saving the possibility of an argument. If we say that this information was discovered by Li Yuan, I'm afraid that it would cause unnecessary arguments at the scene. If it was said to be discovered by the Marquis of Longchamp himself, then no one would dare to question it. The generals heard that the Tylines had likely split their forces and circled around to their rear. All the generals' faces changed color. There were even a few who, after consulting the Marquis, also went out of the tent to calculate the bonfire in the Tylines' camp. It wasn't long before they came to the same judgment as Li Yuan. It was indeed likely that the Tylines had already sent people around the back to cut off the Liang army's rear path. Having established the intelligence, all that remained was for the Marquis of Longchamp to question the generals. Do you all have a way to deal with the enemy? Once again the tent fell silent. The Marquis can see that. In fact, all the state generals are persistent generals, and it's not that there's no way out. It's just that you can't afford to be wrong about such a big thing. After being pressed again and again by the Marquis of Longchamp, Dingzhou General Han Mingdao and Weizhou General Chen Lian looked at each other helplessly. The two men stepped forward, arching their hands back. Greetings, Marquis. Now our army can only split into two. One way to continue to hold the mountain pass. The other way set up an ambush behind them, and try to completely annihilate the Tylines' detouring troops. Marquis Longchamp nodded his head. For now, it seems to be the only plan that can be implemented. But another problem came to the fore. If the army is divided into two, who will lead both? Defending the Qishui River defense line. The main general appointed by the court was Longchamp Marquis by Jing. When it succeeds, the biggest credit goes to the Marquis of Longchamp. Of course, if it fails, it is also the Marquis of Longchamp who bears the greatest responsibility. But to split out one way, another general would have to be chosen to lead it. The four state generals looked at each other and all lowered their heads in unison. Being the sole leader of an army may seem scenic, but it is extremely risky. If the ambush fails, it's a heavy responsibility. Several generals are veteran soldiers, so they naturally know how to protect themselves. Marquis Longchamp saw that all four generals bowed their heads. Exasperated, he directly slapped the tabletop heavily with his hand. Gentlemen, once the Tylines have breached the Qishui River, there shall be a great plundering of the four winds. You four continents are bearing the brunt of this. For the sake of my Deliang, please don't push back. All four of them looked puzzled, and finally looked at each other. They could only arch their hands one after another and said to the Marquis of Longchamp, please let the Marquis be the sole judge of who will lead. We all follow the Marquis General's orders. The Marquis of Longchamp, too, could only sigh. Well, in that case, I'll be the sole judge of how to divide the troops. General Qi Dequan of Qingzhou, General Jia Hang of Huaizhou, you two stay with me to guard the Qishui River defense. Hold back the attack of the Tealers from the camp across the river. Both generals had bitter smiles on their faces. Following the Marquis of Longchamp, they were afraid that they would have to face the onslaught of the Tylines, but the military order was such that the two could only accept the order with their hands. Marquis Longchamp continued. Dingzhou General Han Mingdao, Weizhou General Chen Lian, combine your two continents' troops into one and set up an ambush on the back road, ready to ambush the enemy's circling troops. The two generals looked at each other and asked, then, Marquis, the two of us, who will be the main general and who will be the second? Marquis Longchamp picked up the tea bowl and said with a light sip, you are both vice admirals. Both of them froze. Why is this? Longchamp Marquis said with a single finger to Li Yuan, who was standing on the side and hadn't said anything. I appoint Captain Li to be temporarily promoted to pre-military counselor. Counselor Li will lead the rear army and command the troops of your two continents. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Chapter 80, Dividing the Army in Two Directions. The two state generals were also stunned. Thinking to myself, this is out of order. Li Yuan, even in his capacity as a lieutenant counselor, was still several ranks behind the state general. It's not a good name to be in charge of the rear guard. How is this convincing? Li Yuan actually frowned when he heard the appointment of the Marquis of Longchamp. If you really want yourself to command two state generals as a participant lieutenant, not only would it upset the two state generals, but it would also cause suspicion among the soldiers and households in the two states. The Marquis of Longchamp is actually a bit of a fierce wolf for doing this. Li Yuan felt that this matter was inappropriate and immediately stepped out, arching his hand at the Marquis of Longchamp. I would like to assist the two generals in ambushing the enemy. This matter of command, please ask the Marquis to take it back. At this time, the Marquis of Longchamp also felt that he had indeed been a bit hasty in appointing Li Yuan as the commander of the whole way just now, was thinking about how to turn back. General Han Mingdao of Dingzhou, on the other hand, said with an arch, Marquis, Captain Li is brave and good at fighting. He is indeed a rare talent. My humble servant feels that the command of the rear road can be shared between the three of us. I wonder what the Marquis thinks. Han Ningdao's meaning was also simple. This Lieutenant Li is indeed also a talent. But 2 generals led a lieutenant command is really shameful. If word gets out, I'm afraid our 2 state generals won't be able to do their jobs. But we can give Li Yuan a position where he can both collegialize with us as an equal. The so-called 3-person collegiality means that 3 people have 1 vote each. When it comes to big decisions, the minority follows the majority, elevating a lieutenant to the point of collegiality with 2 generals. In fact, the 2 had already given the Marquis great face. This is still mostly due to Li Yuan's force in single-handedly defeating Tiela Thousand Husbandmen. If there were really similar fierce generals among the enemy's deterring troops, I'm afraid that Li Yuan would really need to make a move. At this time, General Chen Lian of Weizhou also reacted. Likewise, he stepped forward and arched his hand. General Ding Zhou is right. I second the motion. When the Marquis of Longchamps thought about it, the idea was appropriate. So he nodded his head and agreed. The battle plan was established and the whole army began to move at once without delay. The Ding Zhou army of 7,000 men and the Weizhou army of 500 men were all withdrawn from the ridge defenses during the night, totaling more than 12,500 men, and the Marquis of Longchamp himself brought 5,000 Longchamp troops, and the combined 18,000 soldiers and horses of Qingzhou and Huaizhou retook over the ridge defenses vacated by the Dingzhou and Weizhou armies. It's a good thing it's still light out at this point. The Tiela people on the other side of the river only knew that the Liang army was changing defenses overnight, but they couldn't see the movement. The Dingzhou army and the Weizhou army combined their forces and began to march all night in the direction of Huluku Quizongling, which was 20 miles away. The tellers did not attack during these days. Liang Jun has preserved his stamina pretty well. Otherwise, even this kind of overnight hasty march may cause a wide range of soldiers and households to flee. I'm afraid. Watching the marching formation, the 2 generals pulled Li Yuan into the temporary tent. When General Han Mingdao of Dingzhou saw that no one was around, he said in a warm voice, I know that Captain Li is capable, and the Marquis must have already plotted when he sent you to be the commander of this ambush. Why don't you tell us, Captain Li, about this ambush of Tiela's deterring troops? But you have a good idea. Li Yuan looked up and Weizhou General Chen Lian was also looking at him with an expectant face. Yes, these days all of us know privately that all those schemes of the Marquis were ideas given by Captain Li. To be able to offer advice to decapitate several thousand Tylines, Captain Li must be someone with real skills. That's right, if Captain Li has any ideas, he must not be stingy with his advice. Li Yuan observed his words and confirmed that the 2 generals were indeed sincere in discussing with him the strategy to break the enemy, and so he stopped hiding. Instead, he pulled a stack of papers out of his pocket and divided them between the 2 generals. That is a plan written long ago, which has been followed by a variety of arrangements, are clearly written. There were even detailed maps drawn, as well as routes and times to execute the plan. The 2 generals brought the papers before their eyes, and it took them half a quarter of an hour to take in the whole plan. Figuring out Li Yuan's thoughts, the 2 generals could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This plan of Li Yuan's, if it really works, then, as long as the 2 generals cooperate fully, the 30,000 Tiela soldiers and horses that invade Liang this time might really find it hard to return in pieces. The 2 looked up at each other very silently at the thought. There was shock in his eyes. As a general of De Liang, it wasn't that the 2 didn't want to defeat the Tylines, but they had been afraid to think about it. The Tyilians' decades of Herculean martial arts had already emboldened the Liang people. For the incoming Tiela army, the best they could expect was to fight to the death to block it and force the Tiela people to just retreat. It hadn't occurred to me at all that there was another possibility. That's to wipe out all 30,000 Tiela soldiers and horses. The 2 generals looked at Li Yuan, both with burning eyes. The 2 couldn't help but ask, Captain Li, how much certainty do you have in this square strategy of yours? Li Yuan looked at the 2 solemn-looking state generals and said calmly, if the 2 superior officers are willing to help me with all their might, I am 70% sure. Bury the invading Tylines, all of them, at the mouth of this gourd. The 2 generals glanced at each other again, both thinking dark thoughts in their minds. 70%? While Chen Lian was still twirling his beard and hesitating, Han Mingdao on the side put his voice to Chen Lian. Old Chen, you and I are generals. There is no such thing as looking ahead. If we are here at the Chishui River and can't stop the Tylines, the people of the 4 states will surely be devastated. I'm afraid you and I will be disposed of by the court as well. So instead of that, we should just fight the Tylines. Honestly, Old Chen, I'm afraid that Captain Li's scheming is also the only way to defeat the Tylines. I think Captain Li's method is worth a try. Chen Lian's eyes flickered as if he was making up his mind about something. then slammed his right hand into the palm. Okay, I'll do it. I'll bet with Captain Li. With my life this time. I, Chan Lian, with 500 sons and daughters of the Weizhou prefecture, am willing to follow school Captain Li and gamble my life with the Tylines. If we win, we'll all have our wives and children. And if we lose, the big deal is that a few of us old guys will be buried in a horse's hide. Han Mingdao laughed out loud. Old Chen, you're right. Let's unite as one and fight that Tiela barbarian for once. With that said, the three of them clasped their hands together. Looking at the two bold state generals, Li Yuan smiled. These two state generals were not stupid. They had been in the military for a long time and were experienced in battle. This time the Tylines were coming on strong, and they weren't going to make it through by holding on for dear life. Li Yuan's plan, if it really succeeded, could definitely deal a heavy blow to Tiela's men. Since the two generals had already made up their minds, they immediately began to act according to Li Yuan's scheme. From the Huluku to the Chishui River, a mountain path that the Tiela people must pass through. Tens of thousands of Diliang soldiers and households carrying various supplies traveled through the dense forests and began to set up under the leadership of their respective military fort captains. Chapter 81 The Mouth of the Gourd. At this moment, Li Yuan was sitting at the highest point of Chuisong Ridge, overlooking the entire topography of the Hulu Pass. Below is a rugged trail that traverses the crested pine ridge of the Gone with the Wind Mountains from south to north. The so-called Huckleberry Passes are two small, connected flat river valleys located in the middle of this road. Because the two valleys, a large and a small, irregularly rounded, from the sky overlooking down shaped like a gourd. So the name of the gourd mouth. The entire gourd mouth area was 5 miles long and 3 miles wide. Not a small area. The Tiela army's surprise attack team wanted to attack the back of the Daliang army. So this road and this gourd mouth was the way they had to go through. To Li Yuan's surprise, he approached Marquis Longchamp to inquire about the records of the Liang people and the Tiela people's engagements in recent decades. The Tiela people have attacked here many times, and the Huluku was such a good ambush terrain that the Liang army actually didn't make use of it even once. It didn't help but make Li Yuan sigh. He really didn't expect that the military strategy of this great Liang actually lagged behind to such an extent. In that case, let me change all that. Let the Tylines see how terrifying my wisdom in the art of war, honed for 1,000 years in my last life, really is. On the second day, the scout cavalry sent out by the Liang army did not find the Tiela's surprise attack team within tens of miles. Li Yuan's rear army, on the other hand, had bought another day to set up ambush traps. By the early morning hours of the third day, the so-called surprise attacking party of the Tylines still did not appear. This was according to Li Yuan's time projection. They were at least a full day late. Li Yuan stood at the top of the mountain, letting the mountain wind blow his robes. Although his face remained calm, he was more or less skeptical inwardly. Am I wrong in my judgment that the Tyrells didn't send a roundabout surprise attack team at all? At this time, Dingzhou General Han Mingdao and Weizhou General Chen Lian also arrived at the top of the mountain with a group of governors and town guards under their command. Chen Lian asked first, Captain Li, it's already been a day, and this Tiela army still hasn't appeared? Has something changed? Li Yuan looked into the distance and explained. The telegraphs circled behind us, requiring a detour of 1,000 miles, and anything could happen. It's not unusual to be a few days late. Chen Lian also nodded slightly and did not comment. However, some of the governors and town guards behind Chen Lian looked at Li Yuan's back and whispered, Humph, I think he's just making something out of nothing. What a surprise team. It's simply a figment of his imagination. Well, I guess so. I'll see how he ends up if the Tealers don't show up. That's right. Look at his young age. What gives him the right to be ranked as a lieutenant to command us? These governors and town guards were very jealous of the current Li Yuan. The positions obtained because of Li Yuan's achievements were positions they could only dream of. Li Yuan didn't care about the naysayers of the guys behind him. Instead, he reached out and pointed to the morning mist in the west and said, Two generals, the surprise attacking party of the Tylines, has come. The two state generals looked in that direction and saw only the morning mist, but not any soldiers. Both of them were puzzled and wondered what this Captain Li was up to. But at that moment, in Li Yuan's field of vision, a piece of moving red light came from far away in the western direction. That was Li Yuan's ability to see through the eyes of a wise man to give him a hint. This red color represents deep malice and extreme danger. No need to think about it. I know that the one coming from that direction must be the Tyelian surprise attack team that sneak attacked the Liang armies back undoubtedly. The crowd is still wondering. Suddenly, the sound of stamping, rapid hoofbeats came to his ears. Immediately after that, a Liang warhorse rushed into the mountain road like crazy. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the horse, because there was no one on the horse's back. But the horse's body was stuck with several blackrod feathered arrows that the Tylines were accustomed to, and the warhorse's blood continued to gush out from the wounds. The warhorse kept neighing in pain because of the heavy injuries it had sustained. Eventually, out of exhaustion. He fell headlong into the grass of the mountain path and let out a final, mournful cry. Prepare the whole army for battle. Without even needing Li Yuan to say anything, the two state generals behind him had already drawn their war swords and given their orders. The governors, town guards, and captains of all ranks ran like mad to the positions they were responsible for. A loud call for the Hyudo to get into position. Instantly countless soldiers and households armed with swords and spears ran through the forest, and the entire forest and hillside became austere. After a few more quarters of an hour, the mountain forest gradually regained its calm, and at this time, just as if it was agreed upon, the Tiela army in the Chishui River camp, almost the entire army, 20,000 Tiela honkers, straight to the south bank of the Chishui River. This time, the commander-in-chief, Sandu, pressed all the chips in his hand. He vowed to destroy all of this Liang army to avenge the loss of his own elite. In order to achieve the goal of total annihilation of the Liang army, he even went so far as to disobey the military order of Tiela Khan. He spent 8 whole days waiting for the surprise attack team to go around the back of the Liang army. Early this morning he finally received, by carrier pigeon, the news that the surprise party had arrived. Sangdu immediately mobilized all the 20,000 soldiers and horses in his battalion and began to wade through the water to forcefully attack the Liang army's ridge defense line. For a while, the armor and scimitar flashed with a cold light on the Chishui River. Countless Tiela soldiers and horses stepped into the cold river water and began to wade through it. And the tellers who set foot on the south bank immediately split into small groups and attacked the passes in a frenzy. Longchampo stood on the enemy platform at the top of the hill, overlooking the entire river bank. Although she had prepared for it, the enemy's madness still made her frown. One by one, the hundreds of skids left behind by Li Yuan were pushed down, but the Tealers were prepared. Used cheap herdsmen slaves up front to consume the skids, while elite dismounted cavalry and bow shooters follow behind. The hillside was already covered in a layer of black corpses, but the tellers continued to howl and attack against the casualties. In the end, after paying huge casualties, the Tiela army attacked the wooden fence wall, and the soldiers and households of Huizhou and Qingzhou were strangled with the Tiela people. On the chaotic rocky mountain, the shouts of killing resounded through the heavens and earth. The Marquis glanced back behind her in the direction of the gourd's mouth. It's still quiet over there now. When the Railers' surprise attack party stormed the mountain roads of crested Pine Ridge, there's not a single soldier household to be seen here anymore. The only sounds were the birdsong of the forest and the hoofbeats of the cavalry treading through the hills like rolling thunder. There were actually more of the Iron Lord's surprise party than Li Yuan had expected. There were 7,000-man bands in all, totaling more than 600-800 riders. The leader of the army was Abu, the head of the Tile wannabe. This man is extremely treacherous and cruel. Their departure time was about what Li Yuan had expected. It was only when they broke through Hulin's ferry and circled into the territory of Dalian that the guide leading the way died accidentally. That's what held them up for a day. The order Abu received was to do everything possible to detour behind the Liang army at Chishui River as fast as possible, and cut off all possibility of leakage. Therefore, all the Liang people, villages or caravans that the raiders encountered along the way were all killed and silenced. No matter women and children, old and young, merchants and civilians, as long as they bumped into them, they all killed them. They traveled through the territory of Dalian for 4 days, leaving behind nearly 1,000 corpses of Liang people along the way. Early this morning, the Tailian's surprise attack team finally arrived at Quickshingling, the entrance to the Chaos Mountain. As long as we cross this mountain road, we can plunge straight into the back of the Liang army. Abu ordered the release of carrier pigeons for contact. Inform Sandu, the commander-in-chief who remains at the camp. His own surprise attack team had already reached the rear road of the Liang army and was ready to launch an attack on the Liang army from the back. Just a small hiccup happened in the middle of this. The forward cavalry of the odd attacking team found a Liang army mounted scout. Before the scout could react, dozens of black rod feather arrows shot him into a hedgehog. After confirming that only the horses had escaped, Abu drew his scimitar and pointed in the direction of the Chishui River. Nearly 7,000 Tiela cavalry then charged into the Quickshingling mountain road. As long as they rushed through this dozens of miles of mountain road, in front of them would be the rear camp of the Liang army. Abu was sure that what awaited them would be the total collapse of Liang Jun's incredulous expression and horror. In a short time, all 6,800 cavalrymen entered the mountain. From the air, it looked like a black python snaking forward sharply on the mountain road. Although everything was going very well, I don't know why. Manto Changabu, always feeling palpitations. Chapter 82 Ambush and Rescue. The cavalry moved at breakneck speed through the crested Pine Ridge Valley. Manto Nagabu kept watching the ridges hidden in the fog on either side. Didn't seem to find anything suspicious, but that inexplicable feeling of unease always haunted him. It seems like something bad will happen, but then he was relieved. one is perhaps too paranoid. Fortunately, however, there were no accidents along the army's journey into the Tsuexiong Ridge, and there was only the sound of their own cavalry's rumbling hooves in their ears. Within a short time, the pass ahead lit up and the cavalry charged into a flat river in the middle of a small area of mountains. Abu let out a long breath. This was the small flat river in Hulu's mouth. Once we cross here, 20 miles ahead is the Liang army's rear camp, a distance of 20 miles. With the speed of the Tiela cavalry, it was instantaneous. Even if the Liang army now discovered the Tiela surprise attack team coming behind them, they would never be able to react in time. He could only allow the Tiela army to attack from the front and back. Abu threw his unease out of his mind and a cruel smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he drew his fine iron scimitar and shouted to all the Tiela warriors under his command. Charge with me. Kill all the Liang dogs. The Tiela cavalry behind them, together, let out a wolfish howling chant. Abu's words had not yet fallen, but he suddenly felt a sinking beneath him, and a crunching sound of a branch breaking under the horse's hoofs. And there was a loud boom, followed by a spinning of the sky, and Abu, along with his mount, tumbled into the sinkhole at his feet. The bottom of the 3 to 4 meter deep trap was filled with sharpened wooden thorns, and this extremely battle-hardened Tiela Wanda chief had barely uttered a cry for help. He and his warhorse then had dozens of sharp wooden spikes run through their bodies, and at the same time, nearly 100 of his own soldiers, who were following Abu, also lost their horses almost simultaneously and tumbled into the deep pit. The following cavalrymen were unable to strangle their horses, and many of them also tumbled into the pit, and for a while, there were overturned horses and wailing and screaming Tiela cavalrymen everywhere. The cavalrymen who had lost their command were momentarily at a loss for words and instantly panicked. It was at this moment that behind the cavalry formation, on the slopes on either side of the narrow mountain road, there was a low rumbling sound. This sound was not unfamiliar to the people of Tiela. It was Liang Jun's dreaded iron slider. Numerous skids laden with stone and lime rushed down the hillsides on either side trailing smoke and dust amidst the terrified cries of the Tielers. It crashed the rear group of Tiela cavalry that had not yet rushed out of the mountain road. The 10,000 household chiefs were killed in battle, and the few thousand household chiefs who led the group reacted fairly quickly. They knew they had been ambushed, and the rearguard cavalry was apparently beyond redemption. They shouted desperately and commanded the cavalry brigade to continue forward, wanting to do their best to break out of the ambush. But with Li Yuan's setup, how could he leave them alive? The small flat river is full of sinkholes as dense as a beehive. The Tyleans also put up a fight, charging forward like trapped beasts regardless of casualties. They knew that once they stopped here it was bound to be a total loss. After paying the price of nearly 1,000 casualties, the crazy Tyleans actually did fill the trenches and traps with the bodies of their men and horses. The following Tiela cavalry, without hesitation, stepped over the corpses of their fellow clansmen caught in the trap and continued to surge forward. However, what awaited the Tiela cavalry in front of them was not a living road, but rather the ground was densely covered with tripwires and thistles. The Tyleans who had just rushed through the pitfall formation were filled with despair. Then the cavalrymen who rushed at the front directly stepped on the tripwire, and under the effect of the huge stopping force, the cavalryman on the horse was thrown far away, and fell heavily on the small flat river which was covered with thistles. 1,000 husband captain tightly pulling the frightened war horse, raising his eyes to look around. Within the small flat river are everywhere taut tripwires, like countless huge cobwebs, and the following Tiela cavalrymen were like moths to a flame, let down in pieces by the tripwires. The captain of the 1,000 tore his heart out and shouted, "Dismount! Cut the ropes!" Yet his voice was drowned out by the sound of hooves and screams. A feathered arrow pierced the neck of the head of 1,000 households, and the body tumbled and fell off the horse, to be trampled by the following cavalry into flesh and broken bones. Immediately after that, more feathered arrows came in dense bursts from the hillsides and dense forests on both sides. The completely out of control Tiela raiders were completely thrown into disarray, with people constantly falling from their horses in the shower of arrows. Horns blew from the ridges on either side. This is the call for the Liang army to attack. Suddenly, countless figures stood up from the bushes, behind the trees, and anywhere they could hide. Most of them were roughly clothed in linen, with felt hats and red tassels, and in their hands there were only crude spears and obsolete long swords. These were tens of thousands of Liang soldier households. These once cowardly sheep in the eyes of the Tyrells are now like a pack of downwardly mobile tigers. Howling, they killed the already disorganized line of the Tielers from all sides. At this moment, in the valley of Quickshingling, the sound of shouting and killing shook the sky. Those bewildered Tiela cavalrymen were actually killed by these poorly equipped but demoralized soldier households and lost a great deal. Before many of the Tielers could figure out what was happening, Hyudo's spear penetrated his body. Confusion and panic continued to spread through the Tiela surprise attack team, and the thousands of Tiela cavalrymen in the rear group were then overwhelmed by the mountains of Liang soldiers and households. On top of the ridges on either side, Dingzhou General Han Mingdao and Weizhou General Chen Lian were both red in the face and in high spirits. Both of them kept waving their long swords in their hands and hissing, commanding their supervisors and captains to bring their soldiers to charge the chaotic rear ranks of the Tylines. Kill for me. Those Tealers are in a big mess. Charge up there. Kill them. His grandmother. Kill all the northern barbarians. Seal the wives and shade the children. The two could be sure that this was definitely a great victory. A great victory that had been unimaginable in the Great Lian dynasty for decades. Li Yuan did not participate in the battle at this time, and he brought 300 of the state's personal guards and mounted soldier households as a reserve. Once any Tiela cavalry broke through the encirclement, they would be responsible for intercepting them. Those Tealers who were only concerned about escaping were like panicked rabbits, and even a soldier tenant who was just learning how to ride a horse could poke them off the back of the horse. Losing their command, the Tealers became headless flies and threw down countless corpses on the mountain roads. In addition to the 4,000 Tylines who rushed into the mouth of the gourd, the 3,000 Tyline cavalry in the rear group had already been killed by the two continents' soldiers and households in a chopping manner. It was only at this point that Li Yuan let out a long breath. Tiela's surprise attack team was completely finished. No worries about the back roads already, but at that moment, there was a group of cavalry running from the direction of the Qishui River. Li Yuan was very puzzled and was busy getting up to look at it. It was a dozen or so Longchamp's personal guards, and there was a man arching in their midst. It's not someone else. It's Longchamp's sister. Bai Yuxuan. Li Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart and hurriedly dialed his horse to meet him. When he came near, he was busy asking in a loud voice, "Miss White, why are you running here?" Nevertheless, Bai Yuxuan cried out with a wow sound when she saw Li Yuan. "Big brotherly, go save the Marquis. The Huaizhou and Qingzhou armies can't hold out any longer. The Tylines have already breached the front fortress. My sister forced Longchamp's own guards to take me on the run, and I had no choice but to come to Captain Li. Now only the Longchamps are still holding the center camp in death. My sister Bai Jing is in danger." Li Yuan frowned as he anticipated that the Qishui River defense would not hold up for long, but I didn't expect that in less than half a day. The Qishui River defense line had already collapsed. Over there, Bai Yuxuan was still sobbing and narrating. "Brother Li must be quick. When I rushed out, the Tylines had already begun to pound the center army." Li Yuan closed his eyes and his mind raced with calculations. If the Marquis of Longchamp died in this battle, it would be meaningless even if his side won. This was because Li Yuan's current official position and status came from the reward and endorsement of the Marquis of Longchamp. Once the Marquis of Longchamp died, he himself immediately became an ordinary military fort captain. Everything that one had gained so far in this battle would be directly zeroed out completely. And by the military law of Diliang, if the commander-in-chief is killed in battle, the whole army is guilty. Therefore, Marquis Longchamp must not die. Thinking of this, Li Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the teary-eyed Bai Yuxuan and said, "Don't panic first, Miss White. I'll go save Marquis Longchamp immediately." As soon as Li Yuan turned back, he looked at the cavalry around him consisting of 300 of the state government's personal guards and soldiers. "The Marquis is in a critical situation. I am ready to go to the rescue, but are there any warriors willing to go with me?" Although Li Yuan nominally commanded 12,000 Liang troops with 2 state generals, but in reality, Li Yuan could not command his troops and horses at all without going through the 2 generals, except for his own 80-odd soldier households. But now the 2 generals were dividing their forces to encircle the Tylines on the back road, and at that moment they were distracted. Li Yuan can only rely on himself as well, and most of these 300 cobbled-together cavalrymen around them were not Li Yuan's men either. If he brought them to charge the Tylines and rescue the Marquis of Longchamp, Li Yuan did not feel that all these people would follow him. But as soon as he finished his words, a few horsemen immediately galloped out. "We are willing to go with Captain Li." When Li Yuan took a look, they were all his old brothers, Cui Ping, Cui Yong, Lu Haitu, and even Uncle Fu. Li Yuan gave them all war horses, and these men did not disappoint Li Yuan. He nodded in satisfaction, not having wasted his usual training of them. Driven by a few people, dozens more people ran out, including a dozen Dongshang soldier households who were good at horsemanship led by 100 Commander Shuedishang, together with some of the mounted personal guards who volunteered to be on the line. There were 65 riders who were finally willing to follow Li Yuan to save the Marquis of Longchamp. The matter was urgent. Li Yuan didn't want to delay, and he took the piebald horse under his crotch. "All of you, follow me." Chapter 83 Bloody Battle in the Camp. For Li Yuan to go and save the Marquis of Longchamp, naturally, it was not a reckless move with a brainwave. He also had a more intuitive understanding of his own force now. If any of Tiela's 1,000 husbandmen could not walk a single move in front of him, those ordinary Tiela soldiers were probably just miscellaneous soldiers that were turned on without any double in front of Li Yuan. With this kind of force value on his side, Li Yuan really didn't feel how dangerous it was to go and save Marquis Longchamp. Li Yuan's group of 66 riders traveled quickly toward the Chishui River. Along the way one could see the routed soldiers and households of Huizhou Qingzhou, fleeing southward in desperation. 7 or 8 miles further on, the general's flag of the general of Qingzhou was seen in the distance. At this time Qingzhou General Qi Dequan, helmet crooked armor slanting, covered with blood, accompanied by personal guards are also each woeful. He looked up and saw Li Yuan, and surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Captain Li, this way. Li Yuan did not dismount, but asked sharply, Lord Qi, how is the Marquis of Longchamp? The Jiangju general's face was bitter. My Qingzhou army was dispersed by the Tailins, and I only vaguely saw that the Marquis banner was still standing in the center of the army. The general's flag was still in the center, indicating that the center camp had not been lost for the time being. That's the good news. Li Yuan nodded and without saying goodbye to Qi Dequan, he continued to charge in with the 60 or so riders under his command. Within a short time, the direction of the center army could be seen from afar, and the recognition flag of the Marquis of Longchamp was indeed still flying in the center army. But at that moment, the Tiela cavalry, which had circled around from the defenses of Qingzhou and Huizhou, had already begun to close in on the central camp from the left and right. Although the number is not yet large, but once completely surrounded, the Longchamps who are still holding on in the center army will be in a dead end, so the Tailins must never be allowed to complete the siege. Li Yuan shook up his lance with one hand and urged his horse to charge straight towards the Tailins in front. There weren't many Tailins in front of them, and the one leading the group was a burly, black armor-clad 1,000 household chief. He turned his head at the sound of hoofbeats and just looked puzzled, only to see that from the direction of the southern side of the mountain road, dozens of Liang troops rushed over. Look at this situation seems to rescue the Longchamp army's center army. A sneer escaped from the chief of the Tealers 1,000. I thought to myself, is this Liang general out of his mind? A mere few dozen riders wanted to fight with the Tiela horses. Doesn't he know how good we tellers are at mounted combat? Suddenly, this 1,000 husbandman got excited. He hadn't killed anyone with his own hands for a long time, and at this time, he was really itching to do so. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel arc as his right hand made a hammy sound and drew out his sharp fine iron scimitar, ready to personally behead this arrogant Liang general. It was just that the other party's horse was extremely fast, and the black piebald horse rushed towards the blocking 1,000 horsemen like a dark cloud. Li Yuan shook his hands, and the lance in his hand was like a spirit snake pouncing straight at the face of that Chen Hu Chang. The head of Chitos was startled and hurriedly blocked it with the scimitar in his hand, but the head of the gun, as if it had eyes, swung in front of his eyes, turned downward, and went straight for his neck. 1,000 households chief scared liver and gall blown, but it was too late. Poof sound. Throat was Li Yuan's lance point out a bloody hole. The two horses staggered in the stirrups, and a sky of blood was thrown from the neck of the Iron Legend's head of 1,000 households. The body planted itself directly from the running warhorse and tumbled several times in the smoke and dust, carried by inertia. Seeing this, no one, be it the oncoming Tailins or the Liang troops following Li Yuan, was not horrified. Those who can become the head of 1,000 households in the Tiela army are all battle-hardened warriors. Each of them is highly skilled in martial arts and tough. However, in front of this Lieutenant Li, it was unable to go even one round. Seeing his own 1,000 household leader being killed with a single shot, the hundreds of Tiela soldiers under his command dispersed in fear and made way. At this time, the Longchamp army, which was defending the center camp, was already close to despair. The attack of the Tiela soldiers and horses can simply be described as madness. The Huizhou and Qingzhou armies are already resisting as best they can. Still, the predominantly soldier household state army was crumbled by the Tealers. The Longchamp army was the private army of the Marquis of Longchamp, and most of them were recruited from Longchamp's fiefdom, Jingzhou. Many of the soldiers are the tenants of the Bai family in Longchamp, and they share the same honor with Bai Jing. If the Marquis doesn't retreat, the Longchamps must fight to the death. From early morning until now, under the continuous onslaught of the Tailins, the Longchamps were already suffering over 1,000 casualties. If it weren't for the recognition flag of the Marquis of Longchamp that had been flying in the center of the army, the Longchamps simply won't survive this. At this time, on top of the enemy platform in the middle army, Longchamp Marquis Bai Jing was clad in iron armor, looking at the waves of the Tiela army that attacked like a black tide in front of him. Her heart was desperate and desolate. Before the start of the battle, Longchamp Ho and Li Yuan agreed to hold out for at least one day. However, things did not go as planned. But under the onslaught of the 20,000 strong army of Tiela's Marshal Sandu, in less than 2 hours, the Qingzhou and Huizhou armies deployed on the left and right flanks were then beaten by the Tailins and collapsed successively. Except for the center army defended by the Longchamps, the enemy has been almost on all sides. Once the back road was cut off, Bai Jing didn't think that he and the 5,000 Longchamps had any hope of escaping with their lives. It wasn't that she didn't want to escape, but once she did, the infantry-based Longchamps could not outrun the cavalry-based Tylines. Maybe there's hope in continuing to hold on. She glanced back in the direction of the gourd's mouth again. The man's features couldn't help but reappear in her mind. Lieutenant Li Yuan. The Marquis's heart was bitter and poignant, and she even had some secret regrets. It's really a shame that some things don't get done in time. It was at this moment that Zhao Yong, a personal guard, shouted, "Marquis, be careful." She snapped out of her wandering, and when she looked up, she only saw a troop of Tiela soldiers and horses, which had already rushed within 70 paces of the Longchamp army's defense line. One of the leading Tiela generals raised his hand to draw his bow and sling an arrow in the direction of Longchamp Ho. Feathered arrows like flying locusts sizzled towards the female marquis. Bai Jing was shocked and hastily sidestepped to avoid it. However, the speed was still a bit slower, and the wolf-tooth arrow shot heavily at Longchamp Ho's body. The Marquis let out a muffled grunt, and the tremendous force directly toppled her over. Seeing that the commander-in-chief was injured, the Longchamp army's close guards counterattacked desperately, and it took some hard fighting to push the Tylines out of the center camp once again. Only this time, hundreds more bodies of Longchamp soldiers fell in the camp. Zhao Yong rushed to check Longchamp Ho's injuries, but fortunately, he was protected by iron armor. The fatal arrow that was meant for his chest was slipped away by the sturdy iron armor leaves, but it hit his left arm instead. At this moment, the sleeve of the Marquis's military uniform within her left arm was already stained red with blood. Bai Jing's face was pale, and his right hand pulled a piece of burlap to wrap the wound on his left arm. Then he commanded to Zhao Yong in a cold voice, "There's no need to worry about me. You all continue to hold the camp. Go and hold off the Tylines." Zhao Yong hurriedly clasped his fists. "Marquis, don't worry. Please recuperate in your tent first. We will definitely hold off the Tylines." The Marquis of Longchamp was injured, and the situation of the Longchamp army was already as critical as a pile of eggs. The soldiers were on edge, and the signs of collapse were already hidden. It was at this time that the Tylines in the direction of the rear camp were in great disarray. The hundreds of Tiela soldiers besieging the back road suddenly collapsed and scattered. Zhao Yong, who had just stepped out of his tent, looked up and was seeing a small group of Liang cavalry killing and scattering the Tylines and charging towards the rear camp. Seeing that the leader was none other than Lieutenant Li Yuan, Zhao Yong was thrilled. Hurriedly, he ordered his soldiers to hurry up and open the camp gate. Immediately afterward, dozens of Liang cavalrymen, led by Li Yuan, rushed into the central army camp. Li Yuan jumped off his horse and was greeted by Zhao Yong, the personal guard of the Marquis of Longchamp. The current Zhao Yong was also covered in injuries, with blood-stained cloth wrapped around his shoulders and legs, and his appearance was miserable. When he saw Li Yuan, it was as if he saw hope, and there were even hidden tears in his eyes. But now time is short. Li Yuan, without saying a word, hurriedly grabbed Zhao Yong and asked, "Where is the Marquis?" "Where?" Zhao Yong pointed to the center army tent. "Captain Li, come with me." "Marquis, Marquis, she is injured." Li Yuan was shocked as he hurriedly rushed into the center army tent after Zhao Yong. At this time in the tent, Marquis Bai Jing's face was pale and her body was trembling slightly from the severe pain. She suddenly heard footsteps outside and looked up. However, realizing that the one who came in was actually Li Yuan, the Marquis was delighted in her heart and barely managed to show an ugly smile on her face, just wanting to say something. Li Yuan, however, took a few steps to the front of the female Marquis and suddenly spoke. "Marquis, my humble servant is offended." Then in the shock of the crowd, Li Yuan reached out and directly picked up Longchamp Ho, then turned around and ran towards the tent door with a backward glance behind him. While running, he shouted at Zhao Yong, who was still in a daze. "Zhao Yong, tell all the brothers of the Longchamp army, the entire army is assembled. All follow me to retreat. I, Li Yuan, take you guys and charge out." Chapter 84, Luring the Enemy into Enough. Looking at Li Yuan's back, Zhao Yong and a group of Longchamp generals were confused. "Captain Li is going to lead us out of here? But is it possible? Also, our commander-in-chief is the Marquis of Longchamp." But at this time, the Longchamp Ho was already carried on his back by Li Yuan. Looking at this situation, School Captain Li is trying to forcefully take the Marquis of Longchamp to retreat. The cadre of Longchamps is at a loss for words. But then came the hoarse voice of the Marquis. "All listen to Captain Li. Get a clear order from the Marquis." Zhao Yong and the others were all happy in their hearts. Although the Longchamp army people follow the female Marquis, already each of them has a death wish. But truth be told, no one really wants to die in battle at the Chishui River. And who wouldn't want to live if given the chance? Now that there was a clear general order from the Marquis, the Longchamps immediately began to follow Li Yuan to break out. Li Yuan casually copied a battle flag from the flagpole outside the tent and used the body of the flag to tie himself and the Marquis behind him. Then he turned on his horse and shouted, "Marquis, hold on to me. I'll get you out." Then he led the 60 or so riders he brought as the vanguard and charged straight at the south gate of the camp. At this time, the Tiela people outside the camp gate saw that the god of kill just now actually killed again. It can only be intercepted hard. Li Yuan carried the female marquis on his back and danced his lance directly into the enemy line, picking off an unknown number of Tiela soldiers and generals along the way. The lances and war horses and armor were littered with splatters of blood. Only, these are the blood of the Tyrells. The Longchamps behind them, led by Li Yuan, were also highly encouraged. The remaining 500 Longchamp cavalry and 3,500 foot soldiers followed closely behind, directly chiseling through the siege of the Tylines. After rushing out a dozen miles, they were seeing Dingzhou General Han Mingdao, Weizhou General Chen Lian, and Qingzhou General Qi Dequan. Gather your troops here again to meet them. Bai Yuxuan also watched anxiously from the sidelines. Seeing Li Yuan rushing out with the Longchamp brigade, the crowd rushed forward. Li Yuan put the marquis off his horse and asked Bai Yuxuan and Zhao Yong, who were on the side, to carry the wounded marquis to rest. Seeing her big sister injured, Bai Yuxuan cried with tears in her eyes. Seeing that Li Yuan had really saved Marquis Longchamp, the three state generals also let out a long breath. If Marquis Longchamp really died in battle at the Chishui River, then the few of them would be heavily blamed by the court. Li Yuan jumped off his horse and walked to Dingzhou General Han Mingdao first and asked, "General Han, how are the Tealers on the back road?" Han Mingdao said smugly, "Captain Li, don't worry. Our army decimated 30% of them, and the rest are trapped in the small flat river at the mouth of the gorge, not knowing what to do. How to dispose of the back is all waiting for School Captain Li's final decision." Li Yuan glanced back at the direction of the Chishui River in the north and estimated the time in his mind. Then an even bolder plan suddenly sprang to life. Li Yuan said to the three generals in front of him, "Three generals, dare you make a big ticket with me?" The three of them looked at each other and laughed. Qi Dequan said to Li Yuan, "Captain Li, just make the arrangements. We are all willing to look up to you." Li Yuan pointed at the mountain pass and said to the three, "Immediately have the soldiers block all other intersections, leaving only the road into Huluku Dapingquan. Throw down the flagged weapons of the Longchamps along the way and make a show of defeat. Then let go of the pass on the north side of the gourd mouth. We're going to let a bigger fish in." The three state generals did not have any hesitation. They could be said to be obedient to Li Yuan now. No one saw anything wrong with three state generals being ordered around by a lieutenant. At the word of command, tens of thousands of soldiers and households immediately began to move. At this time, at the Chishui River, Sang Du led the 20,000 troops of Tiela and finally attacked the Longchamp army center camp. Only at this time, the Liang army camp was already empty, and the Longchamp army had all retreated to the south. All that was left in the camp were bodies all over the place. Sandu did not expect that the Longchamps actually managed to run away under the siege of his 20,000 people, and he was so angry that he put in charge of the siege of a few thousand chiefs of a big scolding. Sandu's mind was even more strange. Abu's surprise attack team had obviously arrived. Why hadn't they blocked the Liang army's back road? But at this point, Sandu wasn't worried about the Liang army escaping. The two armies of Tiela had blocked them front and back, and they had nowhere to run. This Liang army, he is bound to destroy all of them. Otherwise, how to stand up to the thousands of Tiela warriors who died in the Chishui River? So the commander-in-chief, Sandu, gave a direct order. All 20,000 Tiela soldiers and horses are not allowed to rest. People do not dismount their armor and horses do not leave their saddles, and the whole army enters the mountain road to the south, and pursues the Longchamp army with their tails. He wanted to completely annihilate this Liang army with a single blow. The 20,000 strong army entered the valley in a fishbowl. Along the way, there were banners and weapons and armor discarded by the Longchamps everywhere. This made Sang Du more confirmed that the Liang army had already collapsed at this time, and urged the army to advance even more. 20 miles of mountain road was almost instantaneous for the Tiela cavalry. At this time, the scouts who rushed ahead returned to inform that the sound of a large army engaged in battle was heard in front. Upon hearing this, Sandu cracked a smile. It must be the surprise attack team that has entangled the main force of the Liang army and is intercepting them. Summon the army. Accelerate. Don't let a Liang dog escape. At this time, the bulk of the 20,000 Tiela cavalry had already fishtailed in from the northern mouth of Huluku, and Sandu's own Tiela front was passing through the mountain pass where the two small flat rivers of Huluku meet. At this moment, Xander raised his eyes and looked into the distance, distantly able to see that the opposite side was littered with disorganized Tiela cavalry while the ground was covered with spiderweb like tripwires. Sandu was puzzled at first. What the hell is going on here? Immediately afterward, A chill surged up from his heart, and he had a bad feeling. But before he could confirm the situation, there was a muffled thunder-like boom from behind him in the direction of the mountain pass that entered the mouth of the gourd. Countless huge rolling logs and stones tumbled down from the slopes on both sides of the mountain, bringing up skyward clouds of smoke and dust. Before the rear ranks of the Tiela army had time to rush out of the mountain road, they were smashed by the rolling logs and stones that poured down from the mountain slopes. The hundreds of cavalrymen in the rear ranks were instantly flooded with dirt and rocks. Sandu was alarmed. In his mind he screamed that it was not good. Damn! I can't believe I'd been ambushed. It was only now that Sandu reacted to the fact that the Liang army had actually used the Kwazongling gourd mouth as the centerpiece and had set up the place as a huge trap. The so-called fleeing Longchamps in front of us are actually just bait. And he himself actually lost sight of the situation for a moment, and took 20,000 soldiers and horses to dive headlong into the trap set by the Liang army. At this time, because of the sudden shock, the 20,000 Tiela soldiers and horses were a mess, and the back roads were littered with rolling stones and stakes. These Tiela cavalrymen could only swarm toward the flat river within the mouth of the gourd. From both sides of the ridge, rolling logs and stones continued to be pushed down non-stop by the Liang troops, almost endlessly. At this point in time, the mountain road coming from the direction of the Chishui River had been completely blocked by the pushed-down wood and rocks. The accumulated height of the rolling logs and stones had exceeded 4 or 5 meters, and those Liang soldiers were still tirelessly continuing to throw them down. The gesture seemed to be to throw all the rocks and trees in the mountain down the valley. The chief of the 1,000 men who broke the back, with a squad of 1,000 men, tried to climb up the hill from both sides to drive away those Liang troops. What greeted them, however, was a dense rain of arrows from the Liang army. Those Tiela warriors who abandoned their horses to climb up the hillside were shot by the Liang army's bows and arrows and suffered heavy casualties. The terrain at Huluku can be described as a dead zone in the art of war, with 2 small flat rivers surrounded by cliffs up to 10 meters high. The angle of the mountain wall is almost vertical and one cannot climb upwards at all. The few slow slopes were also blocked by the Liang army with earth and wood in advance at this time. The 20,000 to 30,000 Tiela army is trapped in the 2 small flat rivers of this Huluku. It was a carefully constructed trap, and even the designer, Li Yuan, didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The Liang army, now occupying the hilltop of Huluku, completely took the initiative, and the Tielers, trapped within the 2 flat rivers of Huluku, were completely dead. On the highest hill of Tsuezong Ridge, the new center tent of the Liang army had been set up. In front of the hillside of the big tent, the Marquis of Longchamp sat on his matza, looking down at the cliffs, like ants swarming on a hot pan. The Tielers. The mood is like a dream. The wound on the Marquis's left arm had already been treated by Yuxuan. Gold sores were put on, and strips of clean burlap boiled in boiling water were wrapped around them. In front of the Marquis, a handsome man in armor was waving an order flag, commanding the Liang troops to surround and close the various mountain passes from all sides. That was none other than Li Yuan, who had taken over command of the entire army. Now whether it was a few state generals or the Marquis of Longchamp, looking at Li Yuan was like looking at a lifesaver. If it wasn't for Captain Li, several state generals and the Marquis of Longchamp, I'm afraid that they would have long since turned into souls under the swords of the Tiela people. For Li Yuan to take over the command of the entire army, they raised their hands in favor of it and did not have any opinions. The Marquis of Longchamp also directly entrusted the seal of the army to Li Yuan for the time being under the pretext of recuperating from his wounds. He was made to act in the place of the commanding officer. With the position of captain, he commanded the troops of the 4 states and the entire Longchamp army. Looking at the man who commanded calmly and looked as if he was in control, the Marquis kept her eyes on his back, eyes full of stars. Chapter 85, The Beast is Still Fighting. Trapped in the mouth of the gourd, the Tyrells struggled desperately for a whole day. They launched an almost frantic attack in units of 1,000 against the mountain passes blocked on both sides by the Liang army. Even though these Tielers from the steppe were tough and fearless, the huge terrain disadvantage smoothed out the Tielers' bravery. Even the most cowardly soldier tenant could easily stone a brawny Tiela warrior to death on a mountain cliff. The Tyleans attacked for 4 whole hours, only to leave countless Tylean corpses on the slopes of the mountain pass. As night fell, numerous bonfires were lit in the flat river at the mouth of the gourd. Even the fierce and notorious Tellarites could not survive without food or sleep. In fact, there was really no shortage of food for the Tielers trapped in the valley. Horse meat. In the valley, counting the mounts and the spare horses, the Tielers still had at least 30,000 war horses. Most of the Tiela soldiers, now gathered around the fire, shared the roasted horse meat. Even Sandu and those Chidori chiefs are like that. Attacking the mountain passes in the afternoon, there were many horses that were wounded and killed in battle. And there was still food available for even the lowliest of the Tiela soldiers, the herdsmen slaves. Only, the morale of the Tyrells had sunk to a meaty low. Unlike the Tyleans, The Liang army on top of the hill was now as demoralized as ever. On the hillside before the central army camp, the Marquis of Longchamp made an exception to the rule and set up a banquet. General Jia Hang of Huizhou, after his entire army was dispersed, took his personal guards and a few thousand remnants and hid in the mountains. Later, when he heard that the Liang army had actually won a great victory, he brought his soldiers and horses to find them again. Now the 4 state government soldiers and horses and Longchamp army gathered. There are also 23,000 people, and also occupy the hilltop geographical advantage. After recapturing the Chishui River camp, there was no shortage of provisions in hand. At Li Yuan's suggestion, he even sent troops directly to occupy the empty camp of Tiela on the north bank of the Chishui River. Nearly a month and a half's supply of military rations was again raided from the camps of the Tealers. Now in the hands of the Marquis of Longchamp, there is no shortage of troops, horses, food and grass. The female Marquis has made up her mind to spend time with the Tiela people right here at the Kwazonglingord mouth. Let's see how long you tellers can survive in this valley. Stayed up all night. On the second day, there was only a small engagement at the pass. The Liang army on top of the mountain had been fighting for days, and the soldiers and tenants were exhausted, so they could only rest and reorganize the whole army. The Tiela army in the mouth of the gourd was even more demoralized and incapable of fighting again. Li Yuan didn't want to make things easy for the Tealers in the valley, so he thought it was time for the big killers created by the artisanal work to make their appearance. The so-called big killers are actually stone throwers. Because of the material and technical limitations, the current technical level of this thing is equivalent to the Thunderbolt car from the Three Kingdoms period in Li Yuan's previous life. The structure and principles of stone throwers are not complicated. It is the use of leverage to throw a stone to a distance for smashing a target, and the source of power for the lever is a human-pulled rope. This weapon, known in ancient times as the stone cannon, came in many styles and served a wide range of purposes. Smaller stone throwers could be launched by even 2 men, and could shoot half-pound stone projectiles 30 or 40 paces away. Medium-sized stone-throwing vehicles, on the other hand, require dozens of people to pull the ropes at the same time, and can project several pounds of stone bombs, to a distance of hundreds of paces. In the past few days, Li Yuan was in the craftsman's camp, supervising the construction of 5 medium-sized stone-throwing vehicles and dozens of small stone-throwing vehicles. Small stone throwers were all brought to the passes on both sides and used to block the mountain passes. As for the medium-sized stone throwers, Li Yuan wanted to place them on top of the cliffs at the mouth of the gourd, ready to be used to bombard the temporary camps of the Tealers in the valley. Li Yuan wanted to show these steppe barbarians how terrifying a furious farming nation could be. At this time in the valley, Sandu was depressed. He was pondering how to get out of the mouth of this gourd with his troops when he suddenly looked up. Liang Jun, who was found on the hilltop, seemed to be busy with something. He watched carefully with his hand on the pergola and realized that Liang Jun seemed to be building some boring wooden shelves. He didn't understand what Liang Jun was doing. Were those wooden frames house beams? Did Liang Jun want to build a house on the hillside? The several thousand household chiefs around him were also each filled with doubt. Sandu's eyes rolled back in his head and he waved his hand. Immediately, a tall Tela warrior rose and walked towards the cliff before him, carrying a scimitar. Stopping beyond the range of bows and arrows, he issued a challenge by shouting to the Liang troops on the cliff. The tellers did this, naturally, to maintain the already low morale. Sandu also wanted to see Liang Jun's reaction. The Liang army at the top of the hill certainly paid no attention to that Tiela warrior's challenge. Now that the Liang army has the advantage of the terrain, only a fool would rush down the cliff to fight with you single-handedly. In front of the central army tent, several state generals and the Marquis of Longchamp were also there watching the wooden frame installed by Li Yuan and the craftsmen of the smithing battalion. In this era of De Liang, no one recognized the stone thrower. However, for Li Yuan's various amazing performances in the past, they were still full of expectations for this what's-his-name stone thrower. General Chen Lian of Weizhou asked in a low voice, "What do you think, you guys? Is this Captain Li drumming up?" Several other generals shook their heads. "I don't recognize it. It looks as if it's just an ordinary wooden frame." At this time, Marquis Longchamp said, "Captain Li has great talent, and what he designs will be of great use. So we'll just watch." Several of the generals nodded. It was at this point that several wooden shelves appeared to have been installed. Someone brought in many rocks in baskets. On this rocky mountain, rocks of various sizes were the least of the resources. Several craftsmen placed a stone, about 1.5 pounds, into the leather pocket of a long wooden beam. Then 36 or so of the soldier tenants began to pull by hand on the rope that hung down from the other end of the wooden beam. After they were ready, they all turned their heads to look at Captain Li behind them. Li Yuan saw that the stone thrower was ready and wanted to see the effect, so he waved his hand. 36 men fought together to pull. With a loud creak, the long wooden beam traced a perfect arc above the wooden frame. As the long end of the beam reached its highest point, the stone in its holster was thrown straight out by the tremendous inertia. It flew out 100 paces along a beautiful parabola. At that moment, the Tiela warrior who had challenged the mountaintop was still flaunting his sword. Suddenly, there was a whine in his ears that tore through the air. It was followed by a loud bang. A large, bull-thick tree beside him was directly hit by a stone bullet thrown from the hill. In a flurry of wood chips, the tree was cut off at the waist. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the Tiela warriors, who had been raging just a moment ago, sat down directly on the ground in fear. Then he crawled back, screaming in fear. At this time, however, no one laughed at the timidity of this Tiela warrior, because both the Liang troops on the mountain and the Tylines in the valley were shocked by the tremendous power of the stone thrower. In front of the center army tent, the 4 state generals, their mouths were wide open, and the wine cups in their hands fell to the ground, just staring blankly at those wooden frames, muttering under his breath, "Jesus, what kind of monster is this that can throw a rock that far? It's just a couple of wooden shelves, how is that possible?" As for the Marquis of Longchamp, his eyes were also straight, full of unbelief. Hastily, he got up and tried to walk closer to check it out. Bai Yuxuan, on the other hand, had the fastest brain. She immediately picked up the pen and paper that she carried with her, and sketched and drew the drawings of this stone-throwing vehicle already. The mind is still silent. There are so many good things in this, Lieutenant Li. When will I be able to drain it completely? Li Yuan looked at the range and power of the stone thrower and was quite satisfied in his heart. With a wave of his hand, a group of artisans and soldier households walked over. These people were all trained by Li Yuan in advance, and they skillfully operated these medium-sized stone throwers. Started a sustained stone bombing campaign against the Tillerites in the valley. For the telegraphs down in the valley, it was bad luck. The projectile's trajectory is not consistent, and hits mostly come with the territory. However, the Tylines underneath the mouth of this gourd were so dense that even without aiming, the probability alone could smash the men and horses. For right in front of Sandu's eyes, he saw a whistling stone bullet that directly hit a Tiela armorer. The huge inertia smashed the strong warrior into pieces, and the splattered blood and flesh even stained the armor of several Tylines beside him red. Those once brave tellers let out screams of terror at the sight. Chapter 86, Night in the Valley. More stone bombs then whistled down into the valley. The Tealers who were gnawing on the horsemeat could only hide around in fear. Truth be told, the aura of stone throwing looked intimidating, but the probability of actually being hit was not high. But the scary thing is that once you get hit by a few pounds of this kind of rock, it's basically certain death. The rocks falling from the sky were like the dice of death. Among the sheep, the favored sacrifice was selected as it went along. In front of the whistling stone bullets, there was no difference between a cowardly herdsman and a brave warrior. Some were so frightened that they curled up and hid in corners, whimpering. Some had stopped running and were in a trance, just kneeling down and praying to the everlasting sky. Sandu looked at the chaotic valley. He knew that the morale of the Tylines had completely collapsed and that his army was finished. The bombardment of stone bombs lasted for 3 whole hours. In the valley, more than 70 people were smashed to death and more than 100 were wounded, and a couple dozen dead horses. But worse than the casualties was the collapse of organization and morale of the entire Teller army. That suffocating feeling of only being able to take a beating and not being able to fight back made the Tiela people in the valley incredibly desperate. The Tiela army, pinched together by harsh military discipline, began to disintegrate. The most immediate reaction is that many of the lower-class herdsmen have already refused to carry out military orders. Sandu and the 1,000 chiefs under him were now able to command even just the personal guards around them. The Tealers in the valley turned deadly. On top of the cliff, in front of the Liang army's center tent, several state generals and the Marquis of Longchamp were already slightly drunk. Talking and laughing on the cliffs, he sat and watched the Tylers struggling in the valley. Something so wonderful that it simply made these Liang generals dream and wake up laughing. Seeing Li Yuan striding towards him, the 4 generals and the female marquises were all busy getting up, each holding a cup of wine in their hands to honor Li Yuan remotely. Today's victory is all due to Captain Li. Come on, Captain Li, let's drink to you. When Li Yuan saw how respectful the generals were to him, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Busy bowing and bowing, he took the wine cup handed over by a personal soldier and drank it all in one go. Thank you, Marquis, your lords, for the wine. For a while, there was a joyful laughter in front of the center army tent. After nightfall, the 4 state generals volunteered to take on the night watch. They even volunteered to say, Captain Li is too tired from charging around in the daytime, so it's good to leave such a small matter as night watch to us old guys. Let Lieutenant Li get well and save his strength for another battle. The Marquis also nodded her head repeatedly, thinking that this was also the case. Yes, Captain Li is now the guts of my entire army. Be sure to rest and not to labor. Then the Marquis turned her head again and said to her little sister, Bai Yuxuan, you go and personally arrange Captain Li's tent, And make sure that Captain Li rests comfortably this night. Bai Yuxuan's eyes flashed as she immediately answered the order. Seeing that everyone was so sincere, Li Yuan could not refuse, and could only thank the Marquis and the 4 generals again. Finding the tent assigned to him, Li Yuan walked in. Just saw a delicate figure helping herself to the quilt. Li Yuan was a bit surprised. He thought it would be enough to find a few soldier households to serve him. It was actually the Marquis's younger sister, Bai Yuxuan, who personally helped herself to the bed and folded the quilt. Hearing a sound behind her, Bai Yuxuan turned around and saw that it was Li Yuan. First, he was stunned, and then his face blushed a little, because in the tradition of Diliang, a woman making a bed for a man could have a very ambiguous meaning. But after all, this was Bai Yuxuan, Longchamp Ho's house sister. It quickly adjusted to the mood. After helping Li Yuan lay out the bedding, she first performed a wanfu to Li Yuan, and then said in a soft voice, "Today, my sister was able to get out of danger safely thanks to school Captain Li laying down his life to save her. Yu Xian has nothing to show for it but to do some chores for Captain Li to thank him for his kindness." Li Yuan quickly waved his hand. "Rescuing the Marquis is my duty as a Diliang general. Miss White doesn't have to be polite." Bai Yuxuan nodded her head and then winks at Li Yuan said in a warmer voice, "Captain Li, I will not be polite. That behind the art of war. Can let my daughter have a look." Li Yuan could only smile and nod, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. Inside was written the military formation chapter of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Seeing that there were new military books to read, Bai Yuxuan's eyes glowed. The gentle and elegant temperament just now was swept away, and with a few steps over he copied it from Li Yuan's hands. "Captain Li, thanks a lot then. I have to go first. Look at that. It's just to go right back to his tent and study it." What else could Li Yuan say? He could only shake his head and watch Bai Yuxuan carefully return to his tent with the Book of War in his pocket. He guessed that the white girl would have to stay up all night reading again. This night, Li Yuan walked to his bed and touched it with his hand. This bedding is actually so soft and comfortable. A look at the material is actually brocade and rare silk cotton. Li Yuan didn't think much about it. Today he fought with the Taila people for a day and was really tired. He took off his robes briefly and got into the comfortable blanket. Only just as he dug in, he was flabbergasted, for he found a few words embroidered in silk thread on one corner of the bedding. Li Yuan fixed his eyes on the words embroidered on it, Longchamp burial suit, used by Bai Jing. Li Yuan straight away froze. Wait a minute, Bai Jing used himself. But he knew that this female marquis name was Bai Jing. Wouldn't that mean that the quilt that Bai Yuxuan had laid out for him, Li Yuan, was actually the quilt that the Marquis herself had used? What can we do? This era between men and women bedding that cannot be used indiscriminately. If one really pursued the matter, one could be convicted of great disrespect for using the bedding of a female marquis. Eventually, though, Li Yuan sighed. He didn't do anything. What else can we do? Should we hold the quilt and ask the Marquis if it's yours? The quilt was laid by the Marquis' own sister, and one's best option now is to pretend that one knows nothing. Nothing at all for good. Regardless of Li Yuan's side drifting off to sleep, Bai Yuxuan's side was reading a book within her tent. The curtain of the tent was raised, and Marquis Bai Jing walked in. She took one look at her little sister who was looking intently at a page. It must be that this nymphette has gotten another new chapter of the Art of War from Captain Li, so it could only be asked in a low voice. "Yu Xian, have you seen my brocade quilt?" Bai Yuxuan was studying hard and didn't even raise her head when her big sister came in. "What brocade quilt? Big sister?" The Marquis could only ask helplessly. "It's the cotton and silk brocade quilt that I keep in the wooden box in the back tent. Have you seen it?" Bai Yuxuan's mind was now on the Art of War, and she returned with a huff. "Oh, you mean the quilt? I saw it. I thought you asked me to arrange bedding for Captain Li. I thought that was a nice quilt, so I took it too." A hush fell over the tent. Bai Yuxuan felt her big sister's stern gaze behind her. The body shuddered. "Good you Bai Yuxuan, you actually took my bedding and gave it to school Captain Li to use." "Used it? Ah, I'm sorry, big sis. I just thought that was regular bedding. I just brought it along for the ride. I didn't think about it that much." The Marquis couldn't hold back any longer, shaking her house sister with one hand and hissing in a low voice. "Oh little sister, you've done me a great disservice. That quilt still has my name embroidered on it. The bedding of an unborn woman, used by a man. Do you realize what that means?" Bai Yuxuan also knew that she had made a big mess, hurriedly and obediently apologized. "Oops, big sister is sorry. I was negligent in this matter." Chapter 87, Tiela's Internal Strife. Looking at his sister who had tears in her eyes. What else can a Marquis do? Thinking of my little sister sacrificing her life to go to Li Yuan for help in the daytime. Only then did she save her own life. The Marquis could only sigh helplessly. "My bedding, the one I used for my own use, was burned by the Tyrells when they attacked the camp. The other spare was laid by you to Captain Li. Then tonight, I'll have to use your bedding as well. With that said, the Marquis occupied her sister's bed unimaginatively. She had wandered between life and death a few times in the past few days, and her left arm was injured. She was truly exhausted, and fell asleep on her sister's bed. Bai Yuxuan's face darkened. But what else could she do? She made her own mistakes. Of course she had to take them on herself. It seemed that he really would have to study the art of war all night tonight, and at this point in the valley, the Tiela army, which had been trapped for 2 days, was exhausted. Though they did not lack horseflesh to fill their hunger, they were plagued by parched thirst. When the soldiers of the tiller went on campaign, they usually carried with them several water bags sewn from the stomach pouches of animals. Over the course of the 2 days, most of the tillers had pretty much drank the water from their bladders, and there is no water source or well within the mouth of the gourd. Empty water bladders have nowhere to refill. Under the unbearable hunger and thirst, many of the tillers could only dig up the roots of underground grasses and lick the dew from the leaves, barely replenishing a little bit of water. Without food, a person can live for 7, 8, or even 10 days, but without water, one can boil for a very short time. Of course there was another way for the telegraphs to do this, by drinking horse's blood. A small cut is made in the horse's body and then it goes like a locust to suck the horse's blood to quench its thirst. One problem, however, is that horse blood is very fishy and the blood is usually salty. Usually the more you drink, the thirstier you get. Ultimately it is likely that the blood drinker will die from dehydration as the body has to break down more salt. That's why those remaining water bags became the target of the tillers' looting. Li Yuan was awakened by the noisy shouts of killing in the valley. He busily got up and dressed up, went out of the tent, and took a look at the Liang army tent on the hillside to see that all was well. That's what more or less put it down. Not far away, General Han Minggao of Dingzhou was seen closely monitoring the mountain pass with his soldier households. Li Yuan took a few steps over. Han Minggao saw that it was Li Yuan and was busy greeting him with a smile. Captain Li, it's nothing serious. These tillers are not sleeping in the middle of the night, and there seems to be civil unrest. Li Yuan glanced toward the valley, then said with a pinch of his fingers, the water carried by the tiller ran out. They should be grabbing water. These northern barbarians are really tough and brave. They actually still have the strength for infighting now. The two sides engaged below were those of the Tiela warriors who were seizing the water bags of the Mako prisoners. Initial attempts to take it by force as masters were met with fierce resistance from the herdsmen. The tillers, because of their defeat, and their deterrent effect on the lower class of herdsmen slaves collapsed. Because everyone in the valley knows that water is now life. Someone takes your water bag, they take your life. Right now, no water is death. And you're robbing me of my water bag is robbing me of my life. Many of the herdsmen had begun an organized revolt to protect the water bags. The Tiela people, who had been accustomed to being powerful, were extremely angry at the revolt of the herdsmen. So in the middle of the night, Sandu, with his personal soldiers and Tiela warriors, began to purge the herdsmen who resisted fiercely. By the way, they robbed them of their water bags, and so the valley, unsurprisingly, erupted into a violent civil unrest. Usually in an army of Tiela, the soldiers of Tiela's own clan accounted for 40%. The rest were the soldiers of the herding slaves accounting for 30%, and the soldiers of the prisoners of war accounting for 30%. The Tiela people were physically strong, practiced horsemanship, swords and bows since childhood, and were also better equipped. The advantage of herdsmen and POW soldiers is simply that there are more of them. The bloody and brutal civil strife lasted all night, and by dawn, perhaps the tillers' strength was exhausted. It was always quiet in the flat river at the mouth of the gourd. Going down from the hill, many mutilated bodies could be seen in the valley, and the tillers and the herdsmen, too, had begun to hold themselves together in clear-cut groups. An idea came to Li Yuan as he looked at the chaos in the valley. At this time, the sky was beginning to lighten, and the Liang army on the hilltop had already begun to get busy. Marquis Longchamp's own soldiers greeted the state generals and Captain Li to go to the center for breakfast. The Marquis got up early today, looking radiant, and at a glance she slept very well last night. On the other hand, Bai Yuxuan on the side was wearing heavy dark circles under her eyes and yawning constantly. Several generals were sitting around in front of the center tent, each holding a bowl of porridge in their hands. Sweet corn porridge is simmered with dried meat and mountain vegetables. It tastes very fresh and flavorful. More soothing to them than breakfast was the state of the tillers in the valley before them. After a night of chaotic and intense fighting, most of the tillers fell to the ground breathless and resting. There were unkempt bodies everywhere. Sangdu and those 1,000 heads of households has long since ceased to be the majesty of the past, each hair disheveled, clothing and armor tattered. Watch as the embattled enemy moves step by step toward annihilation. Nothing would make the Liang generals happier than this. The Marquis of Longchamp is in a springtime mood today, sweeping away yesterday's woes and wilting. She annihilated the Iron Army. Credit is about to come to hand. After this battle, Longchamp White family status is considered stable. Those forces that wanted to have designs on the White family would also have to back off. And the one who brought it all about was obviously this Lieutenant Li beside him. Marquis Longchamp was in a good mood and asked Li Yuan casually, "Did Captain Li rest well last night?" Li Yuan was busy arching his hand in response. "Report Marquis. Slept well last night. The bedding is very comfortable." When he said that, Li Yuan was so agitated that he couldn't go on. Li Yuan suddenly remembered that the bedding he used last night was this Marquis's stuff. "You slept under someone else's Marquis's quilt last night and said it was comfortable. How that sounds. It feels like you're asking for death." Li Yuan really had a headache. The Marquis of Longchamp over there, by Jing, was also embarrassed in his heart. It was then that she remembered that it was her bedding that this Captain Li seemed to be using last night. The quilt was laid by her sister for someone else. What if she let this Lieutenant Li have any misunderstanding? Both were momentarily speechless. But fortunately, the Marquis reacted extremely quickly. "Captain Li, just rest well. Now that we've trapped the Tealers, what do you think we should do next?" Li Yuan happened to have some ideas, so he said archly, "The Tealers in the valley today are at the end of their tether. It's just that it's really a bit of a shame that those Tiela warhorses down there are being spoiled by them just like that. I have thought about it, and now the Tealers are in dire need of water to renew their lives. Why don't we use water to trade horses with them?" When Marquis Longchamp heard that Li Yuan could get horses from the Tylines, his eyes lit up and he was busy continuing to ask, "Captain Li, tell me more carefully." Li Yuan said, "The main reason for our weak Liang cavalry is the lack of warhorses. The Liang and the northern tribes trade with each other, and all that can be exchanged are only second-rate warhorses. The Marquis Longchamps, with no more than a few hundred cavalry, are for the same reason. But now water has become more valuable than warhorses in the eyes of the Tealers in the valley. If we offered a bag of water for a warhorse, do you think those dying of thirst Tealers would agree?" The Marquis of Longchamp nodded his head frequently and said that it was right. Warhorses were extremely valuable in Diliang. If there was a way to water exchange the warhorses in the valley, it would definitely not be a bad idea. Chapter 88, Trading Water for Horses. Just another frown from the Marquis said, "Captain Li, all the access roads to the gourd mouth below have been blocked by us, even if those Tealers are willing to change. And how can we ship out the horses that we've gotten in exchange for this?" Li Yuan smiled. "This is not difficult. There are a couple of gentle slopes in the valley where we have wooden walls built. We can open a gap in the wooden wall where a horse can get through. After getting the wannabe water-changing Tealers below to cooperate in lassoing the horses, it would be possible to drag them up through the gentle slope. Now in the valley, the Tiela infighting has killed the blood feud, and it is no longer possible to join forces against the Liang army, so we can give it a try. Also, I had the smithing battalion build several sets of pulley sets, if mounted on the edge of the cliff. Also try slinging horses from the valley." The Marquis naturally couldn't understand any pulley sets, but she felt that Li Yuan must have a way. But then the expression changed to one of sadness. "We have long dealt with the Tealers. They are very stubborn in nature. I'm afraid it's hard to get them to change horses so obediently." Li Yuan replied with a slight smile. "Those Tiela warriors, indeed, but don't forget, Marquis, that besides the Tylines, there are many Tyline herdsmen slaves and prisoners of war down there. Most of them come from the tribes conquered by the Tiela, and they have not been oppressed by their Tiela masters on a regular basis. These are the people that we are fighting for." How to get a message to the people in the valley? That's easy too. Just have an interpreter who understands teletext yell it from the pass. Li Yuan also found interpreters who knew the Tiela language and wrote a dozen or so cloths, exchanging water for horses. Then shoot into the valley with a bow and arrow. It didn't take long for the news to spread among the stranded Tealers in the valley. The beamers up there are willing to trade water for horses. 1 water bag for 1 horse. Just tie the horse to the rope. The Tiela warriors, of course, took the news with a grain of salt. But the herdsmen slaves and prisoners of war, who had been robbed of their water bags by the tellers and were struggling on the verge of dying of thirst, were moved. There were plenty of war horses in this valley, most of which were now unattended and skulking around on their own looking for grass to eat. If horses could really be exchanged for water, it was only natural that these desperate herdsmen would want to try. Not long after, there were ropes hanging down from the wooden walls of the Liang army. A group of thirsty herd slaves who couldn't stand it, literally tied a horse and sent it up. Not long afterward, the Liang troops who had received the horses also literally hoisted down a bag of water with a rope. With a happy cheer, those herdsmen divided the water. Once they saw that exchanging horses for water was really feasible, many thirsty herdsmen looked for ropes to send their horses along the cliffs. Li Yuan stood on the hillside and watched. By now there were already 70 to 80 horses getting up from down the valley. A few were injured during the tow, but most were in pretty good shape. "You know, If it was in the grassland mutual market, Leon wanted to exchange so many fine war horses, but you have to pay at least 10,000 guan of copper, or hundreds of young women to do so. And what is used for interaction now is simply some water purification. The huge benefits excited the four generals and the Marquis of Longchamp, so more ropes were let down. In just 2 hours, more than 500 war horses were exchanged, but at that moment, those tealers, who had been coldly watching the herdsmen change horses, began to act. They didn't stop the herdsmen from exchanging their war horses just now for the sole purpose of waiting for them to get their water bags before making a grab for them. Now those herdsmen, the water had arrived. The Tiela people immediately rushed over, cutting down the herdsmen to seize the water bags. However, these pastoral slaves and POW soldiers are not stupid, and many of them change to water and drink it immediately, and never stay in their hands waiting for you to grab it. Another round of brutal melee between the two sides in the valley. Li Yuan looked at the battlefield below, his mind turned, and he said to the interpreter beside him, "You go and shout, and tell the men below as long as they are herdsmen and prisoners of war. A tealer head for a bag of water. Two heads of the tealers and we can spare his life. They can then join the cavalry of our Liang people." As soon as Li Yuan's conditions opened, the melee below was even more frantic. The Marquis of Longchamp and General of the Four Continents on the side were both a bit surprised. The Marquis asked, "Are you really going to recruit cavalry from these herdsmen?" Li Yuan nodded. These herdsmen and prisoners of war would have had a low status among the Tilians. This time the two sides have killed each other and are no longer reconcilable. If the herdsmen really did kill two of the tealers, with such great hatred, they would never dare to return to the grasslands, and only follow us. Then Li Yuan arched his hand at the Marquis. "My humble servant congratulates the Marquis on gaining another strong army." The Marquis of Longchamp froze. "You mean to tell me that these Mako cavalrymen were recruited for me?" Li Yuan had a bitter smile on his face. "Recruited for you? Of course. I'm just a small lieutenant. How can I have the financial resources to provide for so many cavalry?" The Marquis of Longchamp is honorable, and this time the Longchamp army has suffered another loss. These herdsmen cavalrymen, if recruited, are actually an excellent source of soldiers. The current dynastic situation in Daliang is quite unintelligible. The more soldiers and horses in the hands of the Marquis, the better. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Marquis Longchamp couldn't help but nod his head as well. Bai Yuxuan, who was on the side, also came over and whispered in her big sister's ear, "Captain Li is right. The current Daliang dynasty is treacherous. A lot of forces are on the move. Our white family, if we want to defend ourselves, a big sister must then build up her strength and prepare for everything early." Hearing Li Yuan and his little sister's words, the Marquis also nodded slightly. So within the following days, this trade of war horses and Tiela heads for water went on and on. War horses were constantly being sent up, and there were herdsmen and prisoner of war armies who brought the heads of the Tiela to join them. Once this idea of Li Yuan's came out, these days below the valley, there were desperate shouts of murder everywhere. The chaos lasted a total of 7 days. By the 8th day, the valley below was finally quiet. During these days, the Liang army exchanged water for a total of more than 6,000 good horses. There were more than 2,400 Tiela herdsmen and prisoner of war soldiers who surrendered. The valley below, on the other hand, had been completely transformed into a place of death, littered with mutilated corpses and near-insane people. After waiting 2 more days to make sure there was no more danger, thousands of Longchamps were led by Li Yuan himself to clear the small Pingchuan River at Huluku. Walking into the valley was like coming to the Shura hell. Take a few steps and you'll step on human limbs. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with the bodies of men and horses. There were hundreds more of the remaining Tiela army. Only most of them had been turned into trance-like lunatics. Eventually, under a tree, Li Yuan found the bodies of Sandu, the commander of the Tealers, and dozens of thousand chiefs. Some of them committed suicide, while others were killed by their own soldiers. Sandu's guards and soldiers also committed suicide beside him to accompany him. Li Yuan looked at the scene that was like an abyss in hell, and he was also a bit uncomfortable, but it's good that it's over. It then took several days to clear the battlefield with surrendered prisoners of war and herdsmen slaves. This is the territory of Daliang. So many corpses will cause a plague if not handled properly. The bodies of the telegraphs were centrally cremated. All kinds of swords and spears and armor and leather robes were piled up, and the seizures plus the horses obtained in the trade ended up being as many as 7,500. But something unexpected happened here. That is, the surrendered herdsmen were not willing to join the Longchamps. They had only one request, to follow the mighty Li Yuan warriors. This was a big surprise to everyone. It was the custom of the steppe peoples to follow the strongest warrior, and this was also the tradition of the northern barbarian ministries. In the midst of this war, Li Yuan's performance also really put these herdsmen in awe. The mighty thousand household chiefs were decimated by Li Yuan by at least 2 or 3 of them. One of them is also a very famous tiger-fighting warrior among the Tyrells. And the number of centurions who died under Li Yuan's riding gun, that's too many to count. The way Longchamp Ho solved this problem was also simple and rough. She directly gave Li Yuan the title of 1000 Cavalry Commander of the Longchamp Army. All of these POW soldiers were directly assigned to the Cavalry 1000 under Li Yuan's rule. This satisfied the captive soldiers. Li Yuan could only nod his head in agreement now. He also understood that at present, other than himself, other people could not deter the domination of this group of tough herdsman cavalry. As for doing so, is it in line with the military law of Diliang? The current Longchamp Marquis couldn't care less. Chapter 89, The Treacherous Shangjing. A great victory at Chishui River and the total annihilation of Tiela's army. The Marquis of Longchamp immediately sent a confession of victory to the court. 10 Longchamp soldiers, each equipped with 2 horses, traveled day and night to report the success to Shangjing, relying on the stagecoach system, which is still quite complete in the interior of Daliang. It would only take 7 or 8 days to get from the Chishui River to Shangjing, the center of Great Liang. At this time, the upper capital of Diliang. The wind is still a little chilly in May. Inside the imperial city, a team of forbidden soldiers were on high alert with armor and spears. The eunuchs and courtiers walking around were all careful and discreet. Inside the Prosperity Palace, silk and bamboo strings were played, the aftermath of a woozy song. Dozens of young dancers with exquisite figures, dressed in tulle and holding feather fans, were dancing. Within the great hall, the smoke from the incense burner lingered, enveloping the several people at the top. On top of an ornately carved dragon couch, the nominal master of the Great Liang dynasty, Jianqing Emperor Chen Yunsheng, was sitting on the soft couch watching the song and dance with his eyes transfixed. Upon closer inspection, this emperor's gaze was dull, his eyes had lost focus, and he seemed to be in a half-dreaming, half-awake trance. The body shook a little, perhaps from exhaustion, and salivation then flowed from the corners of the mouth. At this time a snow-white jade hand, reaching out from the side, used a brocade handkerchief to wipe away the drool from the corners of the emperor's mouth. Then the owner of the jade hand sighed languidly. The sires were seated on the left-hand side of the emperor. It was an enchanting black-clothed palatial woman with cloudy temples and high plates with cold eyes. It seemed to look at anyone with ice and frost in their eyes. This person is the western palace of Emperor Jianqing, Empress Xiao Min Xiao. And on the right-hand side of the emperor stood an old purple-clad eunuch with a humble demeanor. The old eunuch's face is full of wrinkles left by the years, both cheeks drooping, eyes slightly narrowed, looking at who are full of smiles. It looks like an old man next door with a kind face, but those who really knew him were silenced. The old eunuch's name was Wu Dian, the imperial governor in charge of the imperial city of Great Liang. In fact, what most of the world doesn't know is that the current center of power in Diliang, the real controllers are these two. It was also known as the Queen's Party because it was headed by Empress Xiao. At this time, outside of the Easy Palace, inside the imperial city, the doors were tightly closed. The east, west, south, north and south gates have been tightly blocked by a large number of additional armor. The inner guard eunuchs, dressed in black, were conducting a massive search in the imperial city. From time to time, eunuchs and palace maidens were forcibly dragged out of the house by them. These captured courtiers either cried out in pain or were paralyzed and shivering. Not long afterward, inside the Easy Palace, a black-clothed inner guard came in from the side door and first kowtowed to the top few people. Then he got up and went to the chief imperial steward and whispered a few words in his ear. Queen Xia, in black, asked with another sigh, "How's it going? Eunuch Wu, did you find those rats that mixed into the imperial city?" With a wave of his hand, the old eunuch first let the black-clothed inner guards go down. Then turning his head, he bowed low to Empress Xiao and said, "Your Highness, my men conducted a close investigation in all parts of the imperial city and arrested a total of 76 suspected eunuchs and courtiers. If nothing else, the scouts sent by the second and third emperors should be mingling among them." The queen in black nodded, then asked in a cold voice, "Then, Eunuch Wu, what are you going to do about it?" The corners of the old eunuch's mouth widened into a very kind smile. "What else can be done with it? What the old slave and the queen have done is too big to ever be revealed. The only people who can keep this a secret are the dead. The old slave thinks that it's time to feed the fish in the imperial garden and fertilize the flowers and plants on the imperial mountain." Empress Xiao coldly looked at the old eunuch, and her heart couldn't help but flinch. This old thing has a really hard heart. It seems that these 76 courtiers will not survive the day. The old eunuch bowed again and said in a warm voice, "The old slave invites your majesty to take a walk together in the imperial garden of the harem. How about we see together how the old slave feeds and fertilizes the fish?" Empress Xiao pondered for a moment, then said leisurely, "Okay, then I'll go check it out. How does Eunuch Wu's feed this fish and fertilize it?" Empress Xiao didn't want to lose her momentum in front of this old guy. In the current imperial city, the Empress relatives controlled the thousands of elite forbidden troops and the 4 gates in the imperial city. This eunuch Wu, on the other hand, is in control of the inner guards and the palace staff. As for what the latter party did, it was indeed a big stab in the dark. Back then, in order to consolidate her position, Empress Xiao of the Western Palace colluded with this imperial chief eunuch Wu and killed the Empress of the Eastern Palace with poison. Originally things were done extremely secretly, but for some reason there have been rumors recently that the emperor wants to thoroughly investigate the matter of the East Palace back then. The 2 men, in a desperate attempt to protect themselves, used a poison from the west on the emperor, leave it in a half-asleep, half-awake, trance-like state, in order to eliminate its future problems. The latter party is a false imperial decree, sent people to swindle the prince, designed to murder the prince in the imperial city. The 2 had thought that they could now push the 7th prince born to Empress Xiao onto the throne and succeed him in controlling the dynasty. So they released the news that the emperor was seriously ill and that the 7th prince was to be the crown prince. Who thought of this? In the courtroom above, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The 7th prince, to set up the crown prince thing, was full of civil and military strong opposition. The group of civil ministers led by the left minister, forcefully advocating since ancient times, the order of the eldest and youngest, the death of the crown prince, should be established as the 2nd prince as the crown prince. Moreover, this 2nd prince often relieves the downtrodden scribes in the civil society and is quite virtuous. But this 2nd prince has a problem. That is, the birth mother is only a courtesan. Identity is only commoner. According to the law of the Great Liang is very difficult to establish as the crown prince. On the other hand, the group of honored nobles in Diliang, led by General Zheng Tianxiong, the auxiliary general, pushed for the 3rd prince to succeed the throne of the crown prince, for no other reason than the fact that the 3rd prince's mother, noble consort Rong, came from a distinguished and prestigious family, and was inextricably linked to the Diliang noble clique. So now in the capital city, the emperor has been deeply poisoned, become a temple of the wood and mud cannot govern. The later party wanted to push Empress Xiao's 7th prince to be the crown prince, but it was opposed by the whole court. The 2nd prince, who was esteemed by the civil government group, was extremely difficult to be made the crown prince because he was born of a concubine. And the 3rd prince, whom the honored nobles wanted to embrace, was opposed by the other 2 parties. For a time, within this upper capital city, with the goal of establishing the reserve, the 3 parties formed a stalemate. The most active now is the 2nd prince's line headed by Left Minister Kai Hongwen. These civil servants, with the same year of the imperial examinations and the collusion of their disciples and officials, formed the so-called Wendy party. This 2nd prince Chen Jingxian, although for the concubine, but is currently the head of the prince, but also extremely good at collecting people. These literati and extremely good at creating momentum in the dynasty, and the people trumpeted the wisdom of the 2nd prince. For a time, the 2nd prince and the people's call for the establishment of the crown prince was great. Then the 2nd prince, who relies on the civil ministers to blow the whistle. The advantage of the 3rd prince is the support of the lord, headed by General Zheng Tianxiong, the auxiliary general of the state. The honored nobles in the court controlled the military power of the government soldiers in the 6 counties near Shangjing. As long as they give the order, they can easily mobilize 30,000 troops. If the latter party really forced the 7th prince to establish the crown prince to succeed the throne, I am afraid that they will immediately face the siege of the city by the army. It also makes the latter party quite a throwback. Of course, the latter party is not all without a chance of victory. They control the imperial city's forbidden army, the emperor himself and the Jade Seal. Moreover, the 2 emperors outside the imperial city were highly antagonistic and stalemated with each other. All 3 parties are trying their best to dig out each other's handles and shortcomings to create momentum for their own succession to the throne. Everyone understands that once their heir fails and doesn't end up with the throne, then those who support them will surely suffer the complete liquidation of their opponents, and the family will be annihilated. So for all the tripartite forces involved in the battle for imperial power, there was no way back for them. At this most tense moment, the back party in the imperial city made a big mistake. That is, the Jade Seal of Great Liang, which was placed in the Jianfu Palace in the imperial city, was inexplicably stolen. Chapter 90, Checks and Balances. After the loss of the Jade Seal, Empress Xiao and eunuch Wu immediately tightly blocked the news. Both believe it should be one of the other 2 princes who sent someone to sneak into the palace and steal the Jade Seal. The purpose? Of course, it is to prepare for the succession of his own royal son. If you can get your hands on the Jade Seal, you can greatly increase the legitimacy of your successor. Even if it is not in the palace, there is still a reason to be crowned emperor. The 2 men immediately used the pretext that someone in the palace had committed an assassination, and forced the closure of the palace city to conduct a massive search. That's what led to the scene just now. Walking in the cloisters leading to the Imperial Garden, Empress Xiao asked in a warm voice, "Those Tiela envoys, are they still at peace in Shangjing?" The old eunuch who walked half a step behind was busy answering. "At present, the Tiela envoys are quite peaceful, only demanding wine, meat and women from my Liang on a daily basis. I sent someone to spy on the demands they made this time. The great Khan of Tiela wants us, De Liang, to cede the continents of the Beichuan Dao. These northern barbarians are simply delusional," Empress Xia said after a moment of contemplation. "Stabilize them first. I've heard that the two emperors have also sent people to contact the Tiela envoys. It's a critical time in the battle for the throne, and there must be no accidents. Tell that to the tellers. Grain, cloth, gold, silver, jewels and jade we can give in Liang, but ceding land, never." The old eunuch thought for a moment, then said, "The Tylians have made two more demands that the old slave thinks are outrageous." Empress Xia paused slightly, then asked, "What is it?" "The first requirement is that the new Khan of the Tealers have a succession ceremony this year. In addition to making us double the yearly currency of De Liang this year, we are also asked to send an additional group of women. Send them at least 3,000 young women who can bear children. It says it is to be used for rewarding the warriors under his command. The second thing is that the eldest son of Tile Khan comes of age this year. The Tealers have asked us to choose a princess to make peace with the Khan's eldest son. That messenger said that was the minimum requirement if we didn't agree. They can't help but meddle in the internal affairs of Liang's succession to the throne. And the 30,000 Tiela army in the direction of the Chishui River will also advance on Shangjing. So the old slave suggests that it might be a good idea to say yes first, if only to give up some women. It's also good to have stabilized the Tyrells first. We can't let them spoil our family." Empress Xia thought for a moment, then nodded. "Let's do that for now." Then, by this time, the two had already walked through the cloisters and arrived at the Imperial Garden of the Imperial City. At this time, the Imperial Garden was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Hundreds of black-clad palace guards and forbidden armored soldiers surrounded the place. The black-clad inner guards brought the 76 captured courtiers to the Imperial Garden. Eunuch Wu instructed the black-clothed man in front of him, "Go and ask them who took the things from the Jianfu Palace. And if you know, hurry up and tell them. Those who do not say, the courtesans cast the lake to feed the fish. Eunuchs are sent to the royal hill to dig a pit and bury alive." The man in black led the way, and then led his men towards the 76 courtiers. A few moments later, within a pavilion in the Imperial Garden, a short, fat teenager in a bright yellow brocade robe was making a scene. Mother, I'm going to watch Blister Man again. That's funny. I'm going to watch it again. Quick, throw down a few. At this time, within the lotus pond in the Imperial Garden, dozens of female corpses were floating on the surface of the lake. They were all the palace maids who had just been cornered by the man in black, but apparently nothing. And the short, fat teenager who was yelling, "It's Empress Xiao's own son, the 7th prince, Chan Xing," looking at a somewhat demented and insane son. Empress Xiao sighed again with a sad face and thought helplessly in her heart, "Even if my own son does succeed the throne, can this kind of demented brain really save the lives of my Xiao family's entire family?" Under the erosion of Western poisons, the days of the Emperor of De Liang will not be long now. There was no telling what the other two princes were preparing for. At this time, within the left minister's residence in the eastern city of Shangjing, a middle-aged scribe with a square face was crouching down to write beforehand. I saw him writing with a light touch, and between the wandering of the pen tip, a piece of article was wonderfully written. This is an essay in praise of the benevolence and virtue of the second prince. First, it describes the second prince holding a scroll and reading the sages at night, and then writes that the second prince relieves widows and orphans in the countryside and rebukes the wicked to make them change their ways. In the text, there is even a story of the second prince's extensive friendship with the virtuous and indifferent to fame and fortune. In a short time, an eloquent essay was written. Several other scribe-like people beside him also came over to watch, and their mouths could not help but marvel. Wonderful! The left minister is truly the first head of literature in my De Liang. The words of this article are so well written that they flow in a single breath. Truly reading this text is like drinking good wine. That's right. The left minister is truly brilliant and ingenious. Listening to the blow-by-blow of a few people to the left and right, the middle-aged scribe put down his pen, held up the article and read it again, and was quite proud of his own writing. This person is the left minister, Kai Hongwen, who was known as the literary leader of Great Liang. He summoned his subordinates and ordered them to make several copies of this article, in letting the family gatekeepers, with the article in the Shangjing wine shop tea house to spread. Left Minister Kai Hongwen did this in order to make the image of the second prince's benevolence and virtue more popular, increase the popularity of the second prince. It was at this time that an underling ran in and whispered a few times in the left minister's ear, The left minister's brows couldn't help but frown as his eyes rolled. With that, he immediately instructed the henchman, "Prepare a sedan chair and quickly go to the second prince's residence." Within a short time, the sedan chair arrived in front of the second prince's residence. The left minister was the second prince's teacher, so there was no one to stop him from entering the mansion. He had just stepped into the mansion when he saw one of the second prince's personal household generals welcoming him. With a warm fury on his face, the left minister asked the family general in a low voice, "Where are the people?" The family general was busy answering, "Your Excellency, the second prince is at the back." Without saying anything, the left minister directly stepped in. Passing through several courtyards in the mansion, he met the second prince who was coming out of the back hall in the back house. At this time, the second prince, Chen Jingxian, had dark circles under his eyes and a thin face. He saw his teacher, the left minister Kai Hongwen, walk in angrily, his eyes flashing a little uneasy, but then it relaxed again. Although his own teacher was the left minister, what could he do to an imperial prince? Kai Hongwen did not look at the second prince, but walked straight into the bedroom in the back hall. Inside, on the bed and couch, a pair of unclothed mother and daughter were blue in the face and had obviously been strangled. The left minister closed his eyes and trembled with anger. The second prince knew that he was at a disadvantage. He was busy explaining to the teacher, I just wanted to have some casual fun. I didn't realize that the pair of wenches were so unforgiving. I came down hard." The left minister turned his head and looked at his indisputable student. The second prince's face was tie and disheveled, which was not as virtuous as in his own article. But in front of him, after all, is the prince. The left minister suppressed the resentment in his heart and said in a warm voice, "Your Highness, it is now reaching a critical time in the fight for the throne of the crown prince. This thing you've done, if it gets out, what face do you have to fight for? If you fail to become emperor, have you thought about what the later party and the third prince will do to you? Pleasure is a small thing, but life is a big thing." Then a long sigh. The second prince's mouth was apologizing profusely, but his heart was unimpressed. Of course the left minister doesn't believe it. He knew the second prince's nature too well. Ever since his mother was killed in the palace, he's had some sick fetishes. Not a few women have been tortured to death by him. These fetishes were actually nothing to a nobleman like the second prince. But the left minister knows that there is a critical period in the fight for the crown prince, and the only advantage the second prince had was the so-called benevolence and virtue touted by the civil officials he led. Once this benevolent persona was broken, the second prince would inevitably be eliminated from the game. That won't end well for him as a teacher. Thinking about this, the left minister's expression was like the dark clouds in the sky, becoming even more gloomy. Chapter 91, The Left Minister and the Second Prince. It's happening right now. A butler-like man ran in from the outer courtyard. He whispered to the two men in the courtyard, "Your Highness, Lord Left Minister, outside the gates of the house, a man has come to make a noise. He said his wife and daughter were brought into this mansion, threatened to go to the police if we didn't release him. Your Highness, what shall we do?" The left minister and the second prince glanced at each other with a shock in their eyes. The second prince's expression twisted as he muttered under his breath, "These losers? They clearly said no one saw it. Show me out." The second prince was just about to leave the courtyard, but the left minister reached out and stopped him. "Your Highness, at this time, it's better for you not to show yourself outside. This matter is at my disposal." After saying that, the left minister led several family members towards the door. When he came to the entrance of the mansion, sure enough, he saw a simple-faced man who was shouting at the top of his voice, "You guys let me in. I'm looking for my wife and kids. I clearly saw my wife and daughter brought into this mansion by a group of people. You guys let them out now?" His clamor attracted some people to stop and watch from a distance. At that moment the side door of the mansion opened. A middle-aged man with a square face walked out. He began by reprimanding the few houseguests who were pulling at the man. "What are you guys doing? Why are you being rude to this people? Get out of my way." A few family members of course recognized Lord Left Minister and hurriedly retreated left and right. The man in front of the door was first stunned when he saw an imposing middle-aged scribe walk in. The Left Minister, on the other hand, spoke first and asked with a puzzled expression, "This man, what is your business here in front of the house?" The man naturally didn't recognize this Left Minister of the current dynasty, but seeing this person was full of righteousness and official authority, it naturally creates 7 or 8 points of trust. Without much thought, he told the truth about his wife and daughter being kidnapped into this mansion. It turned out that this person is the South Street operating a tea stall vendors. Holmes bumped into his wife and daughter by a few criminals kidnapped. He had followed all the way and kept asking around before he found this mansion, and was stopped by the family guards in front of the door. He also didn't know who owned the mansion. The family man just said that the person arrested was a runaway slave from the house, not his wife or daughter. He was fuming, so he made a scene at the door. The left minister listened to the whole thing very patiently and then asked, "This man, did you see with your own eyes that the wife and daughter were brought into the house?" The man was busy nodding. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." The left minister's eyes rolled. "And did anyone else see it?" The man thought for a moment, then shook his head. "This gentleman. I was worried about my wife and daughter and came over in a hurry. There was no one else to see it." The left minister nodded slightly, then said to the Hanyu in a warm voice, "The wife and daughter were mistaken for runaway slaves and taken into the house, and I think there may have been a misunderstanding. It is not impossible that an underling has made a reckless mistake. As it happens, the old man is acquainted with the owner of this mansion. Let's put it this way, I see that you are also honest, so I'll give up face and take you into the house to look for it. You go in and break it down with the owner of this house and clear up any misunderstandings. What do you think? I heard that this gentleman could take himself in to find his wife and daughter." The naive man immediately had a happy face. Hastily, he arched his hand at the left minister and thanked him. "This gentleman, you look like a good man. Thank you so much. Your favor, I dare not forget it for the rest of my life." The left minister nodded slightly and said with a smile on his face, "Then you will follow me into the house." After saying that, the left minister turned around and led the naive man into the second prince's residence. The two just went in and bam, the door to the mansion was immediately slammed shut. As the left minister walked, he instructed the head of the household guards around him, "Help your master handle it cleanly." The family man nodded his head in response to the order, and with a brush, he drew his long sword and walked towards the naive man with a ferocious look on his face. With that, the sound of a man's scream came from behind the left minister. The left minister did not stop his steps, but only shook his head with a somber face. "Finish dealing with this filth." The left minister and the second prince entered a secret room in the inner courtyard. The second prince knew that this was his teacher having an important matter to discuss with him in secret. Within the chamber, the second prince had thought that his teacher was trying to admonish him from indulging in those unseemly fetishes, but as soon as his teacher opened his mouth, he realized that the left minister had come to him today to discuss something else. "Your Highness, I have come this time to confer with you about borrowing troops from the Tylines. I've heard that the teacher wants to borrow troops from the Tealers." The second prince's face was shocked. "Teacher, are you saying that you want to borrow troops from the northern barbarians, the Tylines?" The left minister nodded solemnly. "To fight for the throne. The biggest shortcoming of our lineage is the lack of soldiers. In the hands of the rear party, there are thousands of elite royal forbidden troops. Those who control the forbidden army are all relatives of Empress Xiao. It can be said that the forbidden army in the imperial city has become the private army of her back party. The third prince's mother's family is prominent, and the auxiliary general is his maternal uncle. The Hanshu line, which was able to utilize 30,000 county soldiers from the counties surrounding Shangjing." The left minister sighed again and continued, "Once the battle for the crown prince heats up, several parties are bound to move their swords. Without a strong army in His Highness's hands, it's difficult for us to even stay alive and defend ourselves here in Shangjing." Hearing this analysis from his teacher, the second prince also frowned in a rare manner. But then, the second prince said, "Teacher, this Tealer is wolfish. Truly, if I rely on them, help me succeed the throne. I'm just afraid that it's easy for us to invite the gods and hard to send them away. Once they occupied Shangjing and didn't leave, they moved to take Daliang for themselves. What are we going to do again?" The left minister nodded and said, "Your Highness has a valid concern. I also know that borrowing troops from the Tealers is drinking hemlock. Do not find the Tiela people. The fight for the throne really moved the sword. You and I too absolutely no way to live. If we can get the Tylines to help your Highness become the emperor of this great Liang, when the time comes, we can send more gold, silver, beads and jewels to the Tiela people. Satisfy all the demands of the telegraphs. Just do your best to find a way to send them away. But your Highness, if you don't become emperor, we, on the other hand, are bound to die. And does this great beam still have anything to do with you and me?" Hearing this, the second prince could only nod slightly. He knew the teacher was telling the truth. As a royal son, he had seen too many intrigues and killings since he was a child. After the party, the two emperors, any party to become the emperor, will certainly not leave a scourge for themselves. There will definitely be a thorough liquidation of the other forces. The losers will inevitably be slaughtered. The second prince's face was grave, his expression changing dramatically, and he finally said to the left minister, "Then everything, let the teacher decide." The left minister said with a nod and a high five with his hand, "Good, since your Highness has made up your mind, then I will meet the envoys of the Tylines and talk to them about borrowing troops. As long as your Highness can successfully succeed the throne and become the emperor of Great Liang, it's worth paying any price." And at this time, at the auxiliary general's residence, a merry feast is being held. Dozens of lords were gathering and having a good time. At the head of the group was none other than His Highness the Third Prince as well as Auxiliary General Zheng Tianxiong. The Third Prince, Chen Xiaowu, is a young man with frivolous eyes, and at first glance, he is always indulging in alcohol and sex. He didn't really have much interest in these kinds of honored gatherings, and if it wasn't for his maternal uncle, Auxiliary General, dragging him to come, he wouldn't even have come. Auxiliary General Zheng Tianxiong, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man with a red face and a gnarled beard, with a stout figure and official authority. The man is a great man and is quite good at saving face. At this moment, the Auxiliary General raised the wine in his hand and said to the dozen or so honored persons in front of him, "Everyone has come to help the Third Prince take the throne. The Third Prince and I. Thank you all. As long as the Third Prince can become the Crown Prince, all of you here are all meritorious. When the time comes, there will surely be heavy rewards for those who have merited it. Come, all of you, drink this cup." The lords, too, raised their hands in response. "Lord Auxiliary General, His Highness the Third Prince is at ease, with just one order from Your Highness, and the Auxiliary General. We will order all the men to kill the Imperial City. Take this throne for Your Highness." The Auxiliary General was nodding his head as he listened. But sadly, a rash attack on the Imperial City. I'm afraid of being misunderstood by the world. After all, His Majesty, the Emperor, is still in the Imperial City, still in the hands of the Back Party. We can't tell if His Majesty is inadvertently harmed once a large army is unleashed. This time I'm here to gather everyone to think about it. There is a way to destroy the Back Party and at the same time give us the name of the Great Righteousness. Chapter 92, The Auxiliary General. The first to stand up and talk back. It was an old man in his 50s with a refined aura in his white-haired eyes. This person is one of the 4 Marquis of the Great Liang, Dongxing Marquis, Bao Kuan, because good at scheming also has the nickname of Chiu Fox. This man was one of the wise men in the line of auxiliary generals. He said with an arch to the Third Prince and the Auxiliary General. The latter party closed the Imperial City and cut off contact between His Majesty and the ministers. That's the best reason. We can start by spreading the word in the marketplace that the Back Party has already victimized His Majesty in order to usurp the throne. In mobilizing courtiers close to us to petition in front of the palace gates of the Imperial City. Demand that the group of ministers must be given an audience with His Majesty. The more things get out of hand, the better. The Third Prince and the Auxiliary General may wait with their own armies. If the latter party dares not allow the minister to have an audience with His Majesty, we will immediately declare that His Majesty has been victimized by the latter party. In the name of avenging His Majesty's death, he swung his army into the palace to behead the rear party. That would be a great bottom. Hearing Marquis Dongxing's idea, the nobles nodded frequently. The Auxiliary General also stroked his palm and laughed. This is a wonderful plan, and we will follow it. The idea was decided, and we all raised our glasses. At that moment another fair-faced, slightly chubby-faced lord raised his wine. The Auxiliary General and the Third Prince, who were in the upper position, gave a salute. He was Marquis Pinghai Ningji, also one of the 4 great marquis, and was quite cautious as he opened his mouth and said, "There's something else we have to guard against, too. The Tiela army has invaded the Chishui River, and with no news from the front line for so long, I surmise that the Marquis of Longchamps is feared to have suffered a great defeat. From the Chishui River to Shangjing, with the horsepower of the Tealers, it would take as little as 7 or 8 days, or as much as a dozen days. I've heard these days that both the rear party and the second prince have sent people to frequently contact the Tiela envoys that are in the upper capital, if they do mischief with the help of outside forces, especially the soldiers and horses of the Tilians. We could have to defend ourselves." Hearing Marquis Pinghai's words, the nobles in the room all looked grave. Several lords located at the bottom of the table muttered in low voices, "Marquis Longchamp, how can we say that he is also considered one of our honored ones? Sending that girl to the Redwater River to die this time? Isn't that overdoing it a bit?" A lord sitting at the top retorted, "What do you know? Bai Jing, who has newly inherited the title of Marquis of Longchamp, has shown much disrespect to the Auxiliary General, having repeatedly refused the Auxiliary General's offer of marriage. It is just right to send him to his death. What we need to think about now is how to defend ourselves against the Tealers moving south. If the Tiela cavalry really colluded with the rear party or the left ministers and attacked the upper capital, we'll have to prepare in advance." 2. The lords discussed the matter for a while longer, but none of them could come up with any ideas. After all, in front of the ferocious cavalry of the Tylines, scheming was of little use. It's happening right now. Suddenly, he heard what seemed to be a cacophony of voices outside. The Auxiliary General's face was displeased as he nodded his hand and called over the steward who was standing by the side to command, "Why don't you go outside and see what's going on? Why is it so noisy out here?" At this time a lord didn't know what came to his mind and said with some trembling, What do you say? Could it be the Tyrells killing them? His words made several of the lords around him. All of them creeped out. These lords understood in their hearts that the Liang army led by Longchampo was bound to suffer a great defeat at the Chishui River. Based on the time, it's really likely that the Tylians led an invasion to the south and raided the upper capital of Diliang. Thinking of this, the wine banquet scene at the auxiliary general's residence was in a state of disarray. What can we do about this? The Tylians are coming. How can we resist them? Lord Auxiliary General, order the gates to be closed tightly at once. That's right. Hurry up and close the door and hold the fort. There was a loud bang. The panicked lords looked over, and Zhang Tianxiong, the auxiliary general sitting at the top, slammed his hand on the wine case. Due to the excessive force, even the wine marquis was shaken off the case and tumbled on the floor. The auxiliary general looked at the panic-stricken lords, his face red with anger. What are you panicking about? It's only a district of Tealers, and it scares you all like this. What a disgrace to me. Sit back down. All of you. I've sent someone to check it out, and I'll have news soon. It was at this time that the steward who had been sent to spy on the news ran back. All of them immediately looked towards him, and found that this steward had a calm face, and there was no expression of fear. The lords, then, more or less put down their hearts. The auxiliary general opened his mouth and asked, "Tell me, what's going on out there?" The steward was slightly stagnant. His face was odd, that expression of wanting to say but not daring to say. The auxiliary general's face was displeased and he waved his hand. "Don't dawdle. Hurry up. What's going on out there?" "But have the telegraphs struck?" the steward said as he took a step forward and bowed. "Your Excellency General, just now there were messengers from the Longchamp army outside entering the city, and they were shouting about the great victory of the Chishui River in the streets. It says that the Marquis of Longchamp, at the Chishui River, greatly defeated the army of Tiela's southern expedition, beheading 27,000 heads." The steward's words had just finished. The room was silent at first, then instantly exploded. "What? This can't be right. Nonsense. Marquis Longchamp is lying about his military service. All of the people here are De Liang honored nobles. They know better than anyone else about how strong the Tiela people are. The Liang army and the Tiela soldiers and horses have been fighting for so long. There were even instances where dozens of Tiela cavalry chased after thousands of Liang troops. In their perception, the Tylians with a large number of elite cavalry were almost invincible on the battlefield." The auxiliary general's eyes flickered before he instructed the steward. "Go, take the token of my general's house, and seek a Longchamp messenger in the street. Bring it here. I want to question it." The steward took the token and immediately turned around and went out. And at that moment, in the pavilion and post where the Tiela envoys of the upper capital city resided, Kai Hongwen, the left minister in civilian clothes, is having a secret talk with Bergia, the envoy of Tiela. Tall, darker-skinned and sharp-eyed, Borgia was likewise a Tyrian warrior fighting tigers. This time, when he brought the Tiela mission to Diliang, he actually came to press the Liang court for the annual currency. Unfortunately, however, just after arriving in Diliang, he encountered the emperor of Diliang who was seriously ill and unable to manage the government. Right now in the upper capital, 3 emperors are vying for the crown prince. He also had no choice but to wait here and wait to see the changes in the dynastic situation in Diliang. Today, the left minister of Lyon took the initiative to approach the door, wanting Tiela to support the second prince to inherit the crown prince. Bergia had a teasing look on his face as he pondered how he could use this matter in order to get the most out of it for Tiela. "Lord Left Minister, are you saying that you want us Tylians to help the second prince inherit the throne?" Kai Hongwen nodded. "That's right. The second prince is benevolent and has the talent to be a ruler. If Tiela can help my second prince succeed to the throne, it will surely bring the 2 countries together." A sneer escaped Borgia's mind. "It's amazing how naive this person is. Friendship is nothing. I see only profit in Tiela's eyes." Thereupon Borgia said to the left minister, "Lord Left Minister, we Tiela people don't say anything in the dark and the clear. Your back party and the third prince of Diliang have been good to us Tealers. Empress Xia has even promised us to double the yearly coins given to Tiela this year. And amongst the 3 of you, the second prince is the weakest, and we are the least optimistic. The Tylians helped the second prince succeed to the throne. And what benefits can you give us Tylians?" Chapter 93, The Jet Report Shakes the Capital. Left Minister Kai Hongwen looked at the Tiela envoy Bergia, his forehead oozing cold sweat. This Liang literary leader has always been known for his eloquence. During the court discussions in Diliang, the left minister, with his eloquence and knowledge, often refuted his opponent's speechlessness. But when faced with the Tylians, it was clear that all of his full knowledge would not be of any use. The microaggressions in Kai Hongwen's mouth. The people of Tiela didn't care at all. The law of survival of the steppe barbarians only obeys the strong and only looks at profit. The left minister tried a few words, trying to convince the Tealers with reason. In return, only Borja sneered. The matter has come to this point. The left minister can only ask with a hard head. And what do I have to do before the Tiela army will come to my aid? A slight smile appeared at the corners of Borja's mouth. This smarmy left minister finally asked this. Borja mused for a moment, then said slowly, "It's not that hard to get our Tiela army to help you. As long as the left minister promises to cede the Beichuan Road states to us, Tiela, after the second prince becomes emperor of Diliang. If Zhuoxiang is a promise, I can, right now, give a handwritten letter to Lord Sangdu, the commander-in-chief of the Tiela army who is on the front line of the Chishui River. Let him personally lead an army of 30,000 men straight to the upper capital to help your second prince ascend to the throne. What do you think, Mr. Left Minister?" After saying these words, Boggia then looked at this left minister of Great Liang with a leathery smile on his face. Wanted to see his reaction. I heard that the condition of the Tiela people is that they want De Liang to cede the Beichuan Road states. Left Minister Kai Hongwen's face was also gloomy. The Beichuan continent, in fact, is the buffer zone between the upper capital of Great Liang and the northern savage grassland. It is also the front line of De Liang's defense against Tiela's southern encroachment. If the Beichuan Road was ceded, it would be tantamount to disarming De Liang directly in front of the northern barbarians. The capital, Shangjing, was directly under the iron hooves of the Tiela people, and ceded territory to Teller. The Great Liang dynasty in the countryside will certainly be furious. Even if the second prince did become emperor, I'm afraid that he would instantly lose the hearts and minds of De Liang. Kai Hongwen was also frowning as he thought of this, and he said in a low voice, "This is difficult to comply with. Can your envoy change his terms? The yearly coins, gold and silk, and even the women of Tiela can be doubled as long as my second prince becomes emperor, or even triple it. The only thing that can't really be done is this cutting of Kitagawa Road." Borja beamed. "Lord Left Minister, this is our only request from Tiela. If you don't agree, then forget it. I could have asked the other two. Maybe they'll say yes?" After saying this, Borgia proudly picked up a wine bowl and drank the milk wine in it in one go. Then he waved his hand at the subordinate beside him. "Men, see off the guests." Left Minister Kai Hongwen could only bow his head and sigh as he got up to leave. Only he had just reached the door of the pavilion hall. Suddenly, I heard someone shouting in the street outside. "Great victory! Great victory! Chishui River! A great victory for my Liang army! Marquis Longchamp beheads 27,000 Iron Legendary Armored Troops. Formation beheads Tiela's Marshal Sandu." The left minister just froze as he listened. "What? This can't be right." Suddenly, a roar like thunder rang out from behind him. Kai Hongwen shuddered at the voice and turned around. It's actually Borja, the envoy from Tiela. At this moment, his eyes were red and his features were distorted, and he shouted under his breath, "You beamers lie! My Tiela army will never lose." At this time, the left minister also slowed down from his shock. He had just been taken to task by this Tiela envoy, so naturally he was not happy in his heart. Since there was a messenger outside to report the success, he deliberately said to Borja in a smooth manner, "This is a report from the passing riders in the De Liang army. Let the people of the city know that my Liang army has won. That's why the Marquis of Longchamp would never dare to make a false statement. And here I thought, how powerful is your Tiela army? So it's nothing more than that." He said these words without looking at Borja's iron face. The left minister went straight out of the pavilion of the emissary of Tiela. In fact, the left minister, Kai Hongwen, didn't believe the contents of the shortcut. What with the great victory at Chishui River in 27,000 decapitations, he reckoned that the Marquis of Longchamp should just brag about a small victory as a big one. But it didn't prevent the left minister from using this matter to take revenge on the envoys of Tiela. After all, he was suffocating in there just now. But while walking along the road, the left minister was worried again. Since the Marquis of Longchamp can send back cavalry to report a victory, it means that they at least held off the southern advance of the Tiela army. So, in the short term, Tiela's soldiers and horses can't be utilized. This is difficult for the second prince's party. It seems important to have more detailed information. The left minister nodded his hand and called over a boy who followed him. "You go and inquire about the details of the Longchamp Marquis report." That boy was busy answering the order to leave. And at this time, within the imperial city of Shangjing, Empress Xiao and Wu Dan are fretting about not being able to find the missing jade seal. They knew that the closure of the imperial city must not be long, or else the third prince and the auxiliary generals would take the opportunity to make trouble. Thinking of ways to do that, suddenly a eunuch, holding up a report of a shortcut, ran into the great hall. "Enlighten the Empress, General Manager Wu. The Marquis of Longchamp has just sent a shortcut. Say, It says that my Daliang soldiers and horses have defeated the 30,000 strong army of Tiela at the Chishui River, 27,000 beheadings, and even more so, the formation decapitated the commander of Tiela, Sandu. What? Hear this. Even people as composed as Empress Xiao and Eunuch Wu could not help but stand up. Is this news reliable? The little eunuch was busy handing forward the shortcut report in his hand. This is the Marquis of Longchamp, sending a messenger to the court with a shortcut. Empress Xiao took the report over and unfolded it for a closer look. Eunuch Wu also put his head over and took a closer look from the sidelines. After a long time, the two of them looked at each other. Both were full of incredulity. This is unbelievable. That girl, Longchamp Ho, actually really beat the Tylines? Empress Xiao closed the report on the Jiapong and asked Eunuch Wu after thinking for a while. Chief Steward Wu, do you have any suggestions? The old eunuch thought for a moment and returned. There are reports of shortcuts now, but they are not yet confirmed. The Marquis of Longchamp has only tens of thousands of soldiers and households, and said that he defeated 30,000 of Tiela's iron cavalry. Old slave. Honestly, I can't believe it. However, if we're lucky, this girl, Bai Jing, has really held up against the onslaught of the Tylines. Even drove the soldiers and horses of the Tiela people out of the Great Liang territory. That's true. It's not impossible. Since the Marquis of Longchamps reported to the court, then let's simply let her lead the army back to the capital to report the victory in the name of His Majesty. In organizing a triumphal ceremony, a great opportunity may be taken to show the majesty of the court. Empress Xiao thought briefly and turned her head to look at the old eunuch again. The heart already understood 7 or 8 points. I'm afraid you have more than that on your mind, you old man. The old eunuch hemmed and hawed. Marquis Longchamp went to the Chishui River to defend against the Tiela army. If I remember correctly, it was the auxiliary general himself who named her. At the time, it looked like an errand to get killed. I just don't believe that Bai Jing she doesn't have any complaints against the auxiliary general. According to the rules of my Great Liang, if you return to the capital to report a victory, you can bring your own troops. We will then enlist more in the name of the court. White King is not all the way with our back party though, but as long as we get things done, let the auxiliary general think that the Marquis of Longchamp has been drawn in by us, and also enough to hold him back for 3 points. Hearing this, Empress Xiao nodded slightly. Still, you old geezer have a lot of ideas. Alright, just send an imperial decree in the name of the court. Let the Marquis of Longchamp command the Longchamp army to return to the capital to report their success. The court declares that the 3 provinces and 6 ministries are preparing for the triumphal ceremony. Chief Steward Wu hurriedly bowed and saluted. The Mother Superior is truly wise. Suddenly, Empress Xiao said as if she remembered something. By the way, I see that one person was repeatedly mentioned in the Longchamp Marquis report. It says that a lieutenant named Li Yuan made a marvelous achievement at the Chishui River. Asked the court for a knighthood. Empress Xiao pondered further. I don't know what relationship this person has with the Marquis of Longchamp, since he repeatedly bailed out. Then let's give him the lowest country uncle for the time being. Chapter 94, The restaurant becomes famous. At this time within the upper capital, the news of Longchamp Ho's great victory at the Chishui River is already in the air. Many of the simple and innocent people of Daliang were happy to hear the news of the victory of the Liang army. Tianfu Lu is the liveliest restaurant on Wuxing Street in the capital city of Daliang. It was the evening at the hour of 10 o'clock. The restaurant was filled with excited-looking diners. Boss, quickly serve the wine. I heard that our Liang army won a great victory at the Chishui River. This matter should be floated by the old man. That's right. Longchamp Ho Chishui River great victory. This matter should drink a cup. It was at this moment that someone shouted from the hotel's nave. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The old man has something to say. The diners turned their heads to look over and realized that the person who was speaking was none other than Boss Chi of Tianfu Lu. Boss Chi, what's the matter? The guests were puzzled and naturally asked questions. Boss Chi's face was full of smiles as he used his hand to suppress the clamor in the restaurant and continued. I have good news for you guests. Just now, came a few military masters to eat? I asked. It is this Longchamp army to send the report of several good men. What kind of man am I? Old Chi, who honors heroes the most? So I waived all their drinks, but only asked them for one thing. That is, let these good men tell our guests how they defeated 30,000 Tiela soldiers and horses at the Chishui River. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think it's good? On hearing this, the guests up and down the restaurant naturally shouted their approval. For a while the restaurant thundered with cheers. Just now, a messenger from the Longchamp army entered the city, shouting about the great victory of the Liang army, causing the whole city to shake. The people were all concerned about the fighting at the front. There was no other reason. As long as the Great Liang lost the war, it had to send a large amount of annual coins to the northern barbarians. Every year, in order to gather enough annual coins to give to the Tiela people. All levels of government are even more desperate to squeeze the people. How many people have been forced to lose their homes and sell their children? What made the Liang people even more chilled was that news of the Tiela border invasion came from the north from time to time. How many villages have been slaughtered today? And how many Liang people will be killed tomorrow? The people of Diliang lived in constant fear of the Tiela people. That's why the Beamers are so desperate for a rousing win. More than anything else, I longed for Diliang, for a hero to emerge who would defeat the Tylines. Today, the Longchamp messenger brought the news of the victory, which by now had spread all over the city. Some were excited, some shook their heads in disbelief, and many more were skeptical. The owner of Tianfu Lu is extremely intelligent. He then sent his fellows to find the Longchamp's messenger in the city. He said that he had heard of the great victory at Chishui River, and that he admired the Longchamps and wanted to invite all the military lords to have a drink. But there was an ungrateful request to tell the story of the great victory in the tavern. Several Longchamp messengers had been tasked with making a name for the Longchamp army in Shanjing before they arrived. Both sides naturally hit it off. After the hotel owners spread the news loudly, it really attracted countless drinkers. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor of the Tianfu building, guys were shuttling back and forth, setting up a good table. Several military men in Longchamp army armor sat in a group. The first person among the messengers was one of the Longchamp Marquis personal guards, Zhang Biao. The man was small in stature, with a shrewd face and a smile on his face. He was chosen to be the messenger because this Zhang Biao Zhang Du lieutenant, who was usually articulate and quite eloquent, he had long been instructed by the Marquis of Longchamp to do his best to make a name for the Longchamp army in Shanjing. Today can be good. This time not only and a few brothers get a table of wine and feast for nothing, but also can go along with the situation to complete the account of the Marquis. The heart is naturally very satisfied. Looking up and down the restaurant, countless guests gazed expectantly. Zhang Biao got up first, picked up a wine cup, and made a distant toast to the surrounding crowd before opening his mouth and saying aloud, "You all want to hear how my Longchamps have broken the Tylines in a big way. Then I'll make a contribution, and give everyone here a good talk about this battle of the Red Water River. To say that this Zhang Biao really have some tongue skills." Under Zhang Biao's infectious narration, the diners in the restaurant were all concentrating. The battlefield of Chishui River, where iron blood fights, seems to have really appeared in front of our eyes. Those Tiela soldiers and horses that were shot into hedgehogs under Li Yuan's skillful deployment were as if they had really appeared in front of their eyes. When he heard, Li Yuan transformed the iron slide and used the mountainside to smash thousands of Tiela's elite guards into pieces. Up and down the restaurant, even excited cheers erupted. Even the hotel owner on the sidelines exclaimed in high praise, "This Captain Li, truly a man of God." The central character of the story of the Battle of Chishui River, as told by Zhang Biao, is actually not the commander of the Liang army, Longchamp Marquis by Jing. Instead, it's an unknown lieutenant named Li. This was a surprise to all the diners in the restaurant. In fact, this was also the arrangement of Marquis Longchamp, which was to let Li Yuan make a name for himself in Shanjing. As for the purpose, of course, it was to facilitate the seeking of a title for Li Yuan. Zhang Biao smiled faintly and continued to speak to the people around him. "If you guys think that this is the only thing that Captain Li is capable of, then you're underestimating him." The drinkers all looked at each other. Could there be a more shocking ability than this? Zhang Biao took a sip of the turbid wine and asked in a pretentious manner, "Have you all heard of it? The tiger fighting warriors of the Tiela people?" A few knowledgeable drinkers were busy picking up the conversation. "Naturally, I've heard of it, and it is said that the tiger fighting warriors of the Tyrells have the courage of 1,000,000 men. It is said that every tiger wrestling warrior, who beheads his enemies, has at least hundreds of heads. I've also heard that in order to earn the title of tiger fighting warrior, it's necessary to be able to go into the mountains alone and hunt a fierce tiger." Many of the drinkers who had first heard of the legend of the fighting tiger warrior wore appalled expressions. This Tylerian tiger wrestling warrior is actually so fierce. At this time, Zhang Biao but a cold smile, then leisurely said, "The tiger fighting warriors of the Tyrells are, truth be told, truly formidable. I remember that one night, this Teeler sent a tiger wrestling warrior leading hundreds of elites to sneak up on my Liang army camp. Thousands of Liang troops on our side, going forward and back, and no one can stop this Teeler. As I see it, the Tylines are about to kill our Liang army's center camp." Just then, this Lieutenant Li of ours, riding alone and holding a lance, met this Tiela fighting tiger warrior and killed him to his face. Speaking here, Zhang Biao even deliberately paused for a moment before taking another beautiful sip of the cloudy wine. At this point the drinkers around the room were captivated by the story and asked with eager eyes, "This military master, has Captain Li ever defeated this tiger wrestling warrior?" Seeing that the mood was almost baked, Zhang Biao tilted his head and said, "That's natural. That Tiela fighting tiger warrior thought that Captain Lee was just an ordinary soldier, so he tried to behead him casually. But he didn't want to, and as soon as the two sides exchanged blows, he realized that Captain Lee's strength was even greater than his, and his martial arts were even higher than his. Frightened, this tiger fighting warrior turned around and was about to run away. How could our Captain Lee let him go? I only saw Captain Lee urging his horse over and picking this Tiela tiger fighting warrior off his horse with a single shot. Hearing that school Captain Lee was so powerful, the surrounding drinkers all revealed looks of excitement and yearning. Of course there were those who looked on with disdain and thought it was just a story made up by the military man. But it didn't matter, because Zhang Biao told a wonderful story. The atmosphere within the restaurant became more and more enthusiastic. At this point someone asked eagerly, several military officers, didn't you say that our Liang army won a great victory over the Tiela people? We even beheaded 27,000 people. This thing, but is it true? When Zhang Biao heard this, his expression became even more smug. Of course it's true, and let me tell you more about it. And so it was that the drinkers listened with undivided attention. Zhang Biao added to the story of Li Yuan setting up a clever plan to lure the Tiela soldiers and horses into the ambush circle at Huluku. Of course in order to protect military secrets. Zhang Biao also hid many details and added more storytelling instead. Dear diners, I heard that the Liang army is under the command of Captain Li Yuan. The tens of thousands of Tealers were besieged at the mouth of the gourd and attacked day and night without water or food. In the end, 27,000 were beheaded and 3,000 surrendered and taken alive. He even beheaded Sandu, the commander of Tiela. Let the 30,000 strong army of Tiela be annihilated. Both the drinkers and the restaurant shopkeepers were filled with unbelief and sighs.